Chapter 1, Miserable Slavery. July, Great Heat. In a small border village at the western end of Dingfeng Town, Chu Kingdom. Xun Yong leaned against a bundle of firewood, panting heavily. The muggy weather made him extremely irritable. When he thought of Zhou Beipi, who had ordered him to chop firewood on the mountain, perhaps leisurely humming a tune while lying on a cool chair, he immediately felt a surge of anger. Originally, he too could have been lying on a cool chair, enjoying a gentle breeze, living a life where food came to his mouth and clothes to his hand. But half a month ago, after his cheap old dad died, his harsh second mother, in collusion with his good-for-nothing eldest uncle, privately altered the will, transferring all the family wealth that originally belonged to him to his half-brother. From then on, Xun Yong was left penniless. This wasn't the end of it. His harsh second mother even forcibly sold him to Zhou Beipi, who used to be their family's servant, for the price of 10 copper coins, a mere cabbage price. The master became a servant, and the servant turned into the master. Xun Yong began to live a miserable life, chopping firewood, carrying water, and washing clothes during the day, while also emptying chamber pots at night, often going hungry. If it were anyone else, they might have become unbearable and given up within half a year. But Xun Yong would not accept his fate. He was a transmigrator. Before his transmigration, he was a shut-in whose only hobby was to visit antique markets and collect modern handicrafts to play with. Who knew that while playing with the exquisitely crafted, pitch-black five-clawed dragon cauldron, he accidentally cut his finger. When the blood stained the cauldron, he was mysteriously sucked into the cauldron by a mysterious force. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself in a place similar to ancient times, and his body had strangely returned to the age of 11. At first, he was a bit unaccustomed, but then he discovered that his cheap old dad was a small landlord in the village, and the family was quite well off. Adopting the attitude of when in Rome, do as the Romans do, he planned to just lie flat from then on. However, good times don't last long. After his cheap old dad fell seriously ill and died, everything devolved into the scene at the beginning. Zhou Beipi, Sun Liuzi, just you wait, I will definitely get rid of you to vent my hatred. Xun Yong muttered resentfully. How could he possibly be willing to continue living such a brutal life? An opportunity was about to arise. At the same time, he would reclaim everything that belonged to him. Then, wiping off his sweat, Xun Yong's heart nature stirred, and a cauldron the size of a human head quietly floated before him. It was precisely that five-clawed dragon cauldron. This cauldron had always been hidden within his mind. As long as his heart nature stirred, it would appear, and with another stir of his heart nature, it would return. He had been studying it these past few days. He found that the cauldron lid could be opened, and some items could be placed inside, but only small items, not exceeding the size of the cauldron itself. Xun Yong guessed that this cauldron might be related to the items placed inside. He had put many items into it, such as food, water, insects, and so on. Anything he could touch and fit inside the cauldron had been put in for testing, but there had never been any reaction. Gradually, he gave up and temporarily treated the cauldron as a storage tool, storing some stolen dry rations. Xun Yong took a dry biscuit from the cauldron. This time, he didn't save it but filled his stomach, then shouldered a bundle of firewood and hurried back. As he walked into the courtyard and set down the firewood, he saw Zhou Beipi jump up from his cool chair, glare at Xun Yong, and say viciously. You little bastard, look at the time. You only just now decided to come back. Why didn't you just die out there? You only brought back one bundle of firewood. You've been slacking off all morning. You can forget about eating today, starve. Zhou Beipi's cursing echoed in the courtyard. Xun Yong's heart nature was very calm. How could he not know that Zhou Beipi was deliberately making trouble, his purpose being to deny him food? As the shouting spread through the courtyard, it drew out a person from inside the house, a fat-headed, thick-waisted boy. Xiao Fiza looked at Xun Yong with a disgusted expression, scornfully saying, You stinky brat, I haven't even eaten much lunch waiting for you to come back, young master. If I get thin, be careful, my dad will beat you to death. Xiao Fiza was Zhou Beipi's only son, fat-headed and round-waisted. This was mainly because Zhou Beipi had landed a job as a butcher, and their 3 meals always included meat. A 10-year-old boy was literally raised into a fat pig. All day long, he was like a hungry ghost reincarnated, only knowing how to eat, eat, eat. Xun Yong looked at Xiao Fizi, a wave of contempt rising in his heart nature. Of course, the reason the father and son had been waiting for him to return was primarily because today was the day Xiao Fizi was going to the academy. And the academy was beyond 2 mountains, so the task of carrying items along the way naturally fell to Xun Yong. This wasn't the first time Xun Yong had escorted Xiao Fizi to the academy, the last time was a week ago. Though he was angry in his heart nature, he still reluctantly walked into the house, put a package on his back, and followed behind Xiao Fizi. Before leaving, Zhou Beipi didn't forget to admonish him, You little bastard, if my son gets hungry or thirsty on the way, I'll make sure you regret it when you get back. Xiao Fizi, meanwhile, lifted his head and walked arrogantly towards the mountain forest. As he walked, he didn't forget to say, You stinky brat, I remember clearly the 30 large biscuits and 2 bags of dried meat in the package, young master. If you dare to steal any on the way, I'll beat you to death. Xun Yong felt a simmering anger in his heart nature, but then he seemed to think of something, a slight smile curving his lips, and he couldn't help but think. This meal, I'm afraid, will be Xiao Fizi's last. Ever since he last escorted Xiao Fizi to the academy, he had learned one thing: when Xiao Fizi went to the academy, the teacher would always send back a reply letter. It was euphemistically called a reply letter, but in reality, it was a list of miscellaneous fees for the academy. When they came again next time, they would need to have the silver ready, and only then would the teacher diligently instruct him. Currently, Xiao Fizi should be carrying silver on him. It was precisely because Xun Yong knew this point that a crazy idea began to sprout. A week ago, he had used the time he spent collecting firewood to covertly set up a trap in this mountain. As long as he lured Xiao Fizi into it, given his physique, he was guaranteed to be unable to move. Then, he would take the silver and use that time to hurry to the other side of this large mountain. And after crossing this large mountain, walking for another hour, there would be a small market where good ox carts could be found. Using an ox cart to reach Wanshi village, he would only need to use the silver to hire a few snake catchers to capture some of those emerald green small green snakes. And once the small green snakes were caught, as long as he could rush back before dark and throw the small green snakes into Zhou Beipi's and Sun Liu's homes, the outcome was obvious. All of this was something his cheap old dad had occasionally mentioned when describing the surrounding village terrain while he was alive, and Xun Yong had remembered it deep in his heart nature at the time. As long as no accidents occurred, it would definitely be successfully implemented. At the same time, he could remain completely uninvolved in all of this. By then, he would be able to easily reclaim the family wealth he deserved and live a carefree life in this place. Thinking this, Xun Yong's heart nature couldn't help but become excited. But he didn't know that his heart nature was gradually becoming sinister. At this moment, he was still constantly admonishing himself to remain calm and composed. In the time that followed, every short while Xiao Fizi walked, he would either loudly declare he was hungry or thirsty. 25 large biscuits and 2 bags of dried meat were gone in just an hour. Xun Yong also took the opportunity to add some seasoning to the biscuits. It probably wouldn't be long before it took effect. However, due to the extremely hot weather, Xiao Fizi had poured all the good water onto himself to cool down, and the water he brought had long since run out. Now, after walking quite a bit of mountain road, he was shouting that he was thirsty. Thinking of his subsequent plan, Xun Yong could only bite the bullet and go find water in the distance. Fortunately, he often came to the mountains and was very familiar with places where there was water. Before long, he found water. Just as he was drawing water, he suddenly noticed a black shadow flash across the sky. It startled him. He looked up, but the black shadow had already gone far away. What exactly was that? Because he felt that what flew past didn't seem like a bird. Suddenly, at this moment, there was a loud boom ahead, accompanied by a scream, followed by a series of scraping and crashing sounds. It was a full 5 breaths before the surroundings returned to calm. Hearing the sound, Xun Yong's expression changed. The scream was very familiar, like Xiao Fizi's voice. What had happened? He couldn't help but tuck away his water bottle and quickly walked forward. When he saw the dust flying on the ground and a scratch mark extending into the distance, Xun Yong quickly stopped his steps. Then he hid in a nearby bush. After the dust settled, he nervously looked up and saw that the scratch mark was actually over 20 meters long. At the end of the mark, Xiao Fizi's round body lay sprawled. And on top of Xiao Fizi's body, a black-robed man was actually lying prostrate. Xun Yong thought he had seen wrong, but after rubbing his eyes and confirming that it was a person lying on top of Xiao Fizi's body, he was horrified. Could the black shadow in the sky at that time have been this black-robed man? How could a person fly in the sky? Cultivator. A thought emerged in Xun Yong's mind, only a cultivator could possess such divine ability to fly and escape underground. Cultivators existed in this world. A look of joy flashed across Xun Yong's face, but he quickly saw the flesh and blood stains remaining on the scratch mark, realizing that Xiao Fizi was probably gone. This black-robed man falling from the sky and landing squarely on Xiao Fizi's body, everything couldn't be such a coincidence. He clearly intended to use Xiao Fizi as a human cushion. The black-robed man's heart nature was so malicious, he was probably not a benevolent person. Xun Yong was glad he was thin, otherwise he would have been the one used as a human cushion. Xiao Fizi was dead, and he inexplicably felt a hint of satisfaction in his heart nature. However, very quickly, Xun Yong's heart nature sank to the bottom. Simply because his plan had changed. At this moment, he didn't know if the black-robed man was deliberately feigning death, as he remained motionless. Xun Yong became hesitant and dared not rashly go forward to retrieve the silver from Xiao Fizi's corpse. After all, when the black-robed man fell, Xiao Fizi had provided a cushion, so there were no substantial injuries on him. If the black-robed man were to suddenly come back to life, he would only need to move a finger, and Xun Yong's life would be instantly over. For his own safety, he stealthily moved away from the area. Seeing that he had moved a considerable distance away, Xun Yong slightly relaxed, took out his water bottle, and took a big gulp of water, his mood calming down somewhat. However, after sitting there for a while, a feeling of vexation suddenly welled up in his heart nature. No, I must get the silver from Xiao Fizi. Chapter 2 Accidentally Saving the Immortal. Thinking of this, Xun Yong tiptoed back to the scene of the incident. However, when he once again hid in the bush and looked into the distance, he found the black-robed man still lying there. But soon, he was surprised to find a black aura slowly floating out from the black-robed man. As the black chi gradually spread, he suddenly felt a cold, chilling sensation on his back. This immediately startled him. He didn't know what this black chi was. He just felt it was too evil. Moreover, the black-robed man's body had subtly changed. Discovering this, Xun Yong retreated in fear. As he retreated, unknowingly, he moved a long distance away. After a long time, he couldn't help but force himself to be calm. However, when Xun Yong looked at the sky, he saw that the sun was leaning towards the west. This gradually indicated that his plan had completely fallen through. There was no hope of retrieving his family's wealth. Xun Yong couldn't help but curse the black-robed man countless times in his heart, but when he thought that the other party was an immortal, he quickly shrank his head. Now Xiao Fizi was dead, and the plan had failed. And he only had one path left, to escape. But without money, he would starve to death on the road in a few days. At this moment, he dared not flee rashly. Fortunately, the weather was hot now, so no one should be entering the mountains at this time. For now, as long as he didn't speak, Zhou Beipi wouldn't know about his beloved son's death for a short time. No matter what, he had to get through tonight first. By tomorrow morning, the black-robed man should no longer be there. At that time, as soon as he got the money, he would immediately escape. Time slowly passed, and the sky gradually darkened. Xun Yong stood up and rushed back on the road, feigning ease. After seeing Zhou Beipi's house from a distance, he deliberately put on a tired look. As soon as he entered the courtyard, he collapsed onto a bundle of dry firewood, heavily gasping for breath. The commotion in the courtyard quickly attracted attention. Zhou Beipi came out holding a large bowl and glanced contemptuously at Xun Yong. "Where's the reply letter Master Gu asked you to bring back? Hurry up and hand it over to me." Xun Yong's heart skipped a beat. Oh no, he had forgotten about this. In his plan, there was no such step, but the change in the plan suddenly made him a little flustered. However, he forced himself to be calm and said with a normal expression, "No, there's no reply letter. I went too late, the master had something to do and wasn't at the academy." After speaking, he quickly racked his brain, thinking about how to prevaricate if Zhou Beipi pressed for details. However, Zhou Beipi only cursed a few words, then sullenly walked into the house, took out a burnt sweet potato, and threw it on the ground. "Hurry up and eat. After you're full, go to the academy tomorrow morning and get the reply letter for me. My son is the only scholar in the old Zhou family for generations. If his studies are delayed because of this, I'll beat you to death. Get lost." Xun Yong quickly picked up the sweet potato and ran to the lean-to shed. On the way, he couldn't help but chuckle. It seemed he had overestimated Zhou Beipi's intelligence. Like Xiao Fizi, he was a pig-headed fool. Otherwise, he might have really been exposed today. With a hint of apprehension, he lay on the haystack, sleepless all night. The next day, before dawn, Xun Yong quietly rushed up the mountain. Before anyone went up the mountain, he had to quickly bury Xiao Fizi's body, get the money, and quickly escape from this place. Soon, he eagerly rushed to the scene of the incident. After a night's time, that black-robed man should have left, right? Xun Yong thought so, then felt around him and found that there was no such chilling sensation, so he didn't hide anymore. But when he saw the black-robed man still in the same position on Xiao Fizi's corpse, his pupils constricted. What's going on? Is the black-robed man dead? Xun Yong didn't dare to jump to conclusions, but time was extremely tight now, and he couldn't afford to delay. After pondering for a moment, his brows furrowed tightly. He mustered his courage, bit the bullet, and tiptoed forward. In a short while, he arrived 2 meters away. He clearly saw Xiao Fizi's death state, his face covered in torn flesh, subtly turning black under the high temperature. Xun Yong couldn't help but gasp. As for the black-robed man, at first glance, he looked like an elder. However, strangely, the black-robed man's skin was unusually shriveled, and although his sallow face was covered in wrinkles, there was something subtly different that one couldn't quite pinpoint. Never mind, let's see if he's completely dead first. Xun Yong forced down his discomfort and slowly approached the black-robed man, carefully checking for a breath. Phew, after sensing that the black-robed man had no breath, and then listening for a heartbeat to confirm he was completely dead, he finally let out a big sigh of relief. Sigh, yesterday I was actually thrown into disarray by a dead person. Xun Yong patted his back, his brows relaxing. Then, looking at the black-robed man, his thoughts echoed in his mind. If I throw the black-robed man's body near Zhou Beipi's house, and then secretly leak the news, saying Zhou Beipi killed someone, would it? Xun Yong hated Zhou Beipi so much, even more than his uncle and stepmother who took his family property. Although this method was not very feasible, it wouldn't hurt to discuss the other party before leaving. Since he had made up his mind, the black-robed man's body had to be kept. Before moving him, Xun Yong's eyes moved inexplicably. He just remembered that this person might be an immortal. Then, would there be any treasures? His hand had already unconsciously moved repeatedly over the black-robed man's body. Soon, from the other party's chest, he pulled out 2 medicinal herbs. A clear medicinal fragrance was inhaled into his nostrils. Xun Yong's eyes lit up. This medicinal fragrance alone was enough to prove the herbs were extraordinary. His hand couldn't help but move a little faster over the black-robed man's body. In just a moment, after finding a small medicine bottle and a black bag, there was nothing else. Carefully putting away the 2 medicinal herbs, Xun Yong first picked up the small medicine bottle, examined it for a few glances, then opened the cap. Suddenly, a surge of red qi floated out from the bottle. Xun Yong only smelled a little, and a strong bloody stench rushed straight to his head, making him instantly dizzy. He immediately cried out in alarm, quickly throwing the small bottle to the ground. After moving away from the small bottle, the bloody stench and the dizzy sensation slowly showed signs of dissipating. After a while, Xun Yong finally had no further discomfort, apart from a slight warmth in his body. That was closed just now. This bloody qi must be some kind of toxin. Fortunately, I only got a little on me, otherwise, it would have been dangerous. Immediately, he moved a further distance away before feeling slightly at ease. Then, looking at the black bag in his hand, a hint of wariness arose. Xun Yong was worried that if this black bag contained some kind of poison, opening it might cost him his life. But if he didn't open it, his curiosity was unbearable. Just as he was hesitating, a sinister voice sounded from behind him, "Brat, do you want me to open it for you?" The moment the voice sounded, Xun Yong felt as if he was enveloped by cold air, as if he was in a world of ice and snow. The endless cold made all the hairs on his body stand on end. Immediately, he realized something was wrong. When he slowly turned his head and saw the black-robed man sitting up, looking at him from a distance with a sharp gaze, he felt his body go limp and he collapsed to the ground. Playing dead, faking death, ghost. Various thoughts flooded his mind. His expression at this moment was extremely rich. He had clearly checked for breath and heartbeat before, so how did he suddenly come back to life? Ah! Ah! Faking death, a ghost. Xun Yong screamed, his face immediately filled with panic, tears and snot naturally flowing out, his feet kicking wildly, and his body constantly retreating. Seeing this, the black-robed man stood up with a strange sneer and approached step by step. "Woo, Ghost Lord, I didn't mean to disturb you. I'll get lost now. Please have mercy, don't kill me, don't kill me." Xun Yong's eyes were teary, and he kicked his feet even harder. The black-robed man smiled coldly, "Brat, you're not bad. Even at this point, you're still playing little tricks. You actually thought you could keep my storage pouch." Xun Yong quickly stopped his tears. When he saw the black-robed man inexplicably come back to life, he subconsciously sensed something was wrong. Given the black-robed man's ruthless methods and his identity as an immortal, he was certainly not long for this world. So, he decided to go all out. He planned to take advantage of the black-robed man's recent awakening and lack of agility to escape with the black bag. That's why he had feigned panic earlier, constantly kicking his body backward. Afterward, knowing that he couldn't escape the immortal's grasp, he planned to throw the bag into Zhou Beipi's house and hide at his uncle's place. Even if he was found later, he could drag the two of them down with him. However, although the idea was good, he didn't expect the black-robed man to have seemingly recovered. The aura from his body made his heart pound. He hurriedly stopped his steps and scrambled to the black-robed man, nervously offering the black bag he held in his hand. The black-robed man took the storage pouch and no longer paid attention to Xun Yong, instead checking the items inside. He checked for a while, and seeing that nothing was missing, he grinned, "He, this trip was not in vain. I finally bought myself some time." Then, the black-robed man took out a small bottle, opened the cap, and took several deep breaths of the blood-red qi inside the bottle. His shriveled skin actually regained some elasticity. Then, he turned to look at Xun Yong, revealing a thoughtful expression. After a moment, he pointed at the small bottle and said, "Brat, let me ask you, did you open this small bottle before?" "Yes, I did." As soon as Xun Yong finished replying, he noticed the black-robed man's expression change. He quickly realized he had caused trouble and immediately knelt down, kowtowing repeatedly, "My lord, spare my life. I didn't know this bottle was a treasure. I didn't mean to open it. Spare my life." The black-robed man was first a little surprised, but then a strange look quickly flashed across his face. "I didn't expect your accidental action to save my life. It's not impossible to forgive you." Xun Yong was stunned for a moment, but then a look of sudden realization appeared. Earlier, after opening the small bottle, he had hastily thrown it, and it seemed to have landed on the black-robed man. He had unexpectedly saved the other party's life by a strange coincidence. Knowing it was his own doing, he wanted to slap himself a few times in secret for being so foolish as to open that small bottle. "Thank you for sparing my life, my lord. I won't bother you anymore. I'll get lost now." Xun Yong prepared to seize the opportunity to leave while the other party was not in too bad a mood. However, a cold voice sounded from behind him, "Did I tell you to get lost? Get back here and die." Suddenly, a strong gust of wind blew, and he was completely blown down at the black-robed man's feet. Chapter 3 Justice. At this moment, the black-robed man held a ball of red qi in one hand, and a crumpled yellow paper talisman, glowing with faint brilliance, in the other. Xun Yong watched the brilliance, utterly shocked. Could this be an immortal spell? Before he could be shocked for long, the black-robed man brought the ball of red qi close to his eyes and sternly said, "Have you smelled this red qi? Answer me honestly." Xun Yong nervously replied, "I smelled a tiny bit." Upon hearing this, the black-robed man retracted the blood essence qi, and his gaze towards Xun Yong clearly changed as he muttered, "Mortals go mad and die if they smell even a bit of blood essence qi, yet this child is fine. Could it be?" At this moment, the black-robed man flipped his hand, took out a spiritual plant, and said, "This is a measuring spirit grass. Eat it quickly." Xun Yong looked at the plant and shook his head repeatedly in fear. But before he could react, a large hand gripped his jaw, forcing the measuring spirit grass into his mouth. Under duress, he hurriedly chewed twice and swallowed it. Soon, a stream of energy flowed through his meridians, spreading throughout his body. The warm sensation made him feel indescribably comfortable. The next moment, a faint, subtle blue light faintly emerged from his body. Medium grade. Haha, I never expected to find someone with a medium grade spiritual root in this small mountain village. This is excellent. The black-robed man laughed triumphantly, his eyes fixed on Xun Yong as if he were looking at something precious. Seeing the other party's gaze, Xun Yong grew even more afraid. He suspected the other party was up to no good, but he had no proof. Boy, are you willing to take me as your master? I can teach you immortal spells, and from then on, you will become an immortal. Things like flying through the sky and burrowing into the earth will be nothing, and you will have a long lifespan. Are you willing? The black-robed man looked eager, while also subtly emitting a fierce chi. Although the temptation of cultivating was immense, taking such a ruthless person as a master was like entering a tiger's den. But Xun Yong was certain that if he didn't agree, he would soon join his cheap old dad. After a long period of contemplation, Xun Yong remained silent. What, you're unwilling? The black-robed man spoke fiercely, his threat evident. Xun Yong gritted his teeth and said, steeling himself, of course I'm willing. It's just that I have one unfinished matter, and I fear it might affect my cultivation in the future. What is it? Tell me about it. If there truly were unresolved trivial matters, they would indeed become an obstacle on the path of cultivation, so the black-robed man had to take it a bit more seriously. Xun Yong slowly recounted how Zhou Beipi and his uncle, Xun Liuzi, had conspired to bully him. No matter what he would face later, at least before he left, he genuinely didn't want those two to have an easy time, they had bullied him enough. After listening, the black-robed man glared and angrily said, as long as you take me as your master, I will certainly not stand idly by. Seeing the black-robed man say this, Xun Yong immediately bowed and said, Master above, disciple Xun Yong greets master. The black-robed man grinned, very good, from today onwards, you are my disciple. Remember, my name is Void Tempering. Since you are already my disciple, it is now up to me, your master, to uphold justice for you. After speaking, Void Tempering walked to one side, reached out and took out a crumpled talisman paper, and was about to perform a hand seal, but quickly realized it was inappropriate. He couldn't help but switch to a brand new talisman paper, a hint of heartache flashing in his eyes. I need to establish a majestic and grand image of an immortal in front of this boy, so he will cultivate desperately in the future, and my treasure will also be able to. Void Tempering muttered softly before slowly performing the hand seal. Soon, a strong wind arose, kicking up dust. The next moment, Xun Yong only felt his body lighten, and after a brief sensation of suffocation, he found himself being held by Void Tempering by one shoulder, suspended in mid-air. Riding the clouds and mist. The immortals riding the clouds and mist. But before Xun Yong could be too surprised, Void Tempering leaned down, grabbed Xiao Fi's corpse with his other hand, and flew away at high speed. In just a moment, they arrived in front of a house at the foot of the mountain. Master, that man is Zhou Beipi. At this moment, Zhou Beipi was lying on a lounge chair, eating a bowl of porridge. When he heard the whistling sound from the sky, he was about to look up when a loud thud sounded on the ground. Immediately, Xiao Fi's gruesome corpse came into view. Zhou Beipi was first startled, then abruptly jumped up, his expression filled with grief and indignation, crying out in a choked voice. My son, my son. Who on earth killed you? Your father will surely tear him to pieces to avenge you. After speaking, Zhou Beipi glared around fiercely. When he saw Xun Yong in the sky, he instinctively prepared to curse. But when his gaze met Void Tempering's, he instantly froze on the spot. Flying in the air, an immortal, this was an immortal spell. A thought surged into his mind, Zhou Beipi's legs went weak, and he knelt on the ground, frantically kowtowing repeatedly. This commoner did not know an immortal had graced us with his presence. Everything I said just now was nonsense, all unintentional. I beg the immortal for forgiveness. When Granny Zhou heard the commotion, she ran out of the house. As soon as she saw the scene before her, she collapsed to the ground, trembling uncontrollably. Oh, he, how interesting. Void Tempering smiled coldly, then a chilling glint flashed in his eyes, and with a casual wave of his hand, two sharp beams of light flashed. Two muffled thuds, tisk, tisk. An iron nail pierced the center of the foreheads of both husband and wife, then their bodies stiffened and fell to the ground, lifeless. Zhou Beipi, who had always been arrogant and bullied others, was easily annihilated like an ant. Xun Yong's eyes held both excitement and dread. Why are you standing there dumbfounded? My immortal spells are precious, hurry up and lead the way for me. Xun Yong felt a pain in his shoulder and noticed Void Tempering's sinister and ruthless eyes. It was the first time he had seen someone eager to go kill people. Xun Yong felt a chill run down his spine and quickly pointed towards a plot of land several tens of acres in size, that was where his uncle currently lived. After a whooshing sound of wind, the two arrived in front of the door. With a bang, the wooden door was no match and was kicked down to the ground. Who on earth dares to kick down my door? If you don't give me an explanation today, don't even think about leaving this courtyard. A pot-bellied fat man walked out from the inner room, cursing, his face full of ruffianism. As soon as he saw Xun Yong among the arrivals, Xun Liuzi grew even more enraged. Did you eat a leopard's gall, boy, to dare to? Before he finished speaking, Xun Liuzi caught a glimpse of Void Tempering, and his scalp suddenly tightened for no reason, simply because he felt a sharp killing intent. This killing intent was only possessed by those who had killed countless people. His body instantly went limp, and before he could even beg for mercy, a black dot appeared on his forehead, his body stiffened, and he fell to the ground, lifeless. After doing all this, a brilliant light flashed in front of Void Tempering, and he entered the house at an extremely fast speed. Two screams echoed out. Soon, Void Tempering, with a bloodthirsty expression, walked out calmly, holding two corpses, one male and one female, and casually threw them on the ground. From start to finish, it was no more than 5 breaths. Although Xun Yong was mentally prepared, the speed and lack of hesitation still greatly astonished him. Too ruthless, this was probably a demon. How about it? Do you feel good? Has your knot been untied? Yes, I feel good. The knot has also been untied. Hearing Xun Yong's reply, Void Tempering nodded in satisfaction, but quickly gave a sinister smile. Your master has paid a great price for you this time. How will you repay me? Xun Yong quickly clasped his fists and said, this disciple will surely cultivate diligently in the future to repay master's kindness today. Humph, I'm not interested in your repayment. This time, to retrieve your inheritance for you, I expended a lot of spell power. You should know what to do, right? Void Tempering said without reservation. This disciple understands. All right, afterwards, your master will deal with the corpses over there. Without my command, you are not allowed to enter the house. Go. Void Tempering took the 3 corpses and headed straight for Zhou Beipi's house. Xun Yong wiped the fine sweat from his forehead, watching Void Tempering's departing back, and couldn't help but wonder, do immortals also need mortal money? No, I need to make some preparations. Xun Yong then began searching the house. This was originally his home, so he was familiar with the layout. Half an hour later, Xun Yong finished searching and, clutching a cloth bag, came to the front of Zhou Beipi's house and began to wait. After a long time, an ordinary-looking, sturdily built middle-aged man, wearing a black robe and appearing to be about 40 years old, strode out. When Xun Yong saw this person, his pupils slightly constricted. If not for the sharp gaze, which resembled Void Tempering's, he would have suspected he was seeing things. Master, is that you? He, it is indeed your master. You don't need to be surprised. Your master was merely injured before, which made him appear extremely old. Now that his injuries have recovered, his appearance has naturally returned. Void Tempering saw Xun Yong's expression and couldn't help but explain. The more he explained, the stranger Xun Yong felt. Void Tempering's current appearance and his previous one simply couldn't overlap no matter how one compared them, they were like 2 completely different people. Furthermore, how could dealing with corpses also allow someone to recover from injuries? It was too strange. Moreover, on his way to Zhou Beipi's house, he hadn't seen any dirt mounds or similar things, and the house was empty. The corpses had simply vanished into thin air. Could this also be some kind of immortal spell? Having witnessed the mysteriousness of immortal spells, Xun Yong didn't dwell on it too much. Tell me, how much silver did you find? In total, 300 taels of silver and 600 strings of copper coins. Not bad, not bad. You are still young, and you can't manage this much money. Your master, will keep it for you for now. Void Tempering nodded in satisfaction and unceremoniously accepted the money. After glancing into the distance, Void Tempering stroked his beard. Next, you will follow your master back to the Daoist temple. The journey is very long. This damn remote place, where can I find an ox cart? Master, can't you fly? Do spells not cost money? Yin Xu Temple. After half a month of traveling, the 2, covered in dust, finally arrived at the entrance of a Daoist temple named Yin Xu Temple. This temple was located on the mountainside of a 300 jong peak, 10 li southwest of Dingfeng town. The Daoist temple was extremely ancient and dilapidated, yet its plaque was very new. It must have been renovated in recent years. This will be your place of cultivation from now on. Let's go. With a single word, Void Tempering led Xun Yong inside with large strides. Upon entering the temple, there was a courtyard stretching 500 jong, surrounded by ancient houses of varying sizes. At this moment, a young man in a blue robe was meditating in the courtyard. Sensing the movement, the blue-robed man hurriedly got up and stepped forward, bowing respectfully. Welcome back, master. Void Tempering waved his hand and said coldly, has anything changed in the temple during this period? Reporting to master, under the leadership of second senior brother, everything in the temple is as usual. Good, that's enough. Go call your senior brothers out, I have important matters to discuss. Upon hearing this, the blue-robed man quickly ran to each room to call people. A short while later, 3 figures, along with the blue-robed man, hurried over and bowed. When they noticed Xun Yong, surprise flashed across their faces. Seeing this, Void Tempering pointed at Xun Yong and said unhurriedly, this is a disciple I recently took in, named Xun Yong. From now on, he will be your 8th junior brother. Their confusion resolved, they each spoke. 8th junior brother, I am your 2nd senior brother Wang Ping. I am your 6th brother, Luo Hai. Xun Yong greeted each of these senior brothers one by one. After some feigned pleasantries, he even said many insincere flattering words to build a relationship. After a moment, Void Tempering interrupted, you can continue your brotherhood later. First, take your junior brother to rest for the night. Yes, 8th junior brother, please follow me. The blue-robed youth led Xun Yong towards a side room. A moment later, Void Tempering said coldly, tomorrow, we will hold the Immortal Ascension Dao Assembly. You all go prepare. All right, Wang Ping, stay. The rest of you may go. Hearing this, the others quickly left, leaving only Wang Ping. At this point, Void Tempering asked, how have the matters I asked you to handle while I was away been processed? Reporting to master, this disciple has completed everything. I have found 30 people who meet the age requirements and settled them in Dingfeng town. Not bad, well done. I reward you with these 2 blood medicinal pills. Wang Ping took the 2 blood red medicinal pills, his face full of joy as he clasped his fists. Thank you, master, for the reward. Void Tempering smiled and said, I hope you do not disappoint my expectations. Reach refining Qi stage 4 early, and I will take you to join the Blood Yin sect. Upon hearing Blood Yin sect, Wang Ping's expression trembled, and his breathing became somewhat rapid. This disciple will definitely not disappoint master's expectations. Void Tempering stroked his beard and said, Good. Tomorrow, bring those 30 people to the Daoist temple. I will personally preside over the Immortal Ascension Dao Assembly. How can such a small matter trouble you, master? You only need to bestow measuring spirit grass, and this disciple can handle it. Void Tempering snorted coldly upon hearing this. How precious is measuring spirit grass? How can it be easily wasted? I have my own arrangements for everything. Seeing the atmosphere around him turn cold, Wang Ping hurriedly bowed and said, this disciple spoke out of turn. I hope master does not blame me. This disciple will strictly follow all of master's arrangements. After speaking, Wang Ping wiped away cold sweat and quickly retreated to handle matters. Void Tempering then withdrew his qi and muttered, previously, due to the urgent need for disciples in the Daoist temple, the measuring spirit grass was used up. Now, for the great plan, it seems I must find another way. His voice gradually faded, and Void Tempering also disappeared into one of the rooms. Upon entering the side room, Xun Yong closed the door and, after some thought, sighed. Aside from the main entrance, there was no other escape route from this Daoist temple. It seems he can only take it one step at a time. A long night slowly passed. Early the next morning, a knock sounded at the door. 8th junior brother, I am your 6th brother Luo Hai. Today is the Immortal Ascension Dao Assembly, hurry up and come to the courtyard. Senior brother, please wait, I'm coming now. Xun Yong quickly put on his clothes, opened the door, and saw a blue-robed youth standing outside, and couldn't help but ask. Senior brother Luo, may I ask what the Immortal Ascension Dao Assembly is? 8th junior brother will know in a moment, quickly follow me. Luo Hai led Xun Yong, rushing towards the courtyard. At this moment, the courtyard was already bustling with people. These people, both male and female, were all around Xun Yong's age, about 11 or 12 years old. They were all whispering and murmuring among themselves. Xun Yong was led into the crowd and stood at the very back. After a while, seeing that everyone had arrived, a majestic and deep voice suddenly rang out. Silence! At this sound, everyone collectively looked forward. Just then, a strong wind arose, and Void Tempering shot over, landing in mid-air. His expression was cold and stern as he scanned the people below, and a sharp chi emanated from his body. Seeing this, everyone was stunned. Then, someone gasped. When they were captured, they had heard people speak of immortals. At that time, most people did not believe it, but now, this aerial flight could only be achieved by the divine ability of an immortal. Greetings, immortal! One person knelt, shouting with an excited expression. At this sound, the rest of them all knelt and kowtowed, their previous resentment from being captured completely gone. Seeing this, Void Tempering's mouth curved into a satisfied smile. After a while, he said profoundly. This Daoist temple inherits from the great immortal Venerable Fulong. My title is Void Tempering, and I am a boy under the Immortal Venerable. Guided by the Immortal Venerable, I have gathered you all here to specially convene the Immortal Ascension Dao Assembly. You are fated individuals of this temple, and it is right to bestow upon you an immortal opportunity to attain the Dao and achieve immortal ascension. Upon hearing immortal opportunity, everyone's eyes immediately lit up. They hadn't expected that their capture had another hidden reason. It turned out they were fated with great immortal Fulong and could obtain an immortal opportunity. How much dog shit luck did they step on to get such good fortune? This instantly ignited everyone's emotions. Their eyes were fervent, their expressions excited, practically writing their desire on their faces. Only Xun Yong observed the whole process with cold eyes. He had seen too many such tricks in his previous life. If there really was some great immortal Fulong, would Void Tempering really give such an immortal opportunity to you young rascals? However, although Xun Yong saw through Void Tempering's trick, his desire for cultivation was still quite strong. Seeing the heightened atmosphere, Void Tempering spoke again, rest assured, I will impart immortal arts next. But, strictly following the immortal Venerable Fulong's decree, nothing can be forced. Once you choose the immortal opportunity, you must not easily withdraw or escape midway, or I will personally punish you severely. If anyone feels hopeless, they can also give up in advance and receive 5 taels of silver. This temple's disciples will personally escort you home. Give me an answer after 200 breaths. As his voice fell, there was a stir among the crowd. But the desire for immortal ascension, how could it be resisted by this group of naive young rascals? They all chose the immortal opportunity without hesitation, not a single person chose to withdraw. Void Tempering was quite pleased with this manipulation of people's hearts. Presumably, these people would later exert their full strength and cultivate diligently. The matter had reached this point and concluded perfectly. Afterward, Void Tempering prepared enough rooms in the Daoist temple and arranged for Xun Yong and the other 30 people to stay there. Since these people were all captured from mountain villages, most of them were illiterate. Starting tomorrow, literacy classes will be arranged. Chapter 5 Blood Refining Sutra. Of course, if everyone were to become fully literate, it wouldn't be something that could be accomplished in a short time, it would be too much of a waste of time. Void Tempering naturally couldn't wait, so he specifically taught only a small portion, about 50 characters worth of meaning. These 50 characters were all from the first layer cultivation technique of the Qi refinement stage, a mind cultivation technique called the blood refinement scripture. It took 10 days for everyone to basically understand the meaning. Xun Yong discovered that the characters in this world were somewhat similar to ancient traditional characters, so it didn't take him long to understand them all. The next day, early morning, Void Tempering gathered everyone in the courtyard and began to explain the cultivation method of the blood refinement scripture and how to guide Qi into the body. While explaining, he also demonstrated how to meditate and calm the mind, and how to use the breathing method to absorb spiritual Qi. He even meticulously broke down and explained the short cultivation technique of just over 50 characters, adding some of his personal insights. There was also how to circulate Qi in the Danshan after guiding Qi into the body. His explanation could be said to be meticulously detailed. Everyone listened with rapt attention, some had already begun to imitate him, sitting in meditation and breathing, trying to sense the spiritual Qi in the heaven and earth. Xun Yong was no exception, firmly remembering the key points of the mind cultivation technique in his mind, he closed his eyes, calmed his spirit, and slowly began to breathe. Soon, most of the day passed. Void Tempering's voice stopped, and he stood up and said, "You all should go back and comprehend it well. For the next period, every other day, I will explain the Dao here for half a day. For the rest of the time, you are forbidden to leave the Yin Xu Temple. 2 meals will be provided daily, and if you have any further cultivation problems during this period, you can ask the disciples who teach cultivation in this temple." With that said, Void Tempering left to one side. Everyone also got up one after another, eagerly heading to the side rooms arranged a few days ago, apparently all intending to cultivate diligently. Xun Yong also got up, preparing to leave, but his 6th brother, Luo Hai, walked over first, patted him on the shoulder, and gestured. He quickly understood and followed Luo Hai to the other side. "Junior brother, Master has arranged a separate room for you. You don't need to crowd with those people." Walking in front of a secluded house, Luo Hai slowly spoke. "Thank you, senior brother, please convey my gratitude to Master on my behalf." "Hehe, junior brother, there's no need for that. Since we are Master's disciples, we naturally deserve to live better than those people. Oh, by the way, this is a blood medicinal pill Master asked me to give you." Luo Hai then took out a red medicinal pill from his pregnant and threw it to Xun Yong. Then, perhaps seeing the confusion in Xun Yong's eyes, he added, "Junior brother, this blood medicinal pill is to be taken after you cultivate a sense of Qi. It can greatly increase your spiritual power, allowing you to break through to the Qi refining stage, first layer in a short time." Upon hearing this, Xun Yong slightly felt Luo Hai's fervent gaze. It seemed this red medicinal pill was very precious, even Luo Hai was quite envious. He no longer declined and quickly put it into his pregnant. But soon, a strange thought flashed, "Senior brother Luo, why would Master give me a blood medicinal pill? Don't those people also lack blood medicinal pills?" In the past few days, Xun Yong had become very close to the senior brother Luo, and he found him easy to get along with. Their relationship gradually became familiar, which is why he asked. Luo Hai finished listening and said disdainfully, "Junior brother, you possess a spiritual root, destined to enter the immortal path. Those people, however, are not necessarily so." "Why is that?" Xun Yong's eyes flashed with confusion. They were all taught immortal techniques together, and they all cultivated together, so how could there be a difference? This, Luo Hai hesitated a little, showing a look of wanting to speak but holding back. If senior brother Luo finds it difficult, junior brother won't ask. Xun Yong saw Luo Hai's expression and knew that the matter might not be simple. He feigned curiosity and waved his hand, saying. Seeing this, Luo Hai slowly said, "It's not some hidden matter, so there's no harm in telling junior brother, but junior brother, don't speak of it outside." Junior brother promises not to speak of it outside. Upon hearing Xun Yong's assurance, Luo Hai then slowly recounted, "The situation is like this temple recruits disciples every 3 to 5 months. Before, those who were recruited only needed Master to bestow a measuring spirit grass to test their spiritual root. However, yesterday, Master, citing the preciousness of the measuring spirit grass, decided not to use it anymore, which led to the Ascension Dao Assembly. As for directly teaching cultivation techniques, it's a low-level method of testing spiritual roots. If one possesses a spiritual root, they can guide Qi into the body with the help of the cultivation technique. But those who possess a spiritual root are extremely rare, often less than 1 in 100. It's extremely rare for these 30 people to guide Qi into the body. Junior brother, there's no need to compare yourself with these people." Xun Yong showed a look of sudden realization. So that was it. He vaguely had some conjectures in his mind. "Thank you, senior brother Luo, for clarifying my doubts. Then junior brother will go into the house to cultivate." Junior brother, don't spread this matter outside." Luo Hai cautioned again, then slowly left. After Xun Yong entered the room, he closed the door and sat cross-legged, but he didn't cultivate. Instead, he showed a thoughtful expression. Having long understood Void Tempering's ruthlessness, he always felt that something was amiss. If it was truly just using cultivation techniques to test spiritual roots, it could be handled by other senior brothers. Why would Void Tempering personally teach so meticulously? Furthermore, he privately heard Luo Hai reveal that the Yin Xu Temple seemed to have been established for less than 2 years, and now it recruits disciples every 3 to 5 months, which is a very high frequency. He always felt that there was an unspeakable secret behind all of this. Moreover, to prevent anyone from escaping, Void Tempering even dispatched his second brother, Wang Ping, to guard the main entrance of the temple. The meaning of this was self-evident. Xun Yong decided that he needed to pay more attention to it in the future. For now, he was sure that he was still safe, but on this basis, he had to cultivate diligently. After all, he was detected by void tempering to have a medium-grade spiritual root. If he couldn't guide qi into the body, or if he was even slower than those outside, it would likely arouse void tempering's unnecessary suspicion. After thinking about it, Xun Yong sat cross-legged and began to cultivate. The first layer mind cultivation technique of the blood refinement scripture, though abstruse and difficult to understand, became less difficult to comprehend after void tempering's detailed explanation. Silently reciting the incantation in his mind, he placed his palms upwards, focused his spirit intently, and then a heavy sound of breathing echoed around him. 4 days passed in a flash. Aside from eating and void tempering's teachings, all his other time was spent on cultivation. Today, he finally sensed a small amount of heaven and earth spiritual qi. He didn't know if it was the wrong method, or if he was too eager in his heart, leading to an inability to concentrate. He had not yet managed to guide qi into the body. Blindly cultivating like this won't do. It seems I need to go out. Xun Yong opened the door and walked out of the room into the courtyard. He was originally going to ask his fifth brother, who taught cultivation. But halfway there, he saw more than 10 people surrounding his fifth brother, chattering away about something. Xun Yong saw that it wouldn't be his turn anytime soon, so he simply leaned in and listened for a while. Without exception, none of these people had guided qi into the body, and they were all chattering away, asking questions. The most common question was how to quickly sense heaven and earth spiritual qi. Some even asked what heaven and earth spiritual qi was. His fifth brother initially answered patiently, but the further it went, the more perfunctory he became. After all, cultivating immortality requires a spiritual root of talent. Some people, no matter how hard they try, cannot enter the path of Dao cultivation. As time passed, it finally became his turn. His fifth brother was much more patient with Xun Yong's questions, answering them one by one. Xun Yong also benefited greatly and hurried back to his room. As the sun set, night fell. Inside the house, a joyful voice suddenly rang out, I feel qi. I've successfully guided qi into my body. Ha 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 ha. Xun Yong was radiant with joy at this moment. With the guidance of his fifth brother, he had finally managed to guide the heaven and earth spiritual qi he sensed into his body. At this moment, a small stream of energy was gathered within his danshan. He had finally stepped into the ranks of cultivators. However, Xun Yong's joy did not last long. He quickly calmed his emotions. Now that he had successfully guided qi into his body, it was not advisable to continue to cultivate, as cultivation should not be rushed. This was also something he had learned from his fifth brother. Next, Xun Yong took out a medicinal pill from his arms, which was the blood pill Luo Hai had given him. He held it to his nose and smelled a strange odor, 5 parts medicinal fragrance, 3 parts blood, and 2 parts foul smell. It made him murmur in doubt. Luo Hai had mentioned that once qi was guided into the body, taking this pill could quickly advance one to the qi refining stage, first layer. Xun Yong did not doubt the efficacy of the pill, but from the smell, he felt that this pill was quite sinister. Furthermore, this pill was bestowed by void tempering, and he was already wary of him, so for a time, he dared not take it rashly. For now, he could only keep it a secret. After all, only 4 days had passed, and there was still plenty of time, so void tempering would not suspect him so soon. Xun Yong planned to see if he could cultivate his cultivation to the qi refining stage, first layer in the following days, which would eliminate the need to take the blood pill. He then put away the blood pill. He couldn't help but take out 2 medicinal herbs from his arms. These medicinal herbs were precisely what had been found on void tempering, perhaps he had forgotten them, as he hadn't asked about them at the time, which was how they fell into Xun Yong's hands. Xun Yong, perhaps out of curiosity, smelled the medicinal fragrance again, then held them before his eyes to examine them carefully. What were the effects of these 2 medicinal herbs? Perhaps they could even increase his cultivation speed. He planned to find an opportune moment later to ask Luo Hai, to see if he could get any information. After some contemplation, Xun Yong was about to put away the medicinal herbs. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration crossed his mind. The next second, with the thought, a 5-clawed dragon cauldron appeared. Xun Yong had just remembered that he had previously used food, insects, stones, and other items to test this cauldron, but he had never used medicinal herbs. Now was a good time to give it a try. Opening the lid, he saw some gold ingots lying inside. The gold ingots were found at his uncle's house, a total of 60 taels, which he had deliberately kept as a precaution. He was still in the mortal world, and who knew when they might be useful in the future. Taking out all the gold ingots, Xun Yong placed the 2 medicinal herbs into the cauldron, then closed the lid. However, shortly after the lid was closed, a green light suddenly erupted from the dragon cauldron, and it automatically returned to his sea of consciousness. Then, the cauldron glowed fiery red and spun continuously. This sudden change startled Xun Yong at first, but fortunately, he did not find that the cauldron would cause him harm. But then, Xun Yong was both worried and pleased that the 5-clawed dragon cauldron finally reacted. He was worried that he had lost his connection to the dragon cauldron. No matter how he tried, he could no longer summon the dragon cauldron. He also didn't know how long this would last. Time, at this moment, seemed to slow down abnormally. After about an hour, the fiery red color on the 5-clawed dragon cauldron finally faded. Xun Yong summoned it again, and this time, the dragon cauldron finally appeared. With nervousness and anticipation, he eagerly opened the lid and quickly looked inside. What was going on? It seemed empty inside. Xun Yong was startled, the 2 medicinal herbs had indeed vanished into thin air. Impossible, this was absolutely impossible. He was unwilling, after all the trouble, the dragon cauldron had finally reacted, yet it had swallowed his medicinal herbs. He then brought the dragon cauldron closer, carefully examining every inch inside, not intending to miss anything. After a while, he faintly felt a point at the bottom reflecting light. Then, he picked up the dragon cauldron and gently shook it, only to discover that there seemed to be 2 drops of liquid lying at the bottom. Xun Yong quickly brought a bowl and poured out the 2 drops of liquid. Drip, drop, the liquid landed steadily in the bowl, not scattering like water droplets. Different, too different. The liquid was milky white, yet it remained clear and transparent. Within it, Xun Yong faintly felt spiritual qi fluctuations. This was a feeling he only had after guiding qi into his body. This liquid, perhaps, contained a lot of spiritual qi. Why did 2 greenish medicinal herbs, under the action of the dragon cauldron, turn into milky white liquid completely unrelated to green? Xun Yong's thoughts raced, and he was somewhat indecisive. Since he couldn't determine if the 2 medicinal herbs were poisonous, he dared not take them rashly for now. It seems I need to find a living creature to test it. Right, behind the dais temple was a cliff, perfect for birds to nest, so there should be many birds. Xun Yong acted on his thought, quickly opened the back door, and saw a cliff with indeed many birds flying about. Because the cliff was 100 jong high and smooth, void tempering did not worry about anyone escaping from here, so he did not arrange for disciples to guard this place. He found a place where birds often rested, set up some traps, and mixed the meat and rice from his meal as bait. After doing all this, he waited for a large bird to take the bait. A whole day passed, and he finally caught a grey bird. Xun Yong chose to secretly bring the grey bird into the house at dusk. He had initially planned to use 1 drop of liquid to test it, but then he felt it would be a waste. After much thought, Xun Yong decided to dilute 1 drop of liquid with a bowl of water, although this would affect the efficacy, it was a method. After all, he only wanted to test if it was poisonous. If it wasn't poisonous, he could just dilute and take it later. Of course, to make the effect more obvious, he deliberately starved the grey bird for 1 night. The next day, after feeding the grey bird half a bowl, Xun Yong tied the grey bird to a stone. He then sat cross-legged, cultivating while waiting for the grey bird's medicine to take effect. Soon, the grey bird's originally listless expression suddenly became excited, and even its eyes sharpened a bit. Its originally dull feathers instantly gained some luster, and its 2 sharp claws began to struggle continuously, their strength growing greater and greater. This sudden change was as if it had eaten a large amount of tonic, giving the grey bird inexhaustible energy and strength. Not long after, there was a snap, and the rope tying the bird broke into several pieces under the grey bird's struggles. After breaking free, the grey bird flapped its large wings and flew wildly back and forth. But with the grey bird's strength, it was not enough to overcome the obstruction of the room, it could only fly wildly around the room. Seeing this, Xun Yong flashed a hint of surprise. The grey bird's reaction showed that this drop of liquid was very miraculous. However, the medicinal effect had not yet passed, and he could not jump to conclusions, he still needed to wait for some time. This wait lasted a day and a half. The grey bird was still flying around erratically, although its speed had slowed considerably, it showed no signs of stopping. This was a day and a half without rest, even a strong young man would probably be exhausted and collapse. Xun Yong was surprised, but also secretly pondered that after a full day and a half, this grey bird was still lively. If this liquid were truly poisonous, a bird would have been poisoned to death long ago. From this, it seemed it should not be poisonous. At this moment, Xun Yong's face finally showed joy. During this period, he had considered what would happen if a mortal without a spiritual root consumed an immortal pill. The conclusion he reached was that it would strengthen the body and prolong life. And as for that drop of liquid, he had felt a strong spiritual qi fluctuation, so it was not difficult to understand why it could make the grey bird energetic and its body stronger. In the past few days, Xun Yong had been meditating and cultivating diligently. However, he found that the surrounding spiritual qi was very thin, and no matter how hard he tried, it was useless. At this rate of cultivation, he wouldn't be able to break through to the qi refining stage, first layer for at least 2 months. To reach the qi refining stage, first layer in a short time, he could only rely on external aids. But if Xun Yong had to choose, he would absolutely not choose a blood pill. So, he could only place his hopes on that mysterious liquid. With that thought, Xun Yong picked up the bowl, gulped down the remaining half bowl of diluted water, then closed his eyes and waited for the medicinal effects to take hold. In just a moment, a mass of energy flowed through his meridians, spreading throughout his body, and a warm, comfortable sensation made him feel indescribably pleasant. When that mass of energy circulated throughout his body, it inexplicably surged into his danshan, the spiritual power, originally only the size of a thumb, slowly began to increase. Xun Yong dared not neglect it and began to circulate the blood refinement scripture cultivation technique, allowing the spiritual power to perform a heavenly circulation within his danshan. This entire process was incredibly smooth for him. Throughout, he only felt that the spiritual qi within his body was very gentle, and its purity was extremely high, making absorption effortless and unobstructed. An hour later, the spiritual power mass in his danshan, originally the size of a thumb, had already expanded by more than 2 times. Xun Yong stopped only after fully absorbing the spiritual qi. His eyes sparkled, and his face was filled with joy. He was certain that drop of liquid was definitely spirit liquid. And it was incredibly pure spirit liquid. Even when diluted with water, its efficacy would not change. Xun Yong guessed that the two medicinal herbs, after being refined by the five-clawed dragon cauldron, likely only had their internal spiritual power extracted. Because there were no herbal residues in the spirit liquid. He hadn't expected the five-clawed dragon cauldron to give him such a big surprise. With the help of the five-clawed dragon cauldron in the future, Xun Yong's confidence in the path of immortal ascension instantly increased greatly. At the same time, he also regarded the five-clawed dragon cauldron as his highest secret, absolutely not to be easily revealed in front of outsiders. Currently, 6 days had passed since void tempering imparted the cultivation technique. Fortunately, none of the 30 people outside had yet managed to guide qi into their bodies, which reduced his pressure considerably. Even so, he still felt that void tempering's gaze was becoming increasingly strange recently, seemingly harboring faint suspicion. If void tempering later discovered that he had deliberately concealed his success in guiding qi into his body to avoid consuming the blood pill, the trouble would likely be great. Xun Yong planned to use the remaining drop of spirit liquid to quickly break through to the qi refining stage, first layer in the coming days. However, before that, he had to release the news in advance, lest void tempering's suspicion deepen and he suddenly burst into his room to question him, discovering the existence of the spirit liquid, which would be disastrous. Xun Yong pondered for a moment, then quickly walked out of his house and headed towards Fifth Brother's place. After feigning inquiries about cultivation questions to Fifth Brother, and then displaying a look of sudden realization, he deliberately said, "Fifth Brother, I have already gained enlightenment. In the next few days, I will seclude myself for arduous cultivation. I believe that when I emerge again, I will definitely have reached the qi refining stage, first layer realm." "Oh, junior brother is so confident. Then senior brother congratulates you in advance. Fifth brother, I won't be able to attend master's lectures after this. Please convey my message." "Certainly, certainly." After greeting fifth brother, Xun Yong hurriedly returned to his room. He stayed indoors, not stepping out. 4 days passed in a flash. It was unclear if it was because Xun Yong had given a heads up, but his doorstep was extremely quiet, not even a single bug could be seen. All of this was likely arranged by void tempering, naturally fearing to disturb Xun Yong's diligent cultivation. Today, the long-closed main door slowly opened from the inside. Xun Yong walked out slowly, his face showing fatigue. On one side of the courtyard, void tempering was giving a lecture, his speech noticeably faster, likely because after 10 consecutive days, none of the 30 people had successfully guided qi into their bodies, which had greatly disappointed him. At this moment, when his peripheral vision caught sight of Xun Yong, he couldn't help but stand up, a hint of eagerness flashing in his eyes. "Master, I have successfully reached the qi refining stage, first layer." Xun Yong stepped forward and bowed to void tempering. The 30 people sitting cross-legged below looked over upon hearing this. Everyone had some impression of Xun Yong, as he had begun cultivation with them. And none of them had yet managed to guide qi into their bodies, so upon hearing that Xun Yong had already reached the qi refining stage, first layer, they began to discuss amongst themselves. "Silence, all of you." Upon hearing void tempering's reprimand, everyone instantly lowered their heads. The next moment, void tempering came before Xun Yong, grasped his wrist with one hand, and began to carefully sense. A moment later, void tempering's face showed joy, but very quickly, the joy on his face inexplicably stiffened, and he looked at Xun Yong suspiciously, saying, "You really consumed the blood pill." "Master, your disciple did indeed consume the blood pill, but that was 2 days ago. Is there something amiss?" Xun Yong's face was filled with tension, and he spoke in a low, stammering voice. His tension did not seem feigned, simply because when he cultivated the blood refinement scripture to the first layer, his blood and qi often surged within his body. Although the problem was not serious, he always felt that his body was lacking something. As for what exactly was missing, he couldn't explain it clearly, it was like feeling very joyful, yet within that joy, there was a hidden sense of emptiness. "Oh, 2 days ago, then no wonder." Void tempering pondered for a while, then looked at Xun Yong's tired expression, and when he couldn't sense any problems, he finally put away his suspicious look. Then he patted Xun Yong's shoulder and said, "It was my overthinking. You are very diligent and have not disappointed my expectations of you." Xun Yong was a bit bewildered by the answer, it seemed his thoughts and void temperings were not on the same wavelength. But what exactly was void tempering suspicious about, he couldn't help but ponder. Soon, he suddenly thought of the blood pill. Could it be that there would be some side effects after consuming the blood pill, and his body hadn't shown them yet? This possibility was high, it seemed he would have to be more cautious in the future. Then, Xun Yong deliberately showed a look of being overwhelmed by favor. This made void tempering very satisfied, and he then said, "Next, I will prepare a room for you in the Ascension Tower. From now on, you will cultivate with your senior brothers." Then, void tempering turned to the others and said. Chapter 8 Hidden Dangers of the Kung Fu. You all don't need to be discouraged. Xun Yong was able to reach qi refining stage, first layer so quickly because this master bestowed upon him an immortal pill. If any of you can also guide qi into your body, this master promises not only to take you as my disciple, but also to bestow an immortal pill, and allow you to enter the Ascension Tower for further study. Next, you all must cultivate even harder, taking Xun Yong as your example, and cherish this hard-won immortal ascension opportunity. Alright, today's Dao lecture ends here. After void tempering finished speaking, he gave a meaningful glance downwards, a look on his face that seemed to say, "You all know what to do." Then, he led Xun Yong towards the east. Once they were far away, the emotions of the crowd below were ignited. They had all heard of immortal pills, and such a temptation was impossible to resist. As if injected with chicken blood, they all quickly went to their houses, intending to cultivate desperately to obtain that coveted immortal pill and ascend to the Dao of immortal ascension as soon as possible. Xun Yong subtly glanced out of the corner of his eye, secretly sighing that void tempering's method of bewitching people was truly brilliant. Soon, he was led by void tempering to a quaint three-story building, on whose plaque was written Ascension Tower. What an Ascension Tower, truly profound in meaning. Then, void tempering pointed to one of the rooms and said, that will be your room from now on. Tomorrow, someone will lead you to the cultivation grounds. Do not neglect your cultivation then. Yes, master, Xun Yong respectfully bowed. Void tempering nodded and walked to the other side, where there was no house, but a vertically rising mountain face, with a faint cave visible about 10 meters up the mountain. Seeing void tempering leave, Xun Yong felt a slight relaxation in his heart, then walked into the Ascension Tower and headed to his room. Upon opening the door, he found the interior very simple, with only one table, 2 chairs, and a large bed. He casually closed the door and then carefully inspected the room. After finding nothing amiss, he thought for a moment, and the 5-clawed dragon cauldron appeared. Before, Xun Yong was worried that the blood pill on him would be detected by void tempering, so he put it inside the dragon cauldron. Unexpectedly, when he closed the lid of the cauldron, it reacted. This time, the waiting period was twice as long as the last. After a full 2 hours, the dragon cauldron returned to normal. Xun Yong opened the lid and found 3 drops of spirit liquid at the bottom. This made him ponder. He had originally thought that only medicinal herbs containing spiritual qi would cause the dragon cauldron to react. After this incident, he gradually realized that perhaps anything containing spiritual qi could react. Moreover, the more spiritual qi contained, the more spirit liquid would be refined. This discovery filled him with joy. If so, in the future, if void tempering bestowed more blood pills, he would not only not refuse but would hope for more. However, at present, Xun Yong knew he could not cultivate too quickly, as this would inevitably arouse void tempering's suspicion, and it would be troublesome if he investigated further. The next day, early morning. As the sun rose, Xun Yong, led by 6th brother Luo Hai, arrived at a 50-square-meter platform behind the Ascension Tower. This platform faced east, so the first rays of morning sunlight could illuminate the entire platform. At this time, besides Xun Yong, 5th brother, 6th brother, and 7th brother were cultivating on the platform. During this period, Luo Hai had already handed over the subsequent 2nd to 5th layer cultivation technique of the blood refinement scripture, which void tempering had prepared, to Xun Yong. Since void tempering had been busy with his Dao lectures and unable to come and explain the remaining cultivation technique insights, Xun Yong could only rely on his own comprehension for now. 5th brother and 6th brother had only entered the sect less than 8 months ago, and their cultivation was only at Qi refining stage 2nd layer. 7th brother had entered 3 months ago, and his cultivation was at the peak of Qi refining stage, 1st layer. These 3, of course, had no cultivation insights to share. During this time, Xun Yong's relationship with his senior brothers became increasingly familiar. He also inquired about the whereabouts of 1st brother, 3rd brother, and 4th brother, as he had never seen these 3 senior brothers since he entered the sect. After an explanation, he learned that 1st brother had high innate talent and, half a month ago, broke through to refining Qi stage 4, and was then sent to the Blood Yin sect to become a formal disciple. As for 3rd brother and 4th brother, because they cultivated extremely diligently, void tempering had sent them to the secret temple for secluded cultivation a month ago. The location of that secret temple was 10 meters up the vertical mountain face, which was void tempering's immortal cave for secluded cultivation. It was also the forbidden land of the Daoist temple, and no one was allowed to approach it. When the senior brothers spoke of the secret temple, their eyes were full of yearning. It seemed there was something in this secret temple that they greatly anticipated. Even Xun Yong couldn't help but pay attention. In a flash, about 20 more days passed. At this moment in the courtyard, a boy named Han Cheng had actually successfully guided Qi into his body and was reporting this good news to void tempering. Void tempering, who had originally held little hope, immediately had his eyes light up, and with an excited expression, he grabbed Han Cheng's wrist, praising him repeatedly. He even accepted Han Cheng as his 9th disciple in front of everyone, bestowed a blood pill to help him advance his cultivation, and arranged for Han Cheng to stay in the Ascension Tower. Perhaps it was Han Cheng's successful Qi guidance that made void tempering lecture on the Dao for several days in a row, an unprecedented occurrence. It wasn't until 7 days later, seeing that no one else could guide Qi into their bodies, that void tempering completely ended his lectures. When Xun Yong passed by the courtyard as the lectures ended, he faintly heard void tempering arrange for each person to be given 5 taels of silver and sent home. He was quite surprised, wondering if void tempering was really that easy to talk to. But the next day, indeed, he saw no one, and only then did he put aside his suspicions. Perhaps they really went home. This matter came to an end, and the next day, early morning, void tempering gathered all his disciples and lectured on the platform. Perhaps because he had taken on a new disciple, this lecture was as meticulous and detailed as before. The lecture only ended when the sun was high in the sky. Afterward, void tempering motioned for Xun Yong and Han Cheng to stay, and dismissed the other senior brothers. Once everyone had left, void tempering spoke coldly, "Since you two have already embarked on the path of immortals, there are some things you must know. This is to prevent you from having doubts and becoming lax in your future cultivation. Alright, let's get to the point. I presume you might think that in such an environment with thin spiritual qi, being able to break through to qi refining stage, first layer in a short time is mostly due to that blood pill. Actually, no, all of this benefits from the cultivation technique blood refinement scripture that I, your master, imparted. Let me tell you, this cultivation technique is a demonic technique. Once you cultivate it, there is no turning back. This demonic technique is much more overbearing than you can imagine. Not only is its magic power vast and explosive, but it can also increase vital essence and speed up cultivation. However, there's no free lunch in this world. This cultivation technique will constantly cause your qi and blood to churn. If your cultivation remains stagnant, it will incinerate your vitality. Of course, over time, your meridians will be damaged until all your meridians burst and you die. Chapter 9 Pay the Price. Upon hearing this, Xun Yong, though prepared, was still greatly shaken to learn of cultivating such a demonic technique, and inwardly cursed void tempering for his treachery. Han Cheng, being inexperienced, had already turned pale, his expression first dazed, then quickly tearful. Master, I don't want to die yet, with you. Seeing this, Xun Yong also quickly chimed in with a sobbing voice, Master, neither do I. Void tempering stroked his beard and chuckled sinisterly, I naturally won't stand idly by. You all can rest assured, I have long prepared for this. If you all can cultivate diligently from now on, I will bestow upon you a blood pill every month and a half. This blood pill can not only increase your cultivation, but also weaken the surging of your blood qi, which will be of great benefit to you all. Of course, merely relying on the blood pill is not enough to stabilize your blood qi. I will bestow upon you a qi strengthening pill every month to temporarily suppress the impact of blood qi on your meridians. Upon hearing this, Han Cheng stopped his tears and hastily kowtowed, Thank you, Master, thank you, Master. Seeing this, Xun Yong quickly followed suit. Void tempering coldly snorted, You all must understand, if it weren't for my help, how could you have the chance to step onto the path to immortal ascension? Cultivating immortality is inherently like sailing against the current. Without this blood refinement scripture cultivation technique, you might not even be able to break through to qi refining stage 3 in your lifetime. I not only provide medicinal pills, but also pour my heart nature into teaching the Dao. All of this is to help you ascend to the great Dao as soon as possible and bring glory to our temple. If I find that you neglect your cultivation later, I will not let you off lightly. Of course, if you can break through to refining qi stage 4, I will seek out the immortal sect Blood Yin sect to accept you as disciples. By then, entering the immortal sect to completely resolve the hidden dangers of the cultivation technique will no longer be an issue. After hearing this explanation, Han Cheng, being pure of heart nature, immediately felt immense gratitude towards void tempering, promising to work even harder in his cultivation and strive to break through as soon as possible. Xun Yong feigned burying his head and imitated Han Cheng in kowtowing, but he did not offer any compliments to void tempering. He couldn't bring himself to mimic Han Cheng's naive behavior this time. Void tempering watched the two kneeling on the ground, looking grateful, and with a smile, stroked his beard. Then, he took out 2 black medicinal pills from his waist and pointed to them, saying, These are 2 qi strengthening pills. Come, quickly take them to stabilize the surging blood qi within your bodies. The 2 each took a medicinal pill. Han Cheng did not hesitate, directly tilting his head back and swallowing the medicinal pill. Void tempering nodded slightly, then fixed his gaze on Xun Yong, his eyes very cold. Seeing this, Xun Yong dared not delay and swallowed the black medicinal pill in one gulp. Only then did void tempering show satisfaction. After a moment, he stood up, waved his sleeve, left a remark of cultivate well, and then slowly departed. Subsequently, Han Cheng left in a hurry, filled with urgency. Xun Yong remained seated in place for a long time, not moving. Void tempering's words actually held deeper meaning. Firstly, to use the cultivation technique's flaw to warn him not to neglect his cultivation. Secondly, to admonish him that his life could be lost at any time, and only by obtaining the antidote could he survive. If his guess was correct, that black medicinal pill was both an antidote and a poison. Although the blood qi in his body was suppressed, he also found that this suppression would only make the next surge of blood qi more intense. Once the qi strengthening pill was gone, the consequences were unimaginable. Just based on this point, Xun Yong had to abandon the idea of escaping. His heart was filled with frustration at this moment, but he was helpless. However, this was not necessarily a bad thing. At least in the future, void tempering should not interfere with him too much. If Xun Yong continued to cultivate diligently and gave void tempering no cause for complaint, he might even have a chance to leave the Daoist temple. With the help of the 5-clawed dragon cauldron in his hand, he was not without options now. Next, Xun Yong pondered for a long time before standing up and returning to his residence. 4 days passed in a blink of an eye. That day, after finishing his meditation and breathing exercises on the platform, he was about to return to his residence to cultivate diligently, but Luo Hai called out to him, and Han Cheng was also with him. Master has given instructions. After today's Dao lecture, he has assigned a task to you. Follow me. After speaking, Luo Hai led the way forward, heading towards a relatively secluded wing room in the southwest of the Daoist temple. This wing room was surrounded by weeds and its door had always been tightly shut. Xun Yong had noticed it before and always thought it was an abandoned room. This time, seeing Luo Hai arrive at the door, he couldn't help but feel curious. Senior brother Luo, what are we doing here? Hearing the question, Luo Hai said with a half smile, Junior brothers, the task master assigned is in this room. The task is simple, but it requires you two junior brothers to do it yourselves. Xun Yong looked surprised. What task? Senior brother Luo, why don't you tell us directly? Hehe, junior brothers, you might as well prepare yourselves mentally first. I will explain the task once we go inside. Luo Hai deliberately acted profound, building suspense first. Upon hearing this, Xun Yong immediately felt a bad premonition, a feeling that inexplicably made him uncomfortable. Luo Hai saw that both of them were silent, and after waiting for a moment, he said, Junior brothers, I suppose you are ready. Then, let's go in. With that, Luo Hai took a step forward and opened the door. The moment the door opened, a wave of bloody stench, as if finding an outlet, directly assailed them. Xun Yong and the other man were first startled by the smell of blood, but they were quickly shocked by the scene inside the room. The ground was a bloody red, and there were corpses everywhere, each with a distorted face, having died extremely tragically. Xun Yong recognized these people, they were the 29 young individuals. He had thought at the time that given Void Tempering's hard nature, how could he easily let these people go? This outcome was not surprising. However, seeing such a horrific scene with his own eyes, Xun Yong's stomach still churned uncontrollably, and his face immediately flushed red as he struggled to keep himself from vomiting. As for Han Cheng, seeing the acquaintances he had interacted with just a few days ago tragically turned into corpses, his face had already turned green and purple, and with a wah sound, he vomited even his overnight meal. After all, this is the first time you junior brothers have seen such a scene, so it's perfectly normal to be a bit unaccustomed. Senior brother Luo, what exactly is this? Luo Hai replied with another cold laugh, hehe, these people who foolishly wish to step onto the path to immortal ascension should pay the price. Since they learned immortal techniques, how could they retreat unscathed? There's no such good thing in the world. These words, like frost, caused the surrounding temperature to plummet. However, Luo Hai quickly changed his expression and said, Junior brothers, there's no need to be overly sorrowful. Since we have embarked on the path to immortal ascension, we are already above mortals. If we someday achieve immortal ascension through the Dao, our lifespan will lengthen, and worldly affections will only become a burden. To strengthen one's Dao heart, one should sever ties with the mortal world. Chapter 10, Making Elixirs Out of Corpses. Luo Hai finished speaking, looked deeply at Xun Yong and the other disciple, and then said, perhaps the two junior brothers will find this cruel, but everything Master has done has its reasons. If these people were truly released, then the immortal spell would inevitably spread, which would cause unforeseen disaster. Master said that to achieve immortal ascension, one must never be soft-hearted. Listening to Luo Hai's cold words, Xun Yong was speechless. It seemed Luo Hai had been completely lost by the Daoist words instilled by Void Tempering. What immortal spell spreading? It was nothing more than a pretense. That immortal spell only had the first layer of the spell, what could happen if it spread? There must be some hidden truth. As for achieving immortal ascension, how could it be that easy? For someone who had just stepped into cultivation, to presumptuously attempt to comprehend the great Dao of immortal ascension, wasn't that a huge joke? And Luo Hai was only 13 years old, his mind was not yet mature, so it was not strange for him to be lost by such grand Daoist principles. Meanwhile, Han Cheng, listening from the side, pondered for a moment and suddenly felt it made some sense. Having already glimpsed the immortal Dao, he couldn't help but believe he was no longer immortal. Thinking this, what did the lives of mere mortals have to do with him? Xun Yong watched these two being deceived and knew that saying more would be useless. He would not offer any pointers, for now, he could only protect himself first. After a while, he spoke, Senior brother Luo's words have enlightened me greatly and I have benefited immensely. By the way, may I ask, Senior brother, what is the task Master has arranged? Luo Hai heard this, composed himself, and pointed to a spot inside the room. Xun Yong looked over and discovered two men and two women, tightly bound, all still with life chi, but their eyes were dull, having been overly frightened into idiocy. The task is very simple. These four people are for you two to deal with. This was personally instructed by Master. Doing this will allow you to sever ties with the mortal world and focus solely on the Dao in the future. Luo Hai took out two daggers and handed them to Xun Yong and the other disciple. Xun Yong took the dagger and gasped. This was his first time killing someone, and there was no personal grudge, so he inevitably felt a knot in his heart. Senior brother, can doing this truly sever ties with the mortal world? Hehe, of course. Ever since I did this, my feelings for the mortal world have indeed faded quite a bit. And perhaps you don't know, but the second senior brother personally slaughtered his closest relatives. Since then, his cultivation has advanced by leaps and bounds, and he has now reached Qi refining stage 3. Luo Hai chuckled, his face showing no ripple of emotion about the matter, as if he had truly become cold-hearted and unfeeling. Just as Xun Yong was undecided, Han Cheng seemed to be influenced by these words. A fierce glint flashed in his eyes, and he walked over with the dagger. After only a moment of hesitation, he raised his hand and brought the blade down, slitting the throats of two people. But once it was over, Han Cheng slumped to the ground, panting heavily, fear flashing in his eyes, but his expression seemed to have grown colder. Xun Yong couldn't help but swallow, and with a hesitant expression, he still took 3 steps at a time to go forward and complete the deed. How hateful! Void Tempering's move was truly a killing of the heart, completely binding him to the same boat. Thinking that such things would surely happen often in the future, Xun Yong still couldn't help but ask, may I ask, Senior brother, how will Master dispose of these bodies? Do we need to help? Well, I'm not very clear on that. In the past, Master always came to this room alone to handle it, and no one else was allowed near. But I only know that after it's done, this room will be cleaned very thoroughly, not even a trace of blood will remain. This junior brother was presumptuous. Since Master handles it alone, and the task is now complete, can we leave? Of course, you can leave. Then this junior brother will go cultivate. Farewell. After Xun Yong spoke, he turned and left alone. His heart was in turmoil at the moment, and he needed to calm down properly. Before long, Xun Yong returned to his room, sat down on the bed, and quickly calmed his mind, then he revealed a pensive expression. Before leaving, his questions to Luo Hai were actually to verify something that made him feel extremely chilling. When he learned that void tempering would handle the bodies alone, and could do so without leaving the room, Xun Yong vaguely guessed that void tempering's true purpose was the bodies. As for fearing the cultivation technique spreading, that was pure nonsense. Could it be that he was using these bodies to cultivate a demonic technique? Or perhaps, to refine medicinal pills? Xun Yong thought of that blood pill, which not only had a bloody smell but also a foul odor, enough to indicate the evil nature of the pill. Given void tempering's ruthlessness, both were possible. Since he could use mortals for cultivation or alchemy, it was possible he would target them, his cultivation disciples. At present, void tempering seemed to be diligently teaching, but behind his back, there might be some unspeakable secret. It was just that their cultivation was not high enough yet, so it wasn't time for him to make a move. Thinking of this, Xun Yong couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. No, I must quickly increase my cultivation. Only then will I have the power to protect myself. Although he knew that the faster his cultivation improved, the more likely he would suffer a cruel fate, would he be safe if his cultivation did not improve at all? The only thing he could do now was to quickly improve his cultivation in a short period of time, perhaps then there would be a glimmer of hope. Next, Xun Yong dared not be negligent. He sat cross-legged on the bed and quickly calmed his mind, entering cultivation. In a flash, a month and a half passed quickly. During this period, other than going to the platform to listen to void tempering preach in the mornings, Xun Yong spent all his time in his room, cultivating diligently day and night. Void tempering perhaps saw Xun Yong's performance, occasionally coming to check his cultivation and also improving his meals. But today, when void tempering checked Xun Yong's cultivation as usual, he was surprised to discover that Xun Yong had already reached Qi refining stage second layer. He remembered that during this period, he had only bestowed one blood pill. One could only say that this child had extraordinary talent, exceeding expectations. Immediately, void tempering was overjoyed, praising him repeatedly, and a hint of greed flashed in his eyes as he looked at Xun Yong. Xun Yong, your diligent cultivation, your master has seen it all. Tell me, what reward do you want? Void tempering knew that to keep the other party in such a cultivation state, he had to encourage him even more, so that he would work harder. Disciple knows that being able to enter the immortal Dao is all thanks to master. Now, disciple has no other requests, only to diligently cultivate, so that one day, disciple can repay master's great kindness. Hehe, I am very pleased that you think this way. However, I will naturally not withhold the rewards you deserve. Medicinal pills, spells, I still have some in my possession. Tell me what you want. Xun Yong heard this and knew that refusing again would arouse void tempering's suspicion. But he dared not ask for spells, as they were death warrants. As for medicinal pills, he could ask for one or two. Master, disciple still wishes for my cultivation to advance further. If master insists on giving a reward, please reward disciple with some blood pills. Then I will reward you with 2 blood pills. These pills should not be taken too often, otherwise, it can easily lead to an imbalance of qi and blood. Each dose needs to be spaced 10 days apart. After void tempering finished instructing, he took out 2 blood pills from his waist and threw them to Xun Yong. Xun Yong took the medicinal pills and bowed respectfully, but then he spoke, Master, disciple has recently often felt my qi turbulent, perhaps related to cultivating too quickly. Please approve, Master, disciple would like to go out for a walk and clear my mind. Oh, let Master see. Void tempering quickly grabbed Xun Yong's wrist and carefully examined him. After a while, he indeed found his qi somewhat turbulent, and after pondering for a moment, he said, going out to clear your mind is fine, but don't take too long. You should know what problems will arise if you don't cultivate for a long time. Master, rest assured, at most 7 days. Once I adjust, disciple will resume diligent cultivation. Go. Void tempering nodded and waved his hand in a gesture. Xun Yong turned around and slowly left. Only after he had walked far away did a look of joy slowly appear on his face. But as soon as he thought that his life was in the other party's hands, the joy on his face disappeared without a trace. It seemed that only by truly breaking free from void tempering's control and resolving the hidden dangers of his cultivation technique could he truly feel at ease. Without delay, he planned to go to the town to see if he could buy some spiritual plants containing spiritual power to refine into spirit liquid using the 5-clawed dragon cauldron. As long as he had enough spirit liquid, rapid improvement in his cultivation would no longer be difficult in the future. But before that, he specifically went to find 6th brother and asked for a set of clothes from him, making him look much more presentable. After greeting 2nd senior brother at the entrance, Xun Yong left the Daoist temple and headed towards Dingfeng town down the mountain. An hour later, Xun Yong arrived in the streets of Dingfeng town, looking at the bustling crowds and the scenes of hawkers calling out along the street, which made him feel a rare sense of relaxation. However, he did not forget the purpose of his trip. He walked along the street, looking and searching carefully for a pharmacy. After all, what he needed were spiritual plants, and only pharmacies would sell them. Afterward, through continuous inquiries, he finally gained some understanding of the several pharmacies in the town. The largest pharmacy in the town was called Tianji Pharmacy, and it was said to have stock of all kinds of precious spirit medicine. Xun Yong had limited time this trip and did not want to delay too much. He figured if he couldn't find it at Tianji Pharmacy, other pharmacies wouldn't have it either. Moreover, the town mostly used copper coins and silver as common currency, and the 60 taels of gold in his hand still needed to be exchanged at a money changer. Given his current age, the money changer would definitely not skip a thorough questioning. However, Tianji Pharmacy, he heard, was one of the few shops that accepted gold for transactions, which saved a lot of trouble. After a search, at noon, Xun Yong arrived in front of Tianji Pharmacy. The weather was hot, and there was no one inside the shop, so he quickly walked in. A thin man was sitting inside. From the corner of his eye, he saw that the newcomer was a boy of 11 or 12, and without lifting his eyelids, he leisurely said, "Boy, are you here to get medicine? Hand over the prescription for me to see." Upon hearing this, Xun Yong knew he was being underestimated by the shopkeeper, who mistook him for a young apprentice getting medicine. This was understandable, as he was barely 12 years old, and in others' eyes, he was just a snot-nosed kid. If he couldn't change the shopkeeper's perception, not only would he be unable to buy spirit medicine, but he might also be swept out the door. However, Xun Yong was already prepared for this. "Humph, young master, I am not here to get medicine. You'd better look carefully." Xun Yong's voice carried arrogance, and his demeanor displayed the cold nobility of a wealthy family. Upon hearing this, the shopkeeper thought he had offended a young master and stood up with a start, but after scrutinizing Xun Yong for a while, a look of doubt flashed in his eyes. Nevertheless, the shopkeeper put on a fake smile and said, "May I ask, young master, what kind of spirit medicine do you need? This shop, if I may say so myself, has a very complete selection." "Oh, that's perfect. Young master, my mansion just happens to be short on some precious spirit medicine. So, bring out the best spirit medicine your shop has for me to see." This. What, can't this young master afford the silver?" Xun Yong deliberately lifted his sleeve, revealing a flash of yellow light inside. The sharp-eyed shopkeeper quickly knew what the yellow light was and immediately beamed with joy, having long forgotten Xun Yong's age. He had seen many like Xun Yong, who came in asking for precious spirit medicine, throughout the year. They were usually dignitaries who prepared some at their mansions for emergencies. How could he let such a business opportunity slip away? "Young master, please wait. I'll go and fetch the precious spirit medicine of this shop right away." Soon, the shopkeeper placed 7 or 8 boxes on the counter and carefully opened them one by one. A very faint medicinal fragrance wafted out from each box. Xun Yong looked at them, and his brows instantly furrowed. The spirit medicine in the boxes was indeed precious, including a palm-sized wild ginseng. However, he could not sense any spiritual power fluctuations on the spirit medicine, which was vastly different from the spiritual plants he had obtained from void tempering before. "Is this what you call precious spirit medicine? Humph, it's truly ordinary. Shopkeeper, are you trying to fool me with these? Aren't you afraid of ruining your reputation?" The shopkeeper's face turned ugly upon hearing this. This young boy was not old, but he seemed very knowledgeable. Although these few types of spirit medicine were precious, they were not very difficult to obtain with money. The shopkeeper pondered for a moment, as if he had thought of something. 10 days ago, he had received some spiritual plants, and he hadn't figured out what kind of spiritual plants they were, only that their medicinal fragrance was very strong. Why not take them out and try? He figured this boy wouldn't recognize them either. As long as he liked them, he could charge a hefty price. "Young master, please calm your anger. Our shop still has an even more precious spiritual plant. I will go and fetch it now." A moment later, the shopkeeper came out with an exquisite box, then slowly opened it. A completely emerald green spiritual plant lay quietly in the box, and a rich, fresh medicinal fragrance assailed his nostrils. Xun Yong's eyes gleamed. He immediately sensed the spiritual power fluctuations on the spiritual plant, and his heart rejoiced. But very quickly, he found this spiritual plant very familiar, identical to the measuring spirit grass that void tempering had forcefully fed him that day. After looking for a while, he was sure that this was a measuring spirit grass. Although he didn't know how the shopkeeper got it, Xun Yong was determined to acquire this plant. "This spiritual plant is very special, young master, I have never seen it before. How much does the shopkeeper plan to sell it for?" 20 taels of silver, and young master can take it." In Dingfeng town at that time, 1 tael of silver was enough for a family of 3 to live for 2 months. 20 taels of silver for one spiritual plant was indeed expensive. Xun Yong hesitated for a moment and said, "How many more of these spiritual plants does your shop have?" 10 plants. "Very good. Young master, I don't want to waste any more words. I'll take all 10 plants. The price is 15 taels of silver per plant. Tell me if it's a deal or not." "Deal. I'll go and fetch them right away." The shopkeeper beamed with joy and quickly went to fetch them, looking as if he was afraid Xun Yong would change his mind. In just a moment, a large box was placed in front of Xun Yong, and inside lay 10 measuring spirit grass plants. Xun Yong did not hesitate, took out 15 taels of gold, and handed them to the shopkeeper. The gold to silver ratio was 1:10. The shopkeeper took the gold, and after confirming it was correct, he became even more enthusiastic towards Xun Yong. Next, Xun Yong inquired if such spiritual plants would be in stock again in the future, and the answer he received was that they would be available in 2 days. He then left 5 taels of gold as a deposit, asking them to prepare it in advance, and said he would return in 2 days before leaving. The next day, at the Tianji pharmacy shop, 3 burly men appeared, one of whom exclaimed in surprise, "You mean the one who bought the spiritual plants was a young man less than 12 years old?" "That's right. He bought all 10 spiritual plants in one go and pre-ordered some more. Pharmacist Wang, you might as well prepare more. If it's a child, Manager Fu also believes him. If he breaks his promise and doesn't come, wouldn't all these spiritual plants be stuck in our hands?" That person left 5 taels of gold as a deposit. At this point, Manager Fu realized his mistake and quickly shut his mouth. "Ah, manager, there's no need for that. My brothers and I won't steal your business. I wonder if the deposit you mentioned is true. If it is, we'll go prepare more spiritual plants right away." "Of course it's true. That person will come to pick up the spiritual plants in 2 days. Then we can rest assured. Oh, by the way, may I ask Manager Fu, since this person can trade with gold, is he a young master from a certain influential family in the town? I know most of the young masters from influential families in the town, but none of them are this person. This person might be an outsider who is just temporarily residing in the town." After listening, a cold glint flashed in Wang Hu's eyes. He chatted with Manager Fu for a while longer, then found an excuse and left with the other 2. In the early morning, as the morning sun rose, inside a single room of a certain inn in the town, Xun Yong slowly finished cultivating. Ever since he reached the qi refining stage 2nd layer, he felt that his essence, qi and spirit had clearly become more vigorous, and his vision, hearing and smell had also become much more sensitive. 50 meters away, a mosquito flew by, and he could even clearly perceive its flight path. Even his physical strength had greatly increased. He could jump 2 meters high in one leap and had an inexhaustible supply of strength. A 200-pound boulder in front of him, he now had the confidence to easily lift it. This physical change made him feel incredibly comfortable. After a while, Xun Yong stood up. Today was the day to pick up the spiritual plants from Tianji pharmacy, and he didn't want to delay. Then, he quickly walked out of the inn and headed towards the pharmacy. After some detours, he arrived at the pharmacy again. The shop manager didn't hesitate and directly took out the 15 prepared spiritual plants. Money for goods, goods for money, the transaction was completed. Xun Yong paid another 5 taels deposit and then hurried out of the shop. However, at a street corner, 3 pairs of eyes were staring intently at the pharmacy. Seeing Xun Yong leave, they immediately followed him. Xun Yong didn't plan to return to the hotel. Instead, he walked aimlessly on the street, looking around. He occasionally stopped at street stalls to look at small items and paused to watch street acrobatics. Thus, most of the day quickly passed. Perhaps tired from playing, Xun Yong headed towards the end of the street. An incense stick later, he arrived at a corner in the suburbs. At this moment, 3 figures suddenly jumped out, blocking his path. 3 gleaming daggers were very dazzling. "This road is mine. If you want to pass, leave your toll money." One of them stepped forward and spoke fiercely. Xun Yong was startled, his face full of fear. He quickly covered his waist with his hands and involuntarily retreated. 3 big brothers, I won't pass this way. I'll leave now." "Humph, you think you can come and go as you please? It's not that easy. Hand over your valuables quickly, otherwise." 2 of them charged forward, forming a triangular formation to surround Xun Yong. They even brandished their daggers, their threatening intent clearly revealed. Seeing this, Xun Yong's eyes welled up with tears. "3 heroes, I'll give you all my things. Please don't kill me." After saying that, he took out a box from his waist, quickly opened it, and placed it on the ground. "Humph, we have plenty of these spiritual plants. Kid, quickly put all the gold on you into the box honestly. Maybe we can spare your life." I don't have any gold." "No gold." Xun Yong couldn't help but cover his sleeves with both hands, his expression tense, and he spoke tremblingly. He, it seems you don't want to hand it over." Seeing this, the 3 of them let out a sinister laugh. One of them even showed killing intent and swung his dagger fiercely. However, just as he thought Xun Yong would die under the blade, an anomaly occurred. He suddenly felt a pain in his wrist, and the dagger mysteriously disappeared. When he saw the dagger again, he only felt an itch in his throat, his head rolled to the ground, and then his eyes went black, and he immediately lost his life chi. The other person, hearing the sound of someone falling, instinctively startled. "Hamazi, how could you?" Before he could finish speaking, he found that his mouth could move, but he couldn't make a sound. Then his expression stiffened, and he crashed to the ground. Seeing his 2 companions die instantly, the last person trembled all over, his legs went weak, and he collapsed to the ground. "Young master, spare my life. I was blind and didn't recognize Mount Tai. Please, young master, spare my life." At this moment, Xun Yong's face was full of bloodlust, blood was dripping from the dagger, and his body exuded killing intent. From the moment he left the pharmacy, he noticed the 3 strange-looking men. The reason he wandered around the city was, firstly, to confirm whether they were targeting him, and secondly, to test their strength. After learning that they were just ordinary petty thieves, he deliberately led them to the suburbs and put on this act. When the 3 of them relaxed their guard, he suddenly attacked and killed 2 of them. As for sparing one person's life, it was naturally intentional. "What's your name?" Wang Hu. Tell me, who instructed you to follow me? No one instructed me. It's mainly because you, young master, were too ostentatious. I discovered that you traded with gold, which made me greedy, so I planned to rob some gold to spend. Oh, so it's my fault, young master, then. Wang Hu was immediately startled. Just now, due to his nervousness, he accidentally spoke the truth. He quickly slapped himself in the face. Alright, let me ask you, how did you know I had gold? Also, you said you have a lot of these spiritual plants. Is that true? The matter of the gold was accidentally told to me by the manager of TNG Pharmacy. As for those spiritual plants, they were originally sold to the pharmacy by the three of us. After listening, a sharp glint flashed in Xun Yong's eyes, and he said, Oh, so you still have a lot of these spiritual plants in your possession? I do have quite a few here. Very good. Take me to get them and tell me everything you know. If you can satisfy me, it's not impossible to spare your life. Thank you, young master. Wang Hu scrambled to lead the way. After a while, they arrived at a desolate mountain peak. This place looked like a good spot for murder and disposing of bodies. There were no spiritual plants at all. What did Wang Hu intend by bringing him here? Just as killing intent rose in Xun Yong's heart, Wang Hu walked to a patch of weeds, cleared them away, and a cave entrance appeared. With curiosity, Xun Yong entered the cave and found an obscure medicinal field on one side, covered with measuring spirit grass. There were more than 30 measuring spirit grass plants. Not bad, the quantity is quite a lot. Tell me, how did you discover this cave? Xun Yong could tell at a glance that this cave was definitely not naturally formed, but the cuts were too smooth, showing some traces of immortal arts. Wang Hu knew he could no longer conceal it, and for the sake of his life, he still recounted the entire story. It turned out that Wang Hu and his two companions came from the territory of Fenglong Town, several hundred miles from Dingfeng Town, and were a group of mountain bandits from Daifeng Mountain. Due to a traitor revealing their stronghold's location, they were subjected to a large-scale government suppression, and the three of them escaped amidst the chaos. 10 days ago, they fled to Dingfeng Town, and since all three were unregistered, they had no choice but to settle in the desolate mountains. It was then that they accidentally discovered this cave and obtained those medicinal herbs. Due to their financial difficulties, they sold the spiritual plants to TNG Pharmacy, which solved their problems of food and clothing. However, unfortunately, they gradually discovered many familiar faces in the town, and staying there for long would be extremely unwise, so they urgently needed a large sum of silver to escape south. Therefore, they harbored thoughts of robbery. For 10 days, they had been searching for a target, but they found that young masters from wealthy families never went out alone, always accompanied by 3 or 5 people, making it impossible to act. Just as they were at a loss, they heard that a child had come to the pharmacy alone with gold to trade and was also a foreigner, so they conceived the idea of stealing his wealth. Xun Yong was speechless after hearing this, so he had become their target in this way. It seemed he would have to be more low-key in the future. Young master, I have told you everything you wanted to know, can I leave now? Wang Hu wore an eager expression at this moment. The other party had promised him that as long as he revealed everything, he would be given a way out. Xun Yong's lips curved into an evil smile. Didn't I say I would only let you go if I was satisfied? Now I can tell you, I'm very displeased. The next moment, a cold flash appeared, bringing forth a large splash of fresh blood. You, shameless! Wang Hu clutched his neck, struggling to utter his last 2 words. Xun Yong snorted coldly. He was not someone with a soft heart. This person had intended to kill and rob from the beginning, so how could he let him go? After throwing Wang Hu's body down the mountain, he entered the cave to gather measuring spirit grass. He gathered a total of 38 stalks, plus the 15 stalks he already had. Due to the large quantity, they definitely wouldn't fit in one box. Xun Yong planned to refine them into spirit liquid right inside this mountain cave using the 5-clawed dragon cauldron, which would save a lot of trouble. Time passed, and darkness fell. At this moment, all the medicinal herbs were finally refined. However, because the spiritual power of these herbs varied and they were far inferior to the herbs he obtained from void tempering, Xun Yong only obtained 30 drops of spirit liquid in total, combined with what he had previously obtained and the 6 drops refined from the 2 blood pills bestowed by void tempering. He now had 43 drops of spirit liquid. This would certainly be enough for his future cultivation. At present, the moon was bright and the stars were sparse. And this mountain cave should be the dwelling of a cultivator. Perhaps the owner was merely out on business, leaving the cave unoccupied. If he were to suddenly return and discover that the medicinal herbs in his garden had been picked, he would undoubtedly fly into a rage. No, Xun Yong dared not spend the night here. He quickly exited the cave, looked at the surrounding desolate mountains and wild grass, found his bearings, and then hurried away. But as he walked into a desolate forest, a chilling scream suddenly echoed not far ahead. Upon hearing the sound, Xun Yong hastily stopped. He felt the despair and unwillingness in the sound, which was very tragic. Moreover, the sound was intermittent. Could it be that someone had encountered a wild beast and was being continuously torn apart? Xun Yong decided to go and see. Of course, he had no such good intention to save anyone. It was just that if there truly was a large beast in such a vast desolate forest, he could be more on guard. Then, he tiptoed forward, approaching the source of the scream, until he was very close. Then he hid himself in a thicket. His eyesight had already improved, and with the bright moonlight, he could see clearly up to 500 meters away. After finding a good position, Xun Yong looked up and carefully observed the front. Suddenly, a look of astonishment flashed across his face. about 300 meters ahead, a deep pit had been dug. At this moment, half of a person's body was exposed in the pit, covered in venomous snakes, their face covered in blood, distorted and hideous, screaming and wailing. And outside the pit, stood a young man in white, his face filled with bloodlust and malice, listening to the wails from the pit. This person even showed a strange, cold smile. This young man in white was none other than his familiar second senior brother Wang Ping, who was usually gentle and amiable. Indeed, one cannot judge a book by its cover, nor measure the sea with a dipper. Xun Yong had certainly gained some insight, which disciple taught by void tempering was a good sort. To be so ruthless as to torture people for pleasure. A chill ran down his spine, and he couldn't help but shrink back. He didn't want to be discovered by Wang Ping, as that would only bring unprovoked calamity. Ahead, Wang Ping seemed to have tortured enough. With a gesture, a dozen venomous snakes disappeared into his waist pouch. Why is this necessary? If you tell me the blood essence technique, you can not only avoid this suffering but also benefit your revenge. Despicable villain, you wish to obtain the blood essence technique? Even if I die, I will not let you, a villain, benefit. Humph, still daring to talk tough? Let's see how long you can keep it up. After speaking, Wang Ping's fierce expression flashed, then he patted his waist, and an 8-legged black spider appeared in his palm. He, this is a ghost-faced poisonous spider, you must have seen it before, right? The person in the pit, seeing this poisonous spider, his expression changed drastically. Wang Ping, may you die a horrible death, I curse you to die a horrible death. Ha, how ridiculous. At this moment, the black spider was seen entering the body of the person in the pit, moving along the cheek to the eye socket. Pfft, a clear sound. One eyeball burst open, turning into a pitch-black liquid, and then, on top of the liquid, black worms were seen wriggling. Then, the black worms crawled into the eye socket, and a strange black chi continuously floated out from within the eye socket. Wherever the black chi touched, it turned into a black pus. Ah! A series of extremely shrill screams rang out. Seeing this, Xun Yong couldn't help but deeply inhale a cold breath. Such methods of torture made him inexplicably break out in a cold sweat. However, just as Xun Yong was surprised, he suddenly felt a chill around him, as if being stared at by a jackal. Not good. Xun Yong's heart tightened. He quickly circulated the spirit chi within his body to protect himself, then held his breath and calmed his mind. Fortunately, that gaze quickly moved away. He couldn't help but feel a slight relief in his heart, but he dared not be careless in the slightest. Even his breathing was very careful. A few breaths later, Xun Yong's heart suddenly grew even stranger. Just now, he had only taken a slight breath. By rights, it should have been covered by that scream. At this moment, he suddenly noticed that Wang Ping had not turned his head, and his face still maintained a bloodthirsty expression. Could it be that the cold gaze just now wasn't Wang Ping? Then, Xun Yong looked at the person in the pit, and also did not detect anything amiss. It was truly strange. I say, junior brother Wang, I really told you, please stop now, I can't take it anymore. At this moment, the person in the pit looked listless and began to beg for mercy. Seeing this, Wang Ping flashed a slight surprise, but then, with a cold smile, he beckoned, calling the black spider back. However, under the corrosion of the black spider's venom, the person in the pit was unrecognizable, with even their bones exposed. I'll give you one more chance, speak quickly. I'll tell you everything, the blood essence technique, the incantation is. Next, incantation after incantation quietly echoed around them, spoken slowly, making it easy to remember. Xun Yong also took the opportunity to slowly memorize it, but the further he got, the more he suddenly realized that this technique was extremely malicious. Just understanding the incantation, he realized it was a vicious demonic technique that refined people. Xun Yong had already cultivated the blood refinement scripture demonic technique, and believing in the principle that one can never have too many skills, he quickly leaned in and listened attentively. Ha, this is indeed the blood essence technique incantation, this is great. Wang Ping finally burst into maniacal laughter as if his wish had been granted. Wang Ping, you've already obtained the incantation, just give me a quick death. Hehe, did I say you could die? Not only can you not die, you must live well, your body still has a great use for me. You, shameless. Looking at the person in the pit, who was fuming with anger, a terrifying evil smile appeared on Wang Ping's face. Next, Wang Ping fed him a medicinal pill, then refilled the pit with the surrounding earth, leaving a vent, before transforming into a blur and disappearing. Seeing Wang Ping completely gone, Xun Yong slowly relaxed. After glancing at the completely refilled pit, he knew he wouldn't get involved in such a mess or rescue someone who cultivated evil techniques. Without further ado, it was better to leave quickly. However, just as Xun Yong emerged from the bushes and walked away, a weak voice came. Little friend, watching from the side for so long, do you really have the heart to just leave like this, not wanting to know anything? Who's speaking? Xun Yong's heart tightened, and he couldn't help but look left and right, but he still didn't see anyone. No need to look, I'm buried in the pit. Hiss. Xun Yong heard the voice indeed coming from the pit, and couldn't help but gasp. To be able to make a sound like that, and even discover him, was astonishing. I just passed by here, I don't want to know anything, I don't know anything, everything has nothing to do with me, farewell. Are you kidding? He was only at Chi refining stage second layer cultivation, how would he dare to get involved in this muddy water? Preserving his life was the most important thing. Little friend, let me tell you, that Wang Ping is very cautious. Do you really think he didn't discover you just now? What do you mean by that? When Xun Yong thought of that gaze from before, his heart couldn't help but feel strange, and he became vigilant. Hehe, little friend, why don't you let me out first? Don't worry, I'm already a cripple. Wang Ping destroyed my dantian and severed all my meridians. I can't pose a threat to you. I will tell you everything, and it will definitely be helpful to you. Xun Yong pondered upon hearing this. He had seen the scene just now. If this person truly had the power to resist, he wouldn't have been unable to even commit suicide. Now, he had spirit liquid, so improving his cultivation was not a problem, but he had not learned immortal arts, nor did he have any means of fighting enemies. In the future, if void tempering tried to harm him, he would become a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. Perhaps this person truly had a way to help him. Moreover, he had doubts about what this person said at the beginning. I wouldn't dare to let you out completely. I can only do as before, so you won't be uncomfortable being buried in the dirt. Hehe, I just want to get some air, and I didn't ask you to dig me out completely. Hearing the other party say this, Xun Yong took out the sharp knife he had and began to dig. Since the soil was very loose, after some effort, he exposed half of the person's body. A chilling smile was squeezed out of the other party's horrific face. Phew, thank you, little friend. No need to thank me. I've dug you out. Can you tell me everything you know now? Of course, little friend. What do you want to know most? You can ask now. You said earlier that Wang Ping was very cautious. Was I discovered or not? This matter was crucial to Xun Yong, as he couldn't be sure of Wang Ping's character, and perhaps he was intentionally pretending not to know. Hehe, it seems little friend is very concerned about this matter. Alright, I can tell you accurately, you were not discovered. Oh, since you could discover me, how can you be sure that Wang Ping didn't discover me? Is there some reason for that? After Xun Yong finished asking, his expression remained normal, but a hint of coldness could be vaguely felt in his gaze towards the person in the pit. That's because I was using my spiritual sense to interfere, which is why you weren't discovered. Spiritual sense, what is that? Little friend must have just entered the immortal realm not long ago, so it's no wonder you don't know about spiritual sense. In fact, spiritual sense is a divine ability that appears as our sea of consciousness strengthens when we cultivate and our cultivation improves. Then how much cultivation does it take to manifest? You need to reach refining chi stage 5 to initially possess spiritual sense. Once released, spiritual sense can detect everything within a 100-meter radius. Since it's only 100 meters, then I was 300 meters away just now, so you shouldn't have been able to discover me, right? At first, I only detected a faint sound and didn't know where you were hiding, but then I noticed a very heavy breathing sound, which made me focus all my spiritual sense and detect you 300 meters away, but this kind of concentrated spiritual sense cannot be maintained for a long time. Xun Yong finally understood that the wolf-like gaze from before was actually this person's spiritual sense. But he was even more surprised that this person would inexplicably help him. Since you have refining chi stage 5 cultivation, and that Wang Ping only has chi refining stage 3 cultivation, how did you end up in such a state? The person in the pit couldn't help but sigh. Even if you don't ask, I will tell you everything. However, before that, I want to ask you, are you a disciple of Yin Xu Temple, and also Wang Ping's junior brother, a disciple of void tempering? How did you know? Xun Yong had never mentioned any of this, and he naturally did so to keep a trump card, but he didn't expect the other party to reveal it in one go. Hehe, from the way you looked at Wang Ping earlier, I felt that you knew each other. Furthermore, I sensed that your chi and blood were churning within your body, which should be due to cultivating the blood refinement scripture. I didn't expect you to know about the blood refinement scripture. Not bad. What else do you know? Why don't you tell me everything? Hearing Xun Yong's chilling tone, the person in the pit said indifferently, to be honest, little friend, I also cultivate the blood refinement scripture, and I am also a disciple of void tempering. My name is Xiatan. You are senior brother? This is impossible. Didn't senior brother go to Blood Yin sect a long time ago? Xun Yong had heard sixth brother mention Xiatan's name before. He was indeed their senior brother, who had gone to Blood Yin sect 4 months ago. Haha, it seems this matter must have been spread by void tempering, right? No, to be precise, it was the person who impersonated my master void tempering, whose title is Xian Yin. What exactly is going on with this Xian Yin and void tempering you're talking about? Upon hearing this, Xiatan laughed maniacally and slowly began to explain. It turned out that void tempering and Xian Yin were actually senior and junior brothers from the same sect, with Xian Yin being the junior brother and void tempering the senior brother. Both of them came from the Blood Yin sect, under a foundation establishment elder. 2 years ago, void tempering was ordered by his master to go to Dingfeng town to establish a Daoist temple, which was actually to recruit disciples for the Blood Yin sect outside. However, Xian Yin suddenly visited the Daoist temple inexplicably a year ago, and after saying something to void tempering, out of consideration for being from the same sect, allowed Xian Yin to stay in the Daoist temple to cultivate in seclusion. Xiatan had good aptitude, and 4 months ago, he successfully broke through to refining Qi stage 4, meeting the Blood Yin sect's requirements for recruiting disciples. Void tempering then led Xiatan to join the Blood Yin sect, and at this time, Xian Yin also planned to return to the sect. The three of them then set off together towards the Blood Yin sect. Little did they know, this was the beginning of a nightmare. When passing through Fire Cloud Mountain, a necessary route, Xian Yin suddenly launched a sneak attack, and void tempering, completely unprepared, was severely injured on the spot. Since Xianyin and Xietan's cultivation levels were not far apart, and both had cultivated the blood refinement scripture, their strengths were actually quite evenly matched. However, Xianyin had already set up arrangements on Fire Cloud Mountain, and Xietan quickly fell into the trap, a rare poison. Afterward, Xietan's strength was greatly reduced, and he was severely injured by Xianyin. Just as he was on the verge of death, his master, Void Tempering, sacrificed his life, detonating a poisonous medicinal pill, which repelled Xianyin. Xietan then had a glimmer of hope and managed to escape by chance. Afterward, Xietan found a place to recuperate, but the poison he had contracted remained unresolved, and he had little time left. He also couldn't forget the scene of his master sacrificing himself to save him. And Yin Xu Temple was his master's painstaking effort. He didn't want to see anything happen to the Daoist Temple, so he rushed back to the temple without stopping. He was prepared to fight to the death if Xianyin returned to the Daoist Temple. However, everything in the Daoist Temple was as usual. Xianyin had not returned. Xietan couldn't help but go to Xianyin's secluded cultivation place and unexpectedly discovered a secret room, where he found a cultivation technique called Blood Essence Technique and 10 blood medicinal pills. He only copied the Blood Essence Technique once and then left the secret room, not touching the blood medicinal pills, because he guessed that Xianyin would return to the Daoist Temple sooner or later. Subsequently, Xietan found a place to cultivate the Blood Essence Technique to improve his cultivation and suppress the toxins in his body. However, during his cultivation, he often worried about the safety of the Daoist Temple. During this period, he fully informed his second junior brother, Wang Ping, about his master's death, instructing Wang Ping to be vigilant if Xianyin returned. Wang Ping was initially indignant and readily agreed. He even discussed a plan to deal with it with him. During this time, Xietan also lowered his guard against this junior brother. It was Xietan's carelessness that, during an unexpected incident, gave Wang Ping the opportunity to reveal his despicable and shameless nature. It turned out that Wang Ping didn't care about his master Void Tempering's life or death at all. During the period when he seemed to be diligently discussing countermeasures, he was actually subtly extracting information from Xietan. After accidentally learning that Xietan had many cultivation medicinal pills, he developed the idea of seizing them. One dark and windy night, Wang Ping lured Xietan out, and while Xietan was off guard, he suddenly attacked, instantly severely injuring Xietan. Afterward, Wang Ping ruthlessly destroyed Xietan's dantian and severed the meridians in his limbs, completely depriving Xietan of any chance to resist. He then began to torture him to force out the hiding place of the medicinal pills. Xietan naturally remained silent, but Wang Ping was very patient at this time, seemingly enjoying torturing people. However, not long after, the return of the fake void tempering broke the tranquility. Soon, Wang Ping learned that the fake void tempering in the temple was actually Xianyin in disguise, but it was already too late. He was tricked into eating a qi strengthening pill. The qi strengthening pill indeed had the effect of strengthening the foundation and stabilizing the blood qi, but Xianyin had mixed a toxin into it, which would cause the blood qi to churn due to the blood refinement scripture, getting worse each time. Once the medicinal pills were stopped, the only outcome would be exploding meridians. Now that Xietan was already crippled, there was no turning back. However, when Xietan learned about it from Wang Ping, he forgot himself and proudly said that Wang Ping would eventually be refined into blood essence qi. This led to today's scene, but it's unknown why Xietan told Wang Ping about the blood essence technique today. Xun Yong sighed with emotion after listening, but at the same time, he showed a look of suspicion, only believing half of Xietan's words. After all, a person being ambushed twice makes it hard to truly believe. Junior brother, I have told you everything I know. Of course, when I was captured by Wang Ping, I still had a storage pouch. As long as junior brother can promise me one thing, I will tell you the location of the storage pouch. What is it? You might as well tell me. Although Xun Yong really wanted the storage pouch, he didn't dare to fully agree. It's simple. I am already a cripple now, and there is no need for me to live any longer. As long as junior brother promises to give me a quick death, I will tell you the location of the storage pouch. This matter was simply a piece of cake for Xun Yong, but he fell into deep thought and did not immediately agree. After a while, he said, Senior brother, you wish too much. If I do that, Wang Ping will definitely not let it go. Although I really want the storage pouch, my life is at stake, so I won't do that. He said this only because the storage pouch mentioned by the other party was just empty talk. If the other party gave a false address, wouldn't it be more trouble than it was worth? He wouldn't do it so easily. Hehe, junior brother, don't worry, I won't make you do it yourself. There is a poisonous medicinal pill in my storage pouch. I can tell you the address first, junior brother, and you can just bring it and let me take the poisonous medicinal pill. Oh, and if junior brother takes the storage pouch and doesn't come back, I will use my method to tell Wang Ping everything about junior brother coming here. Upon hearing this, Xun Yong's anger flared, but he quickly gave a slight smile and said, all right, who told me I have a soft heart and can't bear to see human suffering? I will agree to senior brother's request. Junior brother, don't be like that. I just want to die. All right, the location of the storage pouch is. Xietan gave a decisive chuckle and then revealed the location of the storage pouch. Upon hearing this, Xun Yong's expression became strange. He didn't expect the place the other party mentioned to be the previous cave. So, that cave turned out to be Xietan's temporary immortal cave. Xun Yong, familiar with the route, quickly arrived at the cave. On the cave wall, he found a hidden mechanism. As soon as he pressed it, a passage appeared. Entering the passage, he found a stone chamber at the end. This stone chamber had a stone bed and stone table and chairs, so it seemed to be Xia Tan's secluded cultivation place. Then, in a hidden compartment, he indeed found a black storage pouch. Xun Yong eagerly checked it. Most of it contained clothes, with only 3 yellow talismans, 5 blood medicinal pills, and a small bottle, as well as a blood essence technique, a complete blood refinement scripture cultivation technique, and a fireball art cultivation technique. Inside that small bottle, there was a black medicinal pill, with a black aura swirling on its surface, indeed a highly poisonous pill. Upon receiving these, Xun Yong was overjoyed, though the most important thing was still to deal with Xia Tan first, otherwise, he would not be able to rest easy. After a long while, he once again arrived at Xia Tan's location. I knew, junior brother, you are a trustworthy person. Come, take that poisonous pill and consume it. Xia Tan, with a relaxed expression, as if anticipating the joy of liberation, said again, junior brother, please lend a hand. My meridians in all 4 limbs are completely severed, so I cannot swallow the poisonous pill. I hope junior brother can feed the medicinal pill into my mouth. I would be endlessly grateful. Although Xun Yong hesitated, seeing the other party's posture, he could only do it himself, but he dared not hold the poison in his hand. Then, holding the small medicinal pill bottle, he walked up to Xia Tan and put the small medicinal pill bottle to his mouth. Thank you, junior brother. Xia Tan swallowed the poisonous pill, a subtle, eerie smile fleeting across his face, but in just a moment, his body convulsed, and he immediately spat out a mouthful of black blood. Then, his skin rapidly turned pale at a visible speed, as if some power was draining all the blood from his body. A moment later, a muffled sound suddenly came from within Xia Tan's body. It was somewhat like the resonant shockwave produced by a bursting water balloon. Xun Yong's expression tightened. No matter how potent the poison, such a change was impossible. No, there was definitely a problem. He quickly darted away, preparing to flee. However, a loud laugh came. Ha ha ha, junior brother, why are you running? I won't eat you. I just want your body. Just give this body to me. As the words fell, Xia Tan's head tilted and dropped, but from between his eyebrows, a streak of green light flashed. What the hell is that, seeking death? Xun Yong, quick-witted, swung his blade to strike at the green light, but strangely, the sharp blade merely passed through it without causing any harm to the green light. And the green light, at an extremely fast speed, directly entered Xun Yong's glabella. Then, Xun Yong only felt a pain in his head, and his vision went black. When he regained consciousness, he found himself in his sea of consciousness, transformed into a thumb-sized blue light cluster. Xun Yong was puzzled for a moment, then immediately understood that this blue light cluster should be his consciousness, and he had now lost control of his body. And in the distance, a green light cluster burst in, its size actually 3 times larger than his. The green light cluster, with urgency, rushed over aggressively. From within the green cluster, Xun Yong saw Xia Tan's shadow. The next moment, the green cluster split open a large mouth, eerily opening and closing. Junior brother, don't blame me for being heartless. Once I devour your consciousness and completely occupy this body, I will definitely carry your wishes and walk the great Dao of immortal ascension. Xun Yong suddenly realized that once he was devoured by the green cluster, his consciousness would completely dissipate, resulting in the destruction of his divine soul. What to do, what to do? Under the intense sense of crisis, he erupted with a burst of power, suddenly fleeing backward, creating distance from the green cluster. However, the sea of consciousness was only so much space, how long could he flee? He couldn't win a fight, and he couldn't escape. Was he truly doomed? He was very unwilling. As he continuously pulled away, he suddenly bumped into something. After a moment of dizziness, Xun Yong couldn't help but look back, instantly ecstatic, for behind him, a cauldron lay prominently, precisely the 5-clawed dragon cauldron. He had been too flustered just now and had forgotten that this dragon cauldron had always been hidden within his sea of consciousness. Then, Xun Yong's panic had long vanished. Instead, he no longer fled but quietly awaited the arrival of the green cluster. Run, why aren't you running now? The green cluster, with ill intent and fierce aggression, charged over, but when he saw the dragon cauldron, he clearly hesitated a little. But after only a breath of hesitation, the green cluster charged even faster, revealing a row of fangs in its gaping maw. Dang, dong. 2 sounds. The dragon cauldron had actually flipped over, and the green cluster landed steadily on the bottom of the cauldron. Then, the cauldron lid quickly closed, trapping the green cluster inside. However, strangely, the 5-clawed dragon cauldron actually reacted, a blue light emanated from its body and began to rotate continuously. Xun Yong showed surprise, not expecting that a spirit body could also make the dragon cauldron react. What would he gain from that? Subsequently, he quickly regained control of his body, then sat cross-legged, quietly beginning to wait. 2 hours later, the blue light on the cauldron's body slowly disappeared. Xun Yong eagerly summoned the dragon cauldron, opened the lid, and looked inside. He found 2 drops of brownish liquid lying at the bottom, emitting an aura similar to a soul body. Could this liquid be related to a soul body? Xun Yong's eyes flashed with joy. He carefully put the 2 drops of brownish liquid into a small bottle and then placed it into his storage pouch. There were still matters to handle for now. He planned to return to his residence to try consuming these 2 drops of brownish liquid. Afterward, looking at Xia Tan, who was pale and lifeless, Xun Yong couldn't help but feel anger. He never expected that a cripple with severed meridians in all 4 limbs and a destroyed dantian could still threaten his life. This undoubtedly served as a warning to him, even if the other party had lost all power to resist, as long as there was still a breath, he must not be careless in the slightest. He thoroughly engraved today's lesson into his heart. Subsequently, just as Xun Yong was about to bury Xie Tan's body, a bold idea suddenly emerged in his mind. It was to refine Xie Tan's body using the blood essence technique. The appearance of this idea also caused a chill to run through him. He couldn't help but wonder if he had cultivated the blood refinement scripture and corrupted his mind. He was clearly so simple and honest, so why had he become so wicked in his heart shortly after stepping into cultivation? Afterward, Xun Yong couldn't help but shake his head. As he prepared to fill the earth again, another strange idea emerged in his mind. This idea was to plot against his senior brother. If he refined Xie Tan's body, then once his senior brother discovered it, his heart would surely be in turmoil, and he would definitely overthink things, losing his composure. At that time, he might be able to take advantage of it. Xun Yong felt this method was excellent, simply because after knowing about such a vicious cultivation technique as the blood essence technique, he felt increasingly uneasy, always sensing that something bad was about to happen. What if, when his cultivation rose, void tempering attacked him, using his blood essence to refine medicinal pills, or to refine that blood essence qi? Xun Yong grew increasingly fearful, he had to find a way to save his life. Moreover, Xie Tan was not a good person either, and he had plotted against him first. Thinking this way, he felt much better. Then, Xun Yong took out the blood essence technique from his storage pouch and began to cultivate. Perhaps because he had already cultivated the demonic technique, blood refinement scripture, he found comprehending this cultivation technique to be effortless and smooth. After just one night of cultivation, he had essentially mastered it completely. Subsequently, he awkwardly formed hand seals and pointed them at various parts of the corpse. Half an hour later, only a shriveled husk remained in the pit. A look of joy appeared on Xun Yong's tired face, and a small porcelain bottle had appeared in his hand. Inside, lay the blood essence qi. However, it was much weaker than the blood essence qi found on void tempering that day, though the reason for this was unknown. But there was clearly still some spiritual power present in this qi. Xun Yong then summoned the 5-clawed dragon cauldron, poured the blood essence qi into it, and covered it, which indeed caused a reaction. After an hour, he obtained 2 drops of spirit liquid. Not bad, not bad. Xun Yong looked at the spirit liquid in the cauldron, becoming increasingly certain that anything containing spiritual power could be refined into spirit liquid by the dragon cauldron. With this treasure, his future ascent to the immortal realm would be effortless. Next, he completely buried the soil in the pit, but deliberately left some footprints before quickly departing. Upon returning to his room at the town inn, he immediately fell asleep. It wasn't until the next morning that Xun Yong went to the Tianji pharmacy again, feigning inquiries about medicinal herbs. Seeing the shopkeeper's embarrassed expression, he knew the other party hadn't acquired the goods. Xun Yong was also certain that the shopkeeper's goods were supplied by Wang Hu, and he couldn't help but lose patience. He asked for his 5 taels deposit back and left the shop. In the following days, Xun Yong went to the hotels in the street and ate to his heart's content. Previously, in the mountain village, he had often gone hungry, so now that he had money to eat, he had to make up for all the meals he missed. He tried all kinds of chicken, duck, fish, and meat. Of course, these few days were also a rare period of leisure for him. 7 days passed quickly. Xun Yong returned to the Daoist temple and resumed his diligent cultivation. Seeing Xun Yong return, void tempering smiled sinisterly and headed towards his immortal cave, muttering, "It's time to prepare." Inside a dark stone chamber, 2 people were currently sitting cross-legged with their eyes closed, their pale faces covered in large drops of sweat, as if enduring immense pain. But as the stone chamber door slowly opened, void tempering's figure walked in and asked with concern, "How is your cultivation going? Have you reached qi refining stage 3? Disciple has failed master's nurturing. Disciple as well." Upon hearing this, void tempering's face showed impatience, and he coldly snorted, "All useless. All those medicinal pills I gave you were wasted. Master, please calm your anger, and please give us another chance. It's not that I can't give you a chance, follow me." Void tempering's eyes were cold, and a hint of wickedness appeared at the corner of his mouth as he walked towards a stone chamber emanating yin qi. Upon hearing this, the 2 men were overjoyed, not suspecting anything else, and quickly followed. Several days later. Dong, 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 junior brother, open the door, it's your 6th brother. A rapid knocking sound rang out. Xun Yong walked forward and opened the door. The person was Luo Hai. At this moment, Luo Hai's brows were high, his eyes clear, and a smile played on his lips, as if he had encountered something joyful, without any attempt to hide it. "Junior brother, here, this is this month's qi strengthening pill. Oh, by the way, next month's medicinal pills will be delivered by your 7th brother. Oh, 6th brother, do you have something going on next month? From your expression, it seems like good news, why not share it with your junior brother?" "Hehe, it's nothing major, I'll just tell you. Master said last night that starting tomorrow, 5th brother and I can go to that secret chamber for secluded cultivation." Xun Yong's eyes flashed with surprise upon hearing this, and after a moment of thought, he said, "So, does that mean 3rd brother and 4th brother have come out of seclusion?" "That's not it. I heard Master say that their cultivation still has the potential for further advancement, so they were arranged into a better secret chamber for deeper cultivation." "I see. It seems third brother and fourth brother have very high comprehension ability. Sixth brother, when you enter the secret chamber, you should exchange more insights with the two of them. Perhaps your cultivation will advance further, who knows. Thank you for the reminder, junior brother. A sharp glint appeared in Luo Ha's eyes. How could he not have thought of this? He had to admit that this eighth junior brother was very clever. If his cultivation could improve in the future, he would certainly thank him. Subsequently, Luo Hai, with a joyful expression, hurriedly left. Xun Yong looked at Luo Ha's retreating figure, appearing thoughtful. He always felt there was something strange about this, which was why he reminded Luo Hai to pay attention to the situation of the other two when he went to the secret chamber. He had a good impression of Luo Hai, and doing this might allow him to discover something and be prepared in advance. As for what he would encounter later, he was powerless to help. Next, Xun Yong closed the door and stopped considering other matters, instead concentrating on cultivation. Indeed, early the next morning, fifth brother and sixth brother followed void tempering into that very mysterious immortal cave. Perhaps it was because void tempering was going to instruct Luo Hai and the other in the secret chamber, but void tempering did not appear on the platform for several days to guide their cultivation. Gradually, Xun Yong simply returned to his residence and began secluded cultivation, rarely leaving his room except for meals. Currently, he had ample spirit liquid in his hand, and he planned to use this time to rapidly increase his cultivation in a short period. Of course, he also didn't forget to cultivate the fireball technique, so that he would have some self-preservation ability. 7 days later, the moon was bright and the stars were sparse. Beside a pit in the outskirts, Wang Ping looked at a shriveled husk in the pit, his expression full of astonishment. How is this possible? This was refined by someone using the blood essence technique. He had been cultivating the blood essence technique for the past few days, and now that he had finally achieved major achievement, he was planning to test it on Xiatan. However, he was astonished to find that someone had already refined Xiatan. Who could this person be? But soon, cold sweat broke out on Wang Ping's forehead. Although he was very unwilling to believe it, in the entire Dingfeng town, who else could have cultivated the blood essence technique besides void tempering? Wang Ping's expression showed fear, and he then linked it to the fact that void tempering had been living in seclusion in the immortal cave during this period. Could he be concocting some secret technique? Thinking of this, Wang Ping's fear grew even stronger, and he couldn't help but clench his fists tightly, his nails digging into his flesh without him realizing it. No, he would not sit idly by and wait for death. Since things had come to this, it seemed he had no choice but to take a gamble. Subsequently, Wang Ping coldly disappeared into the night. In the time that followed, Wang Ping amiably moved within the Daoist temple. He occasionally guided his junior brothers in their cultivation, sometimes showed concern for them, and sometimes even imparted cultivation experience. Soon, he had significantly improved his relationship with several junior brothers. Time flew by, and a month quietly passed. Xun Yong opened his eyes, his cultivation had reached Qi refining stage 3, and he was not far from Qi refining stage 4. During this period, although he was fully focused on cultivation, he was still aware of some of the recent events in the Daoist temple. Wang Ping had also visited his door several times, showing him immense enthusiasm, asking if he had any unresolved questions about cultivation, and even inquiring if the food suited his taste. He truly looked like a kind and benevolent senior brother. As the saying goes, offering courtesies for no reason is never a good thing. Xun Yong, however, was sneering inwardly, having long guessed the other party's objective. Of course, he wouldn't expose it. He would simply offer his thanks, citing closed-door cultivation as an excuse, and avoid further conversation. Although Wang Ping was rebuffed by him, he became quite close with seventh brother and Han Cheng. Seventh brother's aptitude was inherently poor, and his cultivation had always been stagnant. He would basically communicate with Wang Ping about cultivation issues every day, and during this time, Wang Ping even bestowed upon him a blood pill, helping seventh brother break through to the Qi refining stage second layer in one fell swoop. Immediately, seventh brother's gaze towards Wang Ping clearly underwent a significant change, revealing a hint of admiration. Han Cheng's aptitude was not too bad to begin with, and after Wang Ping's guidance, he also quickly reached the Qi refining stage second layer. The changes in the two of them made the joy on Wang Ping's face even more pronounced. However, every time Wang Ping passed Xun Yong's door, he would unconsciously show displeasure, muttering, "This child really doesn't know what's good for him. I'm being so proactive, yet he gives me no face." Nevertheless, Wang Ping didn't pay too much attention. For now, Han Cheng and the other would keep him busy for a while. He would deal with Xun Yong later. Another month and a half passed in a blink of an eye. With the help of a large amount of spirit liquid, Xun Yong's cultivation had already broken through to the refining Qi stage 4 peak a month ago, and he had stopped cultivating. The reason he didn't reach refining Qi stage 5 in one go wasn't due to any bottleneck, but rather his deliberate choice. Should he encounter danger, he only needed to consume a drop of spirit liquid, and his cultivation would easily reach refining Qi stage 5. Doing so was, firstly, because there was little spirit liquid left, and he could at most cultivate to refining Qi stage 5. Secondly, it could serve to feign weakness and catch his opponents off guard. Of course, the spiritual sense that could only be activated at refining Qi stage 5 had already been activated by Xun Yong prematurely after consuming 2 drops of soul liquid, as his soul liquid had long been strengthened. This was also one of his trump cards. As for void tempering's cultivation, if Xiatan's words were true, it should be hovering around Qi refining stage 5 or Qi refining stage 6. Xun Yong now had the strength to fight. Of course, void tempering had entered the immortal realm for many years and naturally couldn't be compared to a young lad like him. Therefore, Xun Yong was waiting for an opportunity. This opportunity was about to arise. 3 nights ago, Wang Ping suddenly arrived at Han Cheng's residence and said something unknown. Han Cheng then left the Daoist temple with Wang Ping and had not returned since, as if he had vanished without a trace. When Wang Ping returned to the Daoist temple alone, the aura on his body had clearly changed significantly, and his cultivation had also improved a lot. Early this morning, Wang Ping resorted to his old trick. Using some unknown method, he helped 7th brother out of the Daoist temple, and they disappeared into a desolate forest. Xun Yong had already used his spiritual sense to clearly observe Wang Ping's every move, knowing that the other party could no longer endure. It seemed that Han Cheng and 7th brother had probably met a tragic end, likely refined into blood essence qi. Judging by the time, if Xun Yong's guess was correct, Wang Ping would return to the Daoist temple and set his next target on him. With Xun Yong's current cultivation, he naturally wouldn't fear Wang Ping, but he wouldn't be foolish enough to confront him directly. His plan was to use Wang Ping to fight against void tempering. The best outcome would be for the two to suffer heavy losses, allowing him to easily pick up the spoils without any effort. Of course, given Wang Ping's impetuous hard nature, he was very likely not void tempering's opponent, but he could at least injure void tempering. Regardless of the outcome, it would absolutely be a good thing for Xun Yong. At this moment, he quickly got up and quietly left the Daoist temple, heading towards a desolate forest. Xun Yong found a hidden spot on the only path leading to the Yin Xu Temple and hid inside, closing his eyes to calm his mind. He waited for 2 days. He detected hurried footsteps with his spiritual sense, and as the person approached, it was indeed Wang Ping. At this moment, Wang Ping's aura had strengthened again. His footsteps were very steady, and he seemed to be using spiritual power, moving extremely fast, flashing past in an instant. Xun Yong watched Wang Ping's retreating back, a cold smile playing on his lips. Wang Ping probably never imagined that his previous actions had already been noticed by void tempering with his spiritual sense, who just hadn't exposed him. This was something Xun Yong only learned after activating his spiritual sense. However, Xun Yong was careful and cautious every time he released his spiritual sense, unlike void tempering, who was unrestrained, so he didn't attract attention. Now that the Daoist temple was empty, void tempering would definitely come out to investigate. At this time, Wang Ping's return to the Daoist temple was undoubtedly walking into a trap. Hehe, the show is about to begin. Xun Yong placed his storage pouch in his sleeve pocket, his face solemn, and closed his eyes to rest, adjusting his state to the best. It was noon now, so he figured there would be a result by evening. Time, at this moment, passed very slowly, and finally, the sun set. Xun Yong strode out, his right hand hidden in his sleeve, and rushed towards the Daoist temple with a tense expression. Upon entering the Daoist temple, he found it eerily quiet all around. Xun Yong walked with a faint calmness, but his eyes constantly scanned the surroundings. Along the way, he saw no traces of a fight, nor did he see Wang Ping. This made Xun Yong feel even stranger. He didn't dare to rashly release his spiritual sense to investigate his surroundings at this time. Logically speaking, void tempering shouldn't have remained inactive. Xun Yong planned to return to his Ascension Tower residence first, then discreetly release his spiritual sense to check Wang Ping's residence. However, as he reached the entrance of the Ascension Tower, a gloomy figure suddenly walked out from inside. The person who came was none other than void tempering. Both stopped, surprised to see each other. Void tempering's gaze towards Xun Yong revealed a hint of joy and surprise. Xun Yong was also slightly surprised. He found that void tempering was not injured at all, and his aura was unusually steady. What was going on? Did Wang Ping not engage void tempering in a fight? But Wang Ping returned to the Daoist temple at noon, so why was he nowhere to be seen? And why was void tempering coming out of the Ascension Tower at this moment? All sorts of doubts surfaced in Xun Yong's mind, his thoughts swirling for a moment. But very quickly, Xun Yong hurriedly bowed, clasping his fists. Greetings, Master. Void tempering sneered, saying, Xun Yong, you weren't quietly cultivating in your residence. Where exactly have you been these past 2 days? Xun Yong quickly replied, reporting, Master, 2 days ago, this disciple suddenly discovered that second senior brother, Han Qidi, and 7th brother had all mysteriously disappeared, so I left the temple to search for them. Oh, and did you find them? No. Upon hearing this, void tempering, who had been staring at Xun Yong, slowly averted his gaze and chuckled, no need to search. If this master's guess is correct, it should be your second senior brother Wang Ping, that rebellious disciple, who took those 2 and defected from the Daoist temple. Xun Yong exclaimed in surprise, then did master catch Wang Ping? Humph, this master also doesn't know where that rebellious disciple fled to. By the way, has Wang Ping come to see you these past few days? Did he say anything to you? He did come a few times, but this disciple was wholeheartedly focused on cultivation and didn't talk much with him. So, you truly have no connection with Wang Ping. Upon hearing this, Xun Yong's expression tightened, and his hand gripping the storage pouch clenched instantly. But very quickly, as if he thought of something, he relaxed his hand and said solemnly, this disciple can swear that I have absolutely no connection with Wang Ping. Oh, it seems this master was overthinking. Upon hearing this, void tempering slightly dispelled his suspicion, then walked up to Xun Yong and said, come, let this master see the results of your recent diligent cultivation. Subsequently, he placed a hand on Xun Yong's left wrist and began to probe his cultivation. After only a moment, void tempering's eyes gleamed with excitement, and he said ecstatically, "Good, this is too good. I underestimated you. I didn't expect you to break through to refining Qi stage 4 in less than 3 months." Afterward, Void Tempering looked at Xun Yong with eyes as if he was looking at some rare treasure, his spirits high. Xun Yong felt a chill from the gaze and said, "Master, you promised before that if this disciple could reach refining Qi stage 4, you would take him to join the Blood Yin sect. Is that true?" "True, of course it's true. However, with your talent, going to the Blood Yin sect as an ordinary disciple now would truly be a bit of a waste. I've decided to cultivate you vigorously so you can reach refining Qi stage 5. Then, when you join the Blood Yin sect, you can become an inner sect disciple." Xun Yong's face fell, and he secretly thought that this old man was indeed up to no good. He quickly whispered, "Master, this disciple doesn't have such grand ambitions. He only wants to be an ordinary disciple. Please grant his wish." Upon hearing this, Void Tempering's eyes narrowed, and he coldly said, "Humph, if I say you can do it, you can. Don't be ungrateful. This disciple will obey Master's will. That's more like it." Void Tempering nodded in satisfaction and led Xun Yong toward his immortal cave. Stepping into the immortal cave, it was very dark inside, and the furnishings were simple, just a few stone tables and stone stools. At the far end, there was a winding passage, and on both sides of the passage were several stone chambers. These stone chambers were all tightly shut, and due to being in a damp environment year-round, they were not only eerie but also filled with a strong smell of rotten eggs. Void Tempering walked to the front of a certain stone chamber and gently pressed it. The stone door then sank into the stone wall on the left. What came into view was a small secret room of about 20 square meters. Inside, apart from a row of dried biscuits and a water jar, there was nothing else. Rather than calling it a secret room, it felt more like a cage. "This will be your place of cultivation from now on. You cultivate well inside. Every few days, I will give you some medicinal pills to help you reach refining Qi stage 5 as soon as possible." Xun Yong glanced at Void Tempering's chilling gaze, sighed inwardly, slowly stepped inside, and sat down on the ground. Void Tempering then raised his hand and flicked a mechanism. The stone door immediately closed, completely sealing the stone chamber. Afterward, Void Tempering walked toward the end of the passage until he reached the front of a dimly lit stone chamber. "He, kid, no matter what tricks you play, you'll never escape my grasp." Void Tempering looked back at Xun Yong's stone chamber and muttered to himself, then walked into the dim stone chamber. However, in a corner inside, a figure was lying there. The person's belly was rising and falling, seemingly still having life chi, but he was bound by a black chain, unable to move at all. On the other side of the stone chamber, a strange human skin could be seen floating in a trough full of red liquid. Void Tempering looked at the human skin and smiled sinisterly. Xun Yong sat in the stone chamber, his expression full of confusion. He didn't know where something went wrong. Wang Ping clearly returned to the Daoist temple, but why was he nowhere to be seen? Did Wang Ping discover something was amiss and escape directly? But this point didn't make sense. If Wang Ping truly wanted to escape, why wait until today? He had plenty of time to escape before. If Wang Ping and Void Tempering had encountered each other, there should at least be traces of a fight. Furthermore, even if Wang Ping was at his worst, he should have been able to injure Void Tempering. Now, Void Tempering was completely unharmed, which left Xun Yong utterly perplexed. He was supposed to be the fisherman, but now the roles had reversed. Who could understand such a dramatic turn of events? Xun Yong still believed that there must be some hidden truth, and Wang Ping should still be alive, perhaps plotting something somewhere. He only needed to wait a few more days. Thinking this, he decided to drag out the time as much as possible afterward. After all, to reach refining Qi stage 5, even without consuming spirit liquid, it would only take him one night to break through. Of course, because the Qi refinement stage spiritual power is relatively dispersed, if Void Tempering were to investigate his cultivation, he would only be able to detect that it was slightly more abundant than refining Qi stage 4. For 7 consecutive days, Xun Yong pretended to cultivate. During this period, Void Tempering's spiritual sense would sweep over him without restraint every hour. This made him dare not be negligent in the slightest, even if he had to fake it, he had to make it look convincing, not daring to reveal any flaws. At this moment, the stone door slowly opened. Void Tempering walked in, then unceremoniously grabbed his wrist. After only a brief examination, he frowned and looked deeply at Xun Yong. "Tell me, how many medicinal pills and how much time do you need to reach refining Qi stage 5? I will try my best to satisfy you." Under Void Tempering's profound gaze, Xun Yong felt as if his little schemes were easily seen through. This seemingly plain statement carried a very obvious underlying meaning. If Xun Yong couldn't give a time, or if he dared to continue being evasive, the consequences would likely be severe. This disciple needs 5 blood pills in a month and a half. I hope Master will not disturb my cultivation during this time. Good, I promise you. I hope you will conduct yourself well. Void Tempering emphasized the last 4 words heavily, then coldly took out a small porcelain bottle from his storage pouch, threw it to Xun Yong, and walked straight out of the secret room. In the time that followed, although Void Tempering did not enter the stone chamber to disturb him, he would still use his spiritual sense to check once a day. Perhaps influenced by common knowledge of immortal cultivation, Void Tempering did not suspect that Xun Yong could activate his spiritual sense at all. Therefore, every time he used his spiritual sense to investigate, he did so without any qualms or concealment. Thus, every time Xun Yong felt the other party's spiritual sense approaching, he could easily capture it with his own spiritual sense. Afterward, whenever he sensed the other party's spiritual sense, he would either deliberately consume a blood pill or focus intently on cultivating. The blood pills he consumed would be controlled by his mental energy to envelop the spiritual power. At night, when void tempering rested, Xun Yong would summon the dragon cauldron and place the blood pill into the cauldron for refinement. Cycle after cycle, Xun Yong obtained 15 drops of spirit liquid. As time passed, Xun Yong still hadn't waited for Wang Ping to appear, and he gradually lost patience. He slowly began to form his own plans in his mind. A month and a half passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, a sound came from the stone chamber, and the stone door slowly opened. Void tempering walked in with a grim face, unceremoniously grabbed Xun Yong's wrist, and began to investigate. After only a moment, he burst into joyful laughter. Not bad, very good. You are indeed a smart person and didn't disappoint me. You truly cultivated to refining Qi stage 5 on time. Don't worry, what I promised you will naturally count. Come with me, I have a treasure that needs your assistance. With that, void tempering turned around, a strange, sinister smile flashing across his face, and walked directly toward the dimly lit stone chamber at the end of the passage. Xun Yong hesitated slightly, wondering what treasure required his help. Could it be? He seemed to have realized something, and a cold glint flashed in his eyes as he followed void tempering into the stone chamber. Xun Yong leaped, creating distance between them, and a ball of fire appeared in his palm, which he unceremoniously hurled. Void tempering turned to see a fire orb shooting towards him, a hint of surprise flashing across his face, but a yellow talisman had appeared in his hand at some point. Immediately after, a yellow light shield instantly enveloped him. The fire orb merely dented the light shield before losing its power and dissipating. Seeing this, Xun Yong waved his other hand, and another fire orb suddenly shot towards void tempering. It struck the dented part of the light shield, and with a thud, the shield, unable to bear the burden, directly burst apart. With a scream, void tempering vomited blood and was knocked to the ground. Although the fire orb had broken the light shield, it also lost its power to strike again, dissipating into a ball of fire. The next moment, void tempering performed a carp flip, standing up directly, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, and tenderly touching his face. Then a bizarre scene appeared, void tempering pulled at his face, and a human skin was torn off, revealing an old and unsightly face. He then threw the skin pouch into a pool in the distance. Only then did he look at Xun Yong with a bloodthirsty expression, completely unconcerned. Xun Yong looked at the unfamiliar face with a cold expression, saying word by word. You must be Xian Yin. Xian Yin did not retort, instead, he laughed in anger, ha 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 ha, kid, you're quite impressive. I didn't expect you to secretly learn a spell, and even know your master's identity. It seems you came well prepared. You are much stronger than Wang Ping. Xian Yin, what did you do to Wang Ping? Xun Yong had long vaguely guessed that something was wrong with Wang Ping, and hearing this, he knew there must be some hidden truth. He, what else could it be? Why don't you look at what's lying in the blood pool over there? Xian Yin gave a sinister laugh. Although he was explaining, his hand seemed to be forming some strange spell seal. Xun Yong couldn't help but look to the side and immediately discovered that in that pool of blood, a very strange human skin pouch was floating. He was instantly startled. Are you very curious about what that item is? Your master will mercifully tell you that item is called the Four Suns Soul Pouch. What your master just wore was one of the soul pouches. As for the method of creation, it is quite cruel. It is refined using cultivators. Don't think it's just a piece of skin, in reality, all the physical body's essence blood has been integrated into it, including the soul. Oh, right, after this skin pouch takes shape, its name is the Five Suns Soul Pouch. Now it only lacks you, and this treasure will be complete. You are utterly despicable. Upon hearing the method of creating this treasure, a monstrous wave surged in Xun Yong's heart. The skin pouch before him was likely the product of sacrificing 4 people. Truly a demonic deo. Xian Yin, hearing this, smiled triumphantly, kid, you were affected just by a few words. You disappoint your master greatly. In your next life, don't be so naive. How could your master be so kind as to tell you all this? It's merely a tactic to stall for time. Immediately after, Xian Yin's spell seal suddenly took form, and he revealed a triumphant expression. Coincidentally, this disciple is the same. Die. The next moment, 2 yellow talismans floated out from Xun Yong, suddenly emitting a brilliant light. The sound of wind whistled past, and they shot towards void tempering from all directions. How childish! Xian Yin's face was full of mockery, and he flew up, suddenly casting the spell seal in his hand. A ripple flowed on the spell seal, and then a beam of light, at a speed difficult for the naked eye to perceive, entered Xun Yong's body. Wah! Xun Yong's face was crimson, and he suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, instantly falling to his knees. And the wind blades he had unleashed by activating the yellow talismans lost control, deviating from their positions and flying wildly. Seeing this, Xian Yin's expression changed, and he panicked. His triumphant look had long disappeared, and he hastily activated a flying talisman, dodging wildly. After dodging all the wind blades, he laughed triumphantly. Ha 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 ha, a mere wind blade talisman, what can it do to me? Then, Xian Yin looked down at Xun Yong's pained expression from above, taunting, kid, did you think your master was truly so kind to teach you a cultivation technique and bestow medicinal pills upon you? From the day you entered the temple, your life was in your master's hands. Your master could take your life at any time. How does it feel to have your meridians explode? It's not pleasant, is it? Xun Yong looked at Xun Yin's wanton mockery with an unperturbed expression. Instead, he took out a chi-strengthening pill and ate it. After seeing the medicinal pill Xun Yong consumed, Xun Yin couldn't help but shake his head, instantly feeling that his previous mockery was like mocking an ignorant child, and he felt a great sense of boredom. Kid, your master added quite a bit of poison to that medicinal pill. Don't expect it to have any effect. Be obedient and crawl into this blood pool. Your master will let you die a quick death. What nonsense are you talking about? Xun Yin, don't you want me to enter the blood pool? You can just make your move. Why keep jabbering on the side? Humph, kid, your master is giving you your last bit of dignity. If your master has to make a move later, you won't escape torment. Although Xun Yin said this, his body did not move forward. Instead, he watched warily. His meridians had just exploded, and his spiritual chi had not completely dissipated. He didn't want to try to steal a chicken and lose the rice. Just wait a little longer, and this kid would be lying on the ground like a rotten loach. At that time, he would be at his mercy. However, at this moment, Xun Yong, with a cold expression, circulated his magical power again. The two yellow talismans once again emitted a brilliant light, and the talismans became wrinkled, indicating that their full power had been activated. Xun Yin saw the brilliant light on the talismans, and his eyes instantly showed panic. Impossible, your meridians have already exploded, how can you still use such great magical power? What kind of medicinal pill did you eat? What I ate is precisely the chi-strengthening pill you bestowed upon me. Xun Yong sneered, speaking unceremoniously. Then, he circulated his palm, and a stronger magical power flowed out. This, could it be that your meridians haven't exploded? How is this possible? Absolutely impossible. Xun Yin's face was full of disbelief at this moment, but soon, upon sensing the strong spiritual chi fluctuations on Xun Yong's body, he was instantly startled. Chi refinement stage 5, you actually break through to the 6th layer? How is that possible? I didn't bestow the latter part of the cultivation technique. How did you cultivate to that stage? Xun Yin panicked. His cultivation was at chi refinement stage 5. The reason he hadn't made progress, and even his spiritual chi was lower than other chi refinement stage 5 cultivators, was not only due to his poor aptitude but also because he had been using spiritual chi to nourish that soul pouch. The reason he was so triumphant earlier was entirely due to a strange art he had obtained in his early years, which had always worked without fail. Even if he had to truly clash head-on with an opponent, Xun Yin would play tricks in advance to make the opponent lose combat power for a short time, and he would never do anything unprepared. But now, the strange art had actually failed on Xun Yong, and Xun Yin instantly panicked, his eyes clearly showing some disarray. But Xun Yin did not panic because of this, he would not put all his eggs in one basket, so he naturally had other backup plans. Immediately after, he took out a black pill from his storage pouch, his eyes instantly sharpened, and he clutched it tightly in his palm. Afterward, he watched as Xun Yong activated 2 yellow talismans, which transformed into 7 or 8 wind blades that sped towards him from all directions. Xun Yin had seen too much, it was nothing more than a low-level wind blade spell, but he knew that to avoid it, he would still have to pay some price. As the wind blades slashed past, 2 streams of fresh blood splattered. Xun Yin sacrificed an arm and a calf, finally narrowly avoiding all attacks. I still won, you little bastard. Once I catch you, I'll make sure you wish you were dead, but can't be. Xun Yin roared, and the black pill in his hand suddenly smashed towards Xun Yong's head. However, when the poisonous pill landed on Xun Yong's head, it actually rippled, and the next moment, it passed right through his body. Boom! The poisonous pill then fell onto the stone surface, exploding into a cloud of black smoke. It's a afterimage? Could it be? Xun Yin's eyes widened, and he quickly thought of the divine speed talisman, only this talisman could greatly increase speed. Then, a bad feeling suddenly rose in his heart, and he instinctively prepared to flee, when he suddenly found several acupoints around his body seemed to have been tapped, and an unknown energy surged into his body. He, Xun Yin, don't you love refining others? This time, let you taste what it's like to be refined by someone else. A sinister voice suddenly rang in his ear, and Xun Yin instantly turned pale with fright, having long lost his previous aura, he was now like a startled wild rabbit. This is the blood essence technique, you actually learned this technique. It was no wonder Xun Yin was panicked, he realized that from the very beginning, he had fallen into Xun Yong's dao. It turned out the other party's goal was to injure him, obtain his essence blood, and then seize the opportunity to perform the blood essence technique. What a brilliant scheme. He was actually outsmarted by a young man. How hateful. Moreover, this blood essence technique was deliberately spread by Xun Yin, which was simply shooting himself in the foot. It turned out that before he ambushed the void tempering master and disciple, he had already planned it out in advance. Afterward, he not only deliberately let Xiatan go but also placed the blood refinement scripture and the blood pills in the secret chamber of the Daoist temple. He did this, of course, to lure Xiatan, so that he could quickly advance to refining Qi stage 5 cultivation. However, although there were some changes in the middle, and Wang Ping somehow learned of the blood essence technique, the outcome was good in the end, and he successfully obtained Wang Ping's soul pouch. But Xun Yin never expected how Xun Yong, who had been in arduous cultivation, managed to obtain this blood essence technique. This point left him utterly perplexed. Currently, the only way to break the blood essence technique is to kill the caster, otherwise, there is no solution. But now that Xun Yong had cast the divine speed talisman, Xianyan knew he had no means to catch the opponent before the spell ended. A thick aura of death surrounded Xianyan's heart, he no longer had the initial smugness. Whether he could even keep his life was hard to say, he completely abandoned the idea of refining the Five Suns soul pouch. It seems I have to use my trump card. Xianyan's expression was grave, he touched his storage pouch, took out a small porcelain bottle, opened the cap, and drank it all. In an instant, a green light emanated from his entire body, and his cultivation actually rapidly increased under the green light. Qi refining stage 6, Qi refining stage 7. Until his cultivation reached the disciple of the 8th level of Qi refining, it slowly stopped. Although Xianyan's spiritual power was immense, his body was like a withered leaf in the wind, threatening to collapse at any moment. This should be a method of overdrawing the body, having immense spiritual power but no vessel to utilize it. But this was the effect Xianyan wanted. He then let out a wicked laugh. Xun Yong, I underestimated you, but so what? I will take over your body, hee. Then, a green ray shot out from Xianyan's glabella, heading towards Xun Yong at an extremely fast speed. He was now a soul body at the disciple of the 8th level of Qi refining, the boy opposite was only at Qi refining stage 6. He was determined to take over this body. Even a true immortal Dao ancestor would be useless. Clang, thud. With two sounds, the green ray felt itself crashing into something, and then it couldn't move an inch. What the hell is this? I'm unwilling. As a green light burst from the five-clawed dragon cauldron, it transformed into a stream of light and returned to Xun Yong's sea of consciousness. A mere possession, and he dared to use it on him. Before, Xun Yong was already quite angry about Xie Tan's attempt to possess him. Now, this Xianyan actually dared to show off his meager skill before an expert, which was utterly ridiculous. However, the fact that the opponent could enhance his soul body was a great thing for him. This time, he should be able to obtain a good amount of soul liquid. He. Xun Yong let out a sinister laugh and looked at Xianyan's corpse. He would not waste it, he formed a hand seal. A stream of fresh red qi rose from the corpse. A quarter of an hour later, Xun Yong took out a small porcelain bottle and carefully put a stream of blood essence qi into the bottle. Next, he walked to Xianyan's shriveled corpse, took off a storage pouch, and hung it on his waist. A fire erased Xianyan's last traces. After doing all this, Xun Yong felt the long-standing gloom in his heart dissipate at this moment. After a while, he slowly came to the blood pool and quietly looked into it. The Four Suns soul pouch now exuded a strange aura. This treasure was something Xianyan had been planning for a long time, it must have a great origin and be very extraordinary. Xun Yong took out the soul pouch, and the moment he touched it, a spiritual power that was extremely familiar to him emanated from the soul pouch. It was of the same origin as the spiritual power he had refined within his body. Thus, it seemed that the former owners of this soul pouch had all cultivated the blood refinement scripture cultivation technique. Although Xun Yong disliked Xianyan's sinister methods, he was unwilling to give up this treasure, as it might be of great help in the future. Putting the soul pouch back into the blood pool, he sat cross-legged, took off the storage pouch left by Xianyan, and began to search through it. He wanted to find some records about the soul pouch from it, so he could have a deeper understanding of this treasure. In the storage pouch, there were a few books of varying newness and oldness, several yellow talismans, some small porcelain bottles, 10 herbs of different colors, and many clothes and other miscellaneous items. After sorting through them, Xun Yong put the useful items into his storage pouch and threw the useless ones aside. Finally, only a few books remained in front of Xun Yong. He quickly flipped through them for a moment, then his gaze fell on an old ancient book. Chapter 22, The 5 Soul Bags. He then carefully held the book in his hands and began to read it. After only a short while, a look of joy flashed across his face. What was recorded inside was indeed the method for creating the 5 Suns soul pouch. Turning to the first page, it documented the deeds of an ancient dragon immortal, boasting about his power to move mountains and overturn seas, and the 5 Suns immortal pouch method was the immortal's most prized secret technique. Of course, the dragon immortal's true 5 Suns immortal pouch secret technique was never passed down. The person who compiled this book was someone else, named Immortal Master Humming. This book on the creation of the 5 Suns soul pouch was a modification made by Immortal Master Humming after studying the Dragon Immortal Master's 5 Suns immortal pouch divine ability, and it actually only possessed 1% of the true secret technique's power. According to the book, Immortal Master Humming dedicated his life's efforts to the 5 Suns soul pouch, traveling across mountains and rivers and exploring countless dangerous ancient ruins to find the materials needed for its creation, finally gathering them all. However, just as he was about to create it, Immortal Master Humming encountered an unexpected turn of events, and his life came to an end, leaving behind only endless regret and desolation. In his final moments, he compiled the method and his insights for creating the 5 Suns soul pouch into this book, and also left behind the materials, hoping that someone would complete his lifelong wish on his behalf. After countless years, this book and the materials eventually fell into Xianyan's hands. It was indeed heartbreaking for someone to pass away with regrets. However, after Xun Yong read the creation method for the 5 Suns soul pouch, he not only felt no pity for Immortal Master Humming but even exclaimed that it was good he died. This was because the method described was extremely cruel, involving the extraction of tendons and bones from living people to refine them into a skin pouch, and it was called a soul pouch because even the souls were refined into the skin pouch. Anyone who could devise such a creation method, Immortal Master Humming was definitely a malicious demonic cultivator. Of course, the 5 Suns soul pouch, as its name suggests, is an item of 5 suns united in heart. It requires 5 individuals to cultivate the same cultivation technique, with similar cultivation levels, and each must consume a type of soul fusion spirit medicine before death. Secondly, a special spiritual object is required to adjust the qi and blood to be vigorous, so that it can maintain its spirituality when refined into the skin pouch. Xian Yin, on the other hand, mixed the soul fusion spirit medicine into the qi strengthening pill, which was why Xian Yin was insistent on Xun Yong taking the qi strengthening pill at that time. As for the special spiritual object, Xian Yin added it to the blood pill, which not only improved cultivation but also subtly enhanced the user's qi and blood. Of course, the cultivation technique blood refinement scripture was the fundamental element. This cultivation technique seemed to be made for creating the soul pouch, and without it, Xian Yin would not have dared to attempt its creation. According to records, once the Five Suns soul pouch is created, its effects are far-reaching. It must be said that the Five Suns soul pouch is not a dead object, because it incorporates the cultivator's soul. It is more like a living spiritual object. As long as the soul pouch is worn, it is like having an extra incarnation. This is because each of the Five Suns in the Five Suns soul pouch can transform into meridians, qi, flesh and blood, organs, and blood. Once the wearer operates the internal skill within their body to cultivate, they can mobilize the Five Suns soul pouch to cultivate together. The spiritual qi obtained by the wearer's cultivation will be stored in their own danshan, while the spiritual qi obtained when the Five Suns soul pouch cultivates together will be stored in an independent qi. Of course, the wearer can import the spiritual qi from the soul pouch into their own body. Therefore, one person's cultivation can yield the results of two people's cultivation, greatly reducing the cultivation time. In this cultivation world where the strong prey on the weak, being able to break through to a higher realm in a short period of time provides a fundamental basis for survival. This is the true purpose of the Five Suns soul pouch. However, this soul pouch is not without its drawbacks. To maintain its spirituality, it needs to be constantly nourished with spiritual qi. Over the years, the reason Xian Yin's cultivation progressed slowly was precisely because he was nourishing this treasure, but since the treasure had not yet taken shape, he had not received any benefits. Now that Xian Yin is dead, it has benefited Xun Yong. However, due to the failure with Xun Yong, the current Four Suns soul pouch is still missing one sun to be completely formed. For now, it can only be considered a pseudo-finished product. Next, Xun Yong flipped through the book and finally understood why Xian Yin was so determined to choose him as the final sun for this treasure. Because the Five Suns soul pouch is relatively independent, it is actually no different from a cultivator. The only difference is that it has no consciousness and cannot move, but in essence, it is still a living being. Naturally, it cannot escape the concept of spiritual root in the cultivation world. The amount of heaven and earth spiritual qi it can absorb during cultivation is also related to its spiritual root aptitude. Xun Yong's medium-grade spiritual root, although not considered exceptionally outstanding, should have been the best aptitude Xian Yin could access over the years. After all, a medium-grade spiritual root appears in only 1 out of over 1,000 people. And Xian Yin himself had a low-grade inferior spiritual root, being merely the lowest existence in the Blood Yin sect. After more than 10 years of cultivation, he was only at refining qi stage 5, and without opportunity, he would never be able to foundation establishment in his lifetime. That was why he left the sect to seek opportunity, but in the mortal world outside the sect, a medium-grade spiritual root was even harder to come by. Until he met Xun Yong, Xian Yin finally felt as if he had found a treasure. Gradually guessing the cause and effect, Xun Yong's face immediately turned frosty. It turned out that from the very beginning, he had been targeted by Xian Yin. Fortunately, he had the help of the 5-clawed dragon cauldron, otherwise, the consequences would have been unpredictable. After a long time, Xun Yong calmed his emotions and began to study the creation method of the Five Suns soul pouch, to see if there was any chance to complete the soul pouch. Of course, he did not hold much hope, as filling the last sun would require refining himself, which was impossible. If there were no other methods in the book, he would have no choice but to give up. An entire day and night passed. After repeatedly flipping through the book, Xun Yong unexpectedly discovered something. It turned out that immortal Master Haoming had long considered the spiritual root issue, and there were 2 solutions. One was the method Xian Yin used, finding a cultivator with a better spiritual root to substitute, and then refining them using the previously described refining method. However, the Five Suns soul pouch created this way would not have a very high degree of compatibility with the wearer, requiring a large amount of spiritual qi for nourishment. The other method was to refine the final one of the Five Suns soul pouch by fusing the wearer's soul body and vital blood. This would result in an extremely high degree of compatibility, and wearing it normally would allow it to be nourished, which was extremely convenient. However, this method carried risks, as it required stripping away part of the soul body, and the soul body was extremely fragile. A slight mistake could lead to the soul body shattering and death. The book clearly stated that if there were no treasures to replenish the soul body, one should not attempt it lightly. Upon seeing this, a strange thought flashed through Xun Yong's mind. It was too coincidental. He actually had a means to replenish the soul body, which was soul liquid. As for vital blood, the blood refinement scripture he cultivated was originally a blood path demonic technique, and his vital blood was much richer than that of other cultivators. Losing a bit of vital blood was nothing to worry about. However, he could not attempt it immediately. Due to Xian Yin's limited cultivation, when creating this Four Suns soul pouch, he refined cultivators at refining qi stage 5, so this Four Suns soul pouch, in terms of cultivation, was only at refining qi stage 5. Now, if Xun Yong's refining qi stage 6 soul body were to fuse into the soul pouch, problems would definitely arise. Currently, the only option was to nourish this soul pouch with double the spiritual qi, allowing it to break through to refining Qi stage 6 cultivation before attempting the fusion. Chapter 23 Luo Ha's Last Wish. Xun Yong glanced at the blood pool and quickly understood that the water in the pool must have been infused with many precious medicinal ingredients, and it was safest to keep it there until the 5 Sun Soul pouch was completed. Then, he sniffed the scent of the pool water and immediately felt the bloody smell of blood essence Qi. It seemed that Xian Yin had added blood essence Qi to nourish it instead of spirit energy. Xun Yong didn't have much blood essence Qi on hand. However, he had spirit liquid, which was even better than blood essence Qi. He wondered if it could be used as a substitute. Thinking of this, Xun Yong eagerly took out a small bottle and dripped 3 drops of spirit liquid into the blood pool. The next moment, a wisp of green light emerged from the soul pouch and greedily absorbed the spirit liquid, gradually spreading over the entire soul pouch. He, it seems effective. It shouldn't be long before it can be nourished to the 6th level of Qi refinement stage. Xun Yong nodded in satisfaction, then sat cross-legged again and began to read other books. Among them were 2 volumes, the upper and lower parts of the blood refinement scripture, which he already had, so there was nothing good to see. There was also 100 herb scripture, which contained illustrations of 100 types of medicinal herbs and their planting essentials. It was useless to him at the moment, so he put it aside. The last book was called Blood Explosion Art, also a demonic technique of the blood path. Xun Yong couldn't help but recall the scene when Xian Yin, holding a hand seal, pointed at him, looking very pleased, saying things like how the taste of his meridians exploding wasn't good. However, at that time, he only felt his qi and blood surge violently, which was why he took a qi strengthening pill to stabilize his qi and blood. As for his meridians, they didn't explode at all. But thinking of Xian Yin's expression at the time, Xun Yong realized there must be some hidden secret. Could it be related to this blood explosion art? With curiosity, he began to read it carefully. After a while, his face turned green and then purple. This blood explosion art was a blood art that could be used in conjunction with any poison. This art could be used with 2 or more poisons simultaneously. Of course, the stronger the poison, the stronger the effect. Once the opponent was poisoned and the poison had entered their blood, this art could be used to detonate these poisons in the opponent's blood. This method was effective because it was unexpected and impossible to guard against. Xian Yin had added these 2 poisons to the qi strengthening pill and the blood pill respectively. In order not to affect the medicinal pill's efficacy, he added chronic poisons and made it so that people couldn't detect them at all. Of course, both of these poisons were related to qi and blood, and could intensify the surging of qi and blood. But Xian Yin never expected that Xun Yong had never taken the blood pill from beginning to end, and his body had been strengthened by spirit liquid. Therefore, when the blood explosion art was performed, it couldn't cause much harm to Xun Yong. After a while, Xun Yong found the antidote for chronic poisons in some small bottles. He confirmed it for a long time before taking it, and sure enough, he felt much lighter, and the frequency of his blood surging also slowed down. Xun Yong couldn't help but be overjoyed. He had solved the current crisis, and he wouldn't need to take qi strengthening pills in the future. Then, he looked through the remaining books. Among them was a medicinal pill recipe, which Xun Yong looked at for a while longer. The recipes included blood pills, qi strengthening pills, health preserving pills, and several poison pill recipes, totaling 12 recipes. Although these recipes were written as medicinal pill recipes, they were actually just pills made by mixing several medicinal ingredients or poisons in proportion. There was still a significant difference compared to immortal pills truly refined in a pill furnace. However, for cultivators in the qi refinement stage, they had some effect. Xun Yong carefully put away this recipe book, as it might be useful in the future. The remaining books were all about the Blood Yin sect. Xun Yong did not intend to delve into them for now, it would not be too late to read them carefully later when he had time. Then, he walked out of the gloomy secret chamber and entered the winding corridor, looking at the sealed stone chambers on both sides. Xun Yong thought of 6th brother Luo Hai, wondering if he was still alive. Afterward, he opened the stone chamber doors one by one. When he opened the last one, he found 4 mummified corpses lying in a corner. 2 of them were 5th brother and 6th brother, and the other 2 unfamiliar youths should be 3rd brother and 4th brother. These 4 had failed to escape Xian Yin's demonic clutches and died in a dark corner. How sad, how lamentable. Then Xun Yong took out a piece of paper from his embrace. It was Luo Ha's handwriting, which he had obtained in the stone chamber where he was previously imprisoned. Also tucked into the note was a qi strengthening pill. It was this qi strengthening pill that allowed Xun Yong to survive the fight with Xian Yin, and for this, he was sincerely grateful. The note contained a will, clearly revealing despair. He hoped that the junior brother who saw this letter, if he could leave this place, would make sure to let him return to his roots, and at the end, he left an address. He never expected that Luo Hai, who had always wanted to break free from worldly desires and pursue the Dao of immortal ascension, would have a sudden realization at the last moment of his life and wish to return to his roots. Since it was Luo Ha's last wish, and Xun Yong always repaid kindness, he might have to make a trip to fulfill his last wish. Then he put Luo Ha's body into his storage pouch. As for the other 3, Xun Yong would also bury them properly at Yin Xu Temple, hoping that the 3 would take this as a lesson and open their eyes wide in their next life. 10 days passed in a hurry. Xun Yong walked out of Yin Xu Temple, his face filled with joy. Just today, he successfully completed the 5 Sun Soul pouch. Now that the soul pouch was worn on his body, he felt incomparably comfortable, as if it had merged with him. When he mobilized the souls within the soul pouch, it was smoother than ever before. As long as he operated his cultivation technique, the soul pouch would also operate, and his own spirit energy could freely shuttle between the two, which was exceptionally marvelous. Besides this, the Five Suns soul pouch also had an unexpected divine ability. Then, as Xun Yong's spiritual sense moved, his body suddenly underwent a drastic change. After a while, his face transformed into Void Tempering's face, and even his figure and hair changed accordingly. This strange disguise technique, even if a foundation establishment cultivator came, they wouldn't be able to spot the problem right away. This was naturally the result of the mutual transformation between the Five Suns soul pouches. In fact, the faces of the people whose souls were in the soul pouch before their deaths had not disappeared. Among the 5 people, besides himself, Wang Ping, and Void Tempering, the other 2 were an ugly bearded strong man and a beautiful and charming female cultivator. In the future, Xun Yong could freely transform into the faces of Wang Ping and the other 4 using the Five Suns soul pouch, and he could also change back to his own face. He named his transformed self as the ugly strong man Chen Hu, and his transformed self as the charming female cultivator Hua Ying. In the future, no matter how he transformed, there would be an accurate name, at least so he wouldn't get confused. Then, Xun Yong turned back and looked solemnly at Yin Xu Temple. He couldn't help but sigh heavily. The originally bustling Daoist temple had now become desolate. But thinking that there were too many wailing souls within Yin Xu Temple, the current situation might not be a bad thing. At least no one else would die here. Xun Yong did not intend to stay long, but before leaving, he shattered the plaque of Yin Xu Temple with a palm strike, and then, urging his flight talisman, he swiftly departed. 5 days later, Xun Yong arrived at a village called Magwang Village, and in a mountain forest, he erected a tombstone inscribed with Luo Has tomb. He bowed deeply, fulfilling his debt of gratitude to the other party. The reason he chose this mountain forest was because it was only a few hundred meters from Luo Has home. Firstly, Luo Has family would soon discover it, and secondly, the deceased was gone, and Xun Yong did not wish to disturb his family further. Finally, Xun Yong left some silver beside Luo Has tombstone and quietly departed. He left the village, heading west until he disappeared into the horizon. From here, he intended to join the Blood Yin sect. This was because the hidden danger within Xun Yong's body had not been resolved. The fundamental problem lay with the blood refinement scripture cultivation technique. From Xianyin's remaining notes and his deeper understanding of the blood refinement scripture over these past few days, he subtly discovered that each time this cultivation technique was circulated, it consumed some vitality. In fact, Xianyin and Void Tempering, this pair of senior brother and junior brother, were actually only around 25 years old, which would shock anyone. After all, Void Tempering looked at least 40-something from his appearance, and Xianyin, needless to say, looked half buried in the earth. The culprit behind all this was precisely the blood refinement scripture cultivation technique. If Xun Yong's vitality continued to deplete at this rate, he would only have a little over 10 years of lifespan left. Although he had the Five Suns soul pouch, which could transfer a portion of his vital blood, thereby slowing the depletion of his lifespan, it only added 20 years. Counting it all together, it was only a little over 30 years, but in this mundane world with thin spiritual qi, he truly had no confidence whether he could break through to the foundation establishment stage within the limited time. To take a step back, even if there was a slight chance of breakthrough, the hidden danger of the cultivation technique remained unresolved and would sooner or later become a major problem. To completely resolve the hidden danger of the cultivation technique, he could only go to the blood path immortal cultivation demonic sect, the Blood Yin sect, to seek a solution. Of course, the heaven and earth spiritual qi within the Blood Yin sect was incomparable to that of the mortal world. If Xun Yong were to join the Blood Yin sect, it would be highly possible for him to cultivate to a higher realm in the future. Regardless, joining the Blood Yin sect would only benefit him. And from the Blood Yin sect books Xun Yong obtained from Xianyin, he also learned some details about the Blood Yin sect's recruitment of disciples. Because the Blood Yin sect was a demonic sect, its reputation in the immortal realm was very bad, and its sect disciples were all extremely vicious. If it relied on normal channels to recruit disciples, very few people would join the sect. Therefore, there was another method. The Blood Yin sect would send out some low-level disciples with poor spiritual root and stagnant cultivation, allowing them to establish Daoist temples or sects in the mortal world. Afterward, they would use these Daoist temples and sects to widely recruit disciples, employing deceptive methods to make these disciples unknowingly cultivate demonic technique of the blood path. And these demonic technique of the blood path, without exception, all had more or less flaws. Once one cultivated them, they would be completely bound to the Blood Yin sect. This method was very consistent with the temperament of a demonic sect, completely unscrupulous, but it must be said that it was indeed the most effective method. Moreover, the disciples recruited by this method all possessed yin qi and had the bloodthirsty ruthlessness of a demonic sect. With only a little cultivation, they would become good prospects for the demonic path. And Luyan Mountain, 100 li away, was a stronghold of the Blood Yin sect. Over a dozen mortal towns around it had Daoist temples and sects distributed by the Blood Yin sect. As long as a disciple's cultivation reached refining qi stage 4, they could come to Luyan Mountain to find a disciple to guide them into the Blood Yin sect. Xun Yong's destination was Luyan Mountain, 100 li away. Midway, he put the Five Suns soul pouch into his storage pouch. After all, the Blood Yin sect had a large number of high-level cultivators. If it were seen through, it would not only expose the treasure but also attract unnecessary trouble, which would be completely not worth it. A few days later, a gloomy, low mountain peak shrouded in a faint red mist appeared ahead. This mountain was precisely Luyan Mountain. When Xun Yong arrived here, he withdrew his flight talisman and landed on a flat bluestone platform on the mountain peak. "Stop, identify yourself, newcomer." A young man in a red robe saw the newcomer, stepped forward to block him, and lightly shouted. I am Xun Yong from Yin Xu Temple in Dingfeng Town, and I have specially come to join the Blood Yin sect under the orders of my master. Xun Yong cupped his fists very politely, stating his origin. Present your token and circulate the cultivation technique within your body. Once confirmed, you may enter the inner hall to await registration. The red-robed person did not intend to ask too many details and said with a cold expression. Xun Yong threw a red token to the red-robed person, then circulated the cultivation technique within his body without hesitation. The red-robed person carefully looked at the token, then felt the spiritual power Xun Yong was circulating, and after a moment, said. Indeed, it is the blood path cultivation technique released by the sect. All right, you may enter. Thank you, senior brother. Xun Yong then stepped towards a dark cave at the front of the platform. Upon entering the cave, the space inside was a full 300 square meters. The cave walls were inlaid with a large number of luminous stones, illuminating the surroundings brightly. At this moment, there were more than 10 people inside, either standing or sitting, and upon seeing Xun Yong approach, they all cast their gaze over. Some only glanced once and then looked away, while others looked for a long time with complex expressions of surprise, suspicion, and so on. Xun Yong also glanced at these people, finding that each person had more or less yin qi. These people should have all cultivated demonic technique of the blood path. It seems they are disciples from other Daoist temples who met the conditions for joining the sect. He wondered what the meaning of their gazes was. At the very front of the cave, 3 people were seated. The person in the middle was a red-robed scholar named Wu Fei, who was the manager disciple of Luyan Mountain. His yin qi was extremely dense, completely overshadowing the other 2. However, this person lacked a majestic pressure, so he should not have reached the foundation establishment stage yet, but his cultivation was at least at the 10 levels of qi refining perfection realm. Xun Yong quickly stepped forward, cupped his fists, and bowed, saying. Senior brother, I am Xun Yong from Yin Xu Temple in Dingfeng Town. I have specially come to join the sect under the orders of my master. Please register me, senior brother. Wu Fei raised his eyes, scanned Xun Yong for a moment, and chuckled. What is your master's name, and why did he not come with you? My master's name is Void Tempering. He only sent me here and then left early due to some matters. When Wu Fei first heard the name Void Tempering, his eyes clearly lit up, but when he heard the end, his gaze inexplicably turned cold again, and he questioned, oh, is that really so? Seeing this, Xun Yong's expression remained normal, and he said calmly. Indeed. Upon hearing this, Wu Fei's coldness instantly vanished the next second, and he laughed heartily. Junior brother, you've truly met a good master. He's given all the rewards to you, this is quite rare in our sect. Xun Yong suddenly understood upon hearing this. It turned out that Wu Fei's questioning just now was not to pursue anything, but merely surprised that a demonic path disciple would leave without claiming his reward. Then he feigned surprise, speaking with an astonished expression as if hearing it for the first time. This. I will keep the rewards safe for my master. If I achieve something in the future, I will definitely return them twofold. Alright, let's put aside the sentiment between you and your master for now. Extend your hand and place it on this spirit testing stone. Wu Fei couldn't listen anymore. He was just teasing earlier, but this kid started acting. As fellow cultivators of the demonic path, how could he not know a thing or two about the tricks involved? It just wasn't his responsibility, so he didn't want to bother too much. Besides, this reward is a hot potato, you're in for it, kid. Xun Yong, of course, didn't know any of this. Instead, he placed his hand on a bright stone in front of Wu Fei. Soon, a purple light flashed on the stone. 5 grade spiritual root, very good, Wu Fei praised simply, looking at the purple light emitted by the stone. Spiritual roots are divided into 9 grades, grades 1 to 3 are low-grade spiritual roots, grades 4 to 6 are medium-grade spiritual roots, and grades 7 to 9 are high-grade spiritual roots. The higher the grade, the better the aptitude, and the greater the talent possessed. However, a 5-grade spiritual root, in a large school like the Blood Yin sect, could only be considered very common and not particularly outstanding. Wu Fei quickly wrote down the name Xun Yong, noted medium-grade spiritual root next to it, and then stopped. Then he placed his hand on Xun Yong's wrist, carefully probed for a moment, and a hint of joy flashed in his eyes. His gaze towards Xun Yong was clearly different. Blood refinement scripture, qi refining stage 6 cultivation. When this sound rang out, the atmosphere clearly became a bit restless. A large portion of the people around cast eager glances. Upon noticing this, Xun Yong subtly glanced around, feeling puzzled. He wondered if these people were looking at him like this because they heard about the blood refinement scripture cultivation technique, or because of his cultivation. But one thing was certain, he had inexplicably attracted attention, and this was not a good thing. However, very quickly, after Wu Fei finished registering, he took a drop of Xun Yong's vital blood and told him to wait aside. As for the reward mentioned earlier, he told him to go to the sect to claim it. Xun Yong then quietly walked to one side, deliberately finding an inconspicuous corner, and sat down cross-legged. After a good while, the gazes from around slowly began to disperse. However, one gaze had not moved away at all. Following his senses, Xun Yong saw a strong man in green clothes. This man had a long saber scar on his face, and his lips were split in 2. Beside the strong man in green clothes, there sat a cold-faced young man. This person's expression was sometimes dazed, sometimes clear, and a hint of sorrow was revealed in his eyes, which was quite strange. The strong man in green clothes and Xun Yong's gazes intertwined. The next moment, a chilling smile appeared, and a hint of fanaticism flashed in his eyes, but he quickly seemed to realize something was amiss and turned his head away. Seeing this, Xun Yong's expression turned strange. He then kept the other party in mind before turning his head back and closing his eyes to rest. In the time that followed, several more people entered the immortal cave. However, without exception, these few people were all at refining chi stage 4 and each had a master accompanying them. After completing the registration, Wu Fei immediately issued the rewards, and the masters of these few people hastily left. Xun Yong couldn't help but wonder why Wu Fei held back his reward and instead asked him to go to the sect to find him. Was there some hidden reason? But despite his wonder, he found it inconvenient to ask. Several hours later, when the number of people in the immortal cave reached 15, Wu Fei finally stood up and gave a few instructions to the two people beside him. Then, led by those two, Xun Yong and the other 15 people walked deeper into the mountain cave. After passing through a winding corridor, they arrived at the other side of the mountain peak. This place was completely shrouded in red mist, but beyond a platform on one side, a black flying ship was faintly visible. Quickly board the ship. As a voice rang out, the 15 people successively boarded the ship, each finding a spot and sitting down cross-legged. Once everyone was on board, Wu Fei slowly arrived, flew onto the bow of the ship, turned back, and shouted sternly. You all must hold on tight. This ship is very fast. If anyone is blown away by the strong wind later, I will not rescue them, nor will I stop the ship. May you all take care of yourselves. All right, depart. The next moment, Wu Fei formed a few strange hand seals. The flying ship trembled twice, then a strong wind emerged from the stern, and with a whoosh, the flying ship, like an arrow released from a bow, streaked across the sky. With gusts of strong wind beating against him, Xun Yong only felt a stinging pain on his face, but as the flying ship became faster, his body began to sway unsteadily. To steady himself, he quickly circulated his cultivation technique. As he used his magical power to resist the strong wind, his body finally became somewhat stable. At this moment, a figure was directly blown away by the strong wind, disappearing behind, leaving only a scream. Then, successively, 3 more people were blown away by the strong wind. Meanwhile, Wu Fei sat quietly at the bow, not only ignoring it but even watching with interest, his eyes full of contempt. Xun Yong, sensing Wu Fei's expression, concluded that this must be a test by the Blood Yin sect. If one couldn't even safely pass through a small strong wind, entering the sect would only be a waste of resources. This also indicated that the Blood Yin sect did not keep useless people. Afterward, the flying ship's speed did not decrease, instead, it doubled. Everyone used their own methods, some forcibly resisted with magical power, while others used defensive talismans. Even more, some lay flat on the ship to reduce the impact of the strong wind. Some who couldn't hold on began to imitate them and lie flat. It turned out this method was quite effective. The ship traveled at high speed for a full day, flying an unknown number of miles, until its speed finally slowed down amidst a cluster of mountains. On the flying ship, the original 15 people had been reduced to 9. Everyone was pale, and some of their clothes were torn by the wind, looking quite disheveled. Wu Fei's cold voice leisurely echoed from the bow. You have 100 breaths to quickly tidy yourselves up, don't lose face. Taking advantage of this time, several people quickly changed their clothes. At this moment, 1,000 jong tall mountain appeared 1,000 meters ahead. This mountain was towering, majestic, and grand. It was the main peak of the Blood Yin sect, named Blood Demon Peak. This peak was situated on a medium-grade spiritual vein, and the surrounding spiritual chi was very dense. From top to bottom, it was divided into 2 areas. The upper area was perennially shrouded in a mist and was also the area with the densest spiritual chi. It was also the forbidden land of the Blood Yin sect and the location of the sect's protective formation Array Core. And the 13 core formation Old Ancestors and 2 Nascent Soul Ancestors of the Blood Yin sect were precisely in this area, in perennial seclusion. In the lower area, a large number of palaces and pavilions, and countless densely packed immortal caves could be faintly seen. This was where the sect elders and a group of intersect disciples cultivated. As the flying ship continuously approached, the scenery of the mountain peak gradually became clearer. During this time, the long cries of immortal cranes, the roars of immortal beasts, and figures flying by could be heard from time to time. Some soared through the air, while others rode swords through the void. If not for the hundreds of acres of crimson blood pools and the pervasive blood fiend energy in the valley southwest of Blood Demon Peak, it would truly resemble a scene from an immortal realm. We've arrived. At this moment, Wu Fei moved his hand seal, and the flying ship slowly descended. Then he took out a token, performed a hand seal on it, and suddenly waved it forward, sending a green light soaring into the sky. With a crisp creak, like the sound of breaking glass, a transparent light shield in front then opened up a large hole. The flying ship smoothly flew into the large hole and landed on a wide platform at the foot of the mountain below. Afterward, led by Wu Fei, the 9 people on board successively disembarked from the flying ship and walked towards a pavilion ahead. However, as he walked, Wu Fei subtly pulled out a paper talisman from his pregnant, and with a surge of magical power, the paper talisman disappeared. Not long after, a sound of breaking air came from afar. The crowd looked back and saw a figure flying on a sword in the sky, landing directly in front of the pavilion. This person was over 60 years old, gaunt, but his body exuded immense spiritual power, and an aura directly pressed down on Xun Yong and the others, causing them to feel fear. This person, at least, possessed Foundation Establishment stage cultivation. Everyone hurriedly stopped in their tracks, not daring to breathe, wondering what this foundation establishment stage senior intended. Elder Gu, these are the disciples this junior recruited on this trip. Wu Fei no longer had his previous demeanor, he had long since replaced it with a fawning smile as he spoke. Not bad, there are indeed a few individuals with medium-grade spiritual roots. Give me the information on these disciples. Yes. The next moment, Wu Fei flew forward and respectfully handed a booklet to Elder Gu. Elder Gu took it and casually glanced at it, but soon a gleam of light flashed in his eyes. Then, with a wave of his hand, a transparent light shield enveloped him and Wu Fei. Tell me about this person's information. Elder Gu unceremoniously pointed at a name in the booklet. Wu Fei saw the person being pointed at and smiled knowingly, because his current voice transmission was also to report this person to Elder Gu. He then said, this person is named Xun Yong, a disciple of Yin Xu Temple in Dingfeng Town. He cultivates the blood refinement scripture cultivation technique and has already reached the 6th level of the qi refinement stage. Not bad, not bad. Wait, a disciple of Yin Xu Temple? Is that the Daoist temple opened by my unaccomplished named disciple, Void Tempering? It is indeed the Daoist temple opened by junior brother Void Tempering, but this child came to Luyan Mountain alone. It seems this kid has some tricks up his sleeve, quite ruthless and cunning. Void Tempering must have encountered danger. However, for Void Tempering to be able to teach such a disciple, it wasn't in vain for this elder to cultivate him. By the way, what else is special about this child? Reporting to Elder, according to this junior's investigation, this child not only has abundant qi and blood within his body, but his soul also seems quite powerful. Haha, excellent. This child satisfies this elder greatly. Your efforts this time will certainly be rewarded by this elder later. Thank you, Elder. By the way, should I call him over so that you, Elder, can personally take him back and instruct him? No need. At present, this child has not yet entered this elder's dharma eye. You are also a smart person, so keep this matter to yourself. This elder has his own arrangements. Upon hearing this, Wu Fei couldn't help but wipe away cold sweat. He was well aware of Elder Gu's methods and quickly assured him, Elder, rest assured, I will definitely not spread it. Alright, give this storage pouch to that kid. This elder still has things to do, so I'll take my leave first. Elder Gu threw a storage pouch to Wu Fei, then flew up and broke through the air on his sword. The people below had only seen the gaunt old man and Wu Fei moving their lips, but they couldn't hear what they were discussing. In the end, they only saw the old man throw out a storage pouch and leave. Meanwhile, Xun Yong's expression was peculiar. When the two were talking earlier, he faintly sensed that Wu Fei's gaze intentionally or unintentionally swept towards him when he spoke. This feeling was extremely real. Did the content of their conversation include him as well? As Xun Yong thought this, he felt that he was being overly vigilant. After all, he had just entered the sect, so how could he attract the attention of a foundation establishment stage senior? He shook his head and then followed the others towards the pavilion. At this moment, Wu Fei spoke in a deep voice, ahead is the Immortal Ascension Hall. You all wait here for a moment. I will go in first to register you, collect your official disciple tokens, and your entry disciple robes. With that, Wu Fei took a small booklet and walked into the pavilion. After only a quarter of an hour, Wu Fei came out, holding a token in one hand and a storage pouch in the other. Then, he distributed the tokens and storage pouches to the 9 people, and slowly said. Inside the storage pouch are sect robes, some cultivation medicinal pills, sect regulations, and so on. The token is an official disciple token. With this token, you can go to the Immortal Ascension Hall every month to receive 2 spirit stones and 2 bottles of condensing blood pills. Alright, follow me. I'll take you to your residences. Under Wu Fei's lead, Xun Yong and the other 9 were led away from the main peak, heading towards a secondary peak about 10 li away. At the foot of this secondary peak, there were densely packed immortal cave. You all have 3 months after entering the sect to familiarize yourselves with the sect regulations, the cultivation environment, and to improve your cultivation. I hope you cherish these 3 months. Once the time is up, the sect will begin to assign tasks. Inside your storage pouches, there is a wooden disc. On it is your immortal cave number. Go. As he spoke, several people among them had already impatiently walked away, beginning to search for their own immortal cave. As Xun Yong was also about to leave, Wu Fei's voice sounded from behind him, Xun Yong, please stay for a moment. Xun Yong looked back in confusion and, seeing that the other party seemed unwilling to speak at the moment, stood beside him and waited. This scene was witnessed by the strong man in green, whose eyes visibly changed. He took a deep look at Xun Yong before disappearing ahead. Seeing everyone gone, Wu Fei finally took out a storage pouch, threw it to Xun Yong, and said, this is your master's reward. Take it well. As for what's inside, open it once you're in your immortal cave. With that, Wu Fei flew up and used the wind to escape to one side. Xun Yong looked at the departing figure and muttered, it's just a reward, why make it so mysterious? No wonder the other party had been reluctant to give the reward earlier, it was to hand it over to him when no one was around. Is he afraid of attracting attention? This senior brother is quite nice. Although Xun Yong said this, he had a different opinion in his heart. Then, he hung the storage pouch on his waist and walked towards the immortal cave. 160. He was holding a round disc with the number 160 engraved on its front, which should be the immortal cave number. After searching for a while, he finally found the corresponding immortal cave number on the innermost part of the 3rd level. Then, he pressed the disc into a slot on one side, and with a rumble, the immortal cave door quickly rose. Upon entering the immortal cave, he smelled a strong scent of blood. Although Xun Yong's resistance to this scent had greatly improved, the thought of having to stay in there made him feel uncomfortable. However, he had no choice at the moment. After stepping into the immortal cave, he quickly closed the stone door. The immortal cave was not large, only about 50 square meters, and its furnishings were very simple, just a stone bed and a few stone stools. However, on the stone surface at the very back of the immortal cave, there was a black, cavernous small hole the size of a human head. Looking inside, it was bottomless, leading to an unknown place. But from the small hole, a very faint blood-red gas would drift out periodically. Xun Yong merely sniffed it, and a bloody stench made him feel uncomfortable all over. He could confirm that this bloody stench was blood fiend energy, and the hole should lead to the blood pool at the foot of the main peak. Blood fiend energy is actually a type of miasma refined from the blood of mortals by the sect's blood refinement grand array. Because of this, blood fiend energy is several grades inferior to blood essence chi. Blood essence chi is refined from the essence blood within a cultivator's body. It not only contains pure spiritual chi but also has very few side effects when absorbed by blood path cultivators. However, blood fiend energy, firstly, is taken from mortal blood and thus contains no spiritual chi, and secondly, it contains toxins formed from the resentful spirits of the deceased, hence it is laden with a large amount of poison. If a mortal comes into contact with it, their entire body will be covered in boils, and their skin will fester, leading to instant death. Of course, while this chi cannot be used to increase cultivation, it is very suitable for cultivating blood path divine abilities, such as blood poison art and blood fiend art. Therefore, the blood yin sect would spend such a large price to directly refine a blood pool to allow its disciples to increase their strength. Xun Yong walked to the center of the immortal cave, sat down cross-legged, and placed the two storage pouches from his waist on the ground in front of him. First, he picked up the storage pouch issued by the sect and directly emptied its contents onto the ground. There were 5 items in total: formal disciple attire, 2 bottles of condensing blood pill, a book of sect regulations, and a bottle labeled grain abstinence pill. Xun Yong first picked up the grain abstinence pill, opened the bottle, and found 12 brown medicinal pills inside. This pill had no other purpose than to allow chi refinement stage cultivators who had not yet reached grain abstinence to go without food for 8 days. 12 pills would last for exactly 3 months. The sect's intention in doing this was likely to allow these newly admitted disciples to familiarize themselves with the cultivation environment within 3 months and enter into cultivation as quickly as possible. This could also be considered a disguised form of protection for new disciples. From this, Xun Yong inferred that it might not be safe even within the sect, otherwise, they wouldn't have set aside this 3-month period. He then thought of the scene on Luyan Mountain, where he was observed by the other disciples who had entered the sect with him. At that time, when those people heard about the cultivation technique he cultivated in his realm, their expressions all changed, and the muscular man in green even showed a flash of fanaticism. There must have been some hidden reason. Xun Yong now guessed that it was highly likely related to the cultivation technique he cultivated. Perhaps the blood refinement scripture had some secret that attracted others' attention. Thinking of this, a slight unease arose within him. Immediately, Xun Yong quickly picked up the sect regulations and began to read them carefully, intending to find some useful information within. After a while, his expression fluctuated between dark and light. Although the sect regulations stated that private duels were forbidden, the prefix clearly marked the words main peak. This implied that private duels were only forbidden on the main peak. It also indirectly suggested that duels were allowed on the more than 20 subsidiary peaks outside the main peak. The main peak was mostly inhabited by elders and inner sect disciples. These were the elite forces of the sect, and for the sake of long-term development, the sect would naturally provide a certain degree of protection, which was understandable. Apart from these, for the many formal disciples like Xun Yong, the sect clearly intended to screen them. Some disciples who only wished to maintain the status quo, were not ambitious, or had poor spiritual roots and would never be able to break through to a higher realm in their lifetime, would be eliminated. Firstly, the sect's resources were very limited, and secondly, they could also unearth some promising talents for the demonic path. After all, a large number of disciples entered the sect every year, and if the already limited resources were occupied by useless individuals, how could the sect develop? Of course, demonic path individuals are inherently bloodthirsty and possess many sinister methods. How could mere regulations restrict their ferocity? Therefore, the sect simply stopped interfering, allowing them to develop freely, and could even gain benefits from it. Why not? Understanding this, Xun Yong's heart grew increasingly uneasy. For the next 3 months, he decided not to step out of his immortal cave, planning to lay low and focus on increasing his strength, which was the ultimate Dao. After all, in this cultivation world where the strong are revered, strength is the absolute truth. Next, Xun Yong picked up the other storage pouch. This one was given to him by Wu Fei as a reward. He unceremoniously shook it, and only 2 items fell out. A book and a slender silver needle. That's it. Xun Yong stared blankly. When Wu Fei gave it to him, he was so cautious. This isn't that precious. He couldn't help but feel the storage pouch again, finding it empty, indeed containing only these 2 items. He then took the silver needle into his palm and examined it carefully. Soon, Xun Yong felt a surge of wind attribute power from the needle, which made his heart stir. He then pinched it with 2 fingers, circulated his magical power, and sharply shot it out. There was a hissing sound. A burst of strong wind power emanated from the silver needle, which actually penetrated directly into the stone wall ahead. Xun Yong hastily went to the stone wall to inspect it and was secretly astonished. This stone wall was 10 meters thick, yet the silver needle had penetrated 7 meters. One must know that this was only using 50% of his magical power. If he circulated all of his magical power, this stone wall would be pierced through with a single strike. Could it be that this silver needle is a low-grade magical artifact? Xun Yong was both surprised and delighted. He quickly circulated his magical power to recall the silver needle from the stone wall. This was a good treasure for ambushing others. He treasured it as if he had found a priceless treasure and carefully put it away. With this surprising discovery, he immediately became excited. He then quickly went to the book, grabbed it, and intended to see what was recorded inside. After a while, Xun Yong's face showed a strange expression. This book was titled 100 Meridian Body Refinement Technique. It was a very rare body refining cultivation technique, and it was extremely complete, allowing one to cultivate from the chi refinement stage all the way to the late stage core formation. Once cultivated to perfection, every inch of flesh and blood in the physical body could contain immense spiritual power, allowing the physical body alone to rival the power of a magic treasure. This body refining technique had a total of 7 layers. The first to 6th layers, in order, tempered the left arm, left leg, right leg, torso, and internal organs. The 7th layer was very mysterious, involving fusion into one. The cultivation realms required for layers 1 to 7 were, in order, chi refinement stage, early, mid, and late stage foundation establishment, and early, mid, and late stage core formation. Of course, the reason Xun Yong showed a strange expression was that this body refining technique could actually resolve the hidden danger of the blood refinement scripture cultivation technique. He felt that everything was too coincidental, so coincidental that he found it hard to believe. Originally, he thought he would need to put in some effort to find a solution, but he didn't expect it to be so easy. Could this storage pouch belong to Elder Gu? At that time, Xun Yong had personally seen Elder Gu take out a storage pouch and hand it to Wu Fei. Perhaps Wu Fei then transferred this storage pouch to him. Thinking this way, he felt it wasn't impossible. However, this was only Xun Yong's guess, as Elder Gu had never even looked at him properly from beginning to end. Furthermore, the items in this storage pouch, if in someone else's hands, would not have shown much use. Perhaps it was just by chance that it fell into his hands, and only then did it display its great utility. Xun Yong gently shook his head. It seemed his nerves were too tense, leading him to be overly suspicious. However, now that he was in a demonic sect, he still needed to be more careful and cautious in his future actions. The reason the 100 Meridian Body Refinement Technique could resolve the hidden dangers within him must first be explained by the Blood Refinement Scripture Cultivation Technique. Since the Blood Refinement Scripture is a pure blood path demonic technique, once one cultivates this cultivation technique, as the cultivation realm improves, the vital essence and blood within the body will continuously increase. Along with the increase in vital essence and blood, there are both advantages and disadvantages. The advantage is that one's magic power will far exceed that of cultivators in the same realm. As for the disadvantages, 2 problems arose. Firstly, due to the excessive amount of vital essence and blood in the body, once the cultivation technique is activated and the vital essence and blood are mobilized, a large amount of vital chi will be consumed. When vital chi is consumed excessively, the life force of the physical body will be lost. This is also why those who cultivate this cultivation technique often have shorter lifespans. Secondly, with the continuous surging of chi and blood, the meridians will be overwhelmed, and eventually, one's entire body's meridians will burst, leading to death. The 100 Meridian Body Refinement Technique, on the other hand, primarily refines the meridians in flesh. Although it cannot make the physical body as hard as iron, achieving immortality, it can enhance the toughness of the meridians, modify them, and also separate a portion of vital essence and blood to fuse into the flesh. Firstly, it resolves the hidden danger of excessive vital essence and blood. Secondly, once cultivated to major achievement, every inch of flesh within the body will contain immense spiritual power. At that time, the spiritual power possessed by the physical body alone will be enough to shake mountains and rivers. Xun Yong couldn't help but be very envious of this, and immediately began to understand the cultivation method of the 100 Meridian Body Refinement Technique. Since it was created by a blood path cultivator, the first step in cultivation requires absorbing blood fiend energy to strengthen the meridians. Only after they are completely strengthened can the vital essence and blood be extracted and fused into the flesh. This seems simple, but in reality, during this process, one must endure the intense itching when the meridians are corroded by blood fiend energy, and then the immense pain of the meridians constantly breaking and reforming. Of course, if one wants the vital essence and blood to enter the flesh, several different precious spiritual objects are also needed to soak the physical body before it can be achieved. The first level involves cultivating the left arm. One only needs to refine the blood fiend energy into the meridians of the left arm, and after 5 cycles of breaking and reforming, it can be cultivated to minor achievement. During this period, as long as there is a continuous supply of blood fiend energy and one can endure the pain of meridians breaking, reaching minor achievement is only a matter of time. However, at this point, to advance further, a spiritual plant called Fuyin grass is needed to soak the left arm, only then can the vital essence and blood seamlessly integrate into the flesh. Xun Yong naturally understood that this spiritual plant should be extremely rare, and even obtaining one would be quite difficult. However, he was not without a fallback. Once the meridians of his left arm reached minor achievement, he could temporarily seal the excess vital essence and blood within the meridians of his left arm. As long as he didn't easily mobilize it, Xun Yong wouldn't have to worry too much about the hidden dangers of the blood refinement scripture cultivation technique within the chi refinement stage realm. After that, he would have enough time to search for Fuyin grass. The next period of cultivation lasted for 3 months. During this time, Xun Yong was constantly engrossed in diligent cultivation. When hungry, he would eat a grain abstinence medicinal pill, and when tired, he would sit in meditation to rest. Finally, he successfully took the first step, strengthening the meridians of his left arm while also causing them to break and reform once. At this moment, his left arm was dark red, with the meridians completely exposed on the skin's surface, but they were noticeably twice as thick and felt very elastic to the touch. Then, Xun Yong attempted to circulate a large amount of vital essence and blood to impact the meridians of his left arm, finding that their toughness was very high, even when stretched twice their size, there was no sign of bursting. He immediately beamed with joy, very satisfied with this. However, due to being corroded by blood fiend energy, the dark red color of his left arm would likely not fade until minor achievement. For now, he could only cover it with clothing, but in the demonic path sect, this minor abnormality wouldn't attract too much attention. However, at noon that day, a sound transmission talisman floated into his immortal cave. Xun Yong took the paper talisman, crushed it, and a voice sounded in his ear, "The 3-month period is up, hurry to the foot of the mountain to gather." After listening, he couldn't help but open his immortal cave and walked out, arriving at the foot of the mountain. At this moment, Wu Fei was already waiting there, and then people arrived one after another, including Xun Yong. A total of 6 people came. The sturdy man in green was among them, but the cold-faced youth who had always been very close to him was inexplicably missing. No need to wait any longer, the number of people is complete. I will take you to Lian Xian Hall to receive the tasks assigned by the sect. Wu Fei said in a deep voice and strode forward. Xun Yong and the others exchanged glances, all noticing that the number of people was incorrect. Weren't there 9 people before? Now only 6 had come, so how could the number be complete and no more waiting was needed? But soon, after a brief thought, they had an answer in their hearts, perhaps the other 3 had encountered danger and had already perished. Thinking this way, everything made sense. Xun Yong had thought about the cruelty of the demonic sect, but he hadn't expected that someone would already die so soon after just entering the sect. It seemed that he would have to be cautious when choosing tasks in the future. After a while, under Wu Fei's lead, they arrived at the mountainside of the main peak, where an ancient and solemn palace stood, with a plaque reading Lian Xian Hall. Xun Yong looked at the Lian Xian Hall plaque and then recalled the previous Immortal Ascension Hall. It seemed these demonic path sects still had some bottom line. Deep down, they were unwilling to admit that they were evil and crooked demonic path, so they created this Immortal Hall and that Immortal Hall to strengthen the Dao heart of their disciples for immortal ascension. Subsequently, Wu Fei led them into the palace and handed them over to a fat attendant before turning to leave. Despite the fat attendant's benevolent expression, his magic power was immense, and his cultivation realm was at least at 10 levels of qi refining perfection. Xun Yong knew that in the demonic sect, the more harmless a person appeared, the more sinister and ruthless they were behind the scenes. Moreover, the person in front of him had such profound magic power, so he dared not be negligent and quickly walked up to him, bowing respectfully. The others were also smart and quickly followed suit. The fat attendant raised his eyes and scanned the few people, nodding slightly. These new recruits were quite good, they knew how to be humble, and compared to the previous batches, they were much stronger. This also made the fat attendant more patient. He picked up a small booklet and began to seriously explain the sect tasks. The tasks assigned by the sect were divided into 2 major categories. Firstly, there were tasks that did not require leaving the sect. These tasks had very low danger, such as spiritual plant master in the spiritual herb garden, corpse refiner in the blood pool, medicinal pill hall medicine boy, artifact refiner in the forging department, corpse mover in the corpse cave, and so on. These tasks had very low rewards but a very long duration, lasting for 2 years, and once chosen, they could not be changed within those 2 years. Secondly, there were more dangerous tasks that required leaving the sect, such as eradicating righteous path cultivators, abducting and capturing loose cultivators and mortals, going to righteous path areas to investigate and gather intelligence, and so on. These tasks all carried more or less danger, except for the relatively simple task of abducting and capturing mortals to refine into the blood pool. All others required fighting with cultivators, and there was a high possibility of life-threatening danger. However, similarly, the rewards were extremely generous. Bringing back the corpse of a cultivator at refining chi stage 5 or higher could earn a reward of 10 to 60 spirit stones, and each time there would be a rest period ranging from 1 month to half a year, during which no tasks would be assigned. This rate of return naturally made sect disciples flock to them. I'll give you 100 breaths of time to consider carefully, the corpulent attendant said in a deep voice, then closed his eyes to rest and wait. However, after only 30 breaths, the strong man in green stepped forward, handed over his disciple token, and said, reporting, Senior brother, my name is Wan Feng. I choose an outside mission. Please, senior brother, show me the recent outside missions. The corpulent attendant was not overly surprised by this. For new disciples like them, their cultivation techniques all had problems, and they all wanted to improve their cultivation to suppress the hidden dangers of their cultivation techniques. Therefore, most of them would choose outside missions. Then, without further ado, the corpulent attendant threw a booklet to Wan Feng, which contained many missions to choose from. Not long after, Wan Feng chose a mission to kill a refining chi stage 5 righteous path cultivator, which was of medium grade difficulty. After some registration, the corpulent attendant directly threw out a small scroll, which contained the mission details. Seeing this, 3 other people nearby gritted their teeth and, by coincidence, all chose outside missions. But after checking the booklet, These 3 ultimately chose missions with lower risks, 2 chose to investigate intelligence in the Righteous Path region, and 1 chose to capture 7 mortal martial artists alive. Investigating intelligence only required a trip to the Righteous Path region to record the specific activity range of Righteous Path cultivators. As long as their luck wasn't too bad and they didn't directly run into Righteous Path cultivators, it wasn't difficult to complete. As for mortal martial artists, because they cultivated external true chi, their blood was better for refining into the blood pool, so the sect would capture mortal martial artists alive from various places. However, some highly skilled martial artists even had strength comparable to chi refining stage 3 cultivators, so this mission still carried some risk, though not too great, as long as they achieved surprise. Finally, only Xun Yong and another long-faced youth remained. The long-faced youth hesitated for a long time but still chose a mission that didn't require leaving the sect. He decided to become a corpse carrier in the corpse cave. This decision drew cold glances from the other 4, as it was clearly a sign of cowardice in their eyes. However, just as the others were sneering, Xun Yong's voice rang out. Senior brother attendant, I choose to be a spiritual plant master in the spiritual herb garden. As soon as he said this, not only did the other few people cast surprised glances, but even the corpulent attendant's expression flickered with a strange look. One must know that the cultivators who went to the sect's spiritual herb garden were all those who knew their cultivation could not advance and intended to live out their days doing nothing. A spiritual plant master not only received very little reward, but also had to tend to spiritual plants in the spiritual herb garden for 9 hours a day, leaving little time for cultivation. This was even worse than the corpse carrier mission. Although corpse carriers also needed to transport corpses for 8 hours a day, their rewards were much more generous. Are you really sure you want to go to the spiritual herb garden and be a spiritual plant master? The corpulent attendant observed the spirit chi within Xun Yong's body, which was at least the most abundant among these 6 people, and couldn't help but ask with a strange expression. I am sure I want to go to the spiritual herb garden. Please, senior brother attendant, register it. At this moment, Xun Yong's tone was very firm, without any intention of changing his mind. Are you kidding? He had the 5-clawed dragon cauldron in his hand. He didn't need to leave the sect and risk great danger to obtain cultivation resources. The most important thing now was to find an inconspicuous place to stay, spend some time, and shed the title of a new disciple. And the spiritual herb garden perfectly fit this condition. Not only would it not attract too much attention, but he might also be able to secretly pick some spirit medicine, directly refine it into spirit liquid, and then he would have cultivation resources. At that time, he would only need to lay low for a few years, and his cultivation would increase. However, the other 5 naturally didn't understand Xun Yong's thoughts and all showed expressions of ridicule. They hadn't expected that Xun Yong, who had the highest cultivation among them, would turn out to be someone who feared death and lacked ambition. Immediately, a sense of pride and superiority arose in their hearts. At this moment, Wan Feng's eyes lost their apprehension, and a hidden fierce glint flashed, his gaze towards Xun Yong becoming increasingly greedy. The corpulent attendant also showed disappointment. To want to be content with the status quo while in the demonic sect was truly too naive. Before the hidden dangers of his cultivation technique manifested, he would die at the hands of others. But the corpulent attendant didn't say much. If it weren't for his previous good impression of Xun Yong and the others, he wouldn't have asked another question. Since Xun Yong had already made his choice, the corpulent attendant would not stop him. He quickly recorded it and took out a cyan token, throwing it over. Xun Yong took the token, glanced at it, and quickly put it away. As the 6 people all accepted their missions, the corpulent attendant gave a few instructions and then told them to report to the place where their missions were issued. After Xun Yong left Lian Xian Hall, he immediately urged his flying talisman towards the spiritual herb garden, speeding away. The other 4 also rushed towards their respective mission locations without stopping, leaving only Wan Feng. One could see him watching Xun Yong's retreating figure, muttering a few words with a smile at the corner of his mouth before flying away. The spiritual herb garden is located on a side peak 10 miles southeast of the main peak. This place is situated on a branch of a medium-grade spiritual vein, presenting a scene of birds singing and flowers fragrant, like a secluded paradise. However, as Xun Yong approached this side peak, he discovered that the peak was enveloped by a formation, and there was only one path leading to the spiritual herb affairs pavilion set up by the spiritual herb garden. After half an hour, Xun Yong, holding his token, entered the pavilion. Inside, an old man was currently sitting. The old man's cloudy eyes scanned Xun Yong for a long time before he slowly spoke. It's been a long time since a young person came here. Could it be that you offended someone, or your dantian was injured, or perhaps your demonic technique ruined your mind, which is why you gave up cultivation and came here? Xun Yong smiled awkwardly upon hearing this. Senior is absolutely right. This junior's demonic technique cultivation speed was indeed too fast, and my mind has been damaged recently, so I came here to take a break. Oh, I, old Hu, have always been very good at judging people. By the way, you said your mind is damaged. Will it have any impact? If you go mad in the herb garden, old Hu cannot bear the responsibility. I might have to cancel your mission. The old man's words seemed to express concern, but his expression was very calm, as if he had seen it all before. Senior, rest assured. If this junior truly reached that point, I would have likely died within the sect long ago. How could I still come here so calmly? Haha, young man, whether what you say is true or not, old Hu tells you, if you really go mad, just wait to be killed by the law enforcement disciples. The old man chuckled, then took the token, registered it very calmly, and then threw the token back to Xun Yong, saying, My name is Hu Feng, and my cultivation is Qi refining stage 7. You can call me Senior Brother Hu, or Old Hu. Today, Old Hu is on duty here. Here is a spiritual plant illustrated guide. Take it back and study it carefully. Come back here to find Old Hu on the morning of the 3rd day. If Old Hu is not here, you can ask the manager on duty to summon me. Old Hu will take you to the spiritual field to practice and learn for a period of time. Yes, then Junior Brother will take his leave. Xun Yong put the book into his storage pouch and then urged his flying talisman, leaving the place and heading towards his immortal cave. 3 days passed quickly. Xun Yong had already memorized the contents of the spiritual plant illustrated guide, and at the same time, he had also thoroughly read the 100 herbs illustrated guide he obtained from Xian Yin several times. He arrived at the spiritual herb garden once again. Under the guidance of Old Hu, Xun Yong came to a herb garden that was only 2 mu in size. Every so often, a type of medicinal herb was planted, roughly numbering about 20 varieties. And this was naturally not the true spiritual herb area, but rather a place for new disciples to familiarize themselves and practice. Only when Xun Yong truly became proficient would he be assigned to the spiritual herb area to manage the herb fields with other spiritual plant masters. I'll be resting over there. If you have any questions later, you can come ask me. Alright, for the next 5 hours, you'll manage these 2 mu of spirit herb garden. With that, Old Hu walked to a corner where there was a black recliner, and he leisurely lay down on it. Xun Yong glanced at the spirit herb garden and found that all the spirit medicine planted were low grade, less than 3 years old, so managing them wasn't too difficult. It was nothing more than pruning useless leaves, watering and fertilizing regularly, controlling light intensity with black cloth, and regulating and guiding qi. However, the management methods required for each type of spirit medicine were very different, so it required time for observation, followed by the appropriate method. Since Xun Yong had just started and was unfamiliar with these spirit medicine, each plant required careful identification of the cause, which was very time-consuming and labor-intensive. A full 5 hours passed. Xun Yong barely finished managing the 2 mu of spirit herb garden. Looking at the more than 20 types of spirit medicine he had managed, he found that although he had been extremely diligent during the process, some spirit medicine were still not managed properly. Some were accidentally cut during pruning, some had begun to wilt due to uncontrolled light intensity, and others had leaves growing too quickly due to excessive qi guidance, resulting in overgrowth. These various problems left him somewhat dissatisfied. However, when Old Hu came to inspect, he was not angry, instead, he nodded and said, "Not bad. To achieve 60% qualification on your first time managing a spirit herb garden, it seems you, young man, are very suitable to be a spiritual plant master." Xun Yong was a bit stunned by this, having expected a reprimand, but he didn't expect his qualification rate to be quite good. However, he did not show any complacency, instead, he thought to himself that he had indeed wasted a lot of spirit medicine. He must not waste them like this again, these were all spirit liquid. If he entered the spirit medicine department, he must maintain at least a 90% qualification rate, then, he might also gain some benefits. Subsequently, he sighed and said, "Old Hu's praise is truly undeserved. With only 60% qualification, I am very dissatisfied with this. Afterwards, I will definitely strive to achieve over 80% qualification." "Oh ho ho, you, young man, have great drive. Youth is good. It's been a long time since this old man has met a disciple like you." Old Hu stroked his grizzled beard, and his gaze towards Xun Yong changed. One should know that those who came to the spirit herb garden were mostly unmotivated individuals who only sought ease and perfunctorily did things. Xun Yong's performance made Old Hu increasingly satisfied. In fact, Old Hu's spiritual route was not bad, but he suffered a severe injury in his early years, and his cultivation could no longer advance. After that, he devoted all his energy to spiritual plants, showing considerable talent in this area, and even reaching the 4th grade spiritual plant master. This was the most important reason why he, with only a qi refining 7th layer cultivation, could become the manager of the spirit herb garden. At this moment, he seemed to see his younger self in Xun Yong and began to harbor some thoughts of teaching Xun Yong. During the next half an hour, Old Hu imparted some insights and techniques on spirit medicine cultivation, which greatly benefited Xun Yong. "Alright, for the time being, you will follow this old man to another spirit herb garden. This old man will teach you how to harvest spirit medicine." After speaking, Old Hu led Xun Yong to another location and soon arrived at a 3 mu spirit herb garden. This spirit herb garden was filled with lush spirit medicine. The stems and roots of these spirit medicine were thick, and their leaves were meticulously managed, emitting a rich medicinal fragrance. All of them were spirit medicine that had reached their harvesting year. "Young man, this old man will demonstrate to you how to pick these spirit medicine without damaging their roots and stems, and how to fully preserve their medicinal properties." Old Hu went directly to a 3-colored grass, bent down, and began to dig away the soil around its roots. He also did not forget to explain to Xun Yong the direction of the spirit medicine's roots and stems, which parts could be removed, and which parts needed to be preserved, explaining in extreme detail, to the point of meticulousness. Afterward, Old Hu harvested each type of spirit medicine one by one. Xun Yong memorized the harvesting method for each type, and at the same time, he combined it with the 100 herbs illustrated guide for a deduction, which greatly broadened his thinking. In the following 4 hours, Xun Yong began to harvest spirit medicine on his own. Perhaps it was because Old Hu had explained it in such detail, but this time, he achieved an 80% qualification rate in harvesting spirit medicine. Even Old Hu couldn't help but praise him repeatedly. After handing all the harvested spirit medicine to Old Hu, Xun Yong left the spirit herb garden and returned to his immortal cave. Arriving in the morning and returning late at night. No wonder spiritual plant masters were criticized. Spending almost 9 hours in the spirit herb garden managing spirit medicine left them with little time for cultivation. Upon returning to his immortal cave, Xun Yong went to a small spirit pond and looked at the 5 sun soul pouch soaking in it. He took out a small porcelain bottle and dripped a few drops of spirit liquid into it. After observing the 5 sun soul pouch slowly absorbing the spirit liquid, he shifted his gaze, then shook the small porcelain bottle in his hand and frowned. There's only a little spirit liquid left. For now, I can only nourish the soul pouch, I can't use it for cultivation. Xun Yong then lay down on the stone bed and fell into a deep sleep. The next day, early in the morning, Xun Yong woke up very early and arrived at the spirit herb garden ahead of time. Under Old Hu's guidance, he went to another spirit herb garden, only 2 mu in size, and began to manage it. This time, Xun Yong's speed was significantly faster. Learning from yesterday's lesson, he became more careful and meticulous. Moreover, he constantly thought about the experience Old Hu had imparted yesterday, and he also checked some subtle details. In just 3 hours, he finished managing the 2 mu of spirit herb garden. This time, he directly achieved an 80% qualification. Afterward, he spent another 4 hours harvesting spirit medicine, and upon completion, he had a 90% qualification. In just 2 days, to achieve such a high qualification rate, Old Hu was pleasantly surprised, exclaiming that he had found a good seedling. And the training, which was originally supposed to double the spirit herb garden size after 10 days, began to be attempted by Xun Yong starting from the 3rd day. Gradually, he became more and more proficient. Until half a month later. Xun Yong, you are now a qualified first-grade spiritual plant master. You can now independently manage 6 mu of spirit herb garden and harvest 7 mu of spirit medicine in one day. It's time for you to go to the spirit medicine department. Old Hu showed a satisfied expression. In just half a month, he had completed 2 months of training tasks and reached the first-grade spiritual plant master. It had to be said that Xun Yong had a great talent in this area. Thank you, Old Hu, for your meticulous cultivation during these days. This old man merely offered some guidance, this is all due to your extraordinary talent. Alright, this old man will record your name on the formation stone. This is the spirit medicine department token. Starting tomorrow, you will report directly there. After speaking, Old Hu took out a cyan token engraved with the character medicine, from his arms, threw it to Xun Yong, and then motioned for him to return. Xun Yong took the token, respectfully clasped his fists at Old Hu, then turned and walked towards the exit. In this demonic sect, encountering someone like Old Hu who genuinely taught him was truly a fortunate thing. After all, since Xun Yong met Xian Yin, besides 6th brother, only Old Hu had made him feel a touch of warmth. On a platform on the south side of the spiritual herb garden, enveloped by a blue formation, figures were currently moving about. Around 15 or 16 people, either sitting or lying, all looked very lazy. At this moment, a ripple appeared on the formation, and suddenly a figure transmigrated through and landed on the platform. This immediately drew everyone's attention. Upon seeing that the newcomer was a young boy under 13, everyone began to discuss amongst themselves. Boy, are you also a spiritual plant master? One white-bearded old man asked coldly, turning his gaze. Precisely, my name is Xun Yong, and I greet all senior brothers here. Xun Yong glanced around. From the lazy demeanor of these people, he had already determined that these dozen or so individuals should be the other spiritual plant masters of the herb garden. Without exception, these people seemed to have lost their drive, their cloudy eyes revealing a sense of decadence, as if nothing could pique their interest anymore. I don't care why you're here, but remember, once you're here, you must honestly complete your tasks. Do not drag others down. As the old man finished speaking, a hint of coldness gleamed in his cloudy eyes, directly issuing a warning. It seemed what the other party cared about was only whether Xun Yong could complete his tasks on time. If it affected his interests, he would likely show Xun Yong a thing or two. All senior brothers can rest assured, I guarantee I won't drag anyone down. Xun Yong knew that although these people no longer held any hope for improving their cultivation, it was said that completing tasks on time each month would earn them a reward of 3 spirit stones. Coupled with the 2 spirit stones issued by the sect to official disciples, that made a total of 5 spirit stones. They would save this sum of spirit stones, and one day, when they left the sect to go to the secular world, they could enjoy their later years in peace. Therefore, for them, this was extremely important. And the spiritual herb garden's assessment was based on the overall completion progress, only with a higher completion rate would rewards be issued. Once someone dragged their feet, it would affect the interests of all spiritual plant masters, inevitably making them a public enemy and leading to a miserable end. Very good, since you've given your word, I will say no more. After the old man finished speaking, the others also withdrew their gazes, as if nothing had happened, and continued to wait quietly as before. In the time that followed, few people conversed, and the surroundings were quite quiet. Although these people looked lazy, they were all very peculiar, they seemed to be wary of others, deliberately keeping their distance. Xun Yong followed suit, finding a corner to sit down and cultivate. But he vaguely guessed that the reason these people were like this was probably because they were afraid their spirit stones would be snatched away. After all, their purpose in coming here was to earn some spirit stones, and they should have accumulated quite a few. Deliberately keeping their distance from each other was naturally because they didn't want others to know their background, so they could get along peacefully. Of course, for Xun Yong, this was not necessarily a bad thing, he also had a purpose in coming to the spiritual herb garden and did not want too much contact with them. After an incense stick's time, the blue light in front of the platform slowly dissipated, revealing a huge cave from which a rich medicinal fragrance wafted out. At this moment, 5 figures stood before the cave entrance. The leader was a round-faced elder, exuding a majestic aura, his cultivation at least at the foundation establishment middle stage realm. The other 4, the lowest in cultivation, were at the disciple of the 8th level of chi refining or above. And the spiritual plant masters on the platform, at the moment the blue light dissipated, had already stood up, each respectfully clasping their fists. Greetings, Elder Feng. The round-faced elder swept his gaze over the platform, nodding with satisfaction, but soon seemed to notice a new face, then spoke, since there's a newly promoted spiritual plant master, I will introduce myself again. I am Elder Feng Kun of the Law Enforcement Hall. For the next 3 years, I will be stationed here. I hope you all abide by the sex regulations. Alright, you all line up and wait to enter. As he finished speaking, the 4 people behind Feng Kun each took out a strange round disc and walked to the very front of the cave. The people on the platform then spontaneously formed a line and stepped forward for inspection. Xun Yong, at the end of the line, felt a flicker of doubt and couldn't help but look up at the front. Soon, he understood. It turned out that for important places like the spiritual herb garden, which concerned the sex development, an elder from the law enforcement hall would generally be stationed there long-term for inspections. Firstly, to verify the identity of the spiritual plant master, preventing malicious individuals from impersonating and trespassing into the herb garden. Secondly, to prevent spiritual plant masters from stealing. Before entering the herb fields, the spiritual plant master's storage pouches and any items capable of storing spirit medicine had to be confiscated in advance. That strange round disc treasure was a detection magical artifact. And the spiritual plant masters queuing in front seemed to have long been accustomed to it, calmly handing over their storage pouches. Upon receiving the storage pouch, the enforcer cast a small spell and threw it into a row of stone compartments behind, where the storage pouch flew into one of the small compartments and was sealed. Then, after undergoing the detection of the round disc magical artifact, each person walked in an orderly fashion into the depths of the cave. Soon, it was Xun Yong's turn. He quickly pulled off the storage pouch at his waist and handed it to the enforcer. But when he saw the round disc magical artifact sweeping over his body, his nerves couldn't help but tighten. However, while others were merely scanned once or twice, when it came to him, the round disc magical artifact kept swaying back and forth over his body, which made him increasingly nervous. All right, you may enter. A moment later, a urging voice sounded in his ear. Upon hearing this, Xun Yong looked up at the magical artifact. Seeing no reaction, his tense nerves finally relaxed. It seemed it was probably because he was a newly promoted spiritual plant master that he was checked more thoroughly. Afterward, he dared not delay and quickly walked into the depths of the cave. After passing through a very long passage, at the end, there was a light formation, its light very dim. As Xun Yong stepped into the light formation, he felt a dizzying sensation. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself in an extremely vast herb garden. Looking out, he couldn't see the end at all. Roughly estimating its scale, there should be at least several thousand mu of herb fields. A rich fragrance of spirit medicine wafted directly towards him, instantly invigorating his spirit and making him feel much more pleasant. Moreover, above this herb field, there was also a thin mist formed by spiritual chi, which was enough to indicate that the spiritual chi here was quite dense. However, a doubt arose in Xun Yong's mind. It was because cultivating here was even much stronger than on the main peak, but why was the spiritual herb garden publicly recognized as a place for retirement in the sect? With this doubt, he couldn't help but glance around, and soon, he realized the problem. The area where Xun Yong stood had different herb fields on his left and right sides. On the left were herbs that had already matured, with broad leaves and thick roots, the rich medicinal scent emanated from these herbs. They were clearly ready for harvesting. On the right, however, the leaves were slender, with many weeds, and the roots were short, indicating they had just been planted. These herbs were quite troublesome to manage, requiring not only the trimming of weeds but also watering and fertilizing. Of course, the most crucial part was to infuse some spiritual chi to promote root development and ensure their full survival. During this process, he would expend a significant amount of magical power. Currently, the area where Xun Yong was located had at least 300 acres of herb fields, and he was the only spiritual plant master around. If he cultivated 6 acres a day, once per acre, and harvested 6 acres of mature herbs, it would keep him busy for a month. Even if there was extra time, it would be used to restore his magical power. With this calculation, there was no time left for cultivation. Xun Yong sighed softly, looked into the distance, and then noticed a low thatched hut about 300 feet away. He wondered what was inside that thatched hut. Xun Yong decided to check the thatched hut first. Soon, he arrived in front of the hut and walked in with curiosity. What met his eyes were 2 glowing formations, one large and one small, in the corner. After some analysis, Xun Yong found that these 2 glowing formations were similar to the one he used to enter the spiritual herb garden earlier, and they should both be teleportation formations. The large glowing formation could accommodate 1 person, while the small one, about the size of a human head, was likely used for teleporting items. Besides that, to the right of the hut was a row of edible dried fruits and a water cylinder, with a wooden table in the middle. On the table, there was a black storage pouch and a handbook. Xun Yong, curious, walked over, picked up the handbook, and began to read it. After a while, he showed a look of sudden realization. This was a spiritual herb garden task handbook. According to the handbook, he was in the first layer of the spiritual herb garden, which contained approximately 4,000 acres of herb fields. In the coming period, he would need to manage a total of 370 acres of herb fields. Among them, 180 acres were newly planted herbs, and 190 acres were already mature herbs. This spiritual herb garden was located within a mysterious formation called Spirit Gathering and Annihilation Formation, which was set up by a core formation old ancestor skilled in the Dao of formation arrangement. This formation could not only gather spiritual chi but also defend and eliminate enemies. Being inside the formation, one was not only isolated from the outside world but also from spiritual senses. At the same time, the use of spells was strictly forbidden, and once the formation detected spell fluctuations, it would directly launch an attack, instantly eliminating the enemy invisibly. It was fortunate that Xun Yong came to this hut immediately and read this handbook, otherwise, if he had rashly used a spell later, he would have died on the spot. He exclaimed with relief at this. As for the two glowing formations, they were also recorded in this handbook, indeed being two short-distance teleportation formations. The large one was the teleportation formation to leave the spiritual herb garden, but it would only activate at midnight, allowing him to exit then. The small teleportation formation was for sending the storage pouch on the table. By placing the harvested herbs into the storage pouch daily and teleporting it out using the teleportation formation, the day's task would be considered complete. Of course, this storage pouch was specially made, with a special magical artifact for detection. It could be identified which spiritual plant master it came from. And for the cultivated herbs, there was no need for inspection because Xun Yong and other first-level spiritual plant masters only managed the most basic herbs. These herbs were materials for making low-level medicinal pills like the condensing blood pill. Not only did each acre of herb field only need to be managed once a month, but in this spiritual chi-rich formation, they only needed a month to reach 1 year's maturity and be ready for harvesting. Therefore, the area managed by each spiritual plant master was fixed and did not require any adjustments. Of course, there would be 2 days of rest every month. These 2 days were for waiting for the spiritual herb garden supervisor to plant new herbs. At that time, it would be a new cycle. During this period, if they shirked their duties or did not diligently manage the herbs, it would be exposed in just 1 month. They would then face the most severe punishment from the law enforcement hall, and perhaps their corpses would appear in the corpse cave, becoming cultivation materials for others. After a long time, Xun Yong finally put down the handbook, dismissed other thoughts, picked up the storage pouch on the table, and left the thatched hut. Upon arriving at the herb field, he focused his attention on the herbs, diligently and carefully trimming the weeds. At the center of these 180 acres of herb fields, there was a deep pool, and the water inside was grayish-black, emitting a foul odor. This should be a mixture of fertilizer and spring water, allowing for both watering and fertilizing at the same time, saving a lot of trouble. Xun Yong dared not use spells and could only pick up a wooden bucket, carrying water bucket by bucket for irrigation. Fortunately, his body had been nourished by spiritual power, making him much stronger. He could carry 5 buckets of water at once without feeling too tired and could move swiftly. However, the step of infusing spiritual chi exhausted him, but fortunately, he was quite skilled in managing herbs, which gave him some extra time to recover his magical power. After 5 consecutive hours, he finally finished managing 6 acres of herb fields. For the next 4 hours, he needed to start harvesting the herbs. But at this point, he began to ponder. Upon entering the spiritual herb garden, his storage pouch had been confiscated by the enforcers, and he only had the special storage pouch issued by the spiritual herb garden. It was simply impossible to secretly take herbs for himself. Moreover, chi refinement stage spiritual plant masters like them had no other means to take the herbs out. But what if he directly ate the herbs raw here? Would that be feasible? Although eating them raw would make the medicinal effect much weaker than if they were made into medicinal pills, it could at least improve his cultivation somewhat. And it would be free. This question made Xun Yong feel a bit uncertain for a moment. After much thought, he still temporarily dismissed this idea. If it were truly that simple, spiritual plant masters would be highly sought after, not criticized. Xun Yong shook his head and began to harvest the herbs. Time flew by, and the sky had long turned pitch black. At midnight, he finally completed the task of harvesting 6 acres of herb fields, placed the storage pouch at the teleportation exit, and after a flash of white light, the storage pouch disappeared. Xun Yong then walked into the teleportation formation, and after a moment of dizziness, he arrived in a cave glowing with a faint blue light. Greeting Xun Yong was an enforcer holding a strange mirror, who could be seen performing a spell incantation. A purple light shot out from the mirror and landed on Xun Yong's body. Xun Yong only felt an unknown energy enter his body and rapidly travel throughout him. It came and went quickly, in just one breath, the unknown energy dissipated, but during that breath, he felt as if he had been seen through. Startled, he was also glad he had been cautious and hadn't rashly consumed the herbs raw. If he had been detected like this, he would surely have been exposed. All right, junior brother, you can go to the spirit sealing stone wall to retrieve your confiscated storage pouch, and remember to come back tomorrow at dawn, the enforcer said coldly. Upon hearing this, Xun Yong slightly cupped his fist, then hastily retrieved his storage pouch, exited the spiritual herb garden, and rushed towards his immortal cave. 10 days passed in a flash. During this period, Xun Yong continued to manage and harvest ripe spirit medicine as he had on the first day. But today, upon returning to his immortal cave, he sat down quietly in the lotus position, his mind already filled with countless thoughts. After 10 days, Xun Yong finally gained some confidence. he could confirm that ordinary methods should not be able to detect the five-clawed dragon cauldron in his sea of consciousness. And the spirit-gathering destruction formation within the spiritual herb garden, arranged by a nascent soul ancestor, should be quite powerful. Affected by this formation, it was likely that the spiritual senses of cultivators at the core formation stage and below would be unable to penetrate it. Of course, it was not ruled out that the nascent soul ancestor who set up the formation had means to investigate the internal situation, but this possibility was extremely small. After all, those inside the formation were all spiritual plant masters at the chi refinement stage. How could they attract the attention of a nascent soul ancestor? As for the elder of law enforcement outside the formation, that was even more impossible. How could a sex-important formation be entrusted to a foundation establishment stage cultivator? With this conclusion, he made some decisions in his heart. Starting tomorrow, he planned to attempt summoning the dragon cauldron in the spiritual herb garden to refine spirit liquid from the spirit medicine. The next day, early morning, Xun Yong arrived at the spiritual herb garden again. He did not immediately try, but instead methodically began to tend to the medicinal fields. It wasn't until midnight, when the sky was completely dark, that he took out 5 spirit medicine plants, found a hidden corner, and sat down. With a thought, the 5-clawed dragon cauldron floated out. He then quickly placed the 5 spirit medicine plants inside the dragon cauldron, and in just a moment, the 5-clawed dragon cauldron reacted and returned to his sea of consciousness. Throughout the process, Xun Yong did not detect any changes in the formation. At this moment, his taut nerves finally relaxed. He, no need to worry about spirit liquid from now on. Xun Yong curled the corner of his mouth, let out 2 sharp laughs, and then went to the thatched hut, placing his storage pouch on the teleportation formation. He then walked into another teleportation formation, and after a dizzying sensation, he arrived once again in the Green Light Mountain Cave. As expected, the mirror in the hand of the law enforcer could not detect anything, so he let Xun Yong leave. Subsequently, gradually, Xun Yong's courage grew bolder. In the following days, he gradually controlled the number of spirit medicine refined each time to around 15 plants. As a result, he could obtain anywhere from 13 to 15 drops of spirit liquid daily. Time flew by, and 20 days passed in a blink. Inside his immortal cave that day, Xun Yong looked at the more than 10 small porcelain bottles laid out before him, a smug smile on his face. These small porcelain bottles were all filled with spirit liquid. Approximately 230-odd drops of spirit liquid. This was completely unimaginable before, but now that it was truly laid out before him, how could he not be excited? But excitement aside, he did not completely lose himself. On the contrary, during these days, his mind remained extremely calm. From beginning to end, he never rashly used the spirit liquid. He knew deeply that as long as he stayed in the spiritual herb garden, it would be impossible to easily use the spirit liquid for cultivation in the future. Not to mention whether his cultivation improving too quickly would attract others' attention, even the daily routine inspections by the law enforcers would be impossible for him to hide. Once the law enforcers discovered a problem and became suspicious enough to conduct a thorough investigation, the consequences would be severe. No matter how Xun Yong tried to explain, he would appear quite passive, and if he were forcibly charged with a crime, his life would be over. At this moment, he also felt some unwillingness. He couldn't just keep guarding these spirit liquid drops like a miser. After much thought, a sudden flash of inspiration struck him. A month had already passed, and he had 2 days of rest time. Why not take this opportunity to visit the market? If he could sell the spirit liquid and exchange it for spirit stones to improve his strength, that would be very good. At least he would have some self-preservation ability. Xun Yong felt it was necessary to go to the market. He then took out the 5 Sun Soul pouch, put it on, and left his immortal cave in a rush. Before that, he had gone to the main peak's Immortal Ascension Hall to collect the rewards distributed by the sect to official disciples. A total of 4 months since joining the sect, 8 spirit stones and 8 bottles of condensing blood pill. Afterward, Xun Yong found a hidden spot, changed his appearance to Wangping, and headed towards a side peak named Lulan Peak. This peak was very close to the main peak, yet it was not located on a spiritual vein. The spiritual chi on it was thin, making it a notoriously barren peak of the sect. However, with the Blood Yin sect's new disciple recruitment methods in recent years, the number of disciples under its command had grown increasingly large. All surrounding side peaks with spiritual chi gradually became cultivation grounds. To free up more cultivation grounds, the sect, 100 years ago, moved the market located at the foot of the main peak to this peak. This peak also became the most bustling place in the sect. Upon entering the market, Xun Yong saw crowds of people, bustling with activity. On both sides of the flat mountainside, Blood Yin sect disciples could be seen everywhere setting up stalls to sell goods, with shouts of hawking rising and falling. People coming and going would occasionally stop to look and converse with the stall owners. Some would buy readily, others would haggle, arguing until their faces turned red, presenting a vivid scene of a mortal marketplace. Xun Yong walked and observed, intending to broaden his horizons first. Of course, he did not forget his purpose for coming here, focusing on searching for items related to spirit liquid. Half an hour passed quickly. Xun Yong looked at many stalls but did not find anyone selling spirit liquid. However, spiritual water, which had some connection to spirit liquid, was commonly sold. After some inquiries, he also gained some understanding of spiritual water. Spiritual water is a product obtained from the fusion of spiritual chi and spring water. Only spring water in places with dense spiritual chi, after a period of sedimentation, would yield such spiritual water. However, the spiritual chi contained in this type of spiritual water is generally very little, even far inferior to condensing blood pills. But spiritual water has an advantage, it has no side effects and can be consumed at any time, usable for improving cultivation or restoring magical power. Just this point alone made it comparable to medicinal pills. As the saying goes, all medicine has 3 parts poison, medicinal pills like condensing blood pills contain toxicity, and after consuming one, it takes at least 10 days or half a month to refine the pill's toxins. During this period, some cultivators with excellent spiritual roots could still cultivate using breathing techniques, while those with inferior spiritual roots, without the aid of medicinal pills, could only waste time in vain. Therefore, at this time, consuming spiritual water to assist cultivation proved to be of great use. Of course, there was a reason why spiritual water was so common. Those naturally rich in spiritual chi places are now as rare as phoenix feathers and dragon scales in the cultivation world. Whenever such a treasure land appears, numerous cultivators would fight tooth and nail for it, so how could spiritual water be produced there? And the spiritual water in the market today is mainly due to a formation called the Small Spirit Gathering Formation. As the name suggests, once this formation is set up, it can guide the surrounding spiritual chi, gradually gathering it within the formation, forming a small environment rich in spiritual chi. However, those on the demonic path would directly set up formations in the mortal realm to plunder the already scarce heaven and earth spiritual chi. Once the spiritual chi decreases, it directly affects the number of children with spiritual roots born in that area. This is extremely detrimental to the immortal cultivation world. Only those cultivators of the demonic path, who are solely driven by profit, would disregard everything and commit such selfing acts. Because of this, the price of spiritual water in the demonic sect became very cheap. For just 1 spirit stone, one could buy a large porcelain bottle of spiritual water, enough to fill more than 3 bowls. Xun Yong also wanted to understand how much spiritual chi was contained in the spiritual water, so he spent 2 spirit stones to buy 2 bottles of spiritual water. Afterward, he spent another 2 spirit stones to buy about 200 large porcelain bottles of the same type used for spiritual water. After carefully putting them away, he saw that it was still early and decided to browse a bit more. Next, Xun Yong came to a stall and pointed at a small red porcelain bottle, asking, "Senior brother, how much is this bottle of blood essence chi?" The stall owner glanced at him indifferently and replied, "This is refined from the essence blood of a chi refining stage 3 cultivator. It's 5 spirit stones a bottle." "That expensive?" Xun Yong was startled. 1 bottle of condensing blood pill was only 2 spirit stones, meaning 5 spirit stones could buy 2.5 bottles of condensing blood pill. Yet, this small bottle of blood essence chi actually sold for 5 spirit stones. "Humph, you don't know good stuff. My blood essence chi is refined from living corpses, so it's quite pure. I guarantee you won't lose out." Living corpses? Xun Yong seemed to have thought of something. In the corpse cave, it seemed that living corpses were indeed stored. These corpses were not entirely dead, their sentience had merely been erased by secret techniques, but their physical bodies still retained vitality. The reason for this was precisely because blood path cultivators needed to use essence blood for cultivation or to cast secret techniques. Once the physical body had been dead for too long, the spiritual power in the essence blood would continuously dissipate. To preserve the vitality of the essence blood, the concept of living corpses came into being. "It's still too expensive. I'll just look around some more." After Xun Yong finished speaking, he left the stall under the cold gaze of the other party. He had only been asking and had no real intention of buying it. Since it was so expensive, he guessed that this blood essence chi was probably not used to enhance cultivation but for other purposes. If he had the chance to refine blood essence chi in the future, he definitely couldn't just casually throw it into the 5-clawed dragon cauldron for refinement. In the time that followed, Xun Yong looked at many more stalls, and incidentally, he sold all the condensing blood pills he had for 1.5 spirit stones per bottle to a scrawny old man, receiving 12 spirit stones. He then haggled with the scrawny old man for a long time and spent 16 spirit stones to buy 10 bottles of blood fiend energy. His spirit stones were now almost used up, so Xun Yong decided not to stay any longer and left the market, returning to his immortal cave. Back in his immortal cave, Xun Yong patted his storage pouch, and a small red bottle flew out. He opened it, sniffed, and nodded to himself. This small bottle contained blood fiend energy, and it was much denser than the blood fiend energy wafting out from the small opening in the cave. The main reason he bought blood fiend energy was that only a wisp would drift out from the small opening every so often, which was truly insufficient for Xun Yong. It just so happened that he saw someone selling blood fiend energy, which prompted him to temporarily decide to buy 10 bottles. Over the next 2 years, Xun Yong planned to focus primarily on cultivating the 100 meridian body refinement technique, striving to complete the 5 cycles of rupture and reassembly of his left arm as soon as possible. By then, once the deadline arrived and he left the spiritual herb garden, he would be able to fully focus on increasing his cultivation without having to worry about the hidden dangers of the blood refinement scripture. This was also preparation for the future. Then, after placing the 10 bottles of blood fiend energy next to the small opening, Xun Yong shifted his gaze and sat down cross-legged in the center. He then took out the 2 bottles of spiritual water, unhesitatingly opened one, and took a large gulp. A clear, sweet sensation flowed down his throat into his stomach, and in just a moment, a small amount of energy circulated out. Before long, Xun Yong had completely absorbed this energy. However, a strange expression appeared on his face. This energy was indeed relatively pure spiritual chi, but it was pitifully scarce. Moreover, he had to operate his cultivation technique to absorb it, and a portion of it was even exhaled as turbid chi with his breath. After all was said and done, only about 70% was absorbed. Compared to his spirit liquid, this was like heaven and earth. Xun Yong roughly calculated that even if he drank this entire bottle of spiritual water, the spiritual chi it contained was even less than a single drop of spirit liquid. Yet, it still sold for 1 spirit stone, and it seemed to be in high demand. As he pondered this, a smile suddenly spread across his lips, and he chuckled softly. The next moment, Xun Yong left his immortal cave. When he returned, he had already filled 10 large porcelain bottles with mountain spring water. He then took out a bottle and placed it in front of him, while he took out a small green bottle and dripped a drop of spirit liquid into it. As the spirit liquid dissolved in the large porcelain bottle, the spring water immediately turned light green. He glanced at it briefly, then eagerly picked up the bottle and took a large gulp. After slowly sensing the spiritual chi in the spring water, he chuckled and mumbled, "Not bad, not bad. It's still a bit too concentrated." Then, he took out a sharp knife from his storage pouch and carved a small pool into the cave wall. After pouring the 2 bottles of spring water into it, he dripped 1 drop of spirit liquid inside. He then sensed the spiritual chi in the spiritual water again, finally nodding in satisfaction, "This is right this time." Although he diluted it this way, the spiritual chi within it was somewhat less than the spiritual water he purchased. However, due to the gentle and easily absorbable nature of the spiritual chi in the spirit liquid, there was no significant loss. Compared to what was on the market, the difference was negligible. Even if someone discovered that his spiritual water was unique, given the small amount of spiritual chi it contained, they likely wouldn't investigate too deeply. 1 drop of spirit liquid, diluted into 2 bottles of spiritual water, instantly yielded 2 spirit stones. This made Xun Yong's eyes gleam, and he secretly exclaimed, "It's too profitable." He had plenty of spirit liquid in his hands. In the future, he would never have to worry about cultivation resources. Taking advantage of this, Xun Yong left his immortal cave again and filled all 100 large porcelain bottles he had purchased with mountain spring water. He then spent another stick of incense to transform all 100 large porcelain bottles into spiritual water before finally stopping. He planned to let the spiritual water settle for a day and then take it to the market tomorrow to sell. As it was still early, Xun Yong went to the small opening and sat down cross-legged, beginning to cultivate the 100 meridian body refinement technique. The next morning, early, Xun Yong hurriedly left his immortal cave. In a hidden spot, he was about to transform his face into Wang Ping's again, but suddenly realized it was inappropriate. Since the market was located on a side peak, according to the sect's regulations, the sect would likely not interfere much with private duels there. The reason why no one openly dueled in the market was probably that everyone had their own reservations. After all, killing people and seizing treasures in broad daylight would definitely attract others' attention, and no one would be foolish enough to do so. According to the temperament of demonic path cultivators, most would resort to underhanded tactics, launching sneak attacks in some dark corner to seize treasures. Although Xun Yong only used low-grade spiritual water on this trip, which wouldn't attract too much attention, it was still necessary to take precautions. And since his cultivation was already relatively low, transforming into Wang Ping's youthful appearance would make people think he had only recently joined the sect, and once he took out so much spiritual water, it would definitely arouse the other party's greed. This was not a good thing for him. After much thought, Xun Yong quickly came up with a countermeasure. Then, with the thought, he transformed into the female cultivator Hua Ying, her formal disciple robes unable to conceal her curvaceous figure, her beautiful face exuding charm. He was very satisfied with this, and couldn't help but lower his voice and let out a few soft laughs. The next moment, Xun Yong soared into the air and headed towards the market. Upon entering the market, he noticed some playful and teasing gazes wandering over his body. He, however, coldly snorted with indifference, and when his gaze swept over them, these people deliberately averted their eyes. They're all timid rats. Xun Yong found that all the gazes came from young male cultivators, who were likely inexperienced with women and particularly curious about beautiful things, but lacked the courage to take another look. As for those with higher cultivation, they were somewhat accustomed to such sights. Afterward, Xun Yong entered the crowd and began to wander among the various stalls. An incense stick later, he arrived at a stall belonging to a thin old man. This person was precisely the stall owner from whom he had purchased blood fiend energy yesterday. This old man was over 60 years old, and after a conversation yesterday, he was named Feng Ziyi, with the cultivation at Qi refining 7th layer. Due to his poor spiritual root, he usually set up a stall to exchange resources to aid his cultivation. Although he was old, from his words, the old man had never given up on cultivating, and even planned to attempt to break through to the foundation establishment stage in his lifetime. Xun Yong also felt admiration for this, but only that, after all, what a demonic cultivator said could only be half believed. On the old man's stall, there were various items, spiritual water, condensing blood pills, blood fiend energy, and so on, most of which were low-grade cultivation materials. But there were many goods, suggesting that the other party probably had their own procurement channels. Feng Ziyi saw Xun Yong hesitating and not saying what he wanted to buy, but with his many years of experience as a stall owner, he determined that business was coming, and asked kindly. "May I ask, beautiful fairy, what has caught your eye?" Xun Yong heard this and deliberately gave a shy smile. "Old man, you speak very well. I admit I have some looks, but I can't bear the title of fairy." Feng Ziyi heard this and echoed, "Hehe, this old man has been setting up a stall here for many years and has seen countless people. Your fairy-like beauty is definitely among the best." Xun Yong was amused by the old man's words and giggled, "Old man, I didn't expect you to be old in body but not in spirit. Your taste is very good, and I am very pleased." In that case, I have a business deal that I can discuss with you. Feng Ziyi's interest was piqued immediately, and he quickly asked, what business, fairy? Please tell me. It's not a big business. I have quite a bit of spiritual water and plan to exchange it for spirit stones. I wonder if you can take it. I can take it, hehe, how much do you have, fairy? Although spiritual water was cheap, it was a hot commodity. Feng Ziyi's eyes flashed with a gleam, he was unwilling to let this business opportunity slip away. Not much, just 100 bottles, Xun Yong said slowly, holding up one finger. Feng Ziyi's eyes lit up with joy upon hearing this, but soon, as if possessed by an actor, he furrowed his brow and remained silent, deliberately appearing hesitant. What's wrong? Is there a problem, or can't you take it? If so, I'll go find someone else. Seeing Xun Yong turn to leave, Feng Ziyi knew he had overacted and quickly said, Fairy, please wait. This old man can naturally take it. It's just that with such a quantity, could Fairy please tell me its origin? If it's ill-gotten and someone comes looking, this old peddler cannot bear the responsibility. Xun Yong stopped his steps and looked deeply at him, saying, so that's it. It was my oversight. It's not impossible to tell you. This spiritual water is indeed not mine, but was given to me by my dual cultivation partner. I guarantee there are no problems. Feng Ziyi showed a look of understanding, but hesitated for a moment and then asked again, may I ask Fairy to tell me the name of your partner? Oh, my partner is an inner sect disciple. Old man, do you really want to know his name? Could it be that you have some improper thoughts? Never mind, I like strong people the most. If you can defeat my partner, I might reluctantly engage in dual cultivation with you. Hearing the last part, Feng Ziyi's eyelids twitched. The reason he was pressing for details was only to try and lower the price. But now, what was this? He was so old, willing but unable, how could he dare to ask further? Fairy is joking. This old man won't ask any more, won't ask any more. Currently, a bottle of spiritual water on the market is 1 spirit stone. This old man also needs to make a profit. How about I take 100 bottles for 85 spirit stones? 90 spirit stones. Old man, you'll still make 10 spirit stones, which is quite a lot. If I have more spiritual water, I'll sell it to you first, old man. Feng Ziyi immediately replied, deal. Unexpectedly, the other party was so straightforward, and Xun Yong immediately felt that he had quoted a low price, feeling a sense of dissatisfaction at being taken advantage of. After lingering for a moment, he reluctantly tossed over a storage pouch. Feng Ziyi snatched it and took out a bottle of spiritual water to examine it. After taking a small sip, Feng Ziyi frowned slightly, but soon, a strange look flashed in his eyes. Although the spiritual water was much weaker, the spiritual qi it contained was somewhat different. Even a cultivator with a poor spiritual root like him could absorb it effortlessly, which made his heart fill with joy, secretly exclaiming that he had made a huge profit. Afterward, after checking them one by one, Feng Ziyi finally took out a small pouch from his arms, which contained exactly 90 spirit stones. After handing it to Xun Yong, he solemnly said, Fairy, if you have this kind of spiritual water in the future, don't forget this old man. Certainly, certainly. Xun Yong replied twice and then disappeared into the crowd. Feng Ziyi looked at Xun Yong's departing back, his eyes full of excitement, murmuring, as long as I keep getting this kind of spiritual water, foundation establishment is within reach. After selling the spiritual water, Xun Yong did not rush back to his immortal cave, but instead observed Feng Ziyi from a distance. Seeing that the other party had no unusual movements, he then lowered his guard. Afterward, he began to wander among other stalls. Now that he had spirit stones, he decided to use them to improve his strength, in case of any potential dangers. The methods for a chi refining stage cultivator to improve strength were nothing more than magical artifacts, cultivation techniques, and some auxiliary treasures. As for magical artifacts, even the lowest low-grade magical artifact required over 100 spirit stones, which he simply couldn't afford at the moment. And even if there were suitable cultivation techniques, his main focus was on the 100 meridian body refinement technique, and he had no extra time for cultivation. Besides this, the only auxiliary treasures that could be used for defense in a short time were talismans, among which the most effective were talismans. Talismans were simple to use, their spell power was decent, and their price was also cheap, making them the most suitable at the moment. Next, Xun Yong focused on checking talismans at various stalls. After an hour, he spent 20 spirit stones and purchased 35 various yellow talismans. Among them were defensive Vajra talismans and water wave talismans, offensive wind blade talismans, fire rain talismans, and thorn talismans, and auxiliary and trapping talismans like divine speed talismans, flying talismans, and earth pit talismans. These talismans were relatively low grade, with the highest spell power only reaching chi refining stage 6, and their attack methods were quite singular. Xun Yong did not intend to use these talismans to eliminate enemies, they were merely for temporary attack and defense when he encountered danger. Before this, he had also spent 10 spirit stones to purchase a bottle of snake venom called Myriad Poison Snake. This snake was a first level Yao beast, and its venom was extremely potent. Any cultivator below the disciple of the 8th level of chi refining, once exposed to the wound, would immediately have the venom enter their bloodstream, causing the poisoned person to lose the ability to move. Although this poison was quite formidable, there were indeed some medicinal pills that could clear and neutralize the toxins. Even so, don't forget that Xun Yong also cultivated the blood path cultivation technique, blood poison art. Combined with this art, eliminating enemies in a short time would not be a problem. This was currently his greatest killing move. After carefully putting away the talismans and snake venom, Xun Yong left the market, found an uninhabited mountain forest, removed Hua Ying's disguise, and restored his original appearance. Then, he headed all the way south to the main peak, intending to purchase some living corpses before the corpse cave closed for the day. Soon, he arrived at the foot of the main peak, before a dark cave entrance emitting bursts of yin qi, where 3 crooked characters, corpse cave, were carved on the cave wall above. Xun Yong glanced at it briefly and then walked into the cave. A middle-aged man in a red robe walked out from one side of the cave and lightly shouted, "This is a heavy corpse cave, stop there. Senior brother, I am here to purchase living corpses." Xun Yong respectfully clasped his fists and then stated his purpose. The red-robed man put away his displeasure and smiled, "Heh, I suppose junior brother is here to purchase living corpses for the first time." "That's right, it is indeed my first time purchasing living corpses." "No wonder, actually, this cave sells living corpses in the pavilion about 100 meters away, but since junior brother is already here, you don't need to go to the pavilion this time. I suppose you also don't know the prices of living corpses, so I'll explain it to you, listen carefully." After speaking, the red-robed man began to explain the prices of living corpses. HE Refining Stage 2nd Layer Living Corpse required 3 Spirit Stones. HE Refining Stage 3 Living Corpse required 5 Spirit Stones. A Refining Chi Stage 4 Living Corpse required 7 Spirit Stones. As for Refining Chi Stage 5 and above, the prices fluctuated significantly, from the 5th to the 10th level, they were 12, 20, 35, 55, 80, and 130 Spirit Stones, respectively. After understanding, Xun Yong couldn't help but ponder, he only had 60 Spirit Stones, so what he could buy was very limited. "I want 10 Chi Refining Stage 3 Living Corpses, please bring them, senior brother." With that, Xun Yong took out a black bag containing 50 Spirit Stones and handed it to the red-robed man. After receiving it, the red-robed man counted the Spirit Stones, and seeing that the quantity was sufficient, he entered the cave without further ado. In just a moment, he came out, holding a grey bag, and said, "This is a corpse storing bag, also a specially made bag from this corpse cave. It is given as a gift for first-time purchases. If you lose it later, it will cost 5 Spirit Stones to buy another." Xun Yong took the corpse storing bag and quickly inspected it, finding that it emitted a black chi, and the space was not very large, barely able to hold 30 corpses. At this moment, it contained exactly 10 living corpses, and he felt there was no problem, so he hung it on his waist. Afterward, he cupped his hands to the red-robed man, then activated a flying talisman and hurried toward his immortal cave. This purchase of living corpses was solely for the residual souls within them, which Xun Yong intended to refine into soul liquid using the 5-clawed dragon cauldron to enhance his soul body. As for the corpses, he would refine them into blood essence chi using the blood essence technique. As long as he understood from the market earlier, one corpse could yield 1 bottle of blood essence chi, he would recoup his capital. All in all, Xun Yong would not suffer any loss, and would even gain soul liquid for free. If he could get more than 1 bottle, he might even make a small profit. With joy, he hurried back, his heart filled with eagerness, impatient to start the attempt. After passing through a patch of woods, he was less than 100 breaths away from returning to his immortal cave. Just then, he suddenly slowed down, the urgency in his heart dissipated, and a hint of coldness appeared on his face. The next moment, in Xun Yong's peripheral vision, a cold light suddenly appeared, accompanied by a faint whistling sound, and shot towards him. Enemy attack. Xun Yong felt the power of the cold light and couldn't help but relax his expression, but instantly, as if he thought of something, a playful smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He decided to have a good play with the enemy in the dark. As the cold light approached, he deliberately showed a panicked expression. Then he acted flustered, and with this delay, it was clear that it was too late to use defensive measures. Seeing that he was about to be hit, in his panic, he suddenly roared, and a fireball was frantically thrown out. With a boom, there was a loud explosion. Due to the close distance, Xun Yong was right in the affected area and was instantly blown away, falling to the ground in a sorry state. However, in the explosion of the fireball, the cold light was actually shattered, and a small sword fell into pieces. He hadn't expected the cold light that ambushed him to be just a mundane hidden weapon. "That's all. And you want to hurt me? How ridiculous. You rat hiding in the dark, do you dare to come out and fight me?" Xun Yong jumped up, his voice filled with surprise and anger amidst his panic, as he shouted at his surroundings. His shout seemed full of battle intent, but in reality, he lacked confidence. However, the enemy in the dark had no intention of coming out, merely sneering disdainfully, followed by a sound of hurry. Only to see a black dot, like lightning, suddenly shoot out with a whoosh from among the shattered broken sword. A scream rang out. A breath later, Xun Yong clutched his arm, looking at the black blood dripping from his sleeve, his panic deepening. Then, as if crazy, he frantically waved his hands, throwing several fireballs haphazardly around him. Boom, 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 boom. Whether it was a coincidence or not, as a fireball arced and precisely hit a certain spot, a black shadow, flustered, shot out in a panic, narrowly avoiding the fireball's attack range. When Xun Yong clearly saw the black shadow's face, he gritted his teeth and exclaimed in shock and anger, "Wan Feng, it's you." The person who came was none other than Wan Feng, the burly man with a scar who had joined the sect with him earlier. "Ha ha ha, it is indeed I, Wan. So what if you found me?" Wan Feng had just been hit by the haphazardly flying fireball at his hiding spot, which immediately flustered him somewhat and made him feel a hint of retreat. However, seeing Xun Yong's exasperated appearance at the moment, he became convinced that the fireball earlier was just a coincidence, and the panic on his face instantly vanished. Recalling his previous actions, he was even more certain that Xun Yong's strength was weak, which instantly greatly boosted his confidence. But even so, Wan Feng did not rashly attack at this moment. The main reason was that his cultivation was only refining Qi stage 5, which was much weaker than Xun Yong's in terms of cultivation, and Xun Yong also cultivated the blood refinement scripture, so his magical power was much more abundant than his. The main reason Wan Feng dared to launch a sneak attack was that Xun Yong had previously chosen the spiritual herb garden mission, and Wan Feng had secretly looked down on him for it. Of course, before coming, Wan Feng had considered for a long time. From the beginning, he only intended to test Xun Yong's strength. If he was not an opponent, he would immediately flee. This was also why he had been hesitant to show himself earlier. But now, he had no more worries. This was because with that single strike just now, he had used a secret technique. He only needed to wait a little, and once the secret technique took form, capturing the opponent would only be a matter of time. At this moment, he felt secure, employing a strategy of advancing when the enemy retreated to buy time. Seeing this, Xun Yong's eyes were filled with resentment. I asked myself, I have never offended you. Why did you launch a sneak attack on me? Ha ha ha, ridiculous. Since you want to know so badly, I will be merciful and tell you. Wan Feng's eyes showed even greater delight. At this point, the other party was still asking such naive questions, how ignorant. However, he had originally planned to stall for time, and now it was truly like getting a pillow when one was sleepy. Then, he sneered, speaking slowly, word by word, hee, if you want to blame someone, blame yourself. You cultivated the blood refinement scripture cultivation technique, yet you don't know how to diligently improve your strength. Even if I didn't make a move, others would have acted against you. You should also thank yourself for being able to live and wait for me to complete my mission in return, otherwise I wouldn't have had this opportunity, ha ha ha. Blood refinement scripture, what is the secret of this cultivation technique? Xun Yong showed a strange expression. He recalled the situation when he first entered the sect, and his heart was suddenly piqued. Humph, you'll know soon enough. Time was almost up. Wan Feng no longer wanted to waste words. With a movement of his hand seals, he pointed sharply at Xun Yong and shouted, fall down for me. Xun Yong saw the opponent's hand seals and instantly understood that it was a spell similar to the blood explosion art. As for how it would attack, he did not know. This was because under this spell, his body remained unharmed. Afterward, he changed his previous expression, looking coldly at the opponent, a hint of mocking scorn on his lips. How is this possible? Why are you fine? You clearly got hit by my poisonous blood attack just now. What I cultivate is the blood poison art, you shouldn't be fine. Wan Feng clearly saw black blood still on the ground, yet the other party was fine at this moment, which immediately shocked him, and his expression clearly panicked. Could it be that everything just now was deliberately faked by the other party? Thinking this, he felt as if he had been struck hard. In a panic, he moved his hand seals, intending to use his trump card. Even if it would disrupt his original plan, he had to eliminate the danger. However, little did he know, it was already too late. As he circulated his magical power, a fierce wind had already silently arrived. At the last moment, Wan Feng only saw a long needle pierce through his glabella. Then, his vision went dark, and he collapsed to the ground, lifeless. Because Wan Feng had died but not stiffened, there was still magical power remaining in his hand seals. At this moment, a black shadow suddenly appeared in front of Xun Yong. It was about to launch an attack, but as Wan Feng's remaining magical power ran out, the black shadow suddenly lost control, standing still and motionless. Although Xun Yong had sensed it early, he was still quite surprised by the black shadow's speed and its stealth technique. He then clearly saw the black shadow's face and realized that this person was the cold-faced young man who had been following Wan Feng earlier. At this moment, this person's eyes were dull and lifeless, his expression blank, as if he had lost his intelligence, like a walking corpse. Xun Yong quickly understood that this person must have had his intelligence erased by Wan Feng using a secret technique, and was now just a living corpse controlled by others. With Wan Feng's death, he also lost control. Xun Yong secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Then, with a wave of his hand, he recalled the long needle magical artifact and put it into his storage pouch. Only then did he look at Wan Feng's corpse, and he couldn't help but let out a cold sneer. Having experienced Xie Tan's cunning and Xian Yin's insidious nature, he had long since matured. No matter where he went, he would remain vigilant to guard against potential dangers. As soon as he entered the forest, relying on his spiritual sense, which far exceeded that of a Qi refinement stage 6th layer cultivator, he discovered Wan Feng hiding in the dark first. This was why he had a sudden inspiration and put on such a show with the other party, mainly to make the other party think they had victory in hand, thereby relaxing their guard. Wan Feng naively thought that the drop of poisonous blood had hit Xun Yong, but in reality, he had already dodged it before it even flew over. As for the black blood he had shed, it was merely blood from injuries caused by the fireball explosion, secretly mixed with poison and disguised. This caused the other party to momentarily forget himself and become careless. This gave Xun Yong the opportunity to activate the long needle magical artifact and kill him with one strike. As for the cold-faced young man, the living corpse Wan Feng controlled at the end, that was somewhat unexpected for Xun Yong, and he was indeed a little unprepared for it. Fortunately, Wan Feng did not use this method immediately, otherwise, it would have indeed been a bit tricky. Subsequently, Xun Yong quickly came to Wan Feng's corpse. With the circulation of his magical power, a soul body was extracted and controlled in his palm. Next, with the movement of his hand seals, he performed the blood essence technique. In just a moment, he obtained a bottle and a half of blood essence qi. After looting the storage pouch from Wan Feng's body, he set a fire, turning the remaining corpse into ashes. Immediately, taking the cold-faced young man, the living corpse, Xun Yong disappeared from the spot. After a while, upon returning to his immortal cave, he finally dared to summon the five-clawed dragon cauldron and place the soul body into the cauldron for refinement. Then, Xun Yong looked at the cold-faced young man, the living corpse, with confusion. He found that besides having a slightly stronger aura than ordinary living corpses, there were no spiritual power fluctuations on his body, as if he were a mortal corpse. This made him feel very strange. Next, Xun Yong directly placed his hand on the top of his head, and a stream of spiritual power was guided in, intending to investigate what was different inside his body. After a short while, his brow suddenly furrowed. He seemed to have sensed a danger and quickly withdrew his spiritual power in a panic. While secretly exclaiming how close it was, his heart was full of surprise. He discovered that this living corpse actually had no dentition, and its body seemed to have been hollowed out, its flesh shriveled, and its organs blackish-purple, but strangely, they were still active, and its heart was beating strongly. However, a large amount of spiritual power was stored within its blood essence. Not only that, but the blood essence also contained terrifying toxins. Because spiritual power flowed within it, it was greatly different from ordinary poisons, it was a living toxin. If Xun Yong hadn't discovered it quickly, this poison could have very likely spread into his body through his spiritual power. Once contaminated, he definitely wouldn't have been able to escape unscathed. From this, it seemed that this living corpse must have cultivated the blood poison art during his lifetime and was also treated with special methods. Now, he had completely become a poisonous corpse. At that time, if Wan Feng had driven this poisonous corpse to attack by spitting out poisonous blood in a suicidal manner, it would have been enough to give Xun Yong a hard time. But why didn't the other party do that immediately? This made Xun Yong very puzzled, and he fell into deep thought. Could it be that the other party never intended to kill him from the beginning, but only to capture him? Thinking this way, everything made sense. And the blood refinement scripture cultivation technique that the other party mentioned, this might be the fundamental reason for wanting to capture him. What exactly was wrong with the blood refinement scripture? Xun Yong urgently wanted to know the reason, but Wan Feng was already dead, so he could only search in the other party's storage pouch to see if he could find the answer. Immediately, he opened Wan Feng's storage pouch and poured out all the items inside. Whoosh, a large pile of items spilled out. When Xun Yong looked around, he found that 80% of the items were food, dried biscuits, strange fruits and even roast duck and roast fish. Is this Wan Feng perhaps a reincarnation of a starving ghost? How can a cultivator be so greedy for food? Xun Yong merely grumbled a few sentences before starting to organize the items. After clearing out the food and miscellaneous items like mundane hidden weapons, not many things were left. There were a few old talismans, 20-odd spirit stones, more than 10 small bottles, and a few books. However, from Wan Feng's previous words, he seemed to have just returned from an external mission, so the 20-odd spirit stones and a few bottles of condensing blood pills were likely his rewards, which he hadn't had time to use yet. Apart from these, his possessions seemed quite meager. Xun Yong put away the talismans, spirit stones and medicinal pills, leaving only a few books in front of him, which he began to flip through one by one. A quarter of an hour later, when he reached the third book, his expression clearly changed. He then reread this book 3 times with great interest before reluctantly closing it. This book was titled Blood Slave Great Law. It recorded a type of blood contract method. Once a blood contract was signed, one could enslave others to become their blood path servants, and these servants were collectively referred to as blood slaves. This blood contract method was said to be a trace of the power of rules left behind by a blood path evil venerable when he ascended to the upper realm 10,000 years ago. As long as one's cultivation did not surpass that evil venerable, the blood contract would remain effective, and influenced by the contract, the blood slave could only be driven by others for life. However, there were 2 ways to contract a blood slave. One was voluntary. One party among cultivators willingly signed a blood path contract to become the servant of another. Such blood slaves were strongly bound by the contract, and rarely retaliated against their master. However, due to the presence of self-awareness, their weakness was obvious. They could easily be slow to obey their master's commands, making them difficult to control at will. The second was forced, that is, under immense threat, a blood path contract was forcibly signed with another person. Such blood slaves, due to their hearts being filled with resentment, were not very strongly bound by the contract and were very prone to turning on their master. Therefore, to eliminate this hidden danger, through countless years of evolution, an extreme sacrificial refining method emerged. Once the contract was signed, a secret spell could be used to erase the blood slave's intelligence, turning him into a living corpse. This not only made him easy to control but also eliminated any hidden dangers. However, because such blood slaves lacked consciousness and acted purely on instinct, it was difficult for them to advance to a higher rank. But even so, within the Blood Yin sect, most disciples would choose the second method, as only blood slaves who unconditionally obeyed commands were the most reassuring. That cold-faced young living corpse was a blood slave whose intelligence had been erased. This blood slave great law only briefly introduced the first method on its first 3 pages, likely preserved symbolically to prevent this method from disappearing. The rest of the book, however, was entirely dedicated to the second method, detailing sacrificial refining methods, driving methods, and cultivation methods, making it extremely comprehensive. From this, Xun Yong also understood Wan Feng's intention this time. His goal was likely to forcibly refine him into an unintelligent blood slave. But he failed and ultimately lost his life because of it. Of course, why Wan Feng chose Xun Yong was somewhat related to the blood refinement scripture, but only that. It wasn't because the blood refinement scripture held any secrets. The reason for this must begin with contracting blood slaves. Whether righteous path cultivators or demonic path cultivators, all could be contracted as blood slaves. However, to speak of the best effect, those who cultivated blood path cultivation techniques were the most suitable. But because there were many blood path cultivation techniques, the compatibility varied. For example, those who cultivated the blood poison art have blood essence throughout their bodies containing toxins and are quite skilled at launching attacks with blood essence. Therefore, when contracting blood slaves, cultivators who cultivate the blood refinement scripture are the best choice. Similarly, those who cultivate the blood fiend art are skilled in miasma poison arts, mostly deist magic that devours the opponent's blood essence, leading to a deficiency of chi and blood. However, because these types of deist magic are slow to take effect, when contracting blood slaves, those who cultivate the blood poison art are the best choice. Of course, for those like Xun Yong who cultivate the blood refinement scripture, due to the vast amount of blood essence within their bodies, and because cultivating blood slaves requires feeding them blood essence, he can simultaneously contract 2 to 3 blood slaves for his use. However, Xun Yong had no intention of doing so. After all, consuming blood essence was indirectly depleting his magic power, and with his current cultivation, doing so would undoubtedly be courting death. Nevertheless, the blood slave before him, whose master Wan Feng had died, had a loosening of the contract power within him. In the blood slave great law, there was indeed a method to claim this blood slave for his own, but it required the blood slave to instinctively generate fear so that he would not resist when being recontracted. This process could not be completed in 3 to 5 days, it might take 2 months or even half a year. For now, Xun Yong was not in a hurry and planned to proceed step by step. Over the next hour, he learned about the blood slaves' attack methods. It turned out that blood slaves, along with the corpse demon sex corpse puppets and the 10,000 ghost sex ghost generals, were collectively known as the 3 great driving arts of the demonic path. Their attack methods each had their unique strengths. Corpse puppets, being as hard as iron, primarily engaged in direct close quarters combat when attacking, without any flashy moves. Ghost generals were quite skilled in spells, often attacking and confusing enemies with unpredictable ghost deist magic. As for blood slaves, they had neither sturdy bodies nor attention to drive spells, yet their attack methods were quite distinctive. Because all their magic power was stored in their blood essence, ordinary detection methods could not sense any magic power fluctuations. Combined with stealth techniques and strange evasion arts, they could launch sneak attacks without anyone knowing. And once a blood slave quietly got close, even a simple blood essence attack would be enough to give the opponent a hard time. Of course, blood slaves were generally used as a hidden trump card and would not be easily exposed in normal circumstances, as their effectiveness would be greatly reduced if their enemies knew their position in advance. After understanding the blood slave's advantages and shortcomings, Xun Yong's interest waned, so he put down the book Blood Slave Great Law and turned to the remaining books. The remaining books recorded basic spells, and only the blood poison art contained an auxiliary spell called Blood Arrow Technique, which made Xun Yong look at it a few more times. However, this technique could only be used in conjunction with blood poison art or other poison-based techniques. Its effectiveness was extremely limited for those who did not cultivate such techniques. Currently, Xun Yong had only poison-based techniques in his possession, and he might embark on the path of a poison cultivator in the future, so this technique might indeed play a certain role. He couldn't help but engrave its key principles in his mind. As for the cultivation techniques he couldn't use, he casually put them away. This harvest was quite abundant, making Xun Yong feel very pleased. Next, he took off the 5 Sun Soul pouch he was wearing, carefully placed it into the small spiritual pool, and then dripped a few drops of spirit liquid into it. Now that there was ample spirit liquid for cultivation, it wouldn't be long before the 5 Sun Soul pouch's cultivation would see a significant improvement. After a good while, he finally shifted his gaze. Then, he took off the corpse storage bag. He took out a chi refining stage 3 living corpse from it and began to investigate the soul within the corpse. As he had guessed, this living corpse had merely had its intelligence erased, and its soul had not suffered much damage. However, because it had been stored in the corpse cave for many days, the strength of its soul was significantly weaker. Xun Yong's expression was tense. During the process of extracting the soul, he was extremely careful and cautious, fearing that a moment of inattention would cause the soul to be damaged, thus leading to failure in soul extraction. After a full several hundred breaths of time, he finally completely extracted the soul from this living corpse. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, Xun Yong dared not delay. He summoned the 5-clawed dragon cauldron and quickly placed the soul into the cauldron for refining. An hour later, he obtained a drop of soul liquid. Xun Yong looked at the soul liquid, his eyes gleaming. Hehe, this is great. From now on, I won't have to worry about soul liquid anymore. He deeply understood the importance of soul liquid. Once the soul body could be significantly strengthened, it would not only enhance his essence, chi, and spirit but also his spiritual sense. Once his spiritual sense was enhanced, he would have a certain means of self-preservation in the future. This was too important for him. It made him laugh out loud with joy for a moment. After a while, Xun Yong put away his joyful expression and began to cast the blood essence technique. He quickly refined this qi refining stage 3 corpse, obtaining a bottle of blood essence qi. Then, he took out another corpse from the corpse storage bag and began to repeat the process of soul extraction and refining blood essence qi. 7 continuous hours passed. Xun Yong completed the soul extraction and refining of all 10 living corpses. Among them, 2 failed soul extractions, resulting in 8 drops of soul liquid and 11.5 bottles of blood essence qi. By now, the sky had brightened, and it was time to go to the spiritual herb garden. Spending 9 hours, he completed the spiritual herb garden task on time. Walking out of the garden, he went to the market. After transforming into Hua Ying's appearance, he arrived at Feng Ziyi's stall and sold 11 bottles of blood essence qi for 50 spirit stones. Taking advantage of this, he used 50 spirit stones to go to the corpse cave and purchased 10 living corpses before returning to his immortal cave. He continued the cycle, refining soul liquid. Time flew by, and 2 years passed in a hurry. During this period, Xun Yong would go to the corpse cave every 10 days to purchase 20 living corpses to refine soul liquid. After consuming hundreds of drops of soul liquid, his soul body instantly reached the strength of a soul body possessed by a cultivator at 10 levels of qi refining perfection. His spiritual sense, which could only probe 100-meter range, gradually increased to 600 meters, and once his spiritual sense was concentrated, he could even probe as far as 1,500 meters. As for his energy, it had gradually begun to become vigorous a year ago, and he rarely felt fatigued anymore. Even after working diligently for 9 hours in the spiritual herb garden, upon returning to his immortal cave, he only needed to sit in meditation and rest for the time it takes an incense stick to burn to fully recover. Xun Yong realized that as his soul body strengthened, he gradually began to acquire some of the qualities of an immortal. However, as his soul body reached qi refining perfection, the effectiveness of consuming soul liquid inexplicably decreased. Each time he consumed it, a large portion of the soul power in the soul liquid would flow out through his skin and dissipate into the world. Xun Yong couldn't help but secretly speculate that it might be because his current soul body had reached a certain critical point. In the future, if he entered the great realm of foundation establishment stage, this situation might improve. Nevertheless, he was quite satisfied with his current soul body strength. Of course, during this period, he also frequently visited the market. But to avoid being too frequent, he decided to visit the market every 10 days, selling a batch of spiritual water and blood essence qi about every 2 months to exchange for some spirit stones. He spent some spirit stones to purchase blood fiend energy. At the same time, he also frequently paid attention to magical artifacts. During this period, he purchased 2 low-grade magical artifacts. One was a black turtle shield, and the other was a low-grade short sword magical artifact with wind attributes. With the help of the 2 magical artifacts, Xun Yong's strength had increased significantly, but within the demonic sect, anything could happen, and this level of strength alone did not make him feel at ease. After expenses, he still had 1,200 spirit stones remaining. Xun Yong saved these spirit stones and had been searching for some powerful treasures, preferably items that could instantly kill enemies. Only this type of treasure could truly make him feel at ease. However, he had not found any in the past 2 years. As for his left arm, which was cultivating the 100 meridian body refinement technique, after enduring immense pain from sufficient blood fiend energy cultivation, it finally completed 4 cycles of rupture and reorganization. Now, his left arm was purplish-black, and the toughness of its meridians was so strong that even low-grade magical artifacts could not cut through it. He would only need 1 more year at most to complete 5 reorganizations. Currently, the 2-year period had passed. On this day, Xun Yong hurriedly left his immortal cave and went to the main peak's Yin Xian Hall to end his spiritual herb garden task. As a result, he had a 6-month rest period. Logically, there would be no rest period after finishing the spiritual herb garden task. Spiritual plant masters would generally choose to go to the spiritual herb pavilion. They would use this time to improve their spiritual plant master rank, and then have the opportunity to go to the second area of the herb garden to access high-year spirit medicine. But Xun Yong went to the spiritual herb garden with a purpose in mind and had no intention of staying long, much less wasting time to improve his spiritual plant master rank. Moreover, the sect did not enforce this, which was why he was able to obtain a 6-month rest period. Now, Xun Yong had improved his soul body and achieved initial results in his body refining technique, and he also had over 1,000 drops of spirit liquid in his possession. It was time to fully focus on improving his cultivation. Going forward, he planned to go into secluded cultivation in his immortal cave for half a year. But before that, Xun Yong intended to first go to the market to purchase some grain abstinence pills. Transforming into Wang Ping's appearance, he arrived at the market. Today, he noticed a difference in the market. There were clearly twice as many people as before, but most of them looked solemn and were hurrying along, and even the usual clamor had significantly decreased. A hint of strangeness flashed through Xun Yong's mind. After observing for a while, he still, as usual, first went to Feng Ziyi's stall. He had dealt with this person quite a bit. Over the past 2 years, he had bought a considerable amount of blood fiend energy from his stall under the identity of Wang Ping, and they had become quite familiar with each other. When the old man saw Xun Yong approaching, his face was wreathed in smiles as he said, "Junior brother Wang, you're here." Xun Yong glanced at Feng Ziyi and said with surprise, "Senior brother Feng's qi and blood have improved even more since last time. That's truly commendable." From their first meeting onwards, Feng Ziyi's qi and blood had improved with each encounter. He had long shed his previous aged appearance and was now ruddy-faced and much more energetic. "Hehe, that's all thanks to junior brother Wang. I've earned some spirit stones and bought quite a few longevity-extending medicines, so my body has become much stronger. Senior brother Feng's transformation is also your good fortune, senior brother, and has nothing to do with this junior brother. Xun Yong sneered inwardly. The other party wasn't just physically stronger, it was a change brought about by an increase in his cultivation. 2 years ago, Feng Ziyi was only at Qi refining stage 7, but now he had reached Qi refining stage 9th level. Such a significant improvement indicated that he must have encountered some opportunity. Xun Yong was too lazy to bother with it. As long as Feng Ziyi didn't do anything out of line and maintained this relationship with him, he wouldn't delve deeper into it. Afterward, Xun Yong bought 10 bottles of grain pills, paid 3 spirit stones, and was about to leave, but as if remembering something, he asked. Senior brother Feng, why are there so many more people in the market today? Has something happened recently? Feng Ziyi heard this and also looked puzzled. It seems junior brother has noticed as well. To be honest, I learned from a few old friends that a major event seems to have occurred within the sect. As for what exactly it is, I have no idea. Xun Yong's expression tightened upon hearing this. It seemed a major event truly had occurred, but the other party's words subtly implied that this event had been suppressed, and it was unlikely any news would spread out in the short term. This made him even more suspicious. Xun Yong couldn't help but worry whether this major event would involve him. Regardless, he decided to make some preparations first. After leaving Feng Ziyi's stall, he wandered among the various other stalls. Since there were many people in the market today, there were also more vendors, and he thought there might be some rare items that wouldn't normally appear. Taking advantage of this, Xun Yong intended to explore thoroughly. Time flowed, and 2 hours quickly passed. Xun Yong had already browsed about 80% of the stalls. Although there were some rare medicinal pills, magical artifacts, and cultivation techniques, they weren't of much use to him. This trip was merely an eye-opener. Xun Yong sighed lightly, a hint of disappointment in his expression. It seemed that those powerful treasures were likely being kept as trump cards, not to be easily sold unless absolutely necessary. It was understandable that he hadn't encountered any. Since things had come to this, he had lost the desire to continue searching. However, just as he was about to leave, his peripheral vision caught sight of 7 or 8 figures gathered in a corner not far away, seemingly observing something. And within the crowd, there seemed to be a faint, inexplicable aura fluctuating. Xun Yong showed a hint of curiosity and quickly walked over. Upon reaching the crowd, he looked inside. What met his eyes was a yellow-bearded man holding a severely damaged black ghost sail, gently swaying it from side to side. From the looks of it, he seemed to be demonstrating the divine ability of this sail. Xun Yong became interested and began to observe intently. Suddenly, a faint blue light emerged from the ghost sail. After a rapid swirl, it transformed into specks of starlight and vanished. When it reappeared, the blue light had already swept up a book from the ground and floated into mid-air. Your Excellency, please observe carefully. After speaking, the yellow-bearded man glanced at the long-faced man standing in front of him, then pointed at the ghost sail with his divine sense. Then, the blue light merely flickered, tracing an afterimage as it sped towards the low mountain peak behind the market. But in the blink of an eye, amidst countless flickering afterimages, the blue light, carrying the book, returned to the front of the ghost sail. The expressions of the 8 onlookers varied. Even Xun Yong couldn't help but inwardly praise it. Although the mountain peak wasn't tall, it was still over 300 zhang. Yet, this blue light could go back and forth in just a single breath. Its speed was comparable to a flying magical artifact. However, this yellow-bearded man seemed to have only demonstrated a small portion of the ghost sail's divine ability. That blue light shouldn't be as simple as just carrying a book. Moreover, Xun Yong seemed to have sensed a relatively strong soul power fluctuation emanating from a soul body within the blue light. Hehe, how about it? Your Excellency, are you satisfied with the power of my black soul sail? Once it utilizes the netherworld method of the ghost general within the sail, its escape speed can reach over 300 zhang in the blink of an eye. It can be called an excellent life-saving treasure. The yellow-bearded man recalled the blue light and said proudly. As he spoke, he didn't forget to display the thick ghost chi from within the sail. The long-faced man said indifferently, this treasure is indeed a high-grade ghost artifact, that's true, but it's now severely damaged, even inferior to a low-grade magical artifact. Only that netherworld escape speed still has some use, but it's not worth 300 spirit stones. How about this, I'll offer 150 spirit stones. You won't be at a loss. The yellow-bearded man's face immediately darkened upon hearing this. He said, although this treasure is damaged, the ghost general within it is not something an ordinary ghost sail can compare to. Otherwise, it wouldn't have such escape speed. 300 spirit stones, not a single one less. Humph, Your Excellency, are you perhaps thinking that someone didn't notice that the ghost general's soul body within your ghost sail is also damaged? Using the netherworld method also consumes the ghost general's soul. I'm afraid it can only be used at most 3 more times. The long-faced man snorted coldly, hitting the nail on the head. The 8 onlookers also showed strange expressions upon hearing this, their initial fervent looks visibly dimming. If this ghost sail could indeed only be used 3 times, it would merely be a consumable item and certainly not worth 300 spirit stones. Seeing the yellow-bearded man remain silent, the long-faced man chuckled, this treasure does have some use for me. How about this, 200 spirit stones, I'll reluctantly take it. The long-faced man's hand stiffened. Seeing the other party's firm gaze, he hesitated for a while before leaving in frustration. The onlookers, seeing this, also felt that this treasure was not worth 300 spirit stones. After all, this sail could only be used for escaping, and its cost-effectiveness was actually quite ordinary. It would be more worthwhile to buy an offensive magical artifact with those spirit stones. Afterward, they all felt bored and dispersed. Once everyone had left, a voice finally sounded, 300 spirit stones, I'll buy it, but I have one condition. The yellow-bearded man heard the voice, stopped his hand from putting away the ghost sail, and looked at the approaching Xun Yong, a look of joy on his face as he said, May I ask what your excellency's condition is? Please feel free to state it. Xun Yong calmly glanced at the black sail, then said, I saw the demonstration just now, but I have some doubts. Could your excellency summon that ghost general for me to see? Oh, this, it's not impossible, but there are too many people in the market right now. I can only summon a portion of the ghost general's body for you to see. How about that? That's natural. Your excellency, please proceed with the spell. As soon as he finished speaking, the yellow-bearded man formed a hand seal, and a massive ghost head emerged from the damaged ghost sail's surface. Xun Yong focused his gaze and found that, just as the long-faced man had said earlier, this ghost general's soul body had many damaged areas, but the ghost head itself appeared quite solid. Using it 3 times should be no problem. After a moment of hesitation, he said, not bad. However, we blood path cultivators don't know any ghost deo divine abilities. While your excellency sells me the ghost sail, you also need to inform me of the method to control it. Only then will I buy the sail. The yellow-bearded man chuckled, even if your excellency didn't mention it, I would still tell you the method to control it. I also have a ghost deo ghost control cultivation technique here, which I'll give to your excellency as well. With that, the yellow-bearded man took out a brand new book and a yellowed book from his storage pouch and handed them to Xun Yong. Xun Yong flipped through them for a while, and when he found no issues, he counted out 300 spirit stones, exchanging money for goods. After putting away the ghost sail, he left without looking back. The yellow-bearded man watched Xun Yong's departing back, a cunning smile appearing on his face, I finally found a sucker. This wave wasn't a loss. No, I need to leave quickly, lest this kid comes back to find me, that would be troublesome. Right now, he didn't want any more complications. The next moment, the yellow-bearded man quickly rolled up his stall and quietly walked out of the market, soon disappearing from sight. After leaving the market, Xun Yong immediately returned to his immortal cave. He eagerly took out the ghost sail, examined it carefully for a while, and then contentedly withdrew his gaze. Next, he took out the 2 ghost deo books, and after some comprehension, he began to cultivate. These 2 cultivation techniques were likely low-level existences in ghost deo schools. There weren't many key points, so cultivating them wasn't very difficult. 2 days passed quickly. As there were only a few simple methods, after 2 days of cultivation, Xun Yong had basically mastered the key to controlling the ghost sail. He then formed a hand seal and pointed at the black soul sail. The ghost sail spun around once and floated in midair, then its surface began to move without wind. Not long after, Xun Yong performed another hand seal, and a green light burst from the ghost sail, from which a thick ghost chi emerged. Immediately following, a black ghost shadow slowly walked out from the sail's surface. Once fully emerged, a 3-jong ghost general appeared before him. However, what Xun Yong saw was very different from what he had imagined. He had originally expected a majestic appearance, clad in armor and wielding a cold, gleaming ghost spear. To his surprise, this ghost general's soul body was not only severely damaged, but its ghost body was also somewhat ethereal, and its aura was extremely weak. What he found most unimaginable was that it was even missing an arm and a leg. Logically, a ghost general cultivates a ghost soul body. Weakness is one thing, but how could it be missing an arm and a leg? Xun Yong's first thought was that he had been scammed. Clearly, when the other party had summoned the ghost head from the ghost sail earlier, he must have used some trick to make the ghost head appear very solid. Right now, with this ghost general's soul body, perhaps using the netherworld method once would cause its soul body to completely shatter. However, he did not get angry because of this. Instead, he formed a hand seal, and the next moment, a strong fluctuation emanated from the ghost general's soul body. A green light flashed, enveloping Xun Yong's body. After sensing the soul power fluctuations within the green light, a hint of joy appeared on Xun Yong's face. That's right, it's exactly as I guessed. Previously, he had decided to buy this ghost sail precisely because he had felt a strong soul power fluctuation, which led him to believe it was definitely not something an ordinary ghost general could compare to. Now, after confirming it, it was even a few points higher than expected. If this ghost general were in its prime, its strength might be comparable to a cultivator in the middle or late stage of foundation establishment. Xun Yong understood that he had found a treasure. Of course, if this ghost sail had fallen into the hands of others, they would probably be crying out about being scammed by now. But in Xun Yong's hands, it was different, because he had soul liquid, which should be able to restore the ghost general's damaged soul body. Next, he took out the small bottle containing the soul liquid. After some deliberation, he only poured out 2 drops of soul liquid. With a surge of his magical power, the soul liquid fell into the ghost general's mouth. In just a moment, a faint light circulated within the ghost general's soul body, and its originally frail soul body slowly showed a hint of recovery. Although the recovery was not obvious, as long as there was enough soul liquid, complete recovery was not impossible. However, at this moment, Xun Yong suddenly felt a faint voice coming from his mind. This voice was filled with a strong desire for soul liquid, as if it wanted him to feed it more soul liquid. Not bad, as expected of a Foundation establishment stage ghost general. Even in such a damaged state, it still retains a trace of sentience. Xun Yong couldn't help but secretly praise it. Although this trace of sentience posed no threat to him, he would not risk feeding it more soul liquid. This was because his only means of controlling this ghost general was this ghost sail, and the ghost sail was now severely damaged and no longer reliable. Once the ghost general's soul body recovered, it would likely break free from the ghost sail's restraints and escape immediately. Xun Yong would surely lose his life then. For now, he only needed to keep the ghost general's soul body from dissipating. If he found a way to repair the ghost sail or subdue the ghost general in the future, it wouldn't be too late to restore its soul body. Xun Yong moved his hand seal, directly retracting the ghost general back into the ghost sail, then carefully placed it into his storage pouch. Although the ghost sail was severely damaged and could not perform many functions, simply by relying on the escape speed generated by the netherworld method that controls the ghost general, even if he encountered a powerful enemy in the future, he would have a means of escape, even if he couldn't defeat them. Of course, if it weren't for that yellow-bearded man, who rushed to extract the last bit of value from this ghost sail before the ghost general shattered, he truly wouldn't have been able to purchase this treasure. He had to admit, he should even thank the other party. However, one thing at a time. If they met again by chance in the future, he might just have to settle this matter properly with the other party and make him pay some price. Having thought so, Xun Yong then discarded the distracting thoughts in his mind. For the time being, he planned to enter seclusion. After consuming a fasting medicinal pill, he put on his 5 sun soul pouch, took out the prepared spirit liquid, and began to circulate his cultivation technique, breathing in and out to cultivate. Summer passed and autumn arrived, 4 months flew by. On this day, a joyful sound rang out from within his immortal cave. Haha, I've broken through again. With the help of the 5 sun soul pouch, Xun Yong achieved double the cultivation speed of others, and with the aid of ample spirit liquid, in just 4 short months, he directly broke through 2 realms. His cultivation advanced from the 6th level of Qi refining to the disciple of the 8th level of Qi refining. This speed, if seen by anyone, would surely leave them speechless. Perhaps in less than a year and a half, if Xun Yong continued to cultivate at this speed, he would soon break through to the perfection of 10 levels of Qi refining. At that time, he could begin to prepare for breaking through to the Foundation establishment stage. This made him excited, and his desire for higher cultivation became even stronger. However, he did not know that during the period he was in seclusion cultivating, a major event had already occurred in the sect. Just as he was preparing to enter seclusion again for 2 more months, a transmission talisman, glowing with light, suddenly floated into his immortal cave. Xun Yong's expression changed slightly upon seeing the talisman. With a hint of doubt, he picked up the transmission talisman and crushed it. A solemn voice resonated all around. All disciples who receive this talisman must proceed to Lian Xian Hall within 3 days to accept an urgent mission. Any who disobey will be dealt with according to sect rules. Upon hearing this, Xun Yong's heart tightened involuntarily. This urgent mission was clearly recorded in the sect manual. Such missions were only issued by the sect in times of emergency, mobilizing the disciples of the school in the form of missions to overcome the current crisis. Of course, for such a major event requiring the mobilization of so many disciples, the immense danger involved was self-evident. Xun Yong knew well that he could not avoid this urgent mission, but before accepting it, he still wanted to understand what exactly it was about. Afterward, he dared not delay and hastily left his immortal cave, intending to go to the market to gather information. Entering the market, he saw Feng Ziyi's stall from afar. He hadn't expected that at this time, this old man was still setting up his stall. He truly was a greedy person to the core. That's good, he could go and inquire. Soon, he arrived in front of the other party's stall. The old man, seeing that the person who came was Xun Yong, happily said, "Oh, junior brother Wang, it's been a long time since I last saw junior brother. Hehe, I haven't been to the market for 4 months indeed." Xun Yong gave a perfunctory explanation, then couldn't help but ask, "I wonder if senior brother Feng has received the urgent mission notification." Feng Ziyi sighed softly, "I received it an hour ago. I'm planning to sell off the goods I have to exchange for some spirit stone to buy some life-saving treasures. Junior brother, you've come at just the right time. Today, all items at senior brother's stall have an 80% discount. Junior brother might as well buy more." Xun Yong waved his hand and said, "No hurry, no hurry. Before that, junior brother has something to ask. I wonder what exactly happened to the sect? Please, senior brother, tell me a bit." Feng Ziyi showed a strange expression and asked in surprise, how could junior brother not even know about such a big event? This matter has been widely rumored in the sect for more than 3 months now. Moreover, seeing that it could no longer be concealed, the sect even sealed off the mountain gate to prevent anyone from escaping. "Junior brother, you should have heard some rumors, right?" Xun Yong was also somewhat surprised upon hearing this, and then said with a bitter smile, "To be honest, since I last parted with senior brother, I have been in seclusion cultivating diligently in my immortal cave. I only came out today." "Oh, so that's how it is. It seems junior brother truly doesn't know. Then I'll tell you about it. The situation is actually like this." Feng Ziyi cleared his throat and began to recount. It turned out that the Blood Yin sect was engaged in a great war with the Righteous Path School, Xianjing sect. In the Zhao Kingdom territory, there were 3 major demonic sects, the Blood Yin sect, the Corpse Demon sect, and the 10,000 Ghosts sect. And there were 4 Righteous Path schools, the Xianjing sect, the 10,000 Swords sect, the Yu Shao sect, and the 100 Puppet Valley. Each of the three major demonic sects was actually stronger than any single righteous path school, but due to the sinister and evil temperament of demonic path cultivators, they were destined not to unite, and their internal structure was a loose sand. Conversely, the righteous path schools, under the banner of eliminating demons and defending the Dao, were outwardly extremely united, which allowed the strength of the righteous and demonic paths to remain stable. The Xianjing sect was the closest to the Blood Yin sect. Although there were constant small battles between them, large-scale wars rarely occurred. But with the Blood Yin sect changing its method of recruiting disciples, it had continuously established large and small strongholds and small Daoist temples in recent years. As a result, the boundaries between the two sects were constantly being drawn closer. Over time, the Xianjing sect sensed the crisis and secretly plotted for a long time, even uniting with the Yu Xiao sect to launch a lightning-fast sneak attack. They not only destroyed many strongholds of the Blood Yin sect but also took down Bloodwind stronghold, one of the three major strongholds, in one fell swoop. This stronghold was only 800 li from the main peak, Blood Demon Peak. Fortunately, a nascent soul ancestral master who had returned from an outing from the sect detected it and intervened to force them back. Seeing their plan fail, the Xianjing sect could not help but retreat to the Fallen Demon Valley. This led to the Battle of Fallen Demon Valley. The people of the Xianjing sect intended to engage in a direct confrontation with the Blood Yin sect there, hoping to exhaust some of the Blood Yin sect's strength. Once the Blood Yin sect's strength was greatly damaged, they would surely be hesitant to act, and their development speed could be curbed, buying a period of peace. This was also the last resort used by the Xianjing sect. Xun Yong understood after listening that the two sects had reached a point of irreconcilable conflict, and this great war was simply unavoidable. Apparently, the urgent mission issued by the Blood Yin sect this time was definitely closely related to this great war. But if he went to the battlefield, facing a barrage of flying spells, even a foundation establishment stage cultivator might not emerge unscathed, let alone a small chi refinement stage cultivator like him, who would definitely be cannon fodder. This made him furrow his brows, and his expression became very grim. Seeing this, Feng Ziyi calmly said, "Junior brother, worrying is useless. However, I might as well tell junior brother that whether you go to the battlefield depends entirely on junior brother's luck." "Luck? Senior brother, don't keep me in suspense. Just tell me directly." Xun Yong's curiosity was piqued, and he quickly asked. "Actually, for the sect's urgent mission, to show fairness, it is distributed by a high-grade spiritual artifact. As for what mission will be drawn, it's all random, so isn't it just based on luck? Perhaps junior brother, with your heaven-defying luck, will draw a logistics mission, not only avoiding danger but also receiving substantial rewards." Xun Yong was quite speechless after hearing this. Such an important mission was actually being distributed in this manner. But this was also very good, he would also have a chance to draw a relatively simple mission. Next, after purchasing some chi recovery and healing medicinal pills, and some defensive talismans at Feng Ziyi's stall, Xun Yong left the market. The next day, early in the morning, Xun Yong set off for the main peak's Lian Xian Hall. As soon as he entered the hall, he saw a long line of people. There were 40 to 50 people, all chi refinement stage disciples, and like Xun Yong, they were there to accept urgent tasks. Xun Yong immediately followed suit, standing at the end of the line, then sweeping his gaze towards the very front. At the front of the line stood 5 hall stewards. The leader in the center was a red-robed man with 8-character eyebrows. The chilling aura emanating from him alone inexplicably instilled fear in people. Without a doubt, this man was a foundation establishment stage cultivator. And to the upper left of the 8-character eyebrows, a golden glowing compass floated, and within the countless golden lights, many tokens of various colors could faintly be seen. The next moment, the 8-character eyebrows' left hand emitted a burst of brilliant light and swept towards the compass above, causing its pointer to spin. After a short while, it stopped at a certain spot. A soft click sounded. A green token floated out from the golden light, transforming into a streak of light and landing in front of a respectfully standing disciple at the very front of the line. After receiving the token, this disciple seemed to converse with the 8-character eyebrows about something, then left the hall with a solemn and troubled expression. Seeing this, Xun Yong understood that this compass must be the high-grade spiritual artifact Feng Ziyi had mentioned. As for where the pointer landed, it must be randomly assigning tasks. The green token that floated out last was the task token. However, what puzzled Xun Yong was what exactly the 8-character eyebrows and the disciple had discussed. He even circulated his chi, but he only saw their lips moving, with no sound transmitted. Perhaps there was a sound isolating barrier around the compass. Because of this, he couldn't figure out what task that green token represented. However, judging by the disciple's expression after receiving the token, it definitely wasn't a good task. Next, Xun Yong stared intently at the compass, intending to analyze the frequency of different colored tokens appearing. When the second person stepped forward, another green token flew out from the compass, and this person also showed disappointment upon receiving the token. The third person, the fourth person, up to the 30th person. A quarter of an hour had passed. At this point, Xun Yong's brows furrowed. He discovered that out of these 30 people, 28 had drawn green tokens. Only 2 had drawn orange tokens. However, these 2 who drew orange tokens had both seemingly conversed subtly with the 8-character eyebrows before accepting their tasks. This caused a subtle change in the 8-character eyebrows' expression, and even the brilliant light he conjured was subtly different from that for others. This discovery made Xun Yong somewhat annoyed. He couldn't help but secretly speculate that the 8-character eyebrows must have manipulated the process behind the scenes. How ridiculous. Where was the fairness? Those who drew green tokens probably had tasks that involved going to the battlefield. Only orange tokens, perhaps, represented logistical tasks. Seeing that it would soon be Xun Yong's turn, he had a flash of inspiration and looked behind him, noticing a thin, sharp-faced man queuing behind him. He immediately chuckled and said, "Senior brother, I suddenly have something urgent to attend to. I'll let senior brother have my spot." The sharp-faced man's expression changed, and he gave Xun Yong a deep look. In fact, like Xun Yong, he had been observing the compass and the token colors ever since he entered the hall. From the expressions of the disciples receiving tokens, he had also noticed some clues and knew that the green token tasks were very bad. But his thoughts differed from Xun Yong's. He noticed that 20 green tokens had already appeared. According to randomness, even if orange tokens were rare, one should have appeared by now. Perhaps in just a few more people, an orange token was very likely to appear. And now that Xun Yong had voluntarily given up his spot, the sharp-faced man was overjoyed, but he quickly suppressed his delight. He didn't want Xun Yong to notice anything, then hastily said, "Since junior brother has matters to attend to, this senior brother will accept this spot without further ado." Before Xun Yong could react, he eagerly stepped forward, giving Xun Yong a look that implied it was useless even if he changed his mind. Xun Yong was somewhat surprised, but he didn't hesitate and quickly left the hall. After leaving the hall, he didn't depart but returned and rejoined the queue, immediately contemplating a countermeasure. At this moment, Xun Yong pondered what the two people who received the orange token tasks had said to the 8-character eyebrows. Just a short sentence would make a foundation establishment senior change his mind. He thought for a while, and seeing that he had no clue, he looked forward again. He intended to observe carefully whether orange token tasks would appear again and what methods this person would use. This time, Xun Yong was fully focused, concentrating his spiritual sense, hoping to meticulously deduce in advance if he could discern what was said from lip movements. Soon, more than 10 people accepted tasks. Without exception, all of them drew green tokens. However, when the sharp-faced man looked at the green token in front of him, his eyes were filled with disbelief. He didn't know where he had gone wrong. But as he walked out of the hall in disappointment, the person behind him actually drew an orange token. At this moment, the sharp-faced man's face turned extremely ugly, his teeth clenched, and his eyes filled with rage. When he saw Xun Yong queuing at the hall entrance again, his anger could no longer be suppressed. He blamed everything on Xun Yong. If Xun Yong hadn't suddenly offered his spot, then it should have been him who drew the orange token. He couldn't help but step forward and question, "Boy, didn't you have something to attend to? Why are you suddenly back? Are you playing a trick on me?" Xun Yong noticed the man's expression and was momentarily surprised, but after a moment's thought, he understood. The other party was blaming him entirely for drawing the green token. At this moment, he felt very wronged. It was clearly the 8-character eyebrows who was manipulating things behind the scenes, and it was fine if this person didn't understand, but to actually vent his anger on him. This made him very displeased. His face was as dark as water, and he said coldly, "Senior brother, what are you talking about? How could I have the leisure to play tricks on you? It's just that my urgent matter has been dealt with, so I've come back to accept a task." "What, is there something wrong with that? You?" "Humph, very well, boy, Yi Yanping, remember you?" Yi Yanping let out a cold snort. Although he was angry, he didn't have the guts to cause trouble here. He could only stride out of the hall with a fierce glare. Xun Yong didn't take the man's threats to heart at all. As for the other party wanting revenge, he could talk about it if he could even survive the battlefield in return. Then, regaining his composure, a hint of joy appeared on his face. He had finally made a discovery. When the person who drew the orange token conversed with the 8-character eyebrows, although it was very subtle, Xun Yong was still able to deduce about half of the meaning from his lip movements. He hadn't expected this person to be a disciple of Lord Longxiu. 8-character eyebrows, respecting the monk for the Buddha's sake, giving a favor was understandable. Thinking this way, the two people who drew orange tokens earlier must have had some kind of backing. It seemed that even demonic path schools valued worldly human relations. Understanding this, Xun Yong also felt a bit troubled. Because he didn't have any backing, how could he attract attention? He couldn't help but start pondering carefully while waiting in line. Time flowed by, more than a quarter of an hour passed. Soon, it was Xun Yong's turn. As Xun Yong walked onto the platform, 8-character eyebrows circulated a radiant light, preparing to strike the compass in the air. At this moment, Xun Yong gritted his teeth and interrupted, "Senior Martial Uncle, please wait, I have a magical artifact here that I'd like to offer to you." As he spoke, he unhesitatingly took out a black, low-grade short-blade magical artifact and respectfully placed it in both hands. This process was completely straightforward, without any frills or circumlocution. The other disciples below were also somewhat stunned by this. It wasn't that they hadn't thought of doing this, but they all had reservations. Firstly, they were afraid that such blatant action would damage the reputation of a foundation establishment senior, and secondly, what could these chi refinement stage cultivators offer that would enter the dharma eye of a foundation establishment senior? If it went wrong, it could backfire and bring trouble upon themselves. This also made some ambitious individuals give up on this idea. Now seeing Xun Yong do it so openly, they all wanted to know what the outcome would be. At this moment, 8-character eyebrows hand, which was casting the radiant light, visibly paused. His gaze swept towards the short-blade magical artifact, his brows furrowed slightly, and then his expression turned cold. A surge of pressure emanated from him, pressing down fiercely on Xun Yong. Xun Yong only felt a powerful oppression that made his whole body tremble uncontrollably, but he did not shrink back because of it. From 8-character eyebrows not stopping and withdrawing the radiant light action, it was clear there was a chance. He was just unclear of Xun Yong's intention, which was why he administered a punishment. Xun Yong quickly said, "Senior Martial Uncle, this junior only wishes to take on tasks other than those with green tokens. I will not make things too difficult for you, Senior Martial Uncle. Please be accommodating." Hearing this, 8-character eyebrows hesitated for a moment, then quickly withdrew his pressure. With a wave of his hand, he took the short blade magical artifact, examined it, and a grin appeared at the corner of his mouth. This was much more substantial than the previous favors. It immediately changed 8-character eyebrows' expression, and he spoke. "Kid, you're quite good, and very bold. This old man likes that. But to think a mere low-grade magical artifact is enough for this old man to open a back door, isn't that a bit too arrogant? How about this, I can give you a 40% chance of drawing a task other than a green token, which is the biggest concession I can make." Xun Yong was immediately delighted upon hearing this. After a moment of thought, he reached into his waist again, and a black pouch appeared. He said ingratiatingly, "There are also some spirit stones here, which are all of this junior's possessions. Please accept them, Senior Martial Uncle, and be a bit more accommodating." 8-character eyebrows looked deeply at Xun Yong, revealing a meaningful smile. Then, with a wave of his hand, he grabbed the black pouch. Upon careful inspection, he found that the pouch contained a full 250 spirit stones. A smile instantly appeared at the corner of his mouth as he said, "Very good. Since you can afford such a large price, this old man will naturally help you. However, this old man will only remove the green token tasks. As for what task you draw, that is entirely up to fate. Thank you, Senior Martial Uncle. This junior will have no complaints about this." Xun Yong showed a hint of joy and quickly bowed respectfully. Subsequently, 8-character eyebrows changed his finger gesture, an array of brilliant light struck the compass. Before long, a purple token flew down. Xun Yong was somewhat surprised to see a purple token, as this was the first time such a token had appeared for a long time. Tisk tisk, a purple token. Kid, your luck isn't that great. This is the most difficult task besides the green token. 8-character eyebrows clicked his tongue, but soon he seemed to think of something. He glanced at the disciples queuing behind him, a playful smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, and then he deliberately sighed softly, saying, "All right, since you've paid such a high price, this old man won't let you be disappointed. I'll reluctantly help you one more time. Take this token, and tomorrow, go to Yin Demon Peak to find your junior martial uncle Fu Long. He will arrange a medium difficulty task for you." Xun Yong was somewhat surprised, but then, following 8-character eyebrows gaze, he lowered his head and scanned behind him with his peripheral vision, instantly realizing the truth. How could this 8-character eyebrows be so kind as to help him? He wanted to use this to seal his mouth, so that the disciples who came after would be more eager to try this method, and he could also gain greater benefits from it. As expected of a demonic sect elder, his thoughts were truly clear. Subsequently, a palm-sized grey token floated over. Xun Yong quickly put it away along with the purple token. Then, he cupped his fists and thanked 8-character eyebrows, before stepping off the platform and hurrying out of the main hall. Meanwhile, the disciples below, who had been watching with mocking eyes, suddenly saw the purple token Xun Yong received and realized that the situation didn't seem as bad as they had imagined. Their eyes lit up. Although they hadn't heard the content of Xun Yong's conversation, based on their conjectures, they all believed that this purple token might be the best of all the task tokens. Among them, a few disciples who considered themselves to have some wealth already looked eager to try. As for those who were short on money, their expressions were all gloomy, showing a look of deep resentment. However, Xun Yong did not know that because of his actions, some people who later drew purple tokens would curse him countless times in their hearts. Of course, all of this was irrelevant to him now. After leaving the main peak, he found a hidden spot, changed his appearance to Wangping's, and went to the market again. After spending 380 spirit stones to buy 2 low-grade short-blade magical artifacts identical to the previous one, he returned to his immortal cave. The next day, at noon. On Yin Demon Peak, in front of a small wooden house, Xun Yong stood respectfully before a skinning elder. At this moment, the skinning elder was toying with a grey token. That old ghost Gudong seems to have received a lot of benefits and dumped this mess on this old man. Ah well, ah well. Then, the skinning elder put away the token, glanced at Xun Yong, and said, "Although I owe the old ghost Gudong a favor, it's not convenient for me to assign you a high difficulty task. But don't underestimate medium difficulty tasks, with your cultivation, there's still a more than 60% chance of death. Be prepared." Upon hearing this, Xun Yong immediately understood that although this junior martial uncle owed a favor, he didn't want him to pass so easily. In fact, as soon as he saw this junior martial uncle, he noticed that the other party's gaze was somewhat unfriendly. He probably looked down on people like him who used back doors, but out of consideration for appearances, he didn't say it directly. However, in his words, there was a subtle probing to see if he would be dissatisfied. After all, with a death rate of nearly 60% for a medium difficulty task, anyone would question it at this point, and falling for that would be a trap. Understanding this, Xun Yong still bowed respectfully. Disciple understands, no matter what task junior martial uncle assigns, disciple is fully prepared. Very good, it seems you are quite insightful, not just a flatterer, but one with some brains. Seeing that his covert move was useless, the skinning elder could not help but mock him openly, though he would not make things too difficult for a junior. Soon after, he took out a booklet, threw it to Xun Yong, and said, "The task is detailed in the booklet. You have 100 breaths to quickly understand the task." Xun Yong quickly took the booklet and began to read it. This task was to rescue an outpost called Fengluo Mountain. Fengluo Mountain was just a small outpost, but under the Xianjing sect's lightning-fast sneak attack, it happened to fall within the attack range. However, due to its relatively remote location and being a place only guarded by Qi refinement stage cultivators, it had been peaceful these days. However, 2 days ago, the sect received news that the outpost was under attack, which prompted them to organize personnel to go for rescue. After the task booklet, there was also a detailed map attached. After reading it, Xun Yong was also somewhat surprised. After all, there were countless small outposts in the sect, and yet they chose to rescue only this one, which could only mean that there must be some hidden secret within it. Alright, time is pressing. I will take you to meet the other 4 now. Let's go. Seeing that time was almost up, the skinning elder did not want to delay any longer and strode towards another small house. Xun Yong was stunned. This task was actually a group task, and he did not expect there to be 4 other people, which immediately gave him a bad premonition. Then, following behind the skinning elder, he entered a small house. Indeed, there were 3 men and 1 woman, 4 people, waiting. Upon seeing someone arrive, the 4 looked over in unison, and seemed to sense Xun Yong's cultivation, all flashing a hint of disappointment. When Xun Yong caught their expressions, he quickly released his spiritual sense and swept it around, then surprisingly found that among the 4 of them, 3 had cultivation at the Qi refining stage 9th level, and only that female cultivator had the same cultivation as him, at the disciple of the 8th level of Qi refining. However, that beautiful female cultivator was holding the arm of a fair-skinned, handsome man, with intimate expressions and gestures, indicating that these 2 should be dual cultivation partners. Moreover, the aura of the 2 was quite similar, which might be due to cultivating some kind of dual cultivation spell. Under mutual reinforcement, the strength of the 2 would also be greatly improved. Looking at it this way, Xun Yong's cultivation at the disciple of the 8th level of Qi refining became the weakest among these few people. No wonder these 4 showed a disappointed expression. After all, no one wanted to team up with a weakling. Of course, no matter how dissatisfied they were, it was useless. No one dared to act presumptuously in front of the skinning elder. Alright, the number of people is complete, but before we set off, I have something to explain. As he finished speaking, the skinning elder took out a black box from his waist, on which a strange restriction talisman was affixed, and said with a solemn expression, "You can decide among yourselves who will hold this treasure, but the only requirement is that it must be brought to Fengluo Mountain and handed over to the managing disciple there. Only then will this task be considered complete. Otherwise, even if the rescue is successful and you return, I will still punish you. Of course, if you encounter a strong enemy and your lives are hanging by a thread, you must destroy this treasure. Do not let it fall into the enemy's hands." Yes. The 4 heard this and quickly bowed in response. But Xun Yong wondered, if it really came down to life and death, would anyone truly care about a useless item? However, thoughts aside, he still respectfully cupped his hands in response. The skinning elder stroked his beard with satisfaction, then took out 5 small bottles and said leisurely, "All right, the matters have been mostly explained. Before we set off, all 5 of you, force out a wisp of your origin and put it into this bottle." Upon hearing this, Xun Yong was startled. The origin is the origin of the soul body. Once the origin is damaged, the soul body will directly shatter. This was truly entrusting one's life to others. Although he had learned from the sect handbook that when performing urgent tasks, the sect would use some methods to prevent disciples from deserting. Generally, they would take essence blood, or make them consume poisonous pills, etc. But he never expected that this task would require taking the origin. Not only Xun Yong was surprised, but even the other 4 showed hesitation. "What, do you want me to take it myself?" Seeing that the few people remained motionless, the skinning elder could not help but roar in anger. The 5 trembled, not daring to disobey in the slightest. Once the skinning elder got angry, their lives would be immediately forfeit. After thinking for a moment, they all reluctantly stepped forward and, by touching their glabella, forced out a wisp of their origin. "You do not need to be distressed. If the task is completed, you can come to me to reclaim your origin. If anyone dares not to do their best, the only outcome will be soul flying away and spirit scattering." While the skinning elder used words to intimidate them, he also did not forget to give them a reassurance to dispel their hidden thoughts. "Junior Marshal Uncle, rest assured, we will certainly do our utmost." Seeing that all matters had been explained, the skinning elder took out the sect departure documents and threw them over, then sent them away. The group of 5 then headed towards the mountain gate. An hour later, they arrived before the mountain gate. After presenting their mission tokens and sect departure documents, the law enforcement hall disciples guarding the gate allowed them to leave. Subsequently, following the route map, they drove their flying talismans all the way south. Half a day later, they stopped when they passed through a forest. "Everyone, we have already left the safe zone. 10 more li ahead, and we will reach dangerous territory. At that time, we are very likely to encounter attacks from Xianjing sect disciples. It would be best for us to discuss a countermeasure." A tall, handsome middle-aged man spoke first. This senior brother's words are correct. With one person's agreement, the remaining few also felt it made a lot of sense. Although these demonic sect disciples had always been solitary and did not care about any fellow disciple affection. But now, thinking about their origin being taken by the skinning elder, they had completely lost the path of retreat and escape. Only when there was only one path left, which was to complete the task. They had no choice but to put away their temperaments and start considering teamwork. Since the journey ahead was fraught with unknown dangers, it was indeed necessary to communicate and discuss now, which could allow them to let down their guard and cooperate fully. Then, when they encountered a crisis, they would not be thrown into disarray. Next, the five exchanged names. The handsome man was named Fu Wenfei, and the dual cultivation couple, the man was named Hao Ming, and the woman was named Feng Han, and the last dark and thin man's Dao name was Bloodbone. In the next 15 minutes, they also exchanged information about their respective combat methods and auxiliary magical artifacts. From this understanding, the person with the Dao name Bloodbone was the strongest among the five of them. He not only possessed 2 low-grade magical artifacts but also cultivated the rare blood demon scripture, which allowed him to demonize by burning his own essence blood, instantly and greatly increasing his strength. The other 3 each had a low-grade magical artifact, and the cultivation techniques they cultivated were among the common ones found in blood path schools, making their strength average. Of course, only about 30% of what demonic path people said could be believed. As Xun Yong's cultivation was already lower, he took the opportunity to conceal it further, portraying himself as someone with weaker strength. The 4 did not ask too many questions. Deep down, they didn't take Xun Yong seriously and naturally didn't expect him to be of much help later. With his outstanding strength, Bloodbone naturally became their backbone and gained a certain amount of say in the team. I believe you all know the dangers of this trip, but there's no need to worry too much. From what I understand, the main force of the Xianqing sect has already gathered in Fallen Demon Valley. Currently, only a small number of cultivators are sweeping surrounding strongholds. The most challenging part now is how to pass through the Xianqing sect's sweeping area and successfully reach Fengluo Mountain. Choosing the next route is of utmost importance. Does anyone have a good route? As Bloodbone finished speaking, he took out a map and spread it on the ground. Although he seemed to be asking for opinions, his expression was calm, as if he already had a plan. Since the matter was of great importance, the few of them had no choice but to take it seriously. At this moment, Fu Wenfei stepped forward lightly, carefully examined the map, pondered for a moment, and then said in a deep voice, I believe I have undertaken many outdoor missions and am quite familiar with the terrain. I think this route is the most suitable. After speaking, Fu Wenfei pointed to a remote route on the map and confidently added, although this route is a bit roundabout and will take about 3 days, most of it is uninhabited land, so the chance of encountering people from the Xianqing sect is very small. Hao Ming and Feng Han, the couple, looked at the route and nodded, but they seemed to have different opinions. Among them, Hao Ming said, while this route is safe, it wastes too much time. Don't forget, we are going to rescue a stronghold. If we arrive late and the stronghold falls, we will be held accountable. I believe it would be better to take the Fallen Camel Mountain Canyon path. The entire route is covered by mountains, not only is the route short, but it also takes less than 2 days. After Hao Ming finished speaking, he couldn't help but glance around, revealing a hint of self-satisfaction, clearly believing his route was the most suitable. Before he could bask in his pride for long, Fu Wenfei coldly scoffed, Junior Brother Hao's proposed route is truly too dangerous. If the Xianqing sect has detection magical artifacts, our whereabouts will surely be exposed, and then we will not only fail to reach Fengluo Mountain but might also be completely wiped out. Senior Brother Fu is being overly cautious. How precious are detection magical artifacts? The area around my proposed route only has small strongholds. It's impossible for the Xianqing sect to use detection magical artifacts here. While that's true, we can't be absolutely sure there won't be any. My route is still the most reliable. The two began to argue endlessly, neither willing to take the other's route, each refusing to yield. Seeing this, Xun Yong felt a bit helpless. Demonic path individuals were indeed difficult to unite, a mere route had already caused a subtle disagreement. However, there was no worry on his face. Instead, his peripheral vision occasionally glanced at Bloodbone, wanting to see what action this person would take. At this moment, Bloodbone still remained silent, letting the two argue, but a meaningful look flickered in his eyes. After a while, seeing that they couldn't argue to a conclusion, both turned their gazes to Bloodbone. Among them, Hao Ming asked, Senior Brother Bloodbone, do you agree with the route I proposed? However, Bloodbone shook his head and said, Junior Brother Hao, while your route is good, as Junior Brother Fu said, the danger is still too great. From what I know, the Xianqing sect's sweeping disciples are divided into 18 small teams, and 10 of those teams have detection magical artifacts. Perhaps, if we are unlucky and happen to encounter a team with a detection magical artifact, our lives will be in danger. Hao Ming's face fell upon hearing this. Bloodbone's explanation was very clear, and he could no longer refute it, so he lowered his head in thought. Conversely, Fu Wenfei's face immediately lit up, but the very next moment, Bloodbone's other words wiped away all of Fu Wenfei's joy. Junior Brother Fu's route is also not advisable. As he spoke, Bloodbone pointed to a location on the map and said to Fu Wenfei, this swampy area has many Yao beasts. I assume Junior Brother does not know that every mid-July, a demonic wind blows, causing the Yao beasts here to become agitated. If we go there at that time, the Yao beasts will attack fearlessly. Even if we force our way through, we are bound to expend a large amount of magical power, and we might even perish here. But if we bypass this area, we must pass through Wind Valley, which is the location of the medium-sized stronghold, Flying Blood Stronghold, and we are bound to encounter attacks from the Xianjing sect. This explanation was well-reasoned and supported by facts, leaving Fu Wenfei momentarily speechless. Even Xun Yong and the other two were surprised by the statement. Clearly, this Bloodbone was not only very familiar with the surrounding terrain but also had a thorough understanding of everything within each terrain. Xun Yong couldn't help but look at this person with increased respect, becoming even more certain that the other party had deliberately asked for their opinions earlier, waiting for this very moment. At this moment, he displayed superb insight, which undoubtedly made his voice in the team noticeably more influential. Seeing that the time was ripe, Bloodbone slowly spoke, "Everyone, I have a route that is feasible." "Oh, senior brother Bloodbone, please tell us." The initial disappointment vanished, and everyone gathered around. Xun Yong took a deep look at Bloodbone, admiring his profound cunning. If the other party had stated his route from the beginning, he would likely have faced similar doubts, and there would have been dissenting voices within the team, but now it was completely different. Next, Bloodbone placed his hand on a certain spot on the map and said, "My route is to first pass through this King Yun mountain range and temporarily reach this dense forest area." The few people looked over, all somewhat puzzled. Looking left and right, they couldn't see anything special about the dense forest. However, they found that crossing the King Yun mountain range was a very tricky matter. This was because there were quite a few strongholds within the mountain range, and it was highly likely that Xianjing sect members were sweeping them, making the chance of encountering them extremely high. Furthermore, even if they reached that dense forest area, what then? That place was thousands of miles away from Fengluo mountain. "May I ask senior brother Bloodbone, how should we cross the King Yun mountain range?" Hao Ming thought for a moment and asked, but whether it was because he was convinced by Bloodbone's previous words, or perhaps he didn't know much about the dense forest, he didn't immediately voice any objections. Even Fu Wenfei had a thoughtful expression. However, Bloodbone explained with a light chuckle, "Everyone, there's no need to worry. I happen to have a treasure. Please come closer and take a look." The next moment, a black abacus-like treasure appeared in his hand. Seeing this, the few of them each showed a look of surprise. "Oh, this is a quite rare divination magical artifact. It can predict good or bad fortune in advance. However, this treasure seems to be half incomplete." Fu Wenfei initially praised it, but soon noticed a clear fracture mark on one side of the abacus. "That's right, this treasure is indeed incomplete and cannot exert much power. But I can tell you all, when complete, this treasure was a high-grade magical artifact. It's a pity that it's missing half, which prevents it from being used for long periods, otherwise we wouldn't need to go through so much trouble. But, it should be no big problem to cross this King Yun mountain range, which is only a little over 40 miles. Upon hearing this, several people nodded secretly. They had all heard of the divine ability of divination magical artifacts. With this treasure, crossing the King Yun mountain range was indeed not an issue. Having taken this reassuring dose, they became even more curious about the dense forest. After all, Bloodbone had even brought out a divination treasure, which indicated that the dense forest might indeed have something special about it. "Senior brother Bloodbone, please don't keep us in suspense. Why don't you tell us what's so special about this dense forest?" Seeing someone inquire, Bloodbone immediately put on a profound expression, lightly drawing 5 lines with his hand. Immediately, 5 small paths appeared on the map, extending outwards from the dense forest. Xun Yong looked closely for a while and quickly discovered the difference. These 5 small paths were winding and did not interfere with each other, but each was quite concealed, precisely avoiding the surrounding strongholds by a considerable distance. From this perspective, it was indeed a good route. But upon deeper consideration and deliberation, he found some improprieties. He discovered that although the 5 small paths were far from the surrounding strongholds, they all required passing over these small paths when traveling between several strongholds. If their luck was bad, there was still a chance of encountering enemies. However, there was a fatal problem: the routes of these small paths were quite singular. If they truly encountered enemies, the chance of escape was slim. Beside him, Fu Wenfei, who had been studying the map, also seemed to have noticed this problem. He furrowed his brows and said in a deep voice, "Senior brother Bloodbone, have you considered how we should escape, or which route to take, if we encounter enemies?" Junior brother Fu's words, "I have naturally considered them." Bloodbone's expression was normal. He then explained, "You can all rest assured, the chance of being discovered this time is inherently very small. However, to be safe, if we reach the dense forest later, the 5 of us can split into 5 groups, each taking a small path, and regroup at Kungkung Lake at the end. Doing this, firstly, greatly reduces the chance of being discovered. Secondly, even if we are detected, the enemy will likely only send 1 or 2 people to pursue us, and the chance of escape is not 0. This explanation immediately dispelled most of their doubts. They also knew that it was impossible to take no risks at all, and Bloodbone's route contained the least danger, so it was worth trying. The few people reached an agreement and all chose to follow Bloodbone's route. As for who would keep the black box, after some discussion, the strongest Bloodbone was actually excluded, and it was temporarily entrusted to Fu Wenfei for safekeeping. Only upon reaching the dense forest would a lottery decide who would be the final custodian. Xun Yong was not surprised by this. After all, since they adopted Bloodbone's route, they naturally needed to be on guard. Precisely because they were in the demonic path, they deeply understood the sinister temperament of demonic path disciples. Although they were teammates at the moment, no one knew if they would become enemies vying for treasure in the next instant. What if Bloodbone had a hidden agenda, knowing a certain path had problems, and deliberately let one of them become cannon fodder. This was also the reason why Haoming and Fu Wenfei initially argued endlessly over a route. After all, they did not trust others from the bottom of their hearts. With the black box as a constraint, it would also be relatively safer. Bloodbone was also a smart person, his expression remained normal, seemingly having no objections to this, and he even displayed an attitude of considering the team's interests. The more he acted this way, the more Xun Yong felt that this person had other deeper intentions, and a hint of vigilance inevitably arose in his heart. Seeing that it was getting late, Bloodbone quickly walked to one side and began to activate the divination magical artifact in his hand. In just a moment, a faint light undulated on the divination magical artifact, and the abacus beads flashed with black light, continuously flipping up and down. This treasure can currently only be maintained for a quarter of an hour. We must hurry to the dense forest within this period. Everyone, please follow closely. Alright, let's go. As soon as his voice fell, Bloodbone fully activated his flying talisman, flying away at an extremely fast speed. Fu Wenfei and Haoming and his wife transformed into 3 after-images at the same moment, following Bloodbone's tracks. When only Xun Yong remained, he stared at Bloodbone's back, a surprised expression on his face. He had clearly felt a faint trace of black chi subtly emanating from Bloodbone when he fully activated the divination magical artifact. It was just that Bloodbone hid it very well. The moment the black chi appeared, he used some unknown method, and the black chi mysteriously disappeared. If Xun Yong hadn't possessed spiritual sense far beyond the 10 levels of chi refining, he might not have been able to perceive it. What exactly was this black chi? He couldn't know for a while and could only secretly speculate that Bloodbone seemed to have some unspeakable secret, and he would need to pay more attention to him later. Seeing that the few people ahead were about to disappear into the horizon, Xun Yong dared not delay and quickly activated his flying talisman to follow. Then, the group's flying speed became increasingly swift. Before long, they entered the Qingyun mountain range. From this moment on, whether it was Bloodbone's divination treasure starting to work or not, under its guidance, they constantly changed directions, turning and twisting. The journey was calm and peaceful, and they indeed did not encounter any Xianjing sect disciples. Xun Yong also breathed a sigh of relief and became even more curious about this divination treasure. He then fully released his spiritual sense, focusing on Bloodbone's hands, intending to thoroughly study how this person activated this treasure and what mysterious changes it had. In the future, if he encountered a similar treasure, he would also have a way to react. For the following period, his spiritual sense did not leave this treasure for a single step. After a while, he finally gained some rough understanding. He found that when the abacus beads flashed with black light, they would begin to divine fortune, and it would take 10 to 15 breaths of time before they stopped. Bloodbone performed a total of 30 divinations, and the numbers all seemed to be odd. Xun Yong speculated that when the number was odd, it represented great auspiciousness. Perhaps when the number was even, it would represent great misfortune. But he dared not jump to conclusions. After all, each layer of the abacus beads had 2, and this time only 1 had fallen. As for what it meant when 2 fell simultaneously, he had no way of knowing. However, he could also be sure that performing a divination with both abacus beads simultaneously would likely come at a great cost. Because Xun Yong observed that each time Bloodbone performed a divination, he would inject a considerable amount of magical artifact, only then would the abacus beads flash with black light. Then, operating both abacus beads would consume at least double or even more magical artifact, or require the sacrifice of other items as a cost. This might be the reason why Bloodbone dared not use it rashly. Understanding this, just as Xun Yong thought this treasure would have no other changes, suddenly, a black chi emerged from Bloodbone's palm and landed on the black light of the abacus bead. In an instant, it transformed into a black dot and rapidly disappeared ahead. Xun Yong looked surprised. This time, he clearly felt an extremely dense death chi within the black chi. This death chi was like the putrid smell that would form from a corpse stored in a sunless place for hundreds of years. Why would Bloodbone have this kind of death chi within his body? Generally, cultivators of the blood path absolutely do not possess this kind of death chi. Xun Yong's suspicion grew instantly. However, in the time that followed, Bloodbone uncharacteristically did not release any more black chi, and even his expression and demeanor were normal, as if everything before was purely accidental. Xun Yong couldn't help but feel some confusion about this. But he subtly felt that something bad was going to happen later. He had to make plans in advance. Next, the group passed through the Qingyun mountain range without incident. 2 more miles forward, and they arrived above a dense forest. Led by Bloodbone, the group quickly flew down, landing on a slope within the dense forest, and looking forward, there were indeed 5 small paths. Of course, these small paths were not man-made but were a fault line formed by the fluctuating geology. These 5 fault lines were each within 2 meters in width, and besides being full of broken branches and weeds, no trees grew on them, making them easy to distinguish. And this dense forest actually stretched for thousands of miles, but at its center, it was occupied by several towering and majestic mountains, which made it seem less wide and dense. This also allowed the 5 winding paths to exist without interfering with each other. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I really wouldn't believe there could be such hidden paths. Senior brother Bloodbone's insight truly impresses this junior brother. Fu Wenfei looked at the surrounding trees, which were over 100 zhang tall, and couldn't help but admire Bloodbone's insight even more. These 5 small paths were already hidden, and being deep within the tall dense forest, finding this place clearly indicated that Bloodbone had definitely been here before. This also put the group at ease. With the cover of these tall trees, the chance of encountering danger on this trip was even smaller than previously estimated. Haha, junior brother Fu, you flatter me, I can't accept such praise. Ah, senior brother Bloodbone, don't be so modest. By the way, I wonder which small path senior brother will choose. Fu Wenfei spoke with a light laugh, but the NE at the end was heavily emphasized, seemingly asking Bloodbone which path he was taking, but in reality, his intention was to have Bloodbone leave first. This way, the rest of them could discuss and draw lots to decide the black box's destination without worrying about Bloodbone finding out. The meaning was so obvious that Bloodbone, being a clever person, naturally understood. He chuckled twice, then I'll choose the second path on the left. This route will take at most a day and a half to reach Kungkung Lake. I'll wait an extra half day then, so don't delay too much on the way, everyone. With that, Bloodbone swiftly headed towards the second path and disappeared into the dense forest in a short while. Seeing that Bloodbone had already gone far, Fu Wenfei took out the black box and placed it aside, then looked at Xun Yong and the other two. Each of them wanted to be the holder of the black box, as this would not only prevent them from worrying about ambushes on the path but also ensure they would be prioritized for protection upon reaching Fengluo Mountain. At this moment, Fu Wenfei took out 4 wooden sticks and said, 3 of you, let's decide who holds the black box by drawing lots. Of course, to show fairness, I have a profound wood needle here, which will be placed inside one of the sticks later. Do any of you have objections? Xun Yong had indeed seen profound wood needles in the market and had curiously inquired about them. This needle, no matter what object it was inserted into, would fuse with it to reduce the object's durability. For example, if it were inserted into a magical artifact, it could make the magical artifact somewhat woody, making it easier to damage. However, because the profound wood needle was very brittle, it generally couldn't be inserted into magical artifacts unless combined with specific magical artifacts, making it quite useless. But now, inserting the profound wood needle into a wooden stick would neither damage the stick nor allow even detection magical artifacts to detect which stick the profound wood needle was in. The only way to discover the profound wood needle's presence was to destroy the wooden stick. Used for drawing lots, it was absolutely fair. Next, Fu Wenfei inserted the profound wood needle into one of the wooden sticks and handed it to Xun Yong and the other two, who then shuffled the order. Junior brother Xun, you choose first. Hao Ming pondered for a moment, then looked at Xun Yong and said. Xun Yong understood perfectly, this person had previously had an unpleasant dispute with Fu Wenfei over the route and, deep down, did not want the other party to draw first. Not wanting to choose 1 out of 4, he gave the priority to Xun Yong. As long as Xun Yong could eliminate one, the probability of him and his wife drawing the black box would greatly increase. At this moment, Xun Yong was also somewhat hesitant. With his spiritual sense, he couldn't detect the presence of the profound wood needle at all, so he could only randomly choose 1 wooden stick and hold it in his hand. Seeing this, Hao Ming and his wife quickly stepped forward, preparing to take 2 wooden sticks. However, a swift gust of wind swept past, snatching 1 wooden stick before they could. You. Haha, I smelled what you two were plotting from a mile away. Fu, don't want what you don't want. Fu Wenfei held a wooden stick and let out a triumphant chuckle. Humph, that wooden stick is yours then. No matter what, my wife and I still have a 50% chance of getting it. The next moment, Hao Ming and his wife took the 2 wooden sticks. It's not certain who will get it yet. Let's open them. With that, the 4 simultaneously vibrated their sticks with their magical power. With a few crack sounds, the 4 wooden sticks simultaneously turned to dust. Then, each of the 4 looked at their hands. How is this possible? Why did you get it? You didn't use some trick, did you? Hao Ming said, furious and very displeased. At this moment, in Fu Wenfei's hand, he held a thin wooden needle, which was precisely the profound wood needle inserted earlier. Xun Yong's brows furrowed slightly at this point. When opening the wooden stick, he suddenly noticed that something subtly appeared in Fu Wenfei's palm, and when the wooden stick shattered, that item disappeared. This matter was definitely not that simple, there must be something fishy going on. Humph, if junior brother has any evidence, feel free to state it. If there's no evidence and you start slandering others for no reason, isn't that a bit inappropriate? Fu Wenfei's face was very unpleasant at this moment, and his expression was icy. Although Hao Ming felt something was amiss, he couldn't find any impropriety, which indicated that the other party's methods were quite clever. Possessing such methods, even he had to be somewhat wary. This junior brother misspoke just now. I hope senior brother will not take offense. Since senior brother has drawn it, the black box will be entrusted to senior brother for safekeeping. Heh, then I shall not be modest. Fu Wenfei didn't bother with courtesies, directly grabbing the black box and carefully putting it away. Next, he glanced at the remaining paths and pointed, then I'll choose this middle path. The next moment, he transformed into a streak of light and disappeared into the distance. Senior brother Hao, senior sister Feng, I'll choose the second path on the right. Farewell. Xun Yong said politely and quietly departed at the same moment. At this moment, only Hao Ming and his wife remained on the small path. Hao Ming gently said, Feng Mei, this is the heart bonding pendant. If you encounter danger later, remember to use it immediately. Husband, rest assured, your concubine has kept it in mind. Alright, let's also move quickly. After a brief exchange, the couple each stepped onto a small path. However, not long after they left, a black chi floated out from all around, then disappeared into the distance. In the distance, atop a tall tree, Bloodbone was holding a divination treasure, constantly manipulating it. At this moment, a wisp of black chi shot over. Upon sensing the fluctuations from the black chi, a sinister cold smile flashed across his lips, and then he rapidly flew forward, disappearing into another small path. However, 100 breaths after Bloodbone left, another blue light flew out, also disappearing into another small path. Within a certain small path, Xun Yong held a ghost sail, his body enveloped in a layer of blue light, and he was speeding forward with astonishing escape speed. At the same time, his fingers moved in succession, pointing at a yellow talisman in front of him. The next moment, a white light emerged, and he bathed in this light, his body beginning to become somewhat illusory. Having done this, his expression was solemn. However, at this moment, someone was rapidly speeding forward in front. This person was none other than Fu Wenfei. When Fu Wenfei resorted to trickery for the right to keep the black box, Xun Yong realized that this black box might hold some secret. That's why he turned back and began following behind Fu Wenfei. He also wanted to see if this person would reveal any secrets. Of course, to avoid being discovered by Fu Wenfei in front, Xun Yong not only used the netherworld method of the ghost sail to envelop himself, but also used an invisibility talisman he bought at a high price of 5 spirit stones. With these two preparations, Fu Wenfei did not notice anyone behind him and continued to fly forward on his own. And Xun Yong always maintained a distance of 500 zhang from the other party, because this distance was the limit of his spiritual senses detection. More than half a day passed in a hurry. Along this path, it was quite peaceful. It seemed to be even safer than imagined. There were no traces of Xianjing sect members flying overhead. It seemed that the route provided by Bloodbone was indeed correct. The possibility of them encountering danger was indeed very small. However, Xun Yong did not relax his vigilance because of this, his spiritual sense occasionally sweeping towards some dark corners around him. The most important reason he forcibly changed paths this time was to guard against any unexpected moves from Bloodbone. After all, the black chi that person released earlier was too sinister, making it difficult for him not to be wary. Secondly, it was to ascertain Fu Wenfei's purpose in taking the black box. Seeing that there was nothing unusual along the way, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. And in front, Fu Wenfei was still rushing forward with his head down, showing no signs of stopping. Xun Yong also felt a hint of doubt. Could it be that this person really had no other intentions, and was just trying to get the right to keep the black box? But the other party's previous actions clearly had a purpose. Oh! At this moment, Xun Yong let out a soft exclamation. He suddenly discovered that beneath the flying talisman in Fu Wenfei's hand, there seemed to be another talisman. Because the flying talisman was emitting a brilliant light, it obscured the light of the talisman beneath it. If one did not investigate carefully, it would be truly difficult to discover. Xun Yong immediately investigated the area around this person and quickly discovered that there were faint traces of water mist remaining wherever the other party passed. In this environment surrounded by large trees, these sparse water mists would hardly make one associate them with another person's spell. Furthermore, the spiritual power within the water mist was restrained, and if one did not investigate carefully, it would be difficult to discern anything unusual for a while. From this, it seemed that this talisman should be a high-level water attribute talisman. Once someone touched the water mist, it was very likely to trigger a water mist attack, and then Fu Wenfei in front would be able to detect it quickly. This person was truly very cautious. Along the way, Xun Yong had been flying at extreme speed and had not paid attention to these sparse water mists. However, fortunately, he was enveloped by the ghost general's soul body, and these water mists could not get close at all, being dispelled to the side. The other party's method just happened to have no effect on him. An hour later, Fu Wenfei gradually confirmed that no one was following him, and only then did he land on the ground. After cautiously looking around again, he finally slowly took out the black box, gazed at it intently for a few moments, a glint of light flashing in his eyes. Subsequently, he took out some unknown item and continuously performed an inexplicable incantation on it. The next moment, countless purple chi ascended, instantly transforming into a small purple chi snake, which then began to gnaw at the restriction talisman on the black box. In the distance, when Xun Yong swept his spiritual sense over and perceived this scene, he also showed a look of wonder. Under the tearing of the small purple chi snake, that restriction talisman actually loosened. The item contained within the black box, which the skinning elder sealed with a restriction talisman at all costs, must be extraordinary. He did not expect that this Fu Wenfei actually had a way to break it. Xun Yong was also somewhat curious about what was inside the black box. After a good while, finally, with the unremitting efforts of the small purple chi snake, that restriction talisman emitted a puff of grey chi, turning into black ash and dissipating into the surroundings. However, when the restriction talisman was broken, Fu Wenfei showed no sign of relief. Instead, his expression was solemn, and the hand that was prying open the lid felt as heavy as 1,000 jin at this moment, becoming incredibly slow and ponderous. It took a full few hundred breaths for the lid to slowly open. Fu Wenfei looked at the item in the box, a look of great joy appearing on his face, and he chuckled softly, muttering, "Ha ha ha, it really is this item. It was truly worth the trip. When I go to Fengluo Mountain, I can take the opportunity to obtain the Hoan flower." Just as joy was plastered on his face, a blue light suddenly emerged from the box. Upon noticing it, he thought to himself, "Not good." His expression was full of tension, and he instantly closed the lid. His fingers moved in quick succession, and the small purple chi snake flew onto the black box. After transforming into a chain, the blue light finally dissipated. That was close. I didn't expect Elder Feng to be so vigilant, leaving such a trick. I almost fell for it. Fu Wenfei's face was filled with fear, and he lightly wiped the fine sweat from his forehead. Only then did he carefully put away the black box and then flew up, beginning to rush forward on his journey. At this moment, Xun Yong withdrew his spiritual sense, revealing a strange expression. Although he couldn't clearly hear what Fu Wenfei was muttering, he still used his spiritual sense to detect the item lying inside the box. It was a severed hand, entirely white, preserved exceptionally well, as if it had just been cut from someone else's body. Moreover, this severed hand strangely emitted a sharp qi. This made Xun Yong even more puzzled. But thinking that the skinning elder told them to hand it over to the person in charge of Fengluo Mountain, it indicated that this severed hand might have a great connection with a certain item from Fengluo Mountain. Xun Yong couldn't help but speculate at this moment that rescuing Fengluo Mountain was false, and the real purpose was to retrieve a certain item. This mission appears to be far more difficult than imagined. If he messes up, his life will be forfeit. No, he never waits for death. After much deliberation, Xun Yong finally came up with a countermeasure. The next moment, he moved his cultivation technique and sped forward. A day and a half later. Beside Kungkung Lake, 3 figures stood, Bloodbone, Hao Ming, and Fu Wenfei. At this moment, they seemed to be arguing about something. Junior brother Hao, it's already past the time. Your wife and junior brother Xun still haven't arrived. Perhaps something unexpected happened to them. Bloodbone looked at the sky and sighed, but a faint cold glint flickered in his eyes. Hao Ming showed a hint of worry after hearing this, but quickly seemed to think of something and said with a firm tone, impossible. Sister Feng has the twin heart pendant I gave her, and there's no sign of it being used. It's absolutely impossible for something to have gone wrong. Perhaps they were delayed on the way, which is why they couldn't arrive in time. I can understand junior brother Hao's feelings, but what if your wife encountered a powerful enemy and didn't even have time to use it? Furthermore, if it truly was a delay on the way, then junior brother Xun also hasn't arrived. How do you explain that? There's no benefit in us wasting more time like this. Upon hearing this explanation, Hao Ming's heart wavered slightly, but there was no trace of sorrow on his face from beginning to end. In fact, there was no love in his heart at all. More than anything, he felt a sense of regret at losing a major helper. After all, the two of them had cultivated a dual cultivation technique together. Now that one person was missing, their strength would be greatly reduced. If they were to encounter a powerful enemy next, Hao Ming alone might not be able to handle it, which is why he was showing such deep worry now. Senior brother Bloodbone, there's no need to say more. I naturally know what's important. How about this, let's wait for 2 more hours. If Sister Feng still hasn't appeared by then, we'll leave. How does that sound? Alright. Since junior brother Hao has said it to this extent, junior brother Fu and I will certainly wait with you. With that, the 3 stood to one side, beginning their wait. An hour and a half later, a figure arrived, moving through the area. Someone's here. Hao Ming's spirits lifted, and he looked expectantly into the distance. When he saw that the arriving person was Xun Yong, his expression immediately turned grim. Meanwhile, Bloodbone, upon confirming that it was Xun Yong, cast a surprised glance, as if he was very unexpected that Xun Yong could make it. I was delayed for a while on the way. I apologize for making you senior brothers wait for so long. Xun Yong lightly swept his gaze over the 3, then spoke with feigned apology. In truth, he could have arrived much earlier, but that would have revealed that his route was the same as Fu Wenfei's, leading to unnecessary suspicion. Therefore, upon reaching the end of the small path, he deliberately took a detour far away, returning to the small path he was supposed to take, which is why he arrived so late. We're happy you could make it, junior brother, we don't have time to be otherwise. Ah, yes, junior brother. You don't need to feel guilty. Listening to Fu Wenfei and Bloodbone's words, Xun Yong felt inexplicably suffocated, deeply realizing the hypocrisy of the two. Only Hao Ming's expression was shifting between clear and cloudy. It seemed that only his sister Feng had encountered an accident in this situation, which made him somewhat curious. He then asked, Junior brother Xun, did you encounter any dangers on your journey? Hearing Hao Ming ask this, Xun Yong couldn't help but glance around. After not seeing Feng Han's figure, he suddenly thought of something and subtly glanced at Bloodbone. After a slight hesitation, he spoke, I did encounter 2 Xianjing sect disciples sweeping through, but I managed to evade them with a concealment talisman. That's why I was delayed for a while. What he said was not false. Earlier, when he was circling back to the original small path, he did indeed detect 2 Xianjing sect sweeping disciples with his spiritual sense. However, these 2 seemed to only be conducting routine checks of the surroundings, staying for only a moment before hastily fleeing. Xun Yong was also quite far away, so he didn't encounter the 2 of them at all. As for mentioning the concealment talisman, that was naturally something he deliberately fabricated. Oh, it seems junior brother truly has good luck. It's a pity for my sister Feng, she didn't have such luck as junior brother. Hao Ming slowly accepted that his sister Feng might have truly met with an unfortunate end. To the side, Bloodbone looked at the 2, his expression subtly changing. After a moment, he spoke, Junior brother Xun, time is pressing now, and we can't give you any more time to rest. I have a chi recovery medicinal pill here, take it first. Junior brother Hao, there's no need to be overly sad. We still need to prioritize the overall situation. It's getting late now, let's move quickly. Thank you, senior brother, for the chi recovery medicinal pill. Senior brother Bloodbone, don't worry, I will naturally consider the overall situation. After hearing their replies, Bloodbone nodded in satisfaction and lightly commanded, depart. 3 hours later. The four arrived at a gloomy, yin-chi-filled canyon. It was midday, a time when the sun should be shining brightly, yet where they stood, it was not only dark but also subtly permeated with a bone-chilling yin-chi. From the moment Xun Yong arrived, he felt as if he were in a mass grave, the incredibly dense and malevolent yin-chi making him uncomfortable all over. He had no choice but to use his magical power to resist this discomfort. Senior brothers, why do I feel a chill all over my body ever since we arrived here? It's very uncomfortable. Don't even mention it, junior brother. Even I feel a sinister chill here, and my back is cold. It's too eerie. Humph, I really don't know what the sect is thinking, to set up a stronghold in such a place full of evil yin-chi. Xun Yong and the other two began to complain to each other. Several hundred meters ahead, shrouded in a layer of black mist, stood a tall mountain, Fengluo Mountain, their destination for this trip. The source of this evil yin-chi was precisely on this mountain, and they, merely in the valley, were already feeling uncomfortable. This made them very curious as to why Fengluo Mountain would possess such bizarre and eerie evil yin-chi. But for a while, they couldn't figure it out. They could only briefly stop in the valley to rest and recover their magical power. Afterward, they would then move to Fengluo Mountain to investigate the situation. Just as they were taking chi recovery medicinal pills to restore their magical power, Bloodbone, who had been silent and gazing into the distance, seemed to have seen something and suddenly spoke, "3, look over there." With that, Bloodbone pointed to a certain spot on Fengluo Mountain. The three were initially surprised but quickly followed his gaze. A moment later, they observed a faint black light barrier flickering at the mountainside of Fengluo Mountain. Could this black light barrier be some kind of defensive formation? Junior brother Fu is right. This is indeed the light of a formation. I've heard that some strongholds set up defensive formations. Seeing it today really broadens my horizons. After Fu Wenfei and Bloodbone confirmed it one after another, Xun Yong was also very surprised, not expecting that a small outpost would even have a defensive formation. After his surprise, he thought about it carefully and realized that without this defensive formation, such a small outpost would have probably been breached long ago, and they wouldn't have waited for them to come to the rescue. Hey, strange, look quickly, the barrier seems to be shaking. Hao Ming, with his sharp eyes, seemed to have noticed something unusual about the black light barrier. When they looked, they indeed found something wrong. At this moment, some bright lights were constantly striking the barrier, followed by faint sounds of impact. The barrier continuously swayed from side to side, looking as if it was on the verge of collapse. Not good, these bright lights seem to be spells. Someone is attacking Fengluo Mountain. The formation probably won't last much longer. We need to move quickly to provide support. Fu Wenfei, hearing the faint sounds, realized something was wrong and spoke urgently. If this formation were truly broken, then Fengluo Mountain might be completely breached very soon. If that were the case, the situation would indeed be very urgent. However, Xun Yong noticed that this formation barrier, though seemingly swaying from side to side and on the verge of collapse, showed no signs of breaking. And Fu Wenfei's deliberate exaggeration made him wonder what he was up to. Bloodbone also frowned at this moment and said, "Hey, don't be in a hurry to go, look over there." As he spoke, he pointed to another spot on Fengluo Mountain. When Xun Yong and the other two looked in the direction he pointed, they quickly saw an area emitting black strange mist. They then discovered that when the formation was on the verge of collapse, these black mists would merge into the barrier, causing the barrier to have more dark black color, as if it had become much more stable. If I'm not mistaken, with this black strange mist, the formation barrier won't be breached anytime soon. We still have some time to strategize. After Bloodbone finished speaking, he gave Fu Wenfei a meaningful look. At this moment, Fu Wenfei's face was a bit unsightly, but with that strange mist present, the formation barrier was indeed safe. He was momentarily speechless and could only agree, senior brother Bloodbone is right, we do need to arrange a strategy first. The speed of his change in expression left Xun Yong a bit speechless. But this person's previous actions made one ponder deeply. Next, the four gathered together and began to discuss their strategy. A quarter of an hour later, once their magical power had recovered to its peak, they each used their stealth techniques and began to fly away silently. In front of the black light formation barrier. At this moment, there were 6 figures, all dressed in green robes, with a Xian character carved on their cuffs. Without a doubt, these 6 individuals should be Xianjing sect disciples. Among them, 3 men and 1 woman were diligently using their signature spells, continuously bombarding the black light barrier in front of them. To the left, 2 people stood in mid-air, coldly observing everything. But judging from the aura emanating from these 2, their cultivation should both be at the perfection of the 10 levels of qi refining. One of the hook-nosed men said, "Senior brother Ying, we have been continuously attacking for 3 days, but this damned formation shows no signs of being breached." He felt very frustrated. In fact, 5 days ago, the people at this small outpost had proactively come out to fight once. However, in that great battle, he had returned defeated. In that battle, although he had killed a few demonic cultivators, he hadn't gained any advantage. Not only had 4 junior brothers died in battle, but he and another junior brother had also narrowly escaped. This made him extremely distressed. However, when he had made ample preparations this time, and even called upon the powerful senior brother Ying Tianlong to assist, the people of this damned outpost had all retreated inside and refused to come out. Even though they had continuously bombarded it with spells for 3 days, these people were still able to remain calm, which made him extremely anxious and quite frustrated. "Alas, junior brother Zheng, you are too impetuous." However, you don't have to wait much longer. From my observation, this black light barrier won't last much longer. At most, a stick of incense, and it will be broken. Yin Xu Temple stroked his chin, looking at a certain spot on the formation, and spoke profoundly. Ha ha ha, this time it's really thanks to senior brother. If it weren't for senior brother's formation attainments, who knows how long it would take us to break through this black light barrier. The hook-nosed man laughed heartily, flattering him, but then his eyes sharpened, and he then said to the side. All junior brothers and junior sisters, at most a stick of incense, this formation will be broken. Let us prepare. Once the formation breaks, we will rush in and kill all these evil demons and heretics. Upon hearing this, the remaining 4 instantly became invigorated and bombarded the barrier with even more effort. This time, taking the head of a demonic cultivator would yield at least 100 spirit stones. Such a generous reward, how could it not tempt them? A quarter of an hour later, there was a crisp cracking sound. That damned black light barrier fell apart like broken spider silk. Seeing the outpost exposed to their view, someone, not knowing who, shouted, "Kill all the evil demons and heretics! Kill all these evil demons and heretics!" The few people at the very front were extremely high-spirited. The spells in their hands glowed brightly, already poised to strike. However, just at this moment, a black shadow suddenly shot out from the dense forest below, followed by 4 streaks of red blood light transforming into sharp arrows. These blood lights seemed to have eyes, each shooting towards the 4 Xianjing sect disciples at the very front. Enemy attack. Due to the suddenness of the event, and those 4 disciples only paying attention to the outpost ahead, they never expected that enemies would be lurking beneath them. They had no time to defend and each showed a panicked expression. Humph, mere parlor tricks, break. An angry shout rang out from not far away, followed by a fierce ball of lightning that flew over and exploded with a bang. Those 4 streaks of blood light were instantly annihilated on the spot by the lightning ball's explosion. At the same time, amidst countless intertwining afterimages, Yin Xu Tempe's figure appeared at the very front of the group. He radiated a vast righteous chi, and faint lightning still flickered in his hand. At this moment, Fu Wenfei, in the black shadow, looked at this scene with a pale face, knowing well that this person's strength was beyond what he could handle. He quickly shouted behind him, "Senior brother Bloodbone, hurry and make your move." He then transformed into an afterimage and quickly fled for his life. However, no sooner had his voice fallen than Bloodbone had already appeared on the other side. At this moment, his eyes were bloodshot, and a surge of devilish chi emanated from him, caused by activating the blood demon scripture. With a flip of his hand, a palm formed from devilish chi suddenly slapped towards a disciple of the 8th level of chi refining of the Xianjing sect. That person also reacted very quickly, releasing the spell he was holding in his hand, and a wind blade shot out. However, before it could hit the devilish chi palm, the wind blade was already dispersed. Seeing this, a hint of fear flashed in his eyes. Devil Cultivator, you won't succeed. At this moment, Hook Nose had already sensed that something was wrong and rushed over at extreme speed. A giant axe appeared in his hand, which he brought down fiercely, generating a wave of chi that swept past. The next moment, the devilish chi palm was actually split into 2 by the chi wave. Just as Hook Nose's expression of triumph flashed and he was about to mock the other party for being too weak, an agonizing scream suddenly echoed from all around. When he turned his head to look, his face instantly became extremely grim. He saw a headless corpse fall from the sky. And above this corpse, 2 figures emerged, who were Xun Yong and Hao Ming. It was their combined effort. After Hao Ming quickly broke through that person's defenses, Xun Yong used his black dagger magical artifact to deliver a fatal blow in a short amount of time. It turned out that after the 4 of them had investigated the strength of the 6 Xianjing sect members, they had set about staging this joint sneak attack, with the goal of weakening the enemy's strength. They originally thought they could eliminate 2 or more people, but Yin Xu Temple was not only strong but also incredibly quick-witted. Under the shock, Fu Wenfei could only avoid his edge and escape. But no matter what, they still managed to eliminate 1 person overall. Of course, their successful sneak attack was also thanks to the environment's sinister aura, otherwise, they might have been discovered by the Xianjing sect members before even getting close. And all of this happened within 3 breaths. You're courting death. Seeing a junior brother die on the spot, Hook Nose was enraged. He suddenly lifted his great saber and slashed down, and an incredibly sharp chi wave howled towards Xun Yong and Hao Ming. Not good, retreat quickly. Just as Hao Ming finished his warning, he was surprised to find that Xun Yong had already disappeared, having escaped a step ahead. This kid isn't strong, but he's very quick-witted. Hao Ming sighed inwardly, then spat out a mouthful of vital blood, seemingly having used some secret technique, and his body transformed into a blood shadow, rapidly disappearing to one side. After both of them had dodged the attack, Hook Nose could only turn his attention to Bloodbone. Although Bloodbone's cultivation was slightly weaker than Hook Nose's, after activating the blood demon scripture, he was by no means inferior in their confrontation. The 2 of them fought back and forth. After Xun Yong disengaged, he hadn't even found his footing before he was intercepted by a fang-faced youth at the chi refining stage 9th level from the Xianjing sect. The other party smiled maliciously, clearly treating Xun Yong as an easy target. He held a red folding fan in his hand, and his attacks were extremely fierce. With every swing, a fire snake shot out. However, beneath his fierce attacks, his defense appeared somewhat weak. From this, it seemed that this person might have relied on his higher cultivation and didn't put Xun Yong in his eyes at all, or perhaps he had too little experience fighting blood path demonic cultivators and didn't quite understand their attack methods. In Xun Yong's opinion, Finding the opponent's weakness was simple, once he seized the opportunity to use the blood arrow technique, it would definitely produce miraculous results. But he didn't want to expose his strength too early, thereby drawing the Xianjing sect's hatred, so he might as well contend with this person for a while. He slapped his storage pouch, and several divine speed talismans appeared in his hand. For the rest of the time, he feigned narrowly avoiding attacks and retaliated with some harmless spells. In this way, the two fought back and forth. During this time, Xun Yong also took the opportunity to release his spiritual sense and sweep across various parts of the battlefield. At this moment, Hao Ming was being besieged by a female cultivator at the Qi refining stage 9th level and a male cultivator at the disciple of the 8th level of Qi refining. He somehow managed to repel the male cultivator and even pressured the female cultivator with a series of blood mist techniques, making her hesitant. For a time, he was fighting two opponents to a draw. However, Fu Wenfei on the side was in a terrible state. When Ying Tianlong realized that a junior brother had died, he vented all his anger on Fu Wenfei. He, who had already hidden to one side, unexpectedly suffered an unprovoked disaster. He saw a purple magical artifact staff appear in Ying Tianlong's hand, and clusters of purple lightning balls brewed and formed on the staff. Boom, 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 they continuously smashed into Fu Wenfei's hiding place. Although these purple lightning balls were considerably weaker than the lightning balls Ying Tianlong had released at the beginning, who could withstand a continuous barrage of attacks? At this moment, Fu Wenfei's mouth was covered in fresh blood, his clothes were torn to shreds, his entire skin was charred black, and his hair stood on end like a hedgehog, making him extremely disheveled. If it weren't for a string of blood-colored bracelets on his hand, which were emitting a red glow and generating a blood-colored light shield every breath to resist the lightning ball attacks, his situation would probably be even worse. Of course, for the blood-colored bracelets to continuously unleash their power, Fu Wenfei seemed to have paid a certain price, as he would spit out a mouthful of vital blood every short while. This was enough to show that activating this treasure came at a great cost. Ha ha ha, scum, let's see how much longer you can hold on. Ying Tianlong laughed coldly, then increased the circulation of his magic power. The light on the staff brightened by a factor of 2, and the speed of the lightning ball generation gradually accelerated. Boom, boom. Each explosion was accompanied by surging lightning. Just as Fu Wenfei was trembling with fear. Suddenly, a red shadow flickered, and an eagle-eyed man appeared. A mass of red qi in his hand, upon being patted, transformed into a blood blade that cut through the air. Ying Tianlong's expression instantly changed. He quickly waved his hand, and a lightning ball shot out. The blood blade and the lightning ball exploded simultaneously. A wave of qi formed, blowing the two of them back several meters. This attack also slowed down Ying Tianlong's offensive. Seeing this, Fu Wenfei quickly clasped his fists and said, "Thank you, Manager Yu, for saving me. Don't be like that. The timing of your rescue was excellent. It's I who arrived a bit late, causing you to fall into peril. Next, leave this person to me." "Yes." Fu Wenfei quickly replied and went to the other side. He truly didn't want to stay there for another moment. After Manager Yu appeared on the battlefield, 3 more people arrived one after another. These 3 were also strong, 2 at the Qi refining stage 9th level and 1 at the disciple of the 8th level of Qi refining. With the 3 joining the battlefield, the situation immediately reversed. Seeing this, Ying Tianlong couldn't help but frown deeply. He originally thought that Xun Yong and the other 3 were the people from this Fengluo mountain stronghold, who would suddenly launch a sneak attack only after seeing the formation broken. But now, seeing 4 more people join the battlefield. How could he not understand that the true people of the stronghold were actually the latter 4, and Xun Yong and the other 3 should be the reinforcements who had arrived? Now, they were 5 against 8, clearly at a disadvantage. If they continued to fight like this, Ying Tianlong knew he would definitely not gain any advantage. Although he was not afraid, he also had to consider his junior brothers. After much thought, he decided to avoid their sharpness for now. It wouldn't be too late to return to the team, dispatch more personnel, and then come back. Retreat quickly. Ying Tianlong shouted, but as he prepared to pull back. At this moment, 2 people flew over and instantly blocked his path. These 2 were Bloodbone and Manager Yu. Meanwhile, Hooked Nose, who was originally fighting fiercely with Bloodbone, was now being ambushed by 3 cultivators from the Fengluo mountain outpost who had arrived, making it impossible for him to break free for a while. As for the other 3, there was no need to mention them. With the addition of Fu Wenfei, the situation had already turned into a 3-on-3 battle. They were clearly all stuck in the mud, unable to escape. Ying Tianlong watched, growing anxious. Although he was not afraid of the 2 individuals in front of him and could break free from the predicament and escape on his own at any time. But to do so would be to abandon his junior brothers, which, in his opinion, was absolutely impossible. The next moment, he steeled his heart, slapped his storage pouch, and a blue medicinal pill appeared in his palm, which he swallowed without hesitation. Following this, a vast righteous chi suddenly erupted from his body. Then, as he circulated his magical power, 4 balls of lightning suddenly appeared in his hand, surrounded by an electric glow, radiating a formidable aura. Even Bloodbone and Manager Yu showed subtle changes in their expressions upon seeing this. However, these 4 lightning balls shot in different directions, flying towards the distance. Looking at this posture, it seemed to be to lend a hand to his junior brothers. However, due to the scattered nature of the battlefield, although the lightning balls were fast, by the time they arrived, they had already been detected by the opponents. And Ying Tianlong's action was clearly not intended to eliminate the enemy, but rather to help his junior brothers escape their predicament and temporarily break free. Xun Yong couldn't help but sigh in admiration. Yin Qianlong was not only calm in the face of trouble but also decisive in his actions, and at the same time, he showed a great deal of responsibility. Even when he knew the situation was unfavorable, he didn't forget to consider his junior brothers. Perhaps this was the true character of a righteous path school. At this moment, one of the 4 lightning balls flew towards his side. Xun Yong had detected it with his spiritual sense in advance, but he still dared not be negligent and quickly moved his hand seals, hastily dodging to a distance. With a loud boom, the lightning ball exploded between him and the fang-faced youth, instantly separating the two. Seeing this, the fang-faced youth could only obey his senior brother's intention, but his face always showed unwillingness. After glaring fiercely at Xun Yong, he turned and flew away. Xun Yong saw that he couldn't stop him, so he let the other party leave. This mission was only to rescue the outpost, and it didn't say that the enemy absolutely had to be eliminated. He didn't want to risk his life with the other party. Hao Ming's approach on the side was also quite consistent with Xun Yong's. Only Fu Wenfei was a bit abnormal. Not only did he not show any intention of pursuing, but he stood frozen in place instead. Compared to his previous performance, this seemed somewhat strange. However, at such times, there are always people who don't want things to end so quickly. Bloodbone and Manager Yu did not go to intercept Yin Qianlong again. Instead, they had already quietly retreated to the side when the lightning ball exploded. At this moment, the fang-faced youth and the other two, who had just escaped their predicament, had not flown far when they were suddenly blocked by a large grey hand and a blood blade. The 3 of them could only frantically defend themselves, completely unable to consider escaping. And Hook Nose, upon seeing this, instantly flared with anger. He fiercely circulated his magical power, and his great saber suddenly slashed out. This time, 2 waves of chi were unleashed, with an extremely astonishing aura. Xun Yong, who had been observing the battlefield, was also startled by the aura of these chi waves. He could determine that this was probably Hook Nose's strongest attack. And the chi waves previously unleashed by this great saber were so powerful that even Bloodbone's devilish chi transformed hand divine ability could not resist them in the slightest. With this strike, even if Manager Yu's blood blade was sharp, it would probably be shattered on the spot. However, at this moment, a strange thing happened. Suddenly, Manager Yu's veins bulged all over his body, and he let out a soft roar. The next moment, a black chi suddenly erupted from his body. Immediately after, his eyes turned bloodshot, and once the black chi dissipated, a faint devilish chi rose from him. This was the process of burning his vital essence to demonize. Could it be that this person also cultivated the blood demon scripture? Xun Yong thought in his mind, feeling it was too coincidental. He had actually encountered 2 people simultaneously displaying the blood demon scripture, a rare high-level cultivation technique. Moreover, it seemed that when the 2 of them demonized, there were subtle differences. It seemed that when both of them performed it, it was related to a black chi. Bloodbone's black chi was more restrained, while Manager Yu's was relatively more externalized. At this moment, after demonizing, Manager Yu's strength had clearly increased. His expression was filled with bloodlust. Then, he fiercely formed a hand seal, and a devilish chi blade slashed down through the air. Upon colliding with the 2 sharp chi waves, both exploded with a roar, then each turned into a wave of chi and dissipated. Hook Nose watched his strongest attack draw with the opponent, and his expression immediately turned grim. He couldn't help but vaguely feel that his life might be in danger today. He was not as noble as Yin Qianlong, he only wanted to save his life. Then, he abandoned the other 3, intending to escape on his own. But he also kept a trick up his sleeve and didn't escape too obviously. The place he was heading for was precisely Yin Qianlong's location. Once he escaped to his senior brother's side, his life might be safe. Even if his senior brother questioned him later, he would have an excuse to deflect it. However, although his idea was good, things went against his wishes. On the path he was escaping, another devilish chi blade slashed down. Hook Nose's expression instantly wilted. He could only frantically stop his steps, and after a slash of his long saber, he was forced to retreat to the rear. But with this delay, the escape opportunity created by Yin Qianlong was completely lost. At this moment, a hint of ferocity flashed across Yin Qianlong's brows. His Dao of cultivation urged him not to abandon his junior brothers and escape alone. In that case, there was only one option: battle. He cast aside his worries and vowed to fight these demonic disciples to the death. Then, he took a large step and arrived before 2 demonic disciples from the Fengluo mountain outpost. With a flash of lightning in his hand, he struck out. With a thunderous roar, sharp lightning intertwined. The 2 demonic disciples were struck by the lightning. After this attack, both of them were scorched black. One of the disciples of the 8th level of Qi refining directly disintegrated in mid-air, turning into shattered remains and falling down. This strike resulted in 1 death and 1 severe injury. Seeing this, Manager Yu dared not delay any longer. He immediately blocked Yin Qianlong, forcing him aside. This helped to ease the situation. Xun Yong, seeing this, was also helpless. He could only bite the bullet and chase after him, blocking the fang-faced youth. Then, a fire rain talisman in his hand glowed brightly. Countless flames materialized out of thin air, falling like raindrops. I was going to let you go first, but since you're so eager to seek death, very well, I shall grant your wish. The fang-faced youth was already filled with unvented rage. Now that Xun Yong dared to actively block his path and seek death, he could only fulfill the other party's wish. The next moment, he waved the folding fan in his hand, and 2 fire snakes shot out. When the fire rain touched the fire snakes, it directly turned into a wave of qi and disappeared into the surroundings, clearly indicating that the two were not on the same level at all. Then, the fang-faced youth's lips curled into a smile, and a red light flashed in his hand. In just a moment, it transformed into a large net of flames, which he cast towards Xun Yong. Listening to the arrogant words and sensing that the person seemed to have murderous intent, Xun Yong's heart was filled with evil thoughts and strong killing intent. With a flick of his hand, a thin needle appeared in his palm. Just as he was about to find the right moment to deliver a fatal blow to his opponent, it was as if he suddenly thought of something, and quickly put the needle away. Then, he merely took out a small emerald green bottle, poured out a drop of green liquid from it, and used the blood arrow technique to pierce through the opponent's palm, causing the large flame net to instantly change direction. Xun Yong then took the opportunity to fly out and landed outside the fire net. The fang-faced youth was filled with disbelief. Upon seeing the blood hole in his palm, his initial contempt had long vanished. Subsequently, he saw black qi rising from the blood hole. Startled, he seemed to recall the elder's instructions before he set out. He quickly circulated his spell to seal the meridians of his entire arm to prevent the poison from spreading. After consecutively consuming several antitoxin medicinal pills, he felt slightly at ease, and his gaze towards Xun Yong held apprehension. His subsequent attacks clearly showed hesitation, and he no longer dared to attack rashly. Instead, he donned a protective shield and, from a distance, occasionally launched several fire attribute spells to test and deplete Xun Yong's strength. Xun Yong merely smiled coldly. This was precisely the effect he wanted. This was because his focus was no longer on the fang-faced youth. While dodging the opponent's spells, he was seen forming an inexplicable hand seal, continuously changing it. At this moment, in a cold and secluded spot below, a cold-faced youth sat quietly cross-legged, completely devoid of qi, like a dead object. This was precisely the blood bone that Xun Yong had deliberately left here as a backup. After a moment, the blood bone suddenly seemed to gain sentience, abruptly opening his eyes. With a flick of his hand, he took out a small red bottle from his waist. Opening the bottle, he tilted his head back and drank the essence blood inside in one gulp. The next moment, a surge of magical power qi erupted from his body. Next, he took out a ghost sail and a yellow talisman. Driven by magical power, a green glow erupted from the ghost sail, enveloping his entire body. Then, the yellow talisman also glowed, causing his body to become intermittently visible. Having done all this, the blood bone silently transformed into a green shadow and headed towards the mountainside of the Fengluo mountain stronghold. Before long, he landed on the platform on the mountainside. The blood bone dared not linger and quickly hid in a secluded spot, beginning to observe his surroundings. After sensing that no one was around, he began to move around. Soon, the blood bone arrived at an area of strange black mist. This strange mist clearly contained a strong death qi of corpses. Xun Yong, sensing this scene through the blood bone, was also very surprised. He had previously felt that this strange mist had some issues. Now, after some analysis, he could confirm that it was corpse evil qi. This qi, like blood fiend energy, is extracted from corpses. One is the evil qi accumulated on the corpse, and the other is the evil qi from the blood. And only the demonic path school, corpse demon sect, could use corpse evil qi. Xun Yong was also very astonished. Could it be that the fundamental problem at Fengluo Mountain was caused by people from the corpse demon sect behind the scenes? Although he was very reluctant to believe it, at this moment, he finally understood that the black qi that Manager Yu emitted when he activated the blood demon scripture also seemed to be corpse evil qi. It was just that Manager Yu's was very pure, while the one on Fengluo Mountain was very turbid. In essence, the difference between the two was not too great. It seems that Fengluo Mountain should have been occupied by the corpse demon sect. And Bloodbone and Manager Yu are probably internal spies of the corpse demon sect lurking in the Blood Yin sect, likely plotting something here. At this moment, Xun Yong felt a huge crisis reverberate in his mind. Just then, a faint message came from the blood bone. Xun Yong quickly used his hand seals, splitting his attention to control the blood bone. Soon, he discovered that faint black light seemed to be emanating from within the strange mist, which made him alert. Immediately, he instructed the blood bone to hide in a dark place. Not long after, he detected 3 figures emerging from the strange mist. The one leading them spoke, giving instructions. Junior brother Shen, you guard the formation here. I'll go patrol the other side. Remember, if the formation shows any abnormalities, quickly use a sound transmission talisman to inform me. You must not be careless. Senior brother, don't worry, I know what's important. With that, one of them nodded slightly and walked towards the other side, presumably to inspect the situation there. However, a tall, lifeless corpse with dull eyes but full of death chi followed him at all times. This tall dead corpse should be a corpse puppet. After the person and the corpse left, the other person slowly walked into the strange mist. 2 breaths later, Xun Yong controlled the blood bone to emerge from the shadows. At this moment, the words of the 2 echoed in his mind. He was quite curious about the formation they mentioned and decided to sneak into the strange mist to investigate while only one person remained. After taking measures to conceal himself, he entered the strange mist. The moment he entered, his vision suddenly cleared. It turned out that the strange mist only blocked the outside, there was none inside. The guardian, at this moment, was sitting cross-legged in front of a formation emitting a faint black light. He was operating some kind of treasure in his hand, and each time it was activated, the light of the formation brightened considerably. And inside the formation, a tall black corpse was floating in the air, with countless black chi merging into its body. The source providing this black chi was actually 5 corpses on the ground. These corpses were all dressed in blood Yin sect disciple robes, their eyes filled with unwillingness, and their deaths were tragic. From this, it seems that these should be the true managers of the Fengluo mountain stronghold. It's just unknown what purpose this tall black corpse serves. Who's there? At this moment, the person guarding the formation, who had been sitting cross-legged, suddenly shouted loudly at his surroundings. Black light was already twisting on the spell disc in his hand. It's too late to discover me now. Die. Before the black light from the spell disc could be emitted, a black short knife had already slashed past, drawing a spray of fresh blood. A head rolled to the ground. The blood-bones figure then landed beside the person's corpse and picked up the spell disc. Since no one was controlling it, its light had completely faded. And the formation in front of him, lacking the power of the spell disc, seemed to have dimmed slightly. However, it would not affect the fundamental integrity of the formation in the short term. The blood-bone looked at the formation, seemingly wanting to destroy it, but then hesitated. After a moment, he quickly put away the spell disc and turned to leave the strange mist. Of course, in order not to be discovered by the other person that there was a problem with the formation, he still had to deal with him to eliminate future troubles. That way, at least until Manager Yu and the others returned, no one would discover that there was a problem with the formation. Xun Yong could also use the blood bone to carefully investigate what secrets existed on Fengluo mountain. Under the escape speed of the ghost sail underworld method, the blood bone suddenly felt a strong magical power fluctuation when passing by an immortal cave. The intensity of this magical power fluctuation made even Xun Yong, who was controlling the blood slave, feel a faint sense of trepidation. He didn't know what could be emitting such a powerful fluctuation. But he was certain it wasn't coming from a cultivator, otherwise, with just this magical power fluctuation, the blood slave would have been discovered long ago. Yet, at this moment, no one had pursued him. This was enough to indicate that it should be emitted by a certain item. However, Xun Yong didn't dare to rashly control the blood slave to probe. It seemed the best strategy was to leave this immortal cave quickly. After flying several thousand meters, reaching the deepest part of Fengluo mountain, he still hadn't seen the patrolling person's figure. Had this person vanished into thin air? This thought was immediately rejected by Xun Yong. Then there was only one explanation left: there must be a secret room somewhere. The blood slave couldn't help but turn back and began to search carefully. After repeatedly searching a few times, he finally felt a faint trace of death chi in a dark corner. This chi should be emanating from the corpse puppet. This corner might contain a secret room. After observing it once, he didn't find anything amiss. Xun Yong could only control the blood slave to start touching it with his hand. However, as soon as the blood slave's hand touched the stone wall, it passed right through. This stone wall was actually fake, it seemed to be an illusion. After touching it for a while and determining the size of the secret room, the blood slave immediately passed through. The moment he stepped in, he appeared in a dark mountain cave. Inside this mountain cave, a strong, sinister aura permeated the air. If Xun Yong's true body had come, he would probably have to employ some methods to resist this sinister aura, but for the blood slave, it had little impact. After passing through a narrow corridor, the surroundings suddenly widened. However, upon reaching here, the blood slave couldn't help but stop. This was because, not far ahead, 2 corpses lay sprawled. One of them had fresh, crimson blood, indicating it had just died recently, while the other was not a living person but a corpse puppet. These were precisely the patrolling person and the corpse puppet following behind him. He hadn't expected this person to die here first. Who was responsible? Xun Yong didn't dare to judge whether this person was friend or foe. For safety, it was better to be cautious. He controlled the blood slave to walk forward carefully. The further he went, the colder and more sinister the aura became. Even the blood slave's brows were covered with a layer of frost. After walking for a full 100 breaths, he finally arrived before a large door. At this moment, this door had already been destroyed, and a faint magical power fluctuation still lingered on it. As the blood slave approached the door, a sudden, piercing laugh came from inside. Ha 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 ha, there are so many Howen flowers. It wasn't in vain that I expended so much effort. These are all mine. After hearing it, Xun Yong only felt that this voice was extremely familiar. After controlling the blood slave to peek inside, the first thing he saw were numerous deep purple flowers, emitting wisps of white cold chi, appearing quite extraordinary. A rough count revealed about 200 stalks. With just one glance, Xun Yong could confirm that these Howen flowers were definitely a rare and uncommon spirit medicine. This couldn't help but fill his heart with joy. But soon, he saw an extremely familiar figure amidst the Howen flowers. This person was none other than Fu Wenfei. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, Xun Yong wouldn't have believed himself. After all, on the battlefield outside, Fu Wenfei was still perfectly fine, battling a Xianjing sect Qi refining stage 9th level disciple. How could he appear in this cave the next moment? But soon, Xun Yong discovered some issues. This was because Fu Wenfei on the battlefield occasionally appeared somewhat dazed, and even the attack methods he employed seemed extremely simplistic. Moreover, he lacked his original aggressiveness, only knowing how to passively counterattack. To those on the battlefield, they might have thought Fu Wenfei was simply struggling due to severe injuries. But Xun Yong speculated that the one on the battlefield should be a high-grade blood slave, a level higher than the blood slave he used, requiring less mental effort to control. Furthermore, some special method was used to completely alter its appearance, to the point where no one could detect it. He hadn't expected that Fu Wenfei had been coveting these Howen flowers from the very beginning. No wonder he had seemed so eager before, wanting them to go rescue the stronghold without discussing countermeasures. He actually wanted them to fight the Xianjing sect cultivators until both sides were gravely injured, so he could then take advantage of the chaos. But after seeing his plan fail, this person didn't give up. He used the blood slave as a substitute, while his true body secretly infiltrated Fengluo Mountain to privately steal these spirit medicines. He had to admit, this method actually succeeded for him. However, since Xun Yong had seen it, how could he let this person monopolize them? It seemed he would have to snatch the food from the tiger's mouth. Thinking of this, Xun Yong controlled the blood slave to directly escape into the cave. However, the moment the blood slave entered, Fu Wenfei seemed to have already sensed it, and he smiled coldly. You still couldn't resist. Very well, let me send you on your way. The next moment, a flash of blood light appeared in his palm, and 3 blood arrows shot out. The blood arrows seemed to have eyes, aiming directly at the blood slave's vital points. However, what Fu Wenfei never expected was that he only saw a flash of green light, and then the opponent easily dodged his rather proud sneak attack. How was this possible? Oh, you actually use ghost deist magic. Are you a 10,000 ghost sect disciple? No, if my guess is correct, this body of yours should be a blood slave. However, as soon as Fu Wenfei finished guessing, he discovered something was wrong again, because he felt that the newcomer didn't seem to be a cultivator, there seemed to be the unique aura of a blood slave on his body. Fellow deist Fu has a wisdom eye. This body of mine is indeed a blood slave, but I am not your enemy. My purpose is the same as yours, I am also here for these Howen flowers. Why don't we two cooperate and collect these spirit medicines together? You actually know my identity, but you should understand that what I, Fu, desire, I have never intended to share with anyone. If you want to take these Howen flowers, then let's see if you have the ability. Fu Wenfei said through gritted teeth. He had gone through great trouble to enter this cave. For this person to simply use words and want to share the spirit medicine from his hands, what was that if not a dream? His anger surged, and then with a flip of his hand, he took out a blood-colored thin rope. This was a medium-grade magical artifact he had obtained with great effort, named the traction rope. As long as it was fed enough blood essence, this treasure would transform into a blood mist snake, which could widely spew blood rain. As long as the opponent was corroded by the blood rain, they would then be targeted by the blood mist snake until they were trapped. It is an incredible treasure for trapping enemies. When Xun Yong saw the other party take out a thin rope, he couldn't help but frown. Although this treasure looked inconspicuous, the more so, the more it alarmed him. Often, the more unassuming an item was, the greater its deceptive power. Perhaps this person, seeing that single target spells couldn't break his escape speed, had now switched to large-scale spells. But soon, Xun Yong had a countermeasure and spoke coldly. Your Excellency, if you use this treasure, I will hide among these spirit medicine. If the spirit medicine are destroyed, it has nothing to do with me. You. Doing that won't benefit you either. Fu Wenfei was so angry that his lips trembled. His goal for this trip was the Howen flower. If this flower was destroyed by himself, wouldn't he be shooting himself in the foot? I admit that this blood bone cannot defeat your Excellency. If I don't use some means, how can I make your Excellency share some Howen flower? Hearing the other party say this, Fu Wenfei also understood that this person was determined to get a share. If he was truly pushed too hard, the other party might really do anything. And the cave space was only so large. He indeed had no confidence in killing the opponent without harming the Howen flower. After much thought, Fu Wenfei couldn't help but say, Speak, how many Howen flower do you want? If you dare to ask for too much, I might risk destroying this flower to kill you. Seeing Fu Wenfei make a concession, Xun Yong knew there was a chance, but he couldn't really push the other party too hard. After thinking for a moment, he controlled the blood bone to say. There are at least 220 plants here. I will only take 50 of them, the rest belong to you, fellow deist. Of course, since it's a collaboration, I will contribute my part. Let me tell you, fellow deist, I am a spiritual plant master. Afterwards, I can help you jointly harvest these spirit medicine, and you, fellow deist, can also save a lot of time. How about it, fellow deist, are you satisfied? Fu Wenfei's expression softened slightly upon hearing this. If it was truly as the other party said, it wasn't too excessive. Moreover, giving up 50 Howen flower and gaining a spiritual plant master to harvest these spirit medicine was extremely important at the moment. After all, every minute gained meant one less minute of danger. What your Excellency said is indeed not excessive. 50 plants it is, but your Excellency, don't get greedy later and try to take more after taking 50. If that happens, I will have a way to ensure you don't leave here. Fellow deist Fu, rest assured, I know my limits. Seeing the other party agree, Fu Wenfei didn't hesitate and said. All right, your Excellency can come and take the spirit medicine now. By the way, I also want to see your Excellency's spiritual plant master skills. Then it would be disrespectful not to comply. The blood bone transformed into an afterimage and flew towards the spirit medicine field. Little did he know, an anomaly arose at this very moment. Along the blood bone's path, a ripple gently spread, and countless blood rains shot out from thin air, covering a 3-jong radius around it. Ha ha ha, now you can't escape, can you? Fu Wenfei laughed loudly, his eyes filled with sinister malice. How could he trust the other party's words? After all, as fellow demonic path disciple, how many of their words were true? If this person went back on his word later, it would be troublesome. He had set up this trap to make the other party relax his guard, then suddenly launch a surprise attack. No matter how fast this person flew, he probably couldn't escape now. However, just as Fu Wenfei was casting a spell to prepare to use the traction robe magical artifact to trap the opponent, he suddenly found that the spell had failed. His pupils widened, and he looked around. He quickly discovered a blue light that had rapidly circled the area and safely landed on the spirit medicine field. You. Fu Wenfei's expression was very ugly at this moment, and the words he was about to say were stuck in his throat, neither coming up nor going down. Fellow Daoist Fu, you want to ask how I dodged it, right? Let me tell you, I also didn't believe your words, fellow Daoist. As soon as I started flying, I changed my direction. Sure enough, I saw the scene of your sneak attack. Isn't that a coincidence? A mocking voice came from the bloodbone, word by word. Fu Wenfei was startled. This boy's vigilance was indeed high. He was the most troublesome opponent he had ever encountered. Ah, fellow Daoist, what are you saying? I was just trying to test fellow Daoist's strength. If we encounter an enemy later and fellow Daoist is not strong enough and gets captured, wouldn't that expose me as well? I have my reasons for doing this. Fu Wenfei's expression changed at this moment, clearly showing a look of having a hidden difficulty. It must be said that this performance was first class. But Xun Yong also didn't intend to completely fall out, mainly because the blood-bone strength was indeed not the opponent's match. Insisting on this matter would not benefit him. Alright, time is limited, so let's not waste any more words. I'm taking the spirit medicine now, fellow Daoist shouldn't have any objections, right? No, your excellency can take the 50 plants without any problem. After their words, the two began to harvest the spirit medicine. Back on the battlefield. Because the fang-faced youth had been poisoned earlier and had been constantly preoccupied, not daring to launch a direct assault, this delay had unknowingly allowed the poison to attack his heart. At this moment, his face was a purplish green, and even using his magical power became quite difficult. Xun Yong was very surprised to see this. Although he knew how potent this poison was, he didn't expect it to continue spreading through the blood even after the opponent sealed his meridians and took an antidote pill. At present, even without his intervention, as the poison spread further, it would be enough to cost him his life. He had now become the most relaxed person on the battlefield. On the other side, the bloodbone clone of Fu Wenfei was facing an opponent who was merely a disciple of the 8th level of Qi refining. Yet, he seemed to be fighting back and forth with his opponent. Only when he noticed the opponent trying to flee would he go and entangle him. Other than that, he showed no intention of fighting to the death with his opponent. It seemed this person, like Xun Yong, did not want the battle to end so quickly. Hao Ming, on the other hand, didn't have so many thoughts. His strength was already not weak, he had been able to fight to a draw against two opponents at once. Now, in a one-on-one situation, the Xianjing sect Qi refining stage 9th level female cultivator he was fighting had already perished, turning into a bloody skeleton lying in a muddy pit below. After Hao Ming finished his battle, he did not remain idle. Instead, he quickly went to assist his ally in dealing with the hooked-nosed man. At this moment, in addition to Hao Ming, there was another person attacking the hooked-nosed man, and that was the demonized bloodbone. Because the hooked-nosed man had used many high-consumption offensive spells earlier, his magical power was already running low, and under continuous passive defense, his face was as pale as paper, with large drops of sweat rolling down his forehead. His body was severely weakened, and the saber in his hand felt as heavy as 1,000 caddies, each lift seemingly causing him extreme discomfort. In this state, even if he continuously consumed medicinal pills to restore qi, he probably wouldn't be able to hold on for much longer. A wave of panic had already permeated his heart, transforming into a sorrowful cry, "Senior brother, quickly come and save me." Yin Qianlong frowned upon hearing this. At this moment, he was willing but powerless. During this time, he had tried every method to rescue this junior brother, occasionally releasing some lightning clusters to assist him. If not for this, it wouldn't have been two people entangled with hooked nose. It was not difficult to notice that the other three who had originally arrived with Manager Yu had already disappeared without a trace. This was Yin Qianlong's masterpiece. Previously, he had caused one death and one injury with a single strike, then secretly acted again, eliminating another person. If that severely wounded devil cultivator hadn't escaped in advance, he probably would have died on the spot. However, with his continuous actions, his magical power could not withstand such torment, and later, facing Manager Yu after his demonization, after several continuous attacks, he became increasingly distracted and overwhelmed. When Hooked Nose observed his senior brother's tightly furrowed brows, he knew that he was probably doomed today. After some deliberation, he decided to use his final resort. A sharp glint flashed in his eyes, and the next moment, the saber in his hand disintegrated, transforming into a fierce qi that rapidly merged into his body. Immediately after, his body suddenly grew larger, and at this moment, a saber shadow imprint appeared on both his chest and back. Hissing sounds continuously emanated from his body, followed by a wave of qi emerging from his mouth, transforming into a saber of qi. An incomparably sharp saber intent suddenly surged from it. Severing strength into intent, junior brother, you've truly reached this step. Yin Qianlong looked at this scene with a hint of sorrow in his expression. This was a suicidal spell. Once this method was used, all that awaited him was his physical body being completely shredded by the endless saber intent. Kill! Hooked Nose roared, then swung the saber of qi. It cut through the air, forming an incomparably sharp aura. Junior brother Hao, quickly retreat. At the crucial moment, Bloodbone's magical power suddenly intensified, and the demonic aura on his body became even more pronounced. This was actually an increased burning of his vital blood to greatly enhance his strength. However, if this continued, once his vital blood was exhausted, then the only path was death by being devoured by the outer realm sky demon. This blood bone, to save Hao Ming, did not hesitate to use such a self-harming method. Could it be that this person was also learning Yin Tianlong's righteous path integrity? At this moment, Hao Ming only felt a three-jong devilish chi large hand emerge in front of him, striking fiercely towards the saber of chi. Although the devilish chi large hand was defeated and destroyed on the spot, the hidden force generated upon its dissipation still pushed Hao Ming to the side. This allowed Hao Ming to narrowly avoid the attack without danger. After this attack, Hook Nose's aura clearly diminished by half. He knew he still had 2 more chances to strike. Where should these 2 strikes be aimed? He couldn't help but look around, and at the last moment, he still decided to rescue his remaining junior brother, to redeem his previously emerging desire to retreat. Seeing the fang-faced youth fighting Xun Yong, whose face was now purple, clearly poisoned to the heart, he shook his head helplessly. Then he turned his head and saw the junior brother with small eyes fighting Fu Wenfei, and immediately determined his target. With a pop sound, after a surge of qi, Hook Nose arrived near Fu Wenfei, and the junior brother with small eyes suddenly raised the saber of qi and swung it down rapidly. Just then, 3 devilish qi long arrows flew out first. They collided with the saber of qi, simultaneously perishing on the spot. But the hidden force generated also immediately pushed Fu Wenfei back. "It's you again, ruining my good deed." Hook Nose was repeatedly obstructed, and the rising anger made his face and ears red. But with this blood bone present, he felt a sense of frustration, of having power but nowhere to use it. However, before his death, he decided to act with righteous indignation one last time. "Junior brother, quickly leave, I will cover your retreat." The person with small eyes was greatly moved upon hearing this, and after repeatedly thanking him, he quickly fled. Bloodbone originally wanted to obstruct again, but this time Hook Nose gave him no chance, directly leaving his final strike for the opponent. As the saber of qi slashed towards Bloodbone. At this moment, Bloodbone also dared not be negligent. His body erupted with devilish qi, transforming into a massive fist that met the attack. After a thunderous explosion, Bloodbone was pushed to the side. His surrounding devilish qi had already dissipated, and his aura suddenly became weak. Clearly, the repeated use of devilish qi transformation had caused him considerable loss. Everyone was also shocked by Bloodbone's righteousness in saving 2 people. And after Hook Nose brought the junior brother with small eyes out of the encirclement, the saber intent throughout his body immediately went out of control, transforming into countless sharp blades that pierced his body entirely, countless blood covering every inch of his skin. "Senior brother, I have no regrets this time." The last sound came from Hook Nose's mouth. Then, his body began to disintegrate inch by inch. Yin Tianlong's expression was also somewhat moved upon seeing this scene. He hadn't expected this junior brother and good friend to have such a righteous act. How could he not make any move? After forcing Manager Yu back, he came before Hook Nose, and with a wave of his hand, he extracted a soul from Hook Nose's body. Hook Nose's physical body was destroyed, but with his soul intact, as long as it was carefully nurtured, he could still gain new life through possession. "Senior brother, why go through all this trouble?" A sigh came from Hook Nose's soul. "Junior brother, no need to say more, I will definitely find a physical body for you." Hearing Yin Tianlong say this, a hint of cunning flashed across the face within Hook Nose's soul. However, while Yin Tianlong was collecting the soul, the junior brother with small eyes who had escaped had already died at the hands of Manager Yu. At the same time, Xun Yong, seeing that the battle was drawing to a close, quickly cast the blood explosion art, causing the fang-faced youth's meridians to burst. He then flew forward at extreme speed, cast the blood essence technique, refined the corpse into blood essence qi, and simultaneously waved his hand to put away the storage pouch. Yin Tianlong turned his head and saw this scene, a hint of helplessness flashing across his face, and he sighed softly to himself. With a cold glance, he firmly remembered the several devil cultivators present in his heart. He then patted his storage pouch, and from it, carefully took out a lightning ball. After just one look, he unhesitatingly performed a hand seal. At this moment, countless lightning flashed suddenly erupted from within the lightning ball. With a crackling sound, countless bolts of lightning roared, directly engulfing a 10-jong radius around him. Thunder boomed, and lightning flashed wildly. With such a display of power, who would dare to approach even a step? Manager Yu could only watch helplessly as Yin Tianlong flew into the distance, not daring to pursue him at all. Whoever possesses this treasure is a prodigy in their school. Once such a person is killed, it will lead to endless troubles. No need to chase, let him go. After a single word, Manager Yu flew back, landing in the middle of the group, and said again, "Several of you have come 1,000 miles to rescue us, and I, you, am deeply grateful. Now that the great battle is over, I imagine your magic power is severely depleted. Why not return to the stronghold with me to rest for a while? Of course, as a token of my gratitude, I will give you some items." "Then many thanks, Manager Yu. All junior brothers, follow me to the stronghold." Bloodbone stood up, cupped his fists in a salute, and then agreed, calling Xun Yong and the other 3 to follow him to the Fengluo mountain stronghold to recuperate. Xun Yong couldn't help but show a hint of hesitation. Although he already knew the stronghold was occupied by the corpse demon sect, he was reluctant to go to the stronghold. However, the battle ended too quickly, and the blood slave hadn't finished gathering the spirit medicine. Furthermore, they also needed to hand over the mission to Manager Yu. If they left suddenly now, they might not be able to explain themselves to the skinning elder when they returned to the sect, and it would be terrible if they couldn't retrieve the essence. From this perspective, he had no choice but to step into this muddy situation. But after the blood slave's investigation, there was only one person who had returned severely wounded from the battlefield at the stronghold. Even if Manager Yu and Bloodbone suddenly attacked, the three of them could handle them. As soon as the blood slave finished gathering the spirit medicine and arrived, Xun Yong would immediately fly away without a word. At that time, he could also truthfully report to the skinning elder that the Fengluo mountain stronghold was occupied by the corpse demon sect upon returning to the sect. Thinking of this, Xun Yong still intentionally glanced at Fu Wenfei. At this moment, this substitute blood slave actually had a hint of clarity, which seemed to be the result of Fu Wenfei's distraction in controlling him. However, he did not show any abnormality, seemingly consistent with Xun Yong's idea. After all, this person's main body was in the spirit field secret chamber, so he had to stall for some time. Afterward, the group followed Manager Yu halfway down to the stronghold. Before long, they landed on a platform. The severely wounded disciple was meditating and recuperating on one side of the platform. When he saw people approaching, he quickly stood up, walked over, and saluted nervously. It seemed this person was worried that his senior brother would blame him for escaping without permission. "Ah, junior brother Zhang, your injuries are severe. Quickly sit down and recuperate. I have a golden trauma medicinal pill here, you should take it first." It was unclear whether it was a show or for some other reason, but Manager Yu was very magnanimous at this moment. Not only did he not blame him, but he also bestowed a healing medicinal pill. However, junior brother Zhang's expression immediately became rich. He clearly hadn't expected senior brother Yu to be like this, as it was very different from his impression, and he was suddenly overwhelmed with gratitude. He quickly thanked him, saying, "Many thanks, senior brother Yu, for the reward." In his excitement, junior brother Zhang took the medicinal pill, swallowed it without hesitation, and then closed his eyes to begin recuperating. When Xun Yong saw this scene, a strange look flashed across his face. Does a senior brother giving some medicinal pills warrant such excitement and joy? This person also had a chi refining stage 9th level cultivation, so why would he appear so obsequious when facing a senior brother at 10 levels of chi refining? It made Xun Yong a bit confused. Before long, junior brother Zhang's originally pale face quickly regained some color, and his spirit also improved significantly. It seemed that the effect of this golden trauma medicinal pill was indeed extraordinary. "It seems your injuries are no longer serious, and I am relieved. All right, take these 4 junior brothers to the Sunset Immortal Cave. Remember to prepare high-grade 100 flower spiritual tea for their reception. I will go prepare the gifts, I will be over shortly." Manager Yu's initial words sounded like an order, but by the end, it seemed as if he was speaking to Xun Yong and the others, his voice noticeably heavier. Junior brother Zhang respectfully cupped his fists, then looked at Xun Yong and the others, made a gesture to invite them, and said, "Junior brothers, follow me." Afterward, under the guidance of this junior brother Zhang, they passed through a long corridor and arrived in front of a secluded mountain immortal cave. This immortal cave faced east to west and was surrounded by high mountains, so only the last ray of sunset could shine upon it. No wonder it was called the Sunset Immortal Cave. Due to the lack of sunlight year-round, the yin qi here was heavy, but there was no dampness. A cool breeze blew, and the surroundings were very elegant and quiet, allowing one's agitated heart to find peace and tranquility. You junior brothers may not know, but this immortal cave is inlaid with suppressing yin stones, which naturally have the effect of calming the mind and tranquilizing the spirit. Once inside, you won't need to deliberately circulate your cultivation technique to slowly recover your magic power. Junior brother Zhang explained with a light smile, but his eyebrows were raised high, indicating that this immortal cave indeed had some points worth boasting about. Even Xun Yong couldn't help but secretly nod. Since arriving here, his inner anxiety had actually subsided, and his whole body indeed felt much lighter. The others, like Xun Yong, also clearly showed a change in their complexions. "All right, junior brothers, follow me into the immortal cave and take a seat." A moment later, after junior brother Zhang opened the stone door, they followed him inside one by one. Perhaps to create a peaceful atmosphere, the interior furnishings were not gaudy. Aside from some stone tables, stone stools, and other items, there were only several wall paintings of birds and flowers on the walls, and stones emitting a faint green light. After Xun Yong and the other 4 found their seats. Not long after, junior brother Zhang brought 4 cups of spiritual tea. A rich floral fragrance, mixed with a faint tea aroma, instantly wafted through the immortal cave. Just smelling it made one feel refreshed, not to mention the relatively strong spiritual power fluctuation within it. "Junior brothers, this is 100 flower spiritual tea, made from the flowers of hundreds of spirit medicine and dozens of complex secret methods. It not only leaves a fragrant taste and refreshes the mind but also has the effect of enhancing magic power." When junior brother Zhang brought the spiritual tea to them, he didn't forget to boast about it, elevating the value of the spiritual tea by several points. After listening, Xun Yong's heart tightened. This Fengluo mountain was currently occupied by the corpse demon sect. Would the other party really be so generous as to offer such high-grade spiritual tea to entertain him? Could there be a trick, waiting for him to fall into it? This instinctively made him feel some resistance. Now, he only wanted to stall for some time and didn't want to cause any more trouble. But to one side, Bloodbone carefully picked up the spiritual tea, took a deep sniff at his nose, and then put on a look of intoxication. There's actually such spiritual tea. Then I, for one, must have a good taste, he. After saying this insincerely, he intentionally or unintentionally looked at the other three while tasting it. When he saw Hao Ming also pick up the spiritual tea and sniff it in imitation, he couldn't help but smile knowingly. However, when he looked at Xun Yong, he frowned slightly and then said, "Junior brother Xun, does this tea not suit your taste, or is there something wrong with this spiritual tea?" As soon as Bloodbone said this, the others also looked over. Upon hearing this, Xun Yong's expression turned serious, and after a moment he said, "Senior brother Bloodbone is overthinking, how could such high-grade spiritual tea not suit my taste? It's just that in this rescue mission, junior brother feels he contributed too little and is not worthy of drinking such spiritual tea. Senior brother Bloodbone and senior brother Hao, on the other hand, contributed the most and expended the most chi. Junior brother is willing to give his spiritual tea to both senior brothers." At these words, all three were stunned. Hao Ming's eyes gleamed at this moment. He had truly given his all for this mission, not only did his Dao companion die halfway, but he himself almost perished. It was only right that he drank more of this spiritual tea. He couldn't help but look at Xun Yong with a hint of approval. For Xun Yong to offer to give up the spiritual tea at this time truly pleased him. At the same time, Fu Wenfei on the side also had some thoughts. He felt the same way as Xun Yong and dared not rashly drink the spiritual tea. Now that someone had brought it up, he would naturally cooperate. Subsequently, Fu Wenfei spoke, "What junior brother Xun said is not without reason. To be ashamed, I, Fu, also feel that I contributed very little. Regarding this cup of spiritual tea, my thoughts are the same as junior brother Xun's. How about this, junior brother Xun and I both give up our spiritual tea, giving one cup each to senior brother Bloodbone and junior brother Hao, how about that?" As soon as his voice fell, Hao Ming eagerly prepared to agree, but just as the words reached his lips, Bloodbone on the side spoke first. Bloodbone set down the spiritual tea and said in a deep voice, "I appreciate the intentions of both junior brothers, but this time it's manager Yu's treat, and doing so would be somewhat inappropriate. Furthermore, all of us contributed, there's no need to divide it so meticulously, the rewards should be the same." Xun Yong's face flashed with surprise after listening. If he didn't know the current situation of Fengluo Mountain, he would have truly been deceived by Bloodbone's false sincerity. But he just didn't know what the other party's insistence on him drinking the spiritual tea was for. Even Fu Wenfei fell into temporary contemplation. And completely different from their reactions was Hao Ming. Hao Ming had intended to drink an extra cup, but Bloodbone's words immediately made his face turn ugly. However, because Bloodbone had saved him once before, he could only swallow his dissatisfaction now. After a moment of silence, Xun Yong spoke again, "Senior brother Bloodbone is overthinking. This is junior brother's sincere intention, and I am voluntarily giving up the spiritual tea. Even if manager Yu truly holds me accountable, he will understand my actions." "Ah, yes, senior brother's consideration for the team is something I will always remember." Senior brother's chi consumption was too great this time, how could he recover without the aid of spiritual tea? Seeing Xun Yong finish speaking, Fu Wenfei quickly spoke up in agreement. Both of them had their own intentions and truly dared not drink the spiritual tea, so they had to decline it no matter what. Upon hearing this, a hint of displeasure flashed across Bloodbone's brows, but he quickly regained his composure before calmly saying, "I appreciate the intentions of both junior brothers. Besides, my injuries cannot be healed by this cup of spiritual tea. Don't decline any further. If manager Yu sees us, he might overthink it." Within the calm voice, one could feel a hint of coldness. Clearly, Bloodbone was getting a bit annoyed by this back and forth. Xun Yong knew this method wouldn't work, but soon, a flash of inspiration struck him, and he said, "Since senior brother Bloodbone is unwilling to accept, junior brother will not force it anymore. However, junior brother still dares not drink this spiritual tea. The main reason is that such spiritual tea is likely to greatly enhance chi. If I become infatuated with this tea and cannot drink it regularly in the future, it will certainly affect my state of mind, and my cultivation will stagnate." This explanation was logical and well-reasoned, leaving no room for immediate criticism. Even junior brother Zhang cast a surprised glance. Clearly, he heard some other meaning in these words. This person obviously felt that this cup of spiritual tea was too little, and drinking it wouldn't be enough to truly taste its essence, so he wanted to ask for more spiritual tea to take back and savor. Bloodbone was temporarily silenced, but there was a hint of annoyance in his brows. He never expected that Xun Yong, whom he hadn't paid much attention to along the way, would make things difficult for him at this moment. After a moment of silence, Bloodbone subtly gave junior brother Zhang a look, then closed his eyes to rest. And junior brother Zhang quickly understood, saying, "This junior brother can rest assured and drink it. There is still some 100 flowers spiritual tea. I'll go get some for you junior brothers to take back and drink." With that, junior brother Zhang, wearing a fake smile, hurriedly left the immortal cave. Hao Ming's eyes gleamed even brighter, never expecting that through Xun Yong's interference, he would also benefit. With the aid of this spiritual tea in the future, advancing his cultivation would not be difficult. But at this moment, Xun Yong was a bit troubled. He merely wanted to make them back off, but he never expected the other party to generously give away the spiritual tea. This was too dramatic. Not long after, junior brother Zhang returned with 4 small boxes and distributed them to the 4 of them, including Xun Yong. When Xun Yong took the box and opened it, it was indeed 100 flower spiritual tea leaves, and a rich floral fragrance immediately wafted out. Then, "Thank you for the gift. Ha ha ha, now junior brother should have no more reservations, right?" Then let us all drink this cup of spiritual tea together. Bloodbone laughed heartily at this moment, then picked up the spiritual tea and gestured to the other three. Seeing this, Xun Yong frowned slightly. Furthermore, he couldn't see any problem with this cup of spiritual tea. His previous refusal was purely out of caution. Now, he knew that refusing again would be unreasonable. Seeing Hao Ming unceremoniously drink it all at once, his expression full of intoxication, Xun Yong could only pick up his teacup and take a small sip. Feeling the fragrance at his nose and the wonderful taste on his tongue, he slowly drank all the spiritual tea. And Fu Wenfei glanced lightly and could only drink it as well. However, his concerns were not as deep as Xun Yong's. After all, the one drinking the spiritual tea was just his Bloodbone puppet. Even if something went wrong, it had nothing to do with his main body. When Bloodbone saw that all three had drunk the spiritual tea, his face visibly relaxed, and a subtle, sinister sneer flashed across his lips. At this moment, Hao Ming, with a look of infatuation, looked at Xun Yong without reservation, a hint of approval in his eyes, and said, "As expected of 100 Flowers spiritual tea, this taste is truly endlessly delightful. If it weren't for junior brother Sun's reminder, I would truly miss this tea greatly if I didn't have it in the future." Indeed, ha ha ha. Just as the few were conversing, Manager Yu strode in. "What's making you all so happy?" Upon hearing this, junior brother Zhang rushed forward to Manager Yu and recounted what had happened earlier. Manager Yu laughed heartily after listening. "I didn't expect you all to like 100 Flowers spiritual tea so much. It's fine to take some back." "Alright, this is a gift from someone, to show gratitude for your rescue," Manager Yu said. As he spoke, Manager Yu took out an exquisitely crafted box from his waist. When the box was opened, 4 grayish-green medicinal pills lay inside, round and lustrous, emitting a faint glow. "Washmarrow pill!" Hao Ming exclaimed in surprise. He seemed to have seen this medicinal pill before, and besides surprise, his expression also revealed joy. Xun Yong was somewhat puzzled. It was his first time hearing about a washmarrow pill, but just by its name, it seemed to be something different. "That's right, this is indeed a washmarrow pill, it has the effect of washing the tendons and refining the marrow." A hint of pride flashed across Manager Yu's face. He didn't need to elaborate on the importance of this medicinal pill. It turned out that when one's cultivation reached 10 levels of qi refining, to advance further, one needed to use a washmarrow pill to wash the tendons and refine the marrow. Doing so would allow the cultivator to shed their mortal body, thus becoming more endowed with the qualifications of an immortal. However, washmarrow pills also had grades, and the grey color of the medicinal pills before them indicated that these were quite ordinary. But even so, they were still a rare commodity. Under Bloodbone's lead, Xun Yong and the other two, each with a lift of their magical power, took one washmarrow pill. Then, they carefully examined them. Xun Yong found that the medicinal pill had a strong aroma of spirit medicine, was smooth to the touch, and had a round, lustrous appearance, not like a fake. Could it be that Manager Yu was truly so kind as to bestow such a spirit pill? Just as he was muttering to himself, he suddenly heard a faint rustling sound in his ear, followed by an unusual movement from the washmarrow pill in his hand. Before he could react, the next moment, the medicinal pill exploded with a bang. A cloud of grey powder completely enveloped his surroundings. Then, amidst the grey powder, a soft shout rang out, "Explode! ZZZZT, ZZZZT, ZZZZT," after a few muffled sounds. Inside the immortal cave, silence suddenly fell. After a long while, when the grey powder had dispersed, 3 figures lay quietly on the ground, unmoving. Outside the immortal cave, Manager Yu stood with his hands behind his back, coldly observing everything, and beside him stood Bloodbone and junior brother Zhang. Seeing Xun Yong and the other two motionless on the ground, a hint of satisfaction unconsciously flashed in Bloodbone's eyes. But to be safe, he still gave junior brother Zhang a look. Junior brother Zhang didn't dare to hesitate and entered the immortal cave to check on the condition of Xun Yong and the other two. Only after finding no abnormalities did he slowly walk out. Upon seeing this, Bloodbone said smugly, "These 3 first fell victim to my odd flower powder, and then with your corpse devouring poison, master, they probably won't ever wake up in this life." Manager Yu stroked his beard, nodded contentedly, his expression having long changed from before, revealing a sinister and cold look. He said, "Heh, Bloodbone, my disciple, you also contributed this time. You did very well. When we return to the sect, your master will certainly reward you." These people are useless, dispose of them." Reporting, "Master, these people cannot be disposed of yet." Bloodbone showed a hint of distress and quickly clasped his fists respectfully, saying, "Oh, why is that?" Manager Yu looked at Bloodbone's expression and did not immediately get angry, but instead asked, "It's like this, when we set out this time, old Devil Fulong of the Blood Yin sect acted unusually and collected souls. If all these people die, then old Devil Fulong will definitely notice and take action. Of course, this also concerns your disciple's life." Afterward, Bloodbone truthfully recounted to Manager Yu the matter of Fulong collecting souls when they set out, and the black box he mentioned. Strange, usually it's either consuming poisonous medicinal pills or collecting essence blood, but this time it's collecting souls. Logically speaking, our plan this time is seamless, and for this venerable one only sent a substitute black corpse. It shouldn't be exposed. Thus, it seems that old Devil Fulong might have some doubts and left a contingency plan. It's not a big deal. Seeing how you protected these few people on the battlefield before, I suppose you already have your own plan. Fine, fine, your master won't interfere. Thank you, master. Alright, go retrieve that black box. Yes. Bloodbone respectfully replied and then walked into the immortal cave. Upon reaching Xun Yong and the other two, he revealed a meaningful expression, then touched his waist, and a graceful figure was pulled out by him. Upon closer inspection, it was none other than Feng Han. He hadn't expected that the cause of Feng Han's unknown fate would be Bloodbone's doing. But looking at Feng Han's complexion, she still seemed to have a faint vital sign and was not truly dead. It seemed that, like Xun Yong and the others at this moment, she had likely been poisoned by some rare toxin. Bloodbone looked at the four lying figures, a bloodthirsty smile on his lips, and softly muttered, "All your actions won't escape my grasp. Did you think that by sending me away, I wouldn't know who had the black box?" After a sneer, Bloodbone unceremoniously walked to Fu Wenfei, grabbed the storage pouch at his waist, and began to investigate with a smile on his face. But in just a moment, Bloodbone's expression tightened instantly. He quickly investigated again, this time extremely carefully, not missing even an inch of space. However, the result was the same as before. What's going on? Where's the black box? He showed a hint of fear, and unwillingly, he violently dumped all the items from the storage pouch, only to find a meager few items inside. Bloodbone immediately sensed something was wrong and grabbed Fu Wenfei's body. Soon, he discovered a slight difference, and then raised his hand, striking a powerful palm on Fu Wenfei's forehead. In an instant, after a wave of magical power, Fu Wenfei's face, after a smear of brown liquid, revealed an unfamiliar face. Substitute blood slave. The commotion from Bloodbone quickly reached Manager Yu's ears. After a black wind passed, Manager Yu arrived beside Bloodbone, and with just one glance, he recognized that Fu Wenfei was a substitute blood slave. Upon hearing this, Bloodbone's body trembled slightly. He knew he had miscalculated, he had been tricked by this Fu Wenfei. "Master, forgive me, your disciple truly doesn't know what happened." After the tension, cold sweat broke out on Bloodbone's forehead, and he hastily spoke. However, Manager Yu's brow furrowed, revealing a hint of anger, but quickly, after a careful look at Fu Wenfei, a hint of surprise flashed in his expression. "Alright, this is not your fault. This person used a secret technique, even transforming his aura and demeanor so vividly. Only if your master's true body were present, perhaps I could have noticed something. At present, it's not that there's no chance for remedy. This person was too clever for his own good. Your master has a secret method that can track this person's whereabouts." As soon as his voice fell, Manager Yu's hand gestures began to form rapidly, and after swift changes, he suddenly struck Fu Wenfei's glabella with his palm. Suddenly, a faint blue light was pulled out. At this moment, Manager Yu squeezed his palm, and the blue light shattered into countless strands of light. Next, Manager Yu flipped his palm, and a black chi rose, enveloping all the strands of light. Before long, the black chi reacted, transforming into a ball of black shadow that floated in midair. "This is my master's corpse demon tracking method. As long as this child is within 1,000 miles, he cannot escape this method's tracking. Let this venerable one see, exactly where you are." The next moment, Manager Yu moved his spell, and from the black shadow in midair, a black line thinner than a hair emerged, extending forward in an instant. "Humph, this child is so audacious, still on Fengluo Mountain. Very good, when I catch you later, I will first let you taste the flavor of corpse refining and bone transformation." Manager Yu looked at where the black thread went, his eyes filled with a cold chill. Then, he took Bloodbone and pursued him at extreme speed. "Zhongning, I'll leave this to you. Move these people into the formation. If you can't even handle such a small matter, I, your master, will personally clean house." A voice as cold as frost suddenly echoed around. Zhongning's heart trembled. It seemed his master was still the same, his previous concern for him was nothing more than a pretense. With a soft sigh, he began to move the corpses. Since he had to ensure that Xun Yong and the others remained alive, he couldn't rashly put them into a corpse storage pouch. And he didn't have the kind of advanced corpse storage pouch that his senior brother had, so he could only slowly lift Xun Yong and the others one by one with his magical power. However, when Zhongning prepared to lift the last person, he was surprised to find that there was no one on the ground. While he was shocked, it was already too late. At this moment, a black shadow flashed before his eyes, and a black blade light swept across, bringing out a large amount of fresh blood. Zhongning only felt his head lighten, and then his head was separated from his body. He didn't know what had happened until his death, how he had died so confusedly. And beside Zhongning's corpse, a figure emerged. This person was none other than Xun Yong. It turned out that the moment Xun Yong drank the 100 flowers spiritual tea, he detected some clues. When the spiritual tea's effects circulated in his essence blood, he transferred them into the meridians of his left arm. At the same time the wash marrow pill exploded, Bloodbone also activated the odd flower powder within the spiritual tea. The muffled sound was the sound of the odd flower powder's poison erupting, aiming to disrupt Xun Yong and the others' control over their magical power. This was to allow the corpse-devouring poison to spread more effectively. However, Xun Yong had cultivated the 100 meridian body refinement technique, and the meridians in his left arm had already been restructured 5 times, greatly strengthened. The odd flower powder simply couldn't break through and was blocked by the meridians. This also gave him time to react to the corpse-devouring poison. Although he couldn't completely eliminate the corpse-devouring poison, he could seal it within the meridians of his left arm, which would not cause any immediate harm for a short period. At the same time, Xun Yong also prepared to fight Manager Yu and Bloodbone. Afterward, upon hearing the words of Manager Yu and Bloodbone, he knew that his life was safe for a short time, so he played along, slowing down the speed of sealing the corpse, devouring poison and feigning a poisoned appearance. This prevented Manager Yu from noticing any clues, which led to the scene where he instantly killed Zhang Ning. Next, Xun Yong dared not delay, lest any further incidents occur. He quickly came before Zhang Ning's corpse and performed the blood essence technique. After refining Zhang Ning's corpse, he burned it to ashes with a single fire. Subsequently, after ransacking all the storage pouches of the people present, Xun Yong scanned the area. He had heard Bloodbone say earlier that keeping them alive was to avoid arousing the suspicion of the skinning elder. Now, Hao Ming and his wife had also been poisoned with a strange toxin, and it was clear they were beyond recovery, with no possibility of waking up. And Fu Wenfei's blood slave had also been destroyed by Bloodbone's palm. Xun Yong had the intention of sending Hao Ming and his wife off, but after pondering for a moment, he stopped this thought. He was certain that the skinning elder had a backup plan. At this time, he didn't want to cause any more trouble. He needed to leave this place quickly and return to the sect first. But as he left, Xun Yong still took out a small bottle and injected 2 drops of poisonous blood into Hao Ming and his wife's bodies before flying away. This poisonous blood also required some time to be fatal. A few days later, when he returned to the sect, the toxins would have taken effect. By then, Xun Yong's account of the situation on Fengluo Mountain to the skinning elder would also be more convincing. As he thought this, he had already quietly escaped into the forest below. However, after Xun Yong left, a faint blue light emerged from Hao Ming's body within the sunset cave. The blue light glanced at Xun Yong's back before transforming into countless blue specks, disappearing between heaven and earth. All of this, Xun Yong naturally had no way of knowing. On the other side, Manager Yu and Bloodbone were following the black thread towards the spirit field secret chamber, but halfway there. Suddenly, a faint blue light flickered. After detecting Manager Yu and Bloodbone, the blue light, 100 meters away, quickly broke through the cave wall and flew away into the distance. Manager Yu and Bloodbone's expressions both changed upon seeing this. Bloodbone reacted quickly. His devilish chi surged, and he intended to pursue, but he was stopped by a hidden force. What a waste! Can't you tell this is the netherworld method performed by Ghost Sale of the Ghost Dao? Can you catch up? This, Master, we can't let this person escape like this. Fear flashed in Bloodbone's expression, but he still spoke anxiously, only because he always felt that the chi on this person was somewhat familiar. It should be a blood slave. If this blood slave escaped, there would definitely be unforeseen changes. Humph, how could I, your master, let this person escape? Don't worry, this person can't escape. My true body has already used a small teleportation formation to teleport your junior brothers over. At the same time, I also brought a flying magical artifact. Hearing his master say this, Bloodbone's heart also relaxed, but after this incident, he knew that his usually steady heart nature would probably be gone in his master's eyes. All of this stemmed from Fu Wenfei's use of the substitution technique earlier, which disrupted his plans, leaving him with a constant sense of frustration. After all, if he had been more careful before, he would have noticed Fu Wenfei's unusual actions and could have taken precautions. It was precisely his carelessness that led to the current tense situation. This time, his master sending several junior brothers clearly signaled a lack of trust in him. With a soft sigh, Bloodbone also decided to salvage some face. He would definitely make Fu Wenfei, who played him, pay the price. Subsequently, the moment Manager Yu and Bloodbone flew to the front of the spirit field secret chamber. Suddenly, a gust of strong wind blew, and a blood-colored shadow rushed out at a relatively fast speed, preparing to fly away. Can you escape, boy? Stay here. With 2 loud booms, the blood shadow was struck by 2 black palms and slammed into a nearby wall. Fu Wenfei's disheveled figure was revealed. Heh, not bad, boy. You were able to come out of the secret chamber. It seems you must have obtained that Howen flower. Good, it saves this venerable one from having to break the formation and waste time. It turned out that Manager Yu and the others had also come for the Howen flower. However, due to the strange formation set up within the spirit field secret chamber, they temporarily had no method to break it. To break the formation and retrieve the treasure, only old Devil Fu Long of the Blood Yin sect possessed the treasure to break the formation, which was why this rescue mission was initiated. The goal was to scheme and make old Devil Fu Long feel a sense of crisis, prompting him to voluntarily send over that treasure for breaking the formation. However, even the most meticulous plans can have an oversight. When Manager Yu conquered Fengluo Mountain, a small mishap occurred, allowing a disciple in charge of that stronghold to escape by chance amidst the chaos. Afterward, they sent people to pursue him, but found that this disciple in charge had vanished without a trace, as if he had evaporated from the human world. Even Bloodbone from the Blood Yin sect had searched, but found no signs of this person returning. Now, seeing Fu Wenfei emerge from the spirit field secret chamber, Manager Yu quickly understood that the disciple in charge must be related to this boy. After all, this boy privately stealing spirit medicine didn't seem like something he would have discussed with old Devil Fu Long. Stop talking nonsense. If you want the treasure, come and get it. Fu Wenfei wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his eyes filled with bloodlust. He would not easily hand over the spirit medicine he had obtained with such difficulty. Subsequently, a fierce battle erupted in this place. And the blue light that had already fled far away couldn't help but stop and observe. Greed knows no bounds, like a snake trying to swallow an elephant. How pathetic. A soft sigh echoed from within the blue light. Originally, Fu Wenfei could have escaped like Xun Yong's blood slave, but this person was too greedy and picked 2 more Haoan flowers, which led to his current predicament. Whether he could escape now was a matter of debate. But he wouldn't pity this person, of course, it would be best if he died. Immediately after, Xun Yong manipulated the blood slave to fly away, heading towards the location of his main body. Before long, after Xun Yong retrieved the blood slave and checked the 50 Haoan flowers, a smug smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Then, he summoned the ghost general from the ghost sail, fed it 5 drops of soul liquid, and then used the netherworld method to fly away at high speed. He decided to return to the sect quickly, following the original route. After all, this route was the safest, and the chances of encountering Xianjing sect's sweeping disciples along the way were very low, which would also prevent him from delaying his journey. A quarter of an hour later. Above Fengluo Mountain, after a huge explosion, a figure fled out in disarray. This person was none other than Fu Wenfei. Unexpectedly, under the combined efforts of Manager Yu and Bloodbone, Fu Wenfei still had a way to escape. It must be said that this person must have been quite well prepared before coming. Although he was severely injured at the moment, he seemed to have activated some kind of escape speed, which was much faster than before. He actually left Manager Yu and the other 2 far behind. Humph, no one can escape from this venerable one's hands. As Manager Yu finished speaking, he and Bloodbone flew back down, not pursuing Fu Wenfei, but instead returning to an immortal cave. Before long, they arrived at a place with strong magical power fluctuations. If Xun Yong were here, he would realize that this immortal cave was precisely the place he had passed before but dared not rashly investigate, wasn't it? Soon after Manager Yu entered the immortal cave, 3 men and 2 women emerged from beneath a beam of light. Greetings, Master. Upon seeing Manager Yu, these 5 people all bowed respectfully. Whose hands is that flying magical artifact in? Hurry and take it out. Seeing Manager Yu speak, a tall and slender young man among the 5 stepped forward and handed over a storage pouch. Manager Yu took it, examined the storage pouch for a moment, nodded with satisfaction, and then coldly ordered. You all leave 1 person to guard this teleportation formation, and the rest of you will obey your senior brother Bloodbone's arrangements. Yes. All right, all of you follow me to pursue the enemy. Under Manager Yu's leadership, they quickly arrived at a platform, where he moved his hand seals. A black flying boat appeared before them. This was an extremely precious flying magical artifact. According to its grade, it should be a high-grade flying magical artifact. At full speed, it was even much faster than the netherworld method Xun Yong employed. As a gust of wind generated on the flying boat, the boat, like an arrow released from a bowstring, instantly streaked across the sky. Hundreds of breaths later, in a canyon, Fu Wenfei's disheveled figure appeared. His speed was clearly not as fast as the flying boats, and he was constantly being caught up to. His magical power was now running low, and his face was as pale as paper. This time, he had truly miscalculated. He hadn't expected these people to have a high-grade flying magical artifact, and escape was now hopeless. A surge of indignation rose in his heart. He hadn't even used the Haoan flower yet, and hadn't been able to reach the foundation establishment stage. A strong sense of unwillingness appeared on his face. Ha, boy, go ahead and run. Let's see how long you can run. This venerable one swears to make you taste the flavor of refining corpses into bones. At this moment, Manager Yu flew up, and a surge of devilish chi erupted from his body, transforming into a demonic blade that slashed down. Fu Wenfei gritted his teeth and spat out a large mouthful of vital blood. The blood-colored bracelet in his palm glowed brightly, transforming into a blood-colored shield that enveloped him. The demonic blade fell with a boom. The blood-colored shield shattered, and at the same time, the demonic blade also lost its power. However, before Fu Wenfei could catch his breath, the large devilish chi hand formed by Bloodbone slammed down fiercely. With a bang, Fu Wenfei was slammed down, his entire body embedding into the soil. This wasn't over yet. Bloodbone then transformed his devilish chi into a fist and fiercely struck down at the pit in the soil. Boom, 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 several loud sounds caused dust to fly from the ground. Even so, the large devilish chi fist showed no sign of stopping. This attack carried some personal emotion from Bloodbone. He was clearly trying to regain the face he had lost from being tricked earlier. Alright, don't forget the purpose of this trip. This boy is still useful to master. Manager Yu couldn't stand it anymore and spoke up to remind him. After all, Fu Wenfei had Haoan flowers on him. If this boy had tampered with them, killing him now would be a bit of a loss. Upon hearing this, Bloodbone quickly stopped. He had been somewhat blinded by anger just now, but for some reason, he felt incredibly relieved at this moment. However, as he retreated to the side, he couldn't help but mutter to himself, thinking that his previous attack had been a bit too heavy. This boy wouldn't be able to withstand it and die, would he? A short while later, as the dust settled, Bloodbone was the first to fly down. Seeing Fu Wenfei lying motionless, covered in blood, in the large crater with countless fist imprints, he couldn't help but feel nervous. But in a moment, he detected that the disciple still had life chi, and only then did he breathe a slight sigh of relief. At this moment, Manager Yu also steered his flying boat down. As Manager Yu activated his spell, he lifted Fu Wenfei out of the pit. When he brought him closer and examined him, a cold sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth, using the same trick twice, truly courting death. Then, with an enraged activation of his spell, a black blade sliced through, and Fu Wenfei's body instantly split into 2 halves. On the remains, a brownish liquid flowed out, and it was, without a doubt, another blood slave substitute of Fu Wenfei. But even if Manager Yu discovered it, how could he not know the whereabouts of Fu Wenfei's true body? Immediately, several devilish chi blades slashed down within 100-meter radius. Whoosh, 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 after the sound of cutting through the air. Not far away, fresh blood splattered. At this moment, a figure shot out from the ground, but his left arm was already covered in blood, obviously severed by the devilish chi blade. Fu Wenfei's face was filled with terror at this moment. He felt that in front of Manager Yu, he had nowhere to hide, and this time, he was probably truly doomed. Filled with despair, he no longer intended to escape, preparing to fight to the death and seize that last sliver of hope. He slapped his storage pouch, and an unknown object appeared in his hand, into which he began to pour his magical power with all his might. Humph, at death's door, yet still daring to resist stubbornly. Manager Yu let out a sinister laugh, preparing to completely extinguish the opponent's will to resist, letting him experience a fate worse than death. However, when he formed a hand seal, he found that the magical power in his body was continuously draining away, and his own aura was weakening. What's going on? Although he was possessing this body, it shouldn't cause magical power to drain so quickly. Could it be? At this moment, Manager Yu seemed to have thought of his substitute black corpse, perhaps something unexpected had happened, or perhaps the formation had been broken by someone. Thinking of this, a hint of surprise flashed in his heart. After all, that formation site was shrouded in black mist, located in a remote area, and guarded by disciples, there shouldn't have been any problems. He hadn't considered before that someone would go and destroy the formation. But now, Manager Yu knew that if he didn't return immediately, his black corpse might be completely destroyed, which was something he could not accept. Master, has something happened? Upon seeing his master's expression, Bloodbone more or less guessed something, but still asked for confirmation. Indeed, something unexpected has occurred. The formation I set up seems to have been broken by someone, and I probably need to return immediately. I will leave the flying boat here. The rest of the matters will have to be left to you 5 senior brothers and junior brothers. I hope you do not disappoint my expectations. Although Bloodbone's previous performance had made Manager Yu somewhat uneasy, there was no other way now. Master, rest assured, your disciple will certainly not fail in his mission. Instead, a hint of joy filled Bloodbone's heart. Now that Fu Wenfei was at the end of his rope, wasn't this a ready-made credit for him to pick up? As long as he could handle this matter well, his master would surely reward him greatly, perhaps even giving him a chance to enter the corpse refining cave, and he might even have a chance to break through to the foundation establishment stage. I hope you take care of yourself. Manager Yu said in a deep voice, then flew up, intending to quickly return to Fengluo Mountain before his magical power completely drained away. Seeing his master fly away, Bloodbone's tense expression relaxed, and his gaze towards Fu Wenfei became more bloodthirsty. He intended to settle the score with the disciple for the previous teasing. Junior brothers, you all watch the flying boat. This disciple is enough for me alone. He. After a few sharp laughs, Bloodbone did not dare to be careless. He violently circulated the blood demon scripture within his body, and the momentum of devilish chi transformation suddenly surged, as he lunged fiercely towards Fu Wenfei. A large hand of black chi slapped towards him. And when Fu Wenfei saw Manager Yu flee, he was somewhat puzzled, but this was a good thing for him, allowing his despair to loosen. Immediately, he activated his spell, and a wave of blood-colored chi surged out, like a fierce wind, striking towards the large hand. Humph, a petty trick. Bloodbone snorted coldly, activated another spell, and another large devilish chi hand slapped in another direction. However, little did he know that after the blood wave swept through, the devilish chi hand was actually struck, creating a small hole in it. The next moment, a bloody shadow flashed out. Suddenly, countless blood raindrops fell onto the flying boat. Upon seeing this, Bloodbone immediately knew something was wrong and quickly flew back. With a wave of his hand, a stream of devilish chi shot out, forming a devilish chi shield that completely blocked the blood rain. But, it was this delay that caused Fu Wenfei's figure to disappear, leaving only a long, endless blood-colored afterimage around them. Only then did Bloodbone realize that everything the disciple had done was merely a feint, with the aim of seizing the opportunity to escape. This disciple was truly cunning. Although Bloodbone knew he had been careless by not letting his junior brothers all attack, what did it matter? He had the flying boat, so how long could this disciple escape? Then, he landed on the flying boat and began to channel his magical power, intending to give chase. However, he then discovered that the flying boat had his master's mark, and it wasn't so simple for him to control it. Several junior brothers and junior sisters, help me to control this boat together. With the combined efforts of several people, the flying boat whooshed through the air. Its speed, though not as fast as when Manager Yu controlled it, was not far off. Half an hour later, above Kung Lake. At this moment, a green light flew rapidly ahead. It was Xun Yong, rushing at high speed. He also had some bad luck. Halfway there, he unexpectedly encountered others fighting. There were 3 people fighting. One was from a Blood Yin sect outpost, battling 2 Xianjing sect disciples. Xun Yong originally intended to go around, but the person from the outpost, while fleeing, coincidentally chose the same direction as him. This exposed his whereabouts, and he had no choice but to join the battle. Fortunately, the 2 Xianjing sect disciples were not highly cultivated. One was at Qi refining stage 7, and the other was a disciple of the 8th level of Qi refining. Soon, they were dealt with by Xun Yong's insidious tricks. However, the matter did not end there, the outpost disciple actually latched onto him, following him wherever he went. He claimed that fellow disciples should look out for each other, but in reality, he wanted Xun Yong to protect him all the way. Killing intent arose in Xun Yong's heart, and he promptly dealt with that person as well. That's why he had 3 storage pouches hanging from his waist. Of course, this also caused some minor changes to the journey. At this moment, just as Xun Yong thought he could safely return to the sect, he was unaware that a blood shadow had followed him from behind. This blood shadow stumbled and crashed around, appearing extremely disheveled, yet its speed was not much different from his. This greatly surprised Xun Yong, as he had used the ghost sail underworld method, and his speed was akin to 1,000 meters in the blink of an eye. For this person to be able to match him could only mean that the other party had also employed some secret deist magic, greatly increasing their flying speed. But looking at the other party's disheveled appearance, the secret deist magic should be causing damage to their body. Oh, Your Excellency's ghost deist magic seems very familiar. Could it be that you are the master of that blood slave from within the spirit field secret chamber? From within the blood shadow behind, a voice of surprise and doubt rang out. Upon hearing this voice, a flicker of surprise also crossed Xun Yong's face. Although the voice was much hoarser, he could still tell that its owner should be Fu Wenfei. How was this person still alive? How many tricks did he possess to escape the encirclement of Manager Yu and Bloodbone, and even manage to catch up to him? However, Xun Yong did not want to get involved with this person. He quickly transformed into Wang Ping's appearance, and then, with the surge of deist magic, his speed greatly increased, instantly widening the distance between him and the other party. Your Excellency, don't be in such a hurry to leave. Why not look behind you? I imagine the people chasing from behind won't let Your Excellency go either. You and I are like grasshoppers on the same string. The blood shadow spoke loudly and unreservedly, as if afraid its voice wouldn't carry. Xun Yong's heart jumped. He quickly concentrated his spiritual sense and probed behind him. Sure enough, about 1,500 meters behind, a flying boat was in hot pursuit. This made him even more furious. This was just like the people from that stronghold before, trying to drag him down into trouble. Truly, utterly shameless. Xun Yong couldn't help but curse Fu Wenfei countless times in his heart. But he remained silent, only burying his head in his escape. Seeing this, Fu Wenfei grew anxious. Because his deist magic consumed a great deal of blood essence chi from his body. If he hadn't collected a significant amount of blood essence chi from blood path cultivators, how could he have lasted until now? But even so, he couldn't endure the strain for too long. Your Excellency, wait. You and I are not enemies. We are both fighting for our lives. Why not cooperate? Fu Wenfei couldn't help but extend an olive branch, requesting cooperation with Xun Yong. Listening to these words, Xun Yong felt an extreme sense of irony. Weren't these the very words he had spoken to Fu Wenfei within the spirit field secret chamber? Now, it had dramatically reversed. But this time, the other party was the weaker one, seeking his help. Xun Yong couldn't help but let out a cold laugh. But why should he help this person? Could it be just because of the other party's empty words? He naturally couldn't be bothered to pay attention, and his flying speed quickened even further. Seeing this, Fu Wenfei almost gnashed his back teeth. Anger surged on his face as he sharply said, Your Excellency, are you not afraid that I will tell the people chasing us about you stealing spirit medicine from the spirit field secret chamber? I imagine they won't let Your Excellency off after hearing that. Seeing that pleasant words were ineffective, this person resorted directly to threats. After hearing this, a fierce glint flashed in the corner of Xun Yong's eyes, but he quickly suppressed it. Then, after a moment's thought, a plan formed in his mind. Fine, fine. Even if you and I are on the same rope, I will help you. But Your Excellency must also produce some means that I deem important. I will not help someone who drags me down. I have 10 bottles of blood essence chi here, which can give you a hand first. As he spoke, Xun Yong flipped his hand and took out 10 small bottles from his waist. With a lift of his deist magic, he sent them flying backward. Upon receiving the small bottles, Fu Wenfei's heart filled with joy. His deist magic was almost depleted at the moment. With this pure blood essence chi, he thought his deist magic could recover by 40 to 50%. Your Excellency is indeed a smart person, you didn't disappoint me. Rest assured, I also won't disappoint Your Excellency. After speaking, Fu Wenfei opened the bottles and began to consume the blood essence chi. Because this chi was extremely pure, it was also exceptionally easy to absorb. This was also why the price of blood essence chi was relatively high. After all, at critical moments, it could have an unexpected effect. As the 10 bottles of blood essence chi went down, Fu Wenfei's aura also recovered somewhat, and a touch of redness appeared on his face. Moments later, Fu Wenfei's deist magic surged, and his whole body's chi and blood instantly rose, increasing his flying speed by twofold. In just a few breaths, he closed the distance to within 100 meters of Xun Yong. Immediately after, Fu Wenfei waved his hand, and a ball of blood chi shot out, landing on the green light surrounding Xun Yong. With the help of this ball of blood chi, his flying speed increased even further. Hehe, Your Excellency should understand now that my previous words were by no means empty. Fu Wenfei also adopted Xun Yong's previous tactic, not only avoiding being a burden but also demonstrating some means of mutual assistance. Not bad, not bad. But I wonder how long this can last. Your Excellency, rest assured, it can last for 20 breaths without a problem. By then, the two of us will be able to put more than 10 li of distance between us and the people behind. Fu Wenfei said with a light chuckle, clearly pleased with his own move. Then he spoke again, oh, by the way, I still don't know your excellency's name. My surname is Wang, and my given name is Ping. Upon hearing this, Fu Wenfei felt very unfamiliar, but thinking that the other party knew his identity, he felt that this person might have concealed his identity. Fellow Daoist Wang, how about we discuss a countermeasure now? I had the same intention. Xun Yong also thought it made sense and agreed. The two then began to discuss their strategy. 20 breaths later, more than 10 li away, on top of a dirt mound, two figures landed one after another. After some discussion, they decided to set a trap here to ambush Bloodbone and the others who were chasing them. As we discussed earlier, fellow Daoist Fu will assist, and I will be responsible for the main attack. Now, fellow Daoist can begin setting up your means. Xun Yong looked at the terrain and spoke coldly to Fu Wenfei. No problem. I'll go prepare first. After agreeing, Fu Wenfei took out a certain red item and began to prepare his setup. Seeing this, a sinister cold smile flashed across Xun Yong's lips. Then, with a flick of his finger, a yellow talisman floated out. Whoosh, 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 several gusts of strong wind swept out in all directions. This Daoist magic came without warning, extremely sudden. However, Fu Wenfei, who was originally setting up his Daoist magic, after being struck by the wind blades, his body suddenly turned into a wisp of smoke and disappeared. Clearly, this person seemed to have anticipated Xun Yong's sneak attack and had already cast a flying Daoist magic to move away. But Xun Yong's expression didn't change in the slightest. Then he moved his finger again and slammed a palm outwards towards his surroundings. Fu Wenfei was surrounded by blood light. After wandering around for a week, he flew and landed 100 meters away from Xun Yong. However, no sooner had his figure landed than a black shadow emerged. Suddenly, a blade light flashed across. With a crisp tsch sound, a blood-colored cover was extinguished along with the blade light. Fellow Daoist Wang, your sneak attack was long seen through by me. Fu was just pretending to set up a spell. As soon as I looked up, I saw fellow Daoist making a move to sneak attack. Isn't that a coincidence? Fu Wenfei, in a flash of blood light, directly landed on the other side. Something appeared in his hand, and he seemed to be injecting spiritual power, but he did not fully activate it. Clearly, he had no intention of falling out with Xun Yong right now. He merely treated it as the other party taking revenge for the spirit field secret chamber. At this moment, he had also made a concession, and the other party should also know when to stop. Hehe, fellow Daoist has good methods, Wang has learned a lot. However, you have already fallen into my trap, hehe, fellow Daoist can rest in peace. Xun Yong's lips curled into a cold smile, a hint of bloodlust flashed in his eyes, and he fiercely struck out with the hand seals he was making towards Fu Wenfei. One could hear him softly utter, explode. This was precisely the hand seal to activate the blood explosion art. With a muffled boom, Fu Wenfei's face flushed red, and he stared blankly at his body, which had swelled up like a ball, his expression revealing disbelief. When exactly had he fallen for the other party's scheme? This left him perplexed even in death. But Xun Yong had no intention of explaining further to the other party. In the next moment, the Bloodbone's figure flashed, appearing before Fu Wenfei. With a flash of black light, a rolling head fell to the ground. After doing this, Xun Yong rushed over and pointed several times at Fu Wenfei's corpse, then cast the blood essence technique. In a short while, the corpse turned into a mummified body. Only then did Xun Yong feel at ease. He dared not be the slightest bit careless with such an opponent, lest he suffer an unexpected setback. In fact, when he had given the other party the blood essence chi earlier, he had secretly used a trick, firing a drop of poisonous blood with the blood arrow technique. Because Fu Wenfei's left arm had been severed and was already covered in blood, he hadn't noticed being tainted by that drop of poisonous blood at all. Of course, afterwards, to make the poison penetrate the person's body faster. He had deliberately said those words, the purpose being to make the person vigorously use spiritual power and not notice the abnormality in his body. And the current sneak attack was just a precautionary measure taken by Xun Yong, the purpose still being to make the poison spread faster. This led to the current scene where he cast the blood explosion art, leaving the person bewildered. Humph, I still have the upper hand. Xun Yong snorted coldly. From beginning to end, he had no intention of engaging in that so-called cooperation with the other party. The main reason was that there were 5 Bloodbones pursuing them. It would be foolish to think that the 2 of them alone could eliminate 5 people. And the reason Fu Wenfei did this was purely to fight for his life. After all, this person was already at the end of his rope, and clearly had no means to escape the Bloodbones' pursuit afterwards. That's why he wanted to drag Xun Yong down with him, and his intention to fight to the death together was obvious. Xun Yong naturally wouldn't fall for it, and could only silence him. Then he reached for Fu Wenfei's waist, grabbed a storage pouch, and began to examine it. A moment later, a joyful smile involuntarily appeared on his lips. But very quickly, he flipped his hand and took out a black box from the storage pouch. Wasn't it that black box? Xun Yong dared not keep this item in his storage pouch. Heaven knew if the skinning elder had left any means behind. If he returned to the sect and was discovered by the skinning elder, his life would be forfeited. As for the skinning elder's instruction to destroy this black box, he dared not do that even more. Heaven knew if any lingering restriction spells would pop out when it was destroyed. Caught in a dilemma, Xun Yong couldn't help but ponder. Suddenly, another flash of inspiration struck him. After a short while, after casting some unknown spell, he placed the black box beside Fu Wenfei's corpse. Then he activated the ghost sail, turning into a streak of green light, and swiftly fled. Behind, on the flying boat. When Bloodbone discovered the green light, he was initially delighted. This saved him a lot of trouble, as he no longer had to deliberately search for the person's whereabouts. However, when he noticed that Fu Wenfei and the person with the green light had gathered together, seemingly discussing something, this made his expression somewhat unpleasant. After all, both of these individuals were treacherous, and when they gathered, they were definitely up to no good, probably concocting something. Sure enough, afterwards, for some unknown reason, Fu Wenfei's speed inexplicably increased dramatically, and he vanished ahead. Bloodbone was also a smart person and naturally understood that such a sudden increase in speed could not be sustained. However, the way these two acted must have had a deeper meaning. This caused a hint of vigilance to arise in his heart. Junior brother Hong, junior sister Feng, later you two go and ambush on the east and west sides. Once you find someone approaching, you must use your strongest methods to hold them back. Junior brother Han, junior sister Cheng, remember to adapt to the situation. After Bloodbone made the arrangements, he raised his hand seals, and the flying boat's speed suddenly increased dramatically, arriving near the dirt slope at an extremely fast pace. Senior brother Bloodbone, there's a mummified corpse there. Junior sister Cheng pointed towards it, her cold yet magnetic voice echoing on the flying boat. Bloodbone looked at it, and his eyes involuntarily filled with thought. Why would there be a corpse? Could it be a trap? But if he didn't go and check, he wouldn't know the specific situation. After thinking for a while, Bloodbone pointed at junior brother Han and said, Junior brother Han, you go down and investigate. If anything seems off, quickly retreat. Junior brother Han, upon hearing this, did not dare to delay. He flew down, and upon reaching the dirt mound, he still took defensive measures before landing. After a short while, junior brother Han seemed to have found something and loudly said, Senior brother Bloodbone, there's only a mummified corpse here, no abnormalities. Oh, and there's also a strange black box beside the corpse. Strange black box? Bloodbone quickly thought of something. Could this box be that black box? With surprise, he then propelled the flying boat to rush over. But as he landed, he suddenly unleashed a large devilish chi hand, striking it outwards in all directions. He still harbored some suspicion, believing that the other party must have set up some kind of trap. However, after the dust settled, the surroundings were extremely quiet. Seeing this, Bloodbone could only put aside his suspicions and instead landed beside the corpse, carefully examining it. This mummified corpse, judging by its injuries, could it be Fu Wenfei? He increasingly felt that the other party was definitely Fu Wenfei's true body, not some substitute Bloodbone, simply because the injury to his left arm was caused by his master's spell, making it impossible to fake. At the same time, there was no Bloodbone chi on the corpse, instead, it was the result of being refined by someone using the blood essence technique. Could it be that the two of them had an internal conflict, and because Fu Wenfei was severely injured, he was ambushed and killed by the person with the green light? Only this explanation seemed most reasonable. However, why would the other party leave this black box behind? Bloodbone always felt things were a bit strange, but because the black box was made of a certain spirit material, he couldn't detect anything with his spiritual sense. Only by opening the box could he know what was inside. Bloodbone already had doubts, so how could he dare to open it? However, this black box was crucial, and what if it contained something vital if he didn't open it? He had also considered taking the black box back to the corpse demon sect. With his master's help, opening it would be much safer. But what if there was a restriction inside the black box that would trigger automatically once he brought it back? Not only would he not gain anything, but he might also be severely punished by his master. His previous actions had already left a bad impression on his master, and if he messed up again this time, he would be close to death. After much thought, Bloodbone still decided to open the black box to find out what was inside, but the person to open it would naturally be someone else. He looked at junior brother Han and said, Junior brother Han, go and open this black box. If there's a crucial treasure inside, your senior brother, will definitely mention it to master. Then, thank you, senior brother. Junior brother Han was startled at first, but a hint of joy quickly flashed across his face. Disciples like them were not valued by their master at all, usually, they were just given some cultivation items casually and then ignored for months. Now, if senior brother could speak well of him, he would have a chance to be accepted as an inner disciple and have the opportunity to cultivate advanced cultivation techniques. This made junior brother Han unhesitatingly wave his hand and take the black box. However, he still cast a defensive talisman before opening the black box. The moment it was opened, a cold chi emanated from within. What met his eyes were many purple flowers lying inside the black box, which were indeed Howen flowers. Senior brother, it's Howen flowers inside. Seeing this, junior brother Han's face showed joy. However, Bloodbone glanced from afar, and his brows furrowed slightly, pulling back quite a distance. A moment later, a sudden explosion rang out. A poisonous mist quickly spread out from the box, followed by several drops of black poisonous blood splattering everywhere. Senior brother, save me! Junior brother Han screamed. He was the closest, and his low-level defensive talismans around him were instantly corroded away. Without a doubt, he was then pierced by several drops of poisonous blood. At the same time, another clear female voice came from the other side. Senior brother Bloodbone, please come quickly and save your junior sister. As long as senior brother can save your junior sister, everything will be done according to senior brother's wishes in the future. Junior sister Cheng was not as close as junior brother Han, but she seemed not to have expected the attack to reach her, so she didn't cast any defensive measures and was unexpectedly hit by the splattering poisonous blood. Soon, when she saw her fair skin turning greenish-blue at a visible speed, fear finally appeared on her face, and she quickly begged Bloodbone for help. Bloodbone heard the cries for help from his two junior brother and junior sister but remained unmoved. He didn't know if the black box would launch another attack at that moment, and if he went over, he might not get a good outcome. Junior brother Han, junior sister Cheng, don't panic. It's just some poison. It won't take your lives for a while. Rest assured, I, your senior brother, have many detoxifying golden cores. Bloodbone first spoke to reassure them, then glanced at the purple flowers lying in the black box, and said, Junior brother Han, quickly check if there are any other abnormalities in the box, and then examine if the Howen flowers in the box are real. Junior brother Han was deceived by Bloodbone's words, and his initial fear subsided a bit. He then tiptoed to examine the box for a while. After finding no more mechanisms, he took out a spirit medicine from the box and carefully examined it in front of his eyes. After a while, he slowly said, Senior brother, I don't know much about this spirit medicine, but judging from its appearance and smell, there's a 70% chance it's real. Upon hearing this, a hint of joy flashed in Bloodbone's eyes. Then, he activated a spell and snatched the spirit flower from junior brother Han's hand. After only a brief look, a burst of laughter rang out, Excellent, excellent, it is indeed that Howen flower. You two did well. Here are 2 detoxifying golden core medicinal pills. You two should take them first. As soon as he finished speaking, Bloodbone threw out 2 dark golden medicinal pills, then he flashed and snatched the black box. He carefully counted the number of Howen flowers. A moment later, he showed a hint of disappointment. From afar, it seemed like a lot, but upon counting, there were only 10 plants. This quantity was simply not enough to explain to his master. However, he could secretly keep these for himself. Senior brother, the golden core you gave seems to have little effect. Look at my body, why is it still greenish-blue? After taking the medicinal pill, junior brother Han found its effect limited. His poison seemed not to have been resolved by it. Humph, shut up. What do you know? Any detoxifying medicinal pill needs time to detoxify. Do you think you are taking an immortal pill that can detoxify you immediately? Senior brother, please calm your anger. It is junior brother's shallow understanding. Seeing his senior brother angry, junior brother Han could only speak meekly, but he still harbored some doubts in his heart. After all, he had taken many detoxifying medicinal pills before, and those medicinal pills usually had obvious effects after consumption, unlike now. Is senior brother Bloodbone's knowledge something you can question? What an ignorant and foolish idiot. Junior sister Cheng naturally sided with Bloodbone due to her previous words, her tone sharp and harsh. Disregarding hierarchy. I am still your senior brother. Junior brother Han could accept being reprimanded by senior brother Bloodbone, but when was it a junior sister with lower cultivation than him's turn to point fingers? If senior brother weren't present, junior brother Han would have truly wanted to strike her with a palm. Alright, both of you, shut up. Bloodbone was annoyed by the noise. At this moment, his mind was entirely focused on the Howen flowers, and he had no time to bother with such trivial matters. He already intended to pocket these 10 Howen flowers, but keeping the black box was ultimately a hidden danger. At this moment, Bloodbone unceremoniously struck the black box with his palm. With a crack, the black box shattered into countless pieces. Then, Bloodbone activated a spell in his hand, and a fireball shot up. With a few crackles, the black box completely turned into ashes under the high temperature of the flames. After doing all this, he looked coldly ahead. We've wasted a lot of time now. All of you, follow me to pursue the person with the blue light, Bloodbone shouted. Then, he glanced at junior brother Han and the other, then flew up and landed on the flying boat. Only he knew that he had no way to resolve the poison of these two. At present, he could only stabilize them. When the poison took effect, they could only resign themselves to fate. He had no intention of caring about others' lives or deaths. Furthermore, no one would know about his private retention of the spirit medicine. After picking up the other two, Bloodbone and the 5 of them once again rowed the flying boat and sped away. However, not long after Bloodbone and the other 4 left, a faint blue light emerged from the ashes of the black box. This time, it slowly gathered into a faint silhouette. The faint silhouette cast a cold gaze in the direction of the flying boat, a thoughtful expression appearing on its face. It seems this isn't as simple as I imagined, cultivators from the corpse demon sect have actually gotten involved. The faint silhouette murmured softly, then looked at Fu Wenfei's dried corpse on the ground, a hint of surprise flashing in its eyes. It seems this was refined by the blood essence technique. Judging by the method, it should have been that kid's doing. I really misjudged him, I didn't expect him to be so ruthless. Oh well, it's a dog-eat-dog world, survival of the fittest. But he's much stronger than my useless disciple. There was a strong sense of admiration in the faint silhouette, but also a feeling of regret that this person could not be used by him. After a few breaths, the faint silhouette waved a hand and dissipated into blue smoke. After crossing Kungkung Lake, Xun Yong finally stopped at a fork in the road, examining the 5 small paths ahead. After pondering for a few breaths, he still chose the middle path. He then urged the ghost sail again, transforming into a streak of blue light and flying away. However, less than 10 breaths after he left, a flying boat sped over. It arrived before Kungkung Lake, and then Bloodbone at the bow waved his hand, bringing it to a brief halt. At this moment, a black abacus had already appeared in his hand. It was the divination treasure. This treasure was one of the few things that truly satisfied him. Previously, it was with this treasure that he had calculated Feng Han's whereabouts, which allowed him to ambush and capture her. Otherwise, if Hao Ming had relied on his dual cultivation method with Feng Han, he truly would not have been easy to underestimate, and would not have been so easily captured by his scheme. Currently, although he was more than 10 li away from the person in the blue light, with this divination treasure, it was guaranteed to be foolproof. This person would not escape his grasp. Next, Bloodbone moved the beads of the abacus, intending to divine where the person in the blue light would go. After all, this Kungkung Lake was very large, with many roads surrounding it, making it accessible from all directions. As a burst of black chi emerged, it shot forward. Not long after, there was a slight movement on the divination treasure. This direction is very familiar. He's actually taking one of the 5 small paths I arranged earlier. A look of surprise flashed across Bloodbone's face, as he knew those 5 small paths were routes he had spent a lot of effort to discover. Why would this person in the blue light also know about them? Bloodbone was already somewhat surprised that the person in the blue light had suddenly appeared on Fengluo Mountain earlier. It was as if he had appeared out of thin air, and Bloodbone had been puzzled at the time. It was only because he had to pursue Fu Wenfei that he didn't think too much about it. But now, seeing that the other party could take the path he had investigated, this was enough to indicate that this person might be one of those who came with him to rescue the stronghold. And Fu Wenfei had already died. Feng Han was captured by him, although she hadn't died yet, she had been poisoned by his strange poison and had no chance of waking up. So, only Hao Ming and Xun Yong remained. As for Hao Ming, Bloodbone had paid the most attention to him when he was in the Blood Yin sect, and understood his character well. Although this person had the temperament of a demon sect cultivator, he wasn't ruthless enough and wasn't associated with treachery or viciousness. Having ruled out Hao Ming, only Xun Yong remained. But hadn't Xun Yong been poisoned by odd flower powder and corpse-devouring poison? Bloodbone couldn't help but ponder this, but soon, as if he had thought of something, he felt that this person was somewhat peculiar. This was because this person was the last to join, and also a cultivator with a lower cultivation level. He seemed to have underestimated him from the beginning and truly hadn't learned much about him. Perhaps this time, he had truly misjudged him. Humph. Bloodbone let out a cold snort, a hint of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes, then he activated his Daoist magic and urged the flying boat to speed away. Since he knew these hidden small paths, he naturally had a way to get ahead and catch up with the other party at the end of the path. At this moment, the place he was heading to was no longer the same route as Xun Yong, but instead sailed towards the southwest, into a secluded dense forest. 10 li away. Xun Yong, enveloped in the blue light, had an unpredictable expression, sometimes looking behind him, sometimes pinching his finger seals. Along the way, he had also learned Fu Wenfei's previous method, setting up some anti-tracking spells on the small path. However, dozens of breaths had passed, yet the spells remained undisturbed. Could it be that Bloodbone hadn't pursued him? Or perhaps, the other party had returned home after obtaining the 10 Haoan flowers. But this idea was quickly rejected by Xun Yong. This was because he knew the other party's character well. How could he let him leave just for 10 Haoan flowers? Even if there were no Haoan flowers, the other party wouldn't let a potential hidden danger escape. Xun Yong also knew that the other party had that divination treasure, how could he not have discovered his location? But it was just very peculiar why the other party hadn't pursued him. Xun Yong pondered for a while but couldn't figure out why. However, he always felt an uneasy premonition in his heart. No, he had to make some preparations in advance to guard against potential dangers that might arise later. At this moment, he took out several items from his storage pouch and began to infuse them with magical power. At the same time, he also released his blood slave, letting him secretly follow far behind him. As time passed, soon, Xun Yong arrived at the end of the small path, in that dense forest. Seeing that it was quiet all around, he then rushed out. However, at this moment, 5 figures emerged from all directions. Without a word, 4 spells shot out from all sides. They firmly locked Xun Yong in place, leaving him no room to escape. Upon seeing this scene, Xun Yong also understood that these few people hadn't failed to pursue him, they had taken a shortcut and arrived at the end of the small path in advance, ambushing him here. But he wasn't unprepared, he touched his waist. Then, 2 boom sounds rang out. At this moment, a dark shield blocked Xun Yong's front. He chose the 2 directions from which the spells were fiercely shooting, and directly broke through, forcing his way out. The moment he came out, Xun Yong fiercely pinched his finger seals and coldly shouted, "Explode for me." At this moment, the bodies of 2 figures instantly swelled up like balloons, both of them revealing expressions of disbelief. These 2 were none other than the poisoned junior brother Han and junior sister Cheng. They should have resided in the corpse demon sect for a long time, rarely engaging in Daoist magic with blood path cultivators. Knowing they were poisoned by blood poison, yet daring to get so close, what else could it be but seeking death? Xun Yong was not polite, his figure flashed, and he appeared before the 2 of them. While taking their storage pouches, he used the black dagger in his hand to take their heads. Bloodbone, of course, knew the blood path Daoist magic, but from beginning to end, he didn't utter a single word of warning. Seeing the 2 of them die, he felt no sympathy whatsoever, instead, his eyes hinted at a good riddance expression. This way, no one would know about his private retention of the Howen flower. However, Bloodbone knew that if he didn't show something at this moment, it was very likely to make the other two feel disheartened. Immediately after, he let out a roar to the sky, and the devilish chi on his body suddenly burst forth. He actually directly activated his strongest mode. The next instant, a massive black hand, like swatting a fly, slammed down towards Xun Yong. Even the air emitted a sound of breaking through space. Xun Yong was startled. He couldn't possibly take this blow head on. He gritted his teeth, then increased the magical power injected into the black shield, and fiercely threw the shield out. The shield collided with the black hand, creating an explosive sound. A small hole was pierced through the black hand, while the black shield magical artifact, under this attack, turned into countless fragments. Xun Yong didn't have time to feel pained. He quickly activated a spell and broke out from the black giant hand. Wrapped in the ghost sail's green light, in just a blink, he flashed to that junior sister Fang. As junior sister Fang's beautiful eyes showed terror, Xun Yong suddenly raised his hand, and a sharp whooshing sound cut through the air. There was a muffled sound of squeak. Junior sister Fang's pretty face was blank, and a fist-sized blood hole appeared on her abdomen. This strike directly destroyed her dantian. Junior sister Fang immediately felt a wave of powerlessness throughout her body, unable to even lift her hands. But this feeling didn't last long before it abruptly stopped. She only felt her head lighten, and with her last bit of peripheral vision, she saw a jet of blood spray from the neck of her graceful body. Immediately after, her vision went black, and she lost consciousness. Xun Yong showed no pity. Instead, he held the head and struck its forehead with a palm, instantly turning it into a mist of blood. You. Upon seeing this scene, Bloodbone's mouth couldn't help but twitch a few times. It was truly too ruthless. He hadn't expected this person to be so sinister and vicious. This made his blood surge, his hand seals changing non-stop, and the devilish chi around him transformed into two thick arrows, shooting out. He vowed to kill this kid on the spot. However, due to Bloodbone's rage, his hand seals were undisguised, losing a bit of their unexpectedness. Xun Yong detected it a step earlier and had already wrapped himself in the green light, heading towards the other person. When senior brother Hong saw the green light rapidly approaching him, he was instantly startled and didn't dare to hesitate. He immediately touched his corpse pouch without hesitation and directly threw out a corpse puppet to block in front of him. This wasn't all. This person then actually took out 7 corpse puppets from his corpse pouch, making a total of 8 corpse puppets, including the previous one, protecting him like an iron barrel in the center. Although these corpse puppets generally only had the strength of refining chi stage 5, they had the advantage of numbers. Moreover, corpse puppets are inherently thick-skinned and have high defense. Unexpectedly, this very action of his actually saved his life. Xun Yong was also speechless when he saw this iron barrel-like defense. He truly had no means to break through it. It must be said that this person still had good adaptability. He could only give up for now, having originally planned to find an opportunity to escape. However, how could Bloodbone let him have his way? At this moment, a small black snake appeared in his hand at some unknown time. After Bloodbone fed it a piece of black meat, a strong black chi flowed from the small snake's body. Immediately after, the small snake's body swelled up like a balloon, growing to 50 meters tall in just a blink of an eye. A thick tail then slammed towards Xun Yong. Xun Yong also moved his hand seals, and a yellow talisman flew out, transforming into a sky full of fiery rain that fell down. Although this black snake had undergone such a transformation, it was still a physical body. When struck by the fiery rain, a scorched smell emanated from its body. Taking advantage of this, Xun Yong cast several more wind blade talismans, which turned into countless strong winds, scraping against the black snake like blades. Humph, mere petty tricks, daring to show off before an expert. Bloodbone couldn't help but sneer as he watched the other party continuously cast some low-level, inconspicuous talismans. Then, a black orb appeared in his hand. As this item was taken out, it exuded an eerie glow. Go! Bloodbone's palm moved, and the black orb transformed into a meteor, flying directly into the black snake's mouth. The moment it swallowed the orb, the black snake's clear eyes suddenly revealed a surge of madness, and countless black viscous liquids oozed from its body. The fiery rain and wind blades seemed to lose their effect, no longer posing a threat to the black snake. And the black snake fiercely slammed its giant tail, sending those black viscous liquids shooting forward like sharp thorns. Wherever they struck, everything turned into black water. Xun Yong didn't dare to delay any longer and quickly dodged. Unbeknownst to him, as he dodged, a ripple appeared on one side, and a 5-jong large hand suddenly slammed down. Due to its extreme suddenness, it temporarily blocked Xun Yong's escape route. The only way Xun Yong could avoid the giant hand was to flee southeast. However, the southeast direction would likely be attacked by the black snake beforehand. Unless he could produce a magical artifact capable of resisting the sticky thorn attacks. Otherwise, this time he was doomed. With a rumble, the giant hand slammed down. A hint of surprise flashed across Bloodbone's face. He found that the giant hand had missed. This strike was flawless. How could it have missed? Just as he was puzzled, he discovered that on the tall black snake's body, there was a golden shimmering yellow rope, firmly trapping the black snake, preventing it from moving an inch. It was precisely because of this that the attack originally meant to seal the southeast direction by the black snake was not unleashed at all. And after Xun Yong fled out, he didn't hesitate at all, intending to avoid its sharp edge first and flee into the distance. Seeing this, Bloodbone's face alternated between green and pale. But how could he easily let this person escape after such a high-cost ambush? He fiercely slapped his chest, spitting out a mouthful of essence blood, then waved his hand to collect all the essence blood into a black ring. He then began to make hand seals, preparing to activate this treasure. However, an anomaly arose. Bloodbone only felt gusts of yin wind around him, and a bad feeling instantly arose in his heart. He quickly touched his waist, and a feather appeared in his hand. With a hint of heartache, he crushed it without hesitation. The moment the feather was crushed, it transformed into a black furball, completely enveloping him within it. A black light flashed and struck the furball, but it only caused a ripple, causing no damage to it whatsoever. The blood slave's sneak attack failed, and he could only helplessly transform into a black shadow, disappearing into the distance, but in his last moment before leaving, he still retrieved the golden shimmering yellow rope before disappearing into the dense forest below, leaving no trace. Bloodbone's furball also exploded at this moment, turning into specks of black light that dissipated. But when he saw the empty surroundings, his expression was as ugly as could be. This time, with his prepared sneak attack, not only did he fail to keep the opponent, but 3 people on his side also died. The depth of this person's cunning and the ruthlessness of his methods were something Bloodbone had rarely seen. He was truly a formidable enemy. However, because the distance was very close before, Bloodbone still vaguely observed some of this person's facial features. This also made him feel somewhat puzzled. This person was not Xun Yong at all, but a face so unfamiliar it couldn't be more so. He had never seen this person in his impression. Who exactly could this person be? Bloodbone always felt that this person might have changed his appearance, otherwise, how could he explain how this person appeared? Everything defied common sense. Furthermore, the opponent's blood path cultivation technique was used with exceptional skill, clearly indicating that he was a disciple of the Blood Yin sect. To take a step back, if the opponent had been following him from the very beginning, he could not have possibly escaped the divination of the divination treasure. Bloodbone did not know where he went wrong. Perhaps this person was Xun Yong, as he had previously speculated, but he had changed his appearance. But no matter what, this person knew his whereabouts, so he should have been aware of this rescue mission to the stronghold. This was quite fatal. Actually, in Bloodbone's heart, whether or not he could retrieve the Howen flower was secondary and had little to do with him. After all, even if the Howen flower was retrieved, it would have to be handed over to Master, and he would at most receive some rewards. Those rewards would only be useful after he could leave the Blood Yin sect and return to the Corpse Demon sect. And Bloodbone's original plan was to gain some benefits from this without leaving the Blood Yin sect for a short period. This time, he had long planned to complete Master's task, gain benefits, and most importantly, ensure a perfect outcome for this rescue mission. This was also why he had only intended to use poison to make Xun Yong and others lose consciousness from the start, rather than killing them. Bloodbone was preparing for his return to the Blood Yin sect. As long as he did it flawlessly, when he returned to the sect, he would push all the blame onto the Corpse Demon sect, and he would be out of it. Even if old Devil Fulong was cautious, he would not discover any problems. Bloodbone would also be able to smoothly retrieve his essence soul and cultivate the blood path demonic technique in the Blood Yin sect for a longer period. For him, this only brought benefits and no harm. However, with the appearance of another unforeseen circumstance, Bloodbone immediately felt that his plan had a flaw. No, he absolutely could not let this person escape. Bloodbone's expression changed slightly, and there was some panic in his heart. Immediately, in his panic, he circulated his magical power and flew onto the flying boat. Then Bloodbone looked at Senior Brother Hong, preparing to speak a reminder. But upon seeing that this person was not only protected in the middle by 8 corpse puppets, but his face also subtly showed a hint of terror. What a waste! Bloodbone cursed angrily. As a disciple of a demonic sect, to be scared like this by others, what else could he be but a waste? This person's state of mind had already collapsed, and he would be difficult to use for important tasks in the future. If Bloodbone were not concerned about Master, he would have taken action to finish off this cowardly person right now. What are you still standing there for, you waste? Get on the flying boat quickly. Hearing Senior Brother's angry curse, Senior Brother Hong suddenly woke up, and after cautiously looking around, he let out a slight sigh of relief. But this person only put away 4 corpse puppets, leaving 4, before flying to the flying boat. This action made Bloodbone even more furious. This junior brother truly learned nothing but how to be cowardly. Never mind, he did not expect any performance from this junior brother in the future. But isn't this person very afraid of death? Isn't he good at defense? Perhaps, he might still be a very good cannon fodder then. After a short rest, Bloodbone propelled the flying boat forward. This time, he used all his strength, no longer caring about the consumption of magical power, causing the flying boat's speed to instantly increase greatly. Moreover, Bloodbone always held the black circular treasure in his hand. He had already made up his mind that once he encountered the person in front, he would instantly unleash this treasure, ensuring a one-hit kill. Ahead, Xun Yong naturally did not know Bloodbone's thoughts. At this moment, while flying, he also showed a thoughtful expression. At the end of the previous spell battle with Bloodbone, he clearly felt a sense of danger, which began when the other party took out a black treasure. This was also why Xun Yong flew away without hesitation. Xun Yong concluded that once that treasure was unleashed, even if he managed to block it, his magical power would be greatly depleted, and he would be severely injured. Of course, there was also a possibility of dying from this attack. Since Bloodbone could use it as his ultimate trump card, this treasure must be extraordinary. Xun Yong did not want to fight the other party again. Of course, he did not need to fight to the death with the other party. As long as he returned to the sect safely, he would then explain the whole story to the skinning elder. At that time, Bloodbone would surely have his essence soul crushed, meeting the end of soul flying away and spirit scattering. What Xun Yong was contemplating now was how to return to the sect safely without encountering the other party. At this point, taking the previous route was clearly not feasible. If the other party could set up one ambush, there might be a second one. Xun Yong could only change his route and take an unexpected path. At this moment, he touched his storage pouch, took out a map, and began to study it carefully. After a while, Xun Yong seemed to have found a certain route, and his eyes sparkled, a joyful expression appearing on his lips. This is the route to choose. However, before taking this route, he planned to play a good trick on the other party, to make them unaware of his actual direction. After pondering for a few breaths, Xun Yong touched his storage pouch, took out several talismans, and began to set them up. Time flew by, and half a quarter of an hour passed in the blink of an eye. As they crossed the King Yun mountain range, a flying boat stopped. Damn it, how did I lose his direction again? Bloodbone looked at the divination treasure, his eyes filled with confusion. He knew this treasure very well. Each time it performed divination, there would be a brief interval, which was the time to retrieve information. However, this interval was very short, less than 4 or 5 breaths, after which it would again cast a spell and then retrieve the spell. After every 2 uses, magical power needed to be injected again, so it seemed like 10 breaths of time, but in reality, it was 2 divinations. Moreover, to prevent anyone with intentions from discovering this problem, the divination time could be adjusted according to the speed of magical power injection. But at this moment, every time Bloodbone injected magical power and during the divination interval, the kid in front inexplicably changed his direction. When the result appeared, he would find that his own direction was already wrong and had to change it. This back and forth created a considerable distance between him and the person in front. Even if his flying boat was faster than the opponent's, he had already been left behind. What on earth is going on? His treasure rarely made mistakes, so why did it suddenly seem powerless when it came to this kid? If this continues, how can he catch up? Bloodbone briefly pondered, then he pulled out a map and quickly looked at it. He continuously analyzed the opponent's route, trying to predict where the opponent was heading. As he continuously surveyed the many routes, he seemed to discover a place that the opponent was very likely to go to. Chapter 70 Return to Luyan Mountain. That was the remote route Fu Wenfei had mentioned earlier, a desolate place where few people ventured. It seemed this guy planned a trick. Although this route took a considerable detour, it allowed him to bypass the Xianjing sect's sweeping area and return to an unconquered part of the Blood Yin sect. There were many strongholds there, and surely there would be magical artifacts like flying boats. If this guy could use a flying boat, he could indeed return to the sect in a short time. Bloodbone thought of this and made a decision. As long as he could deduce which stronghold the opponent would go to, catching up would not be difficult. He quickly formed a hand seal and flew towards the southwest. Upon flying into the sky above a desolate mountain, Xun Yong immediately landed. He performed some spell within the desolate mountain, and a streak of green light rapidly flew away. But after a while, another afterimage streaked across the sky. The two figures took different routes. It was unknown which one was Xun Yong's true body. One day later, a low, misty mountain peak, permeated with yin qi and faintly red mist, appeared before him. This mountain was Luyan Mountain. It was also the stronghold Xun Yong first visited when he joined the Blood Yin sect. Because this stronghold was located in the central hinterland, it had not yet been affected by the Xianjing sect's lightning raid. It was peaceful and very quiet here. At this moment, Xun Yong transformed back to his original appearance and landed on a platform. Halt! A familiar voice sounded, it was the red-robed supervisor on guard. Senior brother, do you still remember me? Xun Yong clasped his fists and spoke. Oh, you are. I remember now, you must have visited this place 3 years ago, right? At that time, you were only at Qi refining stage 6. I didn't expect that after a few years, you've already reached the disciple of the 8th level of Qi refining. I can't bear the title senior brother anymore. This red-robed person was only at Qi refining stage 7. Facing Xun Yong, a disciple of the 8th level of Qi refining, he felt he couldn't bear the title senior brother. Hey, senior brother, what are you saying? You helped me when I entered the sect, you will always be my senior brother. Xun Yong knew that if he continued like this, they would become estranged, so he quickly spoke to smooth things over. The red-robed man smiled slightly after hearing this, nodding in satisfaction. His eyes clearly showed a slight change before he spoke. Junior brother, why have you come to the stronghold this time? Seeing that the main topic had arrived, Xun Yong quickly said, to be honest, senior brother, this junior brother was on an urgent sect mission and has now completed it, but the route had an issue. I had no choice but to come to this stronghold and wish to borrow a flying boat to return to the sect. Upon hearing this, the red-robed man's expression changed slightly. Which of these urgent missions wasn't extremely dangerous? He had also learned of the sect's change in advance, and to avoid urgent missions, he had come to this stronghold a few months ago to be a guard supervisor. Otherwise, why would he abandon cultivation and willingly remain an unremarkable guard supervisor? Seeing that Xun Yong had completed an urgent mission, the red-robed man couldn't help but reevaluate his strength, feeling a desire to curry favor. After a moment of thought, the red-robed man said, Junior brother, I might as well tell you, borrowing a flying boat is not a big problem. However, if junior brother wants to truly borrow a flying boat, he will need to use some methods. At this point, the red-robed man lowered his voice, channeling spiritual power into his mouth, and whispered into Xun Yong's ear. Xun Yong listened carefully, his eyes gleaming, and his gaze towards the senior brother also showed subtle changes. Thank you for telling me, senior brother. This junior brother is extremely grateful. Hey, junior brother, don't be like that. In the future, I will also have difficulties, and then I will need junior brother's help. If senior brother ever needs me, this junior brother will not refuse. Haha, with junior brother's words, I am relieved. Alright, junior brother, I presume your time is limited, hurry inside. Hearing this, Xun Yong no longer hesitated and quickly strode inside. Upon entering the immortal cave, he saw 8 or 9 people, either sitting or standing to one side. It seemed these people, like when Xun Yong first arrived, were here to join the Blood Yin sect. When these people felt the powerful spiritual power fluctuations from Xun Yong, they immediately averted their eyes, each bowing their heads low. Xun Yong merely swept a cold glance over them before turning his head and walking forward. Junior brother Xun Yong greets senior brother Wu here. Wu Fei, who was seated in front, quickly looked over, sizing up Xun Yong for a moment. A hint of surprise flashed in his eyes, followed by a playful expression. But very quickly, he seemed to recall Elder Gu's instructions, and he immediately composed himself, smiling as he spoke. You are Xun Yong, junior brother Xun, right? It's been a long time. Junior brother's cultivation has not only greatly increased, but his appearance has also changed significantly. Senior brother overpraises me. This junior brother's cultivation is not worth mentioning. Xun Yong feigned humility for a moment, then went straight to the point. This time, junior brother has something that requires senior brother's trouble. Oh, what is it? Junior brother, why don't you tell me? It's nothing major. This junior brother merely wishes to borrow the stronghold's flying boat to return to the sect. Upon hearing this, Wu Fei's smile vanished, replaced by a troubled expression. Junior brother, this flying boat is not my personal property. I cannot make the decision. How about I send a message to the sect and see how they respond? Alternatively, junior brother, you can wait a few days until this batch of disciples is complete, and junior brother can also hitch a ride. Xun Yong seemed to have known Wu Fei would say this, and a cold sneer rose in his heart. Wasn't he just trying to get some benefits? What, sending a message to the sect? The red-robed man's earlier reminder also meant this. Of course, the red-robed man had also told Xun Yong the value of the benefits needed. Xun Yong didn't want to spend extra money, so he only prepared the exact amount and placed it in a storage pouch. Then, he took out the storage pouch and handed it to Wu Fei. After Wu Fei inspected it, a smile instantly appeared at the corner of his mouth, an exceptionally hypocritical smile. After a moment, he said. Since junior brother can afford the price, I can only risk not being in charge to help junior brother this once. Junior brother, please wait on the platform ahead. I will now gather the disciples returning to the sect this time. Xun Yong didn't want to say more and walked directly towards the passage ahead. Soon, he arrived at a platform. On the left side of the platform, a black patterned flying boat was docked. He had just glanced at the flying boat when his hand seal suddenly changed, and he frowned. I didn't expect Bloodbone to have some ability. He actually saw through my trick so quickly and is chasing me in this direction. However, Xun Yong's expression only changed slightly. The other party would need at least 50 breaths to catch up. As long as the flying boat could depart successfully within this time, it would be difficult for the other party to catch up. With so much time, Wu Fei should be able to gather all those disciples, right? After all, there were only 8 or 9 people in the immortal cave, and it was just a matter of a wave of the hand. Xun Yong felt at ease and began to wait in place. However, a full 30 breaths later, those people finally arrived late. This made Xun Yong's face look a bit unsightly, and a hint of anxiety appeared in his expression. Senior brother Wu, can we depart now? Junior brother, don't be anxious. This flying boat needs some time to start, at most 100 breaths. Junior brother doesn't care about this little bit of time, right? After hearing this, a sharp glint flashed in Xun Yong's eyes, and he felt incredibly annoyed, with a hint of killing intent rising to his heart. But very quickly, he suppressed it, then reluctantly touched his waist and took out a storage pouch of spirit stones. I assume senior brother is short on spirit stones to start. How coincidental, I still have some on me, senior brother might as well take them. Oh, junior brother's actions truly please me. With this storage pouch of spirit stones, the flying boat can be started in at most 5 breaths. Wu Fei grabbed the spirit stones with a joyful smile, quickly counted them, and then coldly shouted to those behind him. What are you dawdling for? All of you quickly board the flying boat. If anyone dares to waste time, I will have a way to ensure he can never board the flying boat again. Sure enough, within 5 breaths, the flying boat began to emit strong whines. And those 8 or 9 disciples, seeing the person in charge speak, how could they dare to delay? They all scrambled to board the flying boat, as if afraid that if they were slow, they would suffer a tragic fate. Seeing this, Xun Yong also nodded, but he had to spend a lot more spirit stones, which made him feel a bit unhappy. But the result still made him quite satisfied. Then he flew up and landed on the flying boat. This time, Wu Fei did not delay further. He quickly performed several hand seals, and the flying boat shot through the air. And 10 breaths later, another black flying boat broke through the air and pursued without hesitation. On the black flying boat, Bloodbone's face was flushed, clearly indicating that his anger was on the verge of erupting. Before, he clearly could have caught up with the other party. However, when the distance was less than 3 li, he sensed a faint aura of a blood slave emanating from the person shrouded in blue light ahead. Immediately, Bloodbone's scalp tingled. He instantly understood that he had been played by the other party's scheme. And the other party's true body had probably already taken another Dao. Bloodbone couldn't help but turn his head. He knew that without that ghost Dao magical artifact, the other party's true body would likely not be very fast. However, despite rushing, when he finally located the other party, he was still a step too late. The other party had actually escaped by flying boat. Bloodbone was now vexed and confused. He also discovered that the speed of the flying boat the other party was riding was not much different from his own flying boat's speed. It seemed impossible to pursue this person further. Damn it! Bloodbone roared furiously, his heart completely flustered. At this moment, he could already foresee that this person would appear before old Devil Fu long later to report that Fengluo Mountain had been occupied by the corpse demon sect. And his identity as a corpse demon sect disciple would undoubtedly be exposed. At that time, old Devil Fu Long would surely extract the spirit essence he had left behind and angrily crush it. Thinking of this, Bloodbone shivered all over. Senior brother Bloodbone, what should we do next? If we continue to pursue, we will enter the Blood Yin sect's territory. Senior brother, you know that I don't have the Blood Yin sect's identity. If senior brother wants to continue the pursuit, can you let me off the flying boat? Junior brother Hong saw Bloodbone's furious appearance and couldn't help but tense up, fearing that the other party might go crazy and unleash all his anger on him, which would be too unfair. At this moment, seeing that the situation was not right, he quickly found an excuse, hoping that senior brother would let him off the flying boat. This junior brother Hong had no other abilities, but his ability to sense danger was truly first-rate. At this moment, Bloodbone indeed intended to vent his anger on this junior brother Hong, as Bloodbone had only planned to use this person as cannon fodder before, but now he was no longer of much use. Junior brother's words are reasonable. Junior brother, you don't have that Blood Yin sect identity, so it is indeed inconvenient to follow along in the pursuit. Seeing Bloodbone say this, junior brother Hong couldn't help but feel joy in his heart. It seemed his previous reminder was just right, and it immediately enlightened senior brother. Look, senior brother had already tacitly approved his departure. Then, to help senior brother successfully kill this person, junior brother will not linger and will return to the sect first. Junior brother Hong bowed and then used his magical power, preparing to fly off the flying boat. Unbeknownst to him, as soon as his front foot left the flying boat, before his back foot could follow, he was firmly locked by a pitch-black large hand around his throat. Did I tell you to leave? Bloodbone's eyes flashed with an evil light, and a strong killing intent emanated from his body. Senior brother, why is this? I don't recall ever offending senior brother. Junior brother Hong's face flushed, and a large mouthful of fresh blood spurted from his mouth. The next moment, Bloodbone lifted his hand, and a bloody head was twisted off, blood spraying out like a geyser. Bloodbone's mouth curved into a sinister smile, then he suddenly squeezed, and the head turned into a sky full of blood rain, falling down. Just as junior brother Hong spoke, a flash of inspiration suddenly struck Bloodbone's mind. That's right, he had already thought of a countermeasure. However, this countermeasure meant completely breaking away from the corpse demon sect in the future and truly becoming a disciple of the Blood Yin sect. Since Bloodbone had made this plan, he had already drawn a clear line between himself and the corpse demon sect, and between himself and his master. And this junior brother Hong was a corpse demon sect disciple, so naturally, he could not be allowed to leave safely, as he did not want any more mistakes to occur. This was a crucial point for whether he could survive. After doing this, he couldn't help but take out a pitch-black medicinal pill and swallowed it whole. After the medicinal pill entered his stomach, the slight, inconspicuous corpse chi that had originally lingered on his body instantly vanished without a trace. Then, he touched his storage pouch and completely destroyed all items related to the corpse demon sect, one by one. Now, even if his master wanted to forcibly contact him, it would be impossible. Having done all this, Bloodbone then urged the flying boat to break through the air. He knew the routes around the Blood Yin sect like the back of his hand. Although he couldn't catch up with the flying boat Xun Yong was riding. However, he could return to the Blood Yin sect one step ahead. At that time, there might still be a turning point. Subsequently, the flying boat sped away to the other side, and the black flying boat disappeared into the distance. A day and a half later, at the Blood Yin sect. When Xun Yong saw the flying boat land within the Blood Yin sect, his heart relaxed. After a simple farewell to Wu Fei, he quickly flew off the flying boat. He didn't dare to delay for another moment and hurried towards a secluded peak. Of course, before that, he had to return to his immortal cave to safely store the Howen flowers and other valuable items. Then, without stopping, he rushed to Yin Demon Peak, the mountain where the skinning elder resided, to hand over the mission. However, when he arrived at Yin Demon Peak, he found an extremely familiar figure on a necessary small path leading up to the mountain. And this person was none other than Bloodbone. At this moment, Bloodbone's face was wreathed in smiles. When he saw Xun Yong arrive, he didn't show much surprise, as if a weight had been lifted from his heart. Senior brother Xun, it really is you. You've hidden it so well from your senior brother. Bloodbone pointed at Xun Yong and first let out a loud laugh. Then, his face was wreathed in smiles, with a hint of surprise in his expression, but no killing intent whatsoever, as if he was greeting an old friend very normally. Senior brother, you must have worked very hard to maintain such a disguise. Xun Yong's expression changed. The moment he saw the other party, his hand had already subtly withdrawn into his sleeve. Then, his face cold, he responded with feigned politeness. Although he didn't know why this person had returned to the sect ahead of him, as long as he didn't push him too hard, this person wouldn't dare to act here. But to be safe, he was still secretly preparing a backup plan. Afterward, as soon as they met the skinning elder, this person would surely reveal his true colors and be tortured to death obediently. Oh, junior brother Xun, what are you talking about? How could senior brother be disguised? Don't make groundless accusations. Seeing that Xun Yong was being somewhat tactless, Bloodbone reined in his smile a bit, and his words were noticeably more forceful. The meaning was clear, he wanted Xun Yong to know when to stop. Oh, I don't know where I'm making groundless accusations. How about we wait until we see Elder Fu Long later, senior brother? You can point out junior brother's issues in front of the elder, and the elder can judge fairly for you. Xun Yong sneered, his words slow and deliberate, yet striking directly at Bloodbone's heart. You. Junior brother Xun, do you really want to be so ruthless? Although your senior brother admits that chasing you before was very inappropriate, it was also due to circumstances. And junior brother, you didn't suffer much damage. How about junior brother, you name a price. Your senior brother can guarantee that you will be satisfied. Bloodbone's face fell. A hint of frost appeared in his expression, but he still spoke courteously. Upon hearing this, Xun Yong did not immediately reply. Instead, he pondered for a full 10 breaths before speaking. I wonder what kind of explanation senior brother can offer? Why don't you tell me, and I can consider it. After listening, Bloodbone saw that things had taken a turn for the better and felt a sense of relief. If Xun Yong kept holding on, that would be a tricky matter. He quickly said, Junior brother, don't worry, this explanation will definitely satisfy you. 1,000 spirit stones, plus 2 low-grade magical artifacts. Bloodbone then held up a finger, speaking with extreme seriousness, even adding 2 extra magical artifacts. The value of the 2 magical artifacts alone was over 300 spirit stones, plus the 1,000 spirit stones, that would be 1,300 spirit stones. This price would absolutely drive Chi refinement stage disciples insane. This was also the maximum price Bloodbone could offer. He was confident that this explanation would be fatally tempting to these demon sect disciples. However, when Xun Yong heard this, his expression remained unusually calm, showing no hint of greed. This made Bloodbone realize something, and his heart turned cold. Could this person's appetite be astonishingly large, to the point of disdaining such a high price? Truly, good words are wasted on those destined to die. Since that was the case, he could only resort to his backup plan. Just as he reached for his waist, intending to use any means necessary to deliver a fatal blow to the other party, a voice entered his ear. Senior brother's explanation is indeed very generous. How could I possibly not agree? It's just that I've taken a liking to one of senior brother's treasures. Would senior brother be willing to part with that divining treasure? If senior brother is willing to part with it, I will definitely not mention your matter to Elder Fu Long. How about it? Xun Yong put on a reluctant expression, but his peripheral vision had already detected the other person's unusual behavior. It seemed this person was also preparing some kind of backup plan. But Xun Yong truly didn't want to fight here, so he reluctantly agreed to the other party's terms, but he didn't forget to take the opportunity to mention the divining treasure he had coveted for a long time. After Bloodbone heard this, he withdrew the hand he had extended to his waist and fell silent for a few breaths. Although he was very unwilling to give up that divining treasure, if he could give up this treasure now and avoid bloodshed, that would naturally be the best option. After all, he didn't want to make a move here, as that would only increase old Devil Fu Long's suspicion. Although he was prepared, it would still create a few tenths of danger out of thin air. All right, I agree to your terms, junior brother. I hope you don't forget your words this time. If you go back on your word, I will have a way to perish together with you. At this, Bloodbone touched the storage pouch at his waist and took out the divining treasure. Then he took out another storage pouch and threw them both to Xun Yong. After Xun Yong received them, he began to examine them. There were indeed 1,000 spirit stones, plus 2 additional magical artifacts, and this divining treasure. Everything was sufficient. Senior brother is indeed a man of his word. All right, let's go see Elder Fu Long. After the mission is handed over, we can get our vital essence back. Let's go. The two then stepped onto Yin Demon Peak together, heading towards a spacious courtyard several thousand meters away. As soon as the two of them stepped into the courtyard, an old voice rang out, "You two, come in." Yes. Upon hearing this, the two respectfully clasped their fists and quickly walked into the room. At this moment, Elder Fu Long was seated before a wooden table, his fingertips stirring the teacup a few times, then he picked up the teacup and took a large gulp. "Tell me, how was the mission completed this time?" Xun Yong and Bloodbone exchanged glances, and after a quick look, Bloodbone stepped forward. He began to recount how the five of them went to Fengluo Mountain, how they fought against the Xianqing sect disciples, and then how they unexpectedly discovered that the Fengluo Mountain stronghold had been occupied by the corpse demon sect. Of course, from that point onward, Bloodbone's words were entirely fabricated. He vividly described how he escaped the corpse demon sect's pursuit. He would also occasionally take out 1 or 2 items he had seized after fighting with corpse demon sect disciples. After listening, Xun Yong couldn't help but secretly agree that this person's acting skills were truly first-rate, and in order to make his story consistent, he had even prepared substantial evidence, showing extremely thorough preparation. Xun Yong, what about you?" Elder Fu Long nodded subtly and then looked at Xun Yong, apparently wanting to hear how Xun Yong would explain. Xun Yong quickly stepped forward, clasped his fists, and said righteously, reporting to Elder Fu, the Fengluo mountain stronghold was indeed occupied by the corpse demon sect. It's just that Bloodbone is a spy planted by the corpse demon sect, colluding with them. He used odd flower powder and corpse devouring poison on Disciple and the others. Poor senior brother Hao and senior brother Fu and the others, they were unconscious from the poison, and Disciple also narrowly escaped with his life. And this person even bribed Disciple in front of Yin Demon Peak, attempting to sneak through. Disciple knew he was no match for this person, so he could only pretend to agree. These are the items this person bribed Disciple with. I ask Elder to uphold justice. Xun Yong didn't hesitate, touching his waist and pulling off a storage pouch, then dumping all its contents onto the ground. Of course, the divination treasure was not among them. Instantly, 1,000 spirit stones and 2 magical artifacts appeared on the ground. Xun Yong, you. Bloodbone was trembling with rage, his face filled with disbelief. He had never imagined that the items he had given away would turn into sharp weapons used against him. He quickly realized that from the very beginning, the other party had intended to kill him, and he had foolishly made a deal with them. Since that was the case, he decided to throw caution to the wind. Elder Fulong, this person is the corpse demon sect's spy. He privately entered the Fengluo mountain spirit field secret chamber and stole many spirit medicines. If Elder doesn't believe me, you can search his storage pouch. As for these items, they are absolutely not a bribe, but rather something I was coerced into giving up by this person. It was truly my momentary greed, as I selfishly wanted to keep these 10 Hoenn flowers for myself. I ask Elder to forgive this disciple. Bloodbone was also someone who had experienced many trials and tribulations, and he quickly came up with a countermeasure, immediately pointing the finger at Xun Yong. He then touched his storage pouch and took out the 10 Hoenn flowers. Afterward, he adopted an expression of being at their mercy. Upon hearing this, Xun Yong cursed inwardly. Bloodbone's method of slinging mud was truly first-rate. It not only temporarily defused the situation but also shifted the blame. Xun Yong, is what he says true? Fulong's expression turned cold as he looked at Xun Yong. Although his words were very chilling and contained a hint of doubt, there was also a sense of pressure in his aura. However, from Xun Yong's perception, it wasn't particularly strong. It seemed that Elder Fulong still harbored doubts and didn't truly believe Bloodbone's words. And he wasn't unprepared, he quickly cupped his fist and spoke. Wronged. This person is spouting nonsense. This disciple has never heard of Hoenn flowers, nor do I know what Hoenn flowers are, so how could I steal them? Furthermore, Fengluo Mountain has already been occupied by the corpse demon sect, and their disciples guard it strictly. This disciple would have no opportunity at all. If Elder still doesn't believe me, this disciple can hand over my storage pouch for Elder to search thoroughly. His words caused the surroundings to fall silent. But even though Xun Yong said that, he didn't reach for his storage pouch. He was certain that Elder Fulong had a way to detect whether there were Hoenn flowers in his storage pouch. Otherwise, he wouldn't have such a strange attitude about it. At this moment, for him to take out his storage pouch himself would be very inappropriate. A peculiar light flashed in Fulong's eyes, and his suspicion clearly lessened. He quickly snapped. Are you spouting nonsense? Do you have any evidence? Although Fulong didn't think Xun Yong could steal Hoenn flowers, once Hoenn flowers were involved, he had to take it seriously. At this moment, his cold shout was infused with some magical power, causing people to tremble with fear while also containing a hint of anger. Seeing this, Bloodbone, who was standing nearby, was already secretly overjoyed. This Xun Yong was reaping what he sowed, he refused the benefits and insisted on getting into trouble. After all, Bloodbone understood Old Devil Fulong far better than Xun Yong did. Old Devil Fulong was naturally suspicious, once there was a point that raised suspicion, he would relentlessly question it. What's more, the current focus was on the extremely important Hoenn flowers. It remained to be seen if Xun Yong could withstand it. Even if this person hadn't stolen spirit medicine, he wouldn't be able to produce any so-called evidence. But after killing Fu Wenfei, this person definitely had Hoenn flowers in his possession. There was no way to escape this time. Xun Yong's body trembled slightly under Fulong's pressure. How could he not understand? If Fulong truly had evidence, why would he resort to verbal pressure? He would have acted long ago. At present, he was actually being bluffed. If he couldn't withstand the pressure and confessed, he would truly fall into the trap. But he wasn't unprepared, he spoke, Elder Fulong, I do have an item. I wonder if this item can prove it. Under Bloodbone's astonished gaze, Xun Yong touched his waist and pulled out a black magical artifact. This magical artifact was what he had obtained after killing the corpse demon sect disciple within that corpse chi formation. Seeing this, Fulong quickly waved his hand, taking the magical artifact into his hand and examining it carefully. Bloodbone's face, at this moment, was as ugly as it could be. How could he not know what this magical artifact was? This was precisely the formation magical artifact set up by his master's black corpse puppet, and it still contained an extremely rich corpse chi. How did this item end up in Xun Yong's hands? Bloodbone had previously taken the evil dispelling pill, which would conceal most of the corpse demon sect's cultivation technique he cultivated in his body. However, once this magical artifact was activated, even a trace of corpse chi in his body would be stirred. The situation, which originally had a chance to turn around, was instantly reversed with the appearance of this magical artifact. Bloodbone was completely panicked, cold sweat beating on his forehead. This time, he was truly doomed. If he had known this person had this treasure, he should have decisively killed him before reaching the mountain peak. Bloodbone hated himself for lacking the desperate will to fight for his life, always seeking stability. Truly despicable. A wave of grief and indignation surged in his heart. He knew that his current predicament was all caused by the suddenly appearing Xun Yong. Since that was the case, he wouldn't let this person have an easy time either. The next moment, Bloodbone suddenly waved his hand, took out the black ring treasure, and quickly injected magical power into it. The treasure immediately emitted a black light, a buzzing sound arose, and a strong magical power fluctuation spread around. Xun Yong, I told you I'd take you down with me. Bloodbone let out an evil laugh, and the black light shot towards Xun Yong. This attack was extremely sudden. Even Bloodbone showed a look of triumph. At this moment, no one would have expected him to suddenly erupt and attack. An old devil Fulong, who was at the foundation establishment stage, was currently distracted examining the treasure in his hand, so he probably wouldn't be able to notice it immediately. By the time the other party acted, the attack would have already landed on Xun Yong's body. Presumptuous. Just then, a thunderous roar suddenly exploded. Instantly, Bloodbone's head buzzed, and his spell-casting movements were interrupted. His face was filled with shock. His attack was just a blink away from being launched. How was it suddenly interrupted? Could it be that old devil Fulong wasn't examining the treasure in his hand but had been paying attention to him all along? But this thought didn't linger in Bloodbone's mind for long before a large hand suddenly slammed onto his forehead. Bloodbone clearly heard a crisp sound, and only felt his head go blank, then saw a bloody hand, somehow pulling something out of his head. Then, it transformed into a sky full of blood stars, scattering all around. Subsequently, Bloodbone's body fell straight to the ground, and the black light on that circular treasure immediately dimmed. Elder Fulong let out a cold snort, then waved his hand, turning all the clotted blood in his hand into a bloody mist, before putting his hands behind his back. Kid, you're quite clever, you dodged very quickly. Get back here for this old man. Xun Yong, who had already escaped the house in advance, could only give a bitter smile upon hearing Elder Fulong's words and returned. Humph. Kid, you completed this mission very well, you actually managed to dig out this tumor for me. Fulong glanced at Xun Yong, and only then did a hint of approval flash in his eyes. He had originally planned to scare this kid more, but Bloodbone couldn't hold back. This made him feel a bit bored. Now that the situation was clear, there was no need for him to press on. Thank you, Elder, for your praise, but this mission was not completed to perfection, and disciple still feels somewhat unworthy, Xun Yong said humbly, quickly cupping his fists. He didn't dare to speculate on the elder's thoughts, but as long as he kept a low profile, there would always be no harm. Fulong secretly nodded, you did well too, this mission can be considered perfectly completed. This is your deserved reward. With that, Fulong flipped his hand, took out a storage pouch, and threw it over. At the same time, he took out a small bottle and threw that out as well. Xun Yong first caught the small bottle, then slowly accepted the storage pouch. After confirming that the small bottle indeed contained his spirit essence, he carefully put it away. This spirit essence still needed some time to fully integrate into his soul body. Fulong didn't want to say more and simply waved his hand, dismissing Xun Yong. Only after seeing Xun Yong completely leave Yin Demon Peak did Fulong withdraw his gaze with a bitter smile, shaking his head slightly. I'm truly getting old, to actually take an interest in a young junior. Then, with a wave of his hand, he put away a cold bracelet called the Yin Cold Bracelet. It was a unique treasure from the Yin Cold Bitter Land, capable of sensing Yin Cold Qi. Since the Howen flower was originally a Yin Cold Spirit flower, it could be sensed by this bracelet even when inside a storage pouch. From the very beginning, Fulong already knew that there was no so-called Howen flower inside Xun Yong's storage pouch. Although he could have searched Xun Yong's storage pouch, he didn't do so, mainly because he sensed the aura left by Gulogui on this disciple. It seemed that this disciple was someone highly regarded by Gulogui. This made Fulong have to give him some face, not wanting to push things too far, lest Gulogui bring up the matter in the future. What a pity. If this disciple hadn't been so highly regarded by Gulogui, this old man could have tried to recruit him as a disciple. Fulong sighed softly, but then, thinking of his good-for-nothing disciple Haoming, he frowned and kept shaking his head. Although Haoming possessed the style of a demonic sect, he lacked a certain ruthlessness and the inherent sinister chi of a demonic path disciple. This was also the reason why he met his demise in Fengluo Mountain during this mission. Before setting off, Fulong had attached a wisp of his soul to him, so if Haoming truly encountered a death tribulation, Fulong could use this wisp of soul to see if he could protect his disciple, but at that time, in that dark immortal cave, he only felt that Haoming had been afflicted with a type of corpse poison, and the magical power within his body had long vanished. Even his wisp of soul, without a physical body to attach to, could not exert much effect at all. But it wasn't without gains. He also discovered that Fengluo Mountain was occupied by the corpse demon sect, and at the same time, he sensed the aura of an acquaintance. That was the aura of Elder Zhang Kui, the old ghost of the corpse demon sect. This was also why Fulong did not believe that Xun Yong had the ability to steal the spirit medicine. After all, although this old ghost Zhang Kui came as a clone, his strength was not something a disciple of the 8th level of Qi refining like Xun Yong could deal with. Of course, Fulong had also prepared a backup plan, which was the black box. He had originally thought that the black box would definitely be entrusted to his disciple Haoming for safekeeping, which was why he had given such a reminder earlier. And Fulong had not only left a restriction in the black box but also a wisp of his sub-soul. This wisp of sub-soul was different from a wisp of soul. However, Things did not go as planned, his methods, with Hao Ming's failure, all came to naught, and he no longer had the need to use his sub-soul to fight the enemy. With all these methods, Hao Ming should have been the one to have the last laugh. But he was shattered by his own hands. It truly made one feel regret. Finally, Fu Long took another look at where Xun Yong had departed. He believed that with Xun Yong's hard nature at such a young age, he would definitely not be a common person in the future. He couldn't help but place some additional items in that storage pouch. He hoped that in the future, if this disciple could one day stand shoulder to shoulder with him, or even surpass him, he would not forget this kindness. Then, Fu Long began to prepare to deal with the matters of Fengluo Mountain. Xun Yong returned to his immortal cave at the first opportunity. Looking at the several black boxes and 7 storage pouches placed on the ground, he couldn't help but be overjoyed. These black boxes contained Haoan flowers, but no yin cold qi emanated from them. This was sufficient to show that these boxes were not ordinary items, but rather made from some kind of spirit material. It must be said, Fu Wenfei's preparations were truly thorough. With this black box, Xun Yong no longer had to worry about the medicinal properties of the Haoan flower diminishing over time. Subsequently, Xun Yong opened the black box and counted the number of spirit medicine. After finding that there were a full 120 plants, he nodded with satisfaction. At that time, due to time constraints, Xun Yong had collected 50 plants, then collected 10 more for Fu Wenfei. After that, seeing that the situation was not right, he fled. Fu Wenfei, on the other hand, was more greedy, collecting a full 70 plants. After removing the 10 plants placed in the black box to lure Bloodbone, there were indeed 120 plants. However, he was also somewhat puzzled as to what exactly the Haoan flower was used for. After all, the corpse demon sect, Bloodbone, and Fu Wenfei were all coveting these spirit medicine. Its purpose was probably far from simple. Because of this, Xun Yong did not dare to rashly take this flower and go out to inquire. It was truly a pity, how could he possibly know its function? Xun Yong thought long and hard but couldn't come up with any solution. The only way was to become an inner sect disciple, then go to the main peak scripture pavilion to look through the ancient texts. However, to become an inner sect disciple, one must have been in the sect for 5 full years and have reached the 8th level of qi refining or above before being able to apply at Lianxian Hall. After applying, one still needed to pass the inner sect disciple assessment to truly obtain an inner sect disciple identity token. Xun Yong had only been in the sect for less than 3 years and was not yet qualified to apply. It seemed he would just have to wait. Putting the black box into his storage pouch, he then picked up the several storage pouches on the ground. There were 8 storage pouches in total, 4 he had obtained by killing enemies, 3 belonged to Hao Ming's couple and Fu Wenfei, and 1 was a reward from Elder Fu Long. Xun Yong sat down on the ground and happily began to examine them. 1 hour later, he finished counting the 7 storage pouches and obtained over 500 spirit stone, 9 magical artifact, and many talisman of various colors. Of course, most importantly, he found a method for making the demon subduing pearl in Fu Wenfei's storage pouch. This method seemed to have been created by a certain righteous path cultivator, specifically as a powerful treasure to eliminate demonic path evil cultivator. The method of creation is quite complicated, requiring 6 very delicate carvings and 3 processes of infusing spirit materials, none of which can have any errors. Of course, it also requires several rare spirit materials. After Xun Yong carefully examined it for a moment, he discovered that one of the main spirit materials was quite rare. There are 3 choices for this main spirit material, but all of them are spirit materials that have been struck by heavenly lightning and then transformed into lightning attributes. They are lily eye grass, purple lightning flower, and golden lightning bamboo. As long as there is one of them, the power of lightning within the spirit material can be extracted to create a lightning pearl, a demon subduing pearl, containing vast power. This is a one-time use, high power treasure. Of course, the power of lightning contained in these 3 spirit materials also varies greatly. Lily eye grass contains the least lightning power, and golden lightning bamboo contains the most. These 3 can successively produce demon subduing pearls of different grades. The demon subduing pearl made from lily eye grass is a low-grade demon subduing pearl. Even if it is a low-grade one, once this demon subduing pearl is unleashed, the lightning power generated by its explosion can instantly cover a 5-jong radius. Cultivators below the foundation establishment stage will be completely reduced to ashes. Even an early-stage foundation establishment cultivator, if caught in the central area of the lightning, will be torn apart and perish by the lightning power. Such power is only the lowest level. The one made from golden lightning bamboo, which contains the most lightning power, is a treasure that can threaten core formation cultivators. This made Xun Yong incredibly covetous. However, he also knew that even the lowest grade lily eye grass was an extremely rare item, and whether he could obtain it was an unknown. Otherwise, Fu Wenfei would not have just placed this creation method in his storage pouch without any finished demon subduing pearls. Xun Yong sighed regretfully, if he truly had this treasure, he wouldn't have to be so cautious and could just unleash it directly when encountering a strong enemy. After regretting for a while, he still carefully put the demon subduing pearl creation method into his storage pouch with great care. Afterward, Xun Yong picked up the last storage pouch. This storage pouch was given to him as a reward by Elder Fu Long. He immediately began to inject spiritual power to investigate it. In just a moment, a look of surprise appeared on Xun Yong's face. Then, he directly tilted the storage pouch downwards. Whoosh, a large number of items fell out. A brilliant luster illuminated the immortal cave somewhat. This is 1,000 spirit stones, and 2 low-grade magical artifacts. Xun Yong let out a soft exclamation, Wasn't this what Bloodbone had bribed him with before? At the time, when he took them out, he had already felt that these spirit stones would probably not be returned, but he didn't expect Elder Fu Long to return them to him on his own initiative. While he was delighted, some doubts inevitably arose in his heart. He also didn't know what Elder Fu Long meant by this. After all, such a large number of spirit stones, even a foundation establishment cultivator should be envious, and this was in the demonic sect, how could they not seek profit? The demonic sect's mindset was even more straightforward than that of righteous path sects. Xun Yong looked at these spirit stones, falling into deep thought for a moment. However, he inadvertently glanced over and saw a very exquisite small bottle with several purplish gold patterns among the many spirit stones. Just by the craftsmanship of the bottle, he secretly speculated that the contents inside would not be some worthless item. He quickly waved his hand and grabbed the bottle. The moment the bottle cap was opened, a scent of spirit medicine and herbs emerged, along with a chilling aura, both emanating from within the bottle. This chilling aura felt extremely familiar to him, somewhat similar to what emanated from Fengluo Mountain, but it was much gentler. Subsequently, he looked inside the bottle and saw a purple medicinal pill, with a layer of frost on it. What kind of medicinal pill is this? Xun Yong felt that this medicinal pill seemed to have a great effect on him. This was because when the chilling aura entered his body through his nasal cavity, he clearly felt some comfort in his body. However, since it was given by a demonic sect elder, he dared not take it rashly. After Xianyin, Xun Yong was wary of everyone. After all, there's no such thing as a free lunch. Moreover, such a big pie had fallen on his head, making him feel suspicious. Originally, Xun Yong already had many worries about Elder Fu Long returning the spirit stones to him, and now another strange medicinal pill had appeared. For a moment, he didn't know what the other party intended to do. Xun Yong's eyes flashed with a cold light. It seemed he had once again attracted the attention of a foundation establishment elder. He didn't know if it was good or bad. He could only put away the spirit stones and the medicinal pill, and his desire for the demon-subduing pearl grew stronger. Only with this treasure in hand could he truly feel at ease. And currently, the battle between Xianjing sect and Blood Yin sect in Fallen Demon Valley had not yet concluded. Xun Yong pondered for a moment and decided to use this period to cultivate and improve his cultivation, and then after the war ended, he would go to the market to inquire. However, before that, he had to deal with the toxins in his body. The odd flower powder and corpse-devouring poison had been suppressed within the meridians of his left arm, and if not dealt with, they would definitely become a big problem in the future. Subsequently, Xun Yong took out the black dagger magical artifact and began to circulate the blood refinement scripture cultivation technique, while mobilizing the essence blood in his left arm. He picked up the black dagger, circulated a large amount of magical power, and spent a quarter of an hour, putting in great effort, to cut a small incision on his meridians. Looking at the small incision on his left arm, which was only the thickness of a fingernail, he couldn't help but show a bitter smile. Mainly because he had cultivated the 100 meridian body refinement technique and had already undergone 5 ruptures and reorganizations, the toughness of his meridians surprised even him. It seems that in the future, he still needs to find a way to complete the first layer, otherwise, cutting open the meridians of his left arm is difficult. If he is poisoned and needs to break open the meridians in time, it would be troublesome if he can't do it immediately. Fortunately, this time, all the toxins could be suppressed by the meridians of his left arm. Then, Xun Yong circulated his Dao and slowly extracted the blood poison sealed within his meridians. But he wouldn't throw away these blood poisons. He took out a small porcelain bottle and slowly stored the blood poison in it. These blood poisons, a combination of corpse poison and exotic flower poison, would be perfect for use against enemies in the future. Once an opponent was hit, it could immediately cause them to lose consciousness. Hehehe. This was much more potent than the poisons he currently possessed. It could be considered a blessing in disguise, as he had gained so much blood poison for free. However, losing so much essence blood meant that it would take Xun Yong some time to recover through cultivation. Time flew by. A month and a half passed in cultivation and recovery. On this day, Xun Yong clearly felt that there was something different outside his immortal cave. He then ended his cultivation, prepared himself, stood up, and hastily left the immortal cave. He fled in the direction of the market, and only returned late at night. On this trip, Xun Yong also managed to gather some information. After nearly 2 months of intense fighting, Fallen Demon Valley finally returned to peace. This time, because Xianjing sect allied with Yu Xiao sect, they dispatched a total of 3,500 people, including 3,300 Qi refinement stage disciples, 192 foundation establishment stage cultivators, 7 core formation stage cultivators, and 1 nascent soul stage cultivator. As for Blood Yin sect, because they were temporarily organizing their forces, their strength was clearly a bit weaker, dispatching a total of 4,000 people, but among them were 3,780 Qi refinement stage cultivators, 214 foundation establishment stage cultivators, only 5 core formation stage cultivators, and 1 nascent soul stage cultivator. Although they had more Qi refinement stage and foundation establishment stage cultivators, they had 2 fewer high-level core formation stage cultivators, so their strength was still inferior. As soon as the war began, both sides suffered countless casualties. But as the war escalated, Blood Yin sect, with 2 fewer core formation stage cultivators, had its aura immediately suppressed. Finally, it was said that the Nascent Soul Ancestral Master of Blood Yin sect used a great divine ability to trap the Nascent Soul Ancestral Master of Xianjing sect for 3 breaths of time. Don't underestimate these 3 breaths of time. For a Nascent Soul cultivator, that means a bloody slaughter. It was precisely these 3 breaths of time that barely managed to turn the tide. This led to Xianjing sect suffering a severe loss of origin qi, and then just 2 days later, they retreated in a sorry state. Xun Yong found out that in this battle alone, the allied forces of Xianjing sect and Yu Xiao sect had over 2,800 cultivators perish, including more than 100 foundation establishment stage cultivators and 4 core formation stage cultivators. As for Blood Yin sect, they were not much better off. Although their nascent soul ancestral master managed to turn the tide at the end, the number of their dead far exceeded Xianjing sect's, with 3,000 cultivators perishing. This included 140 foundation establishment cultivators, and only 1 core formation cultivator escaped with severe injuries. This time, although Blood Yin sect won a tragic victory, after this battle, the sect also suffered a great loss of origin qi, and even the strongholds that Xianjing sect had ambushed were only 60% recovered. The remaining 40% had to be abandoned. Perhaps for the next few decades, Blood Yin sect will only be able to quietly focus on recovering its origin qi. Xun Yong couldn't help but gasp, thinking how tragic this was. If he hadn't spent money to avert disaster at that time, he probably would have died on the battlefield. However, there were also benefits at hand. Due to the fierce fighting this time, those who survived not only received generous rewards but also brought back many rare treasures from the battlefield. These items were naturally from the deceased disciples of Xianjing sect. And in the market, items that were usually hard to come by were casually displayed on stalls. Moreover, the prices were generally not high. After all, Xianjing sect was a righteous path school, and most of their demonic path disciples couldn't use the treasures used by its disciples. The next morning, early, Xun Yong left his immortal cave early, and after changing his appearance to Wang Ping's, he rushed to the market. How could he give up such a rare opportunity? He planned to go to the market to see if he could buy rare treasures. Upon entering the market, he saw people coming and going, making it exceptionally lively. Without hesitation, Xun Yong plunged into the crowd and began to browse among the various stalls. Indeed, some treasures imbued with vast righteous qi were casually displayed on the stalls. Even Xianjing sect's clear hard art cultivation technique and Yu Xiao sect's beast taming record appeared in large quantities. There were also many spirit beasts that Yu Xiao sect members had lost or had captured, such as strangely shaped 8-horned deer and black-winged rats, all for sale. Of course, these spirit beasts were useless to them, these demonic cultivators, if bought back, but some inexpensive ones were still being purchased. If Xun Yong's guess was correct, these people bought cheap spirit beasts specifically to extract their blood and refine them into blood essence qi. He also took a fancy to a few poisonous spirit beasts, spending about 10 spirit stones to buy them, planning to take them back and see if he could extract some toxins from them. Xun Yong intended to follow the Dao of blood poison cultivation, not planning to let go of any toxins, and intending to take them back for thorough research. Soon, he had browsed half of the stalls. He had gained a lot of insight, but he didn't make any more purchases. It wasn't that these stalls had no good items, it was just that there were very few that he could actually use. After all, there were truly few items from righteous path schools that demonic cultivators would find appealing. Some items that glowed with strange colors seemed gaudy, and Xun Yong felt they were an eyesore to use. He preferred treasures that allowed for stealthy attacks and instant kills. Such treasures could both eliminate enemies and prevent the user from being discovered and facing a desperate counterattack. As for rare spirit medicines like luli grass, Xun Yong didn't see any at all. It seemed that such spirit medicines were either rare or kept as treasures, not easily sold in the sect market. Although the sect market seemed safe, it was crowded and complex, and it was inevitable that cunning schemers might be lurking within. Even Xun Yong wouldn't dare to display such items rashly. As for Hao and Flower, not a single stock of this spirit medicine was seen. Xun Yong was not surprised, and after browsing for a while longer, he was about to return to his immortal cave, planning to visit the market again tomorrow. However, at this moment, he saw a small old man quickly come to an empty spot, and with a touch of his storage pouch, he laid out the items inside on the ground. This person was none other than Feng Ziyi. He hadn't expected that this person would also survive the emergency mission. Xun Yong had originally thought that this person was merely clever, but in terms of fighting others, he should be somewhat lacking, and this time he would probably fall in this emergency mission. But now, it seemed he had indeed misjudged him. Subsequently, Xun Yong pretended to wander around for a bit, then slowly appeared before this person's stall. "Oh, junior brother Wang, you also survived the emergency mission. I knew it, junior brother, good people are blessed by heaven, and you were destined to come back alive." When Feng Ziyi saw that the person was Xun Yong, he quickly stepped forward to flatter him. "Hehe, junior brother was also just lucky, just lucky." Xun Yong humbly replied, but he didn't delve deeper into the topic. Instead, he looked at the items on the other party's stall. "Junior brother, you've come at just the right time. Senior brother just got a new batch of goods. Junior brother, you're also an old customer. Tell senior brother which one you like, and senior brother will give you a discount." Feng Ziyi was beaming with joy. This junior brother was a wealthy one, his blood fiend energy was bought by this person before. It was precisely because of this that he had his current transformation. This time, he had picked up many treasures from the battlefield. While prices were still opaque, wouldn't it be wonderful to recommend this person to buy more? Xun Yong had been dealing with this person for 2 years, so he naturally understood his intentions. Seeing the other parties smile, he knew he wasn't up to anything good. Despite this, Xun Yong still seriously and with great interest began to examine the items on the old man's stall, one by one. This time, the old man had an extremely abundant supply of goods. In addition to the usual blood fiend energy, blood essence chi, spiritual water, and other items, there were also many new things. Xun Yong only looked at 2 items, and his eyes subtly changed. These new items were actually magical artifacts and auxiliary spiritual items used by righteous path cultivators, along with rare purple-covered cultivation technique books. There were also various other rare goods that even he didn't recognize. It seemed that this old man might have had bad luck and drawn a green token to go to the battlefield, but he had returned alive from it. After all, he couldn't have acquired such a large and diverse quantity of these goods just by peddling. Xun Yong looked at the old man's glowing face and knew that he must have plundered many storage pouches from the corpses of righteous path cultivators left on the battlefield. It had to be said, this old man had some skill. A moment later, Xun Yong seemed to spot a certain item among these goods and let out a soft exclamation in his heart. This item consisted of 2 strange black transparent stones, and it was a type of materials that Xun Yong urgently needed at the moment. Although not a rare item, it was still a scarce one that he absolutely had to get his hands on. These stones were called Gelei stones, and they were important raw stones used by the demon subduing pearl to gather the power of lightning. There were 2 of them in total, which could be used as Gelei raw stones for 4 demon subduing pearls. However, if he were to specifically ask for these Gelei stones now, the old man would surely quote an exorbitant price. After all, the old man was selling righteous path cultivator items for the first time and probably didn't know much about the market. If he grasped Xun Yong's eagerness, he could demand any price he wanted. Xun Yong pondered for a while, then looked at a few purple-covered books and said, "Senior brother Feng, these few books are quite special. May junior brother take a look?" Feng Ziyi listened, glanced at the books, and chuckled, "Of course you may, but junior brother should also know that cultivation techniques are different from other things. If junior brother reads them all, then I won't need to sell them. So, junior brother can only read the first 3 pages, that should give you some understanding. As for the rest of the content, junior brother will have to buy them to explore further." Xun Yong chuckled, "That's natural, senior brother. Rest assured, junior brother will only read the first 3 pages and won't make things difficult for senior brother." "That's good. Junior brother, take a look. These are cultivation technique classics that our blood yin sect has never had. Perhaps there are some hidden secret techniques within them, who knows?" Feng Ziyi no longer stopped him and made a gesturing motion, but the corners of his eyes were already curved into crescent moons. He had read every one of these books, and they all recorded methods of controlling lightning. Although they had some extraordinary aspects. For them, demonic path cultivators, they would avoid such methods at all costs, let alone cultivate them. However, these righteous path cultivation techniques all like to put on airs. The first 3 pages would not introduce the mind cultivation technique, they would only boast about the extraordinary aspects of the cultivation technique and what would happen if one achieved major achievement. Some even compared them to the divine ability of a certain great immortal in the immortal realm, claiming they had a certain percentage of that art's power. When he first saw them, he was also bewildered and almost thought they were some immortal secret techniques, getting completely engrossed. This young man, looking so naive, would surely be unable to resist the temptation within. Feng Ziyi had already secretly calculated in his heart how to fleece him. Xun Yong glanced at Feng Ziyi out of the corner of his eye, then picked up a purple-covered book in a proper manner and began to examine it carefully. However, after reading only 1 page, he put it down. Then, he picked up several more, doing the same, only reading about a page of content. When Xun Yong first read the 5 Suns Soul Pouch method, he already knew that those who wrote these cultivation techniques liked to boast about their power. At that time, wasn't the first page of the 5 Suns Soul Pouch method also compared to the 5 Suns Immortal Pouch of the Immortal Realm? And these purple-covered books now were not all boasting, there were still 2 that had some extraordinary aspects. It was just that Xun Yong, in order not to let Feng Ziyi see through his intentions, deliberately only read a little of each before putting the books down. After a while, Xun Yong furrowed his brow and said, "Senior brother, the power described in the spells in these books is extraordinarily great, but with junior brother's limited ability, I'm afraid even if I cultivate them, I won't be able to fight, so let's just forget it." When Feng Ziyi heard the beginning of his words, he felt there was still hope, but when he heard the end, he immediately became anxious. It seemed this junior brother still intended to buy, but was worried about not cultivating them well. "Hey, junior brother Wang, don't jump to conclusions. You don't know, but most of these righteous path cultivation techniques are half boasting. In fact, the spells within are not that difficult to cultivate. Of course, their power is still quite good. Junior brother, you don't know, but that day on the battlefield, there was a cultivator who controlled lightning. As soon as his lightning spell was unleashed, he directly eliminated 4 people." As Feng Ziyi spoke, he extended 4 fingers, looking grave and showing a hint of lingering fear. "Oh, really? Absolutely true, I saw it with my own eyes." Xun Yong pretended to ponder for a while, and after a good long time, he slowly pointed to 2 of the books and said, "Senior brother, how many spirit stones are these 2 books?" Feng Ziyi narrowed his eyes and quoted an exorbitant price, 200 spirit stones. Upon hearing this, Xun Yong repeatedly waved his hands, "Forget it, forget it. Junior brother will go look at others. These aren't suitable for me. Hey, junior brother Wang, don't be in such a hurry to leave. You could at least make a counter-offer." Seeing this, Feng Ziyi knew he had gone a bit too far and quickly tried to smooth things over, speaking urgently. Clearly, he no longer had any intention of fleecing Xun Yong, he just wanted to sell these 2 worthless books, otherwise, if they remained unsold, they would be worthless. Xun Yong gave an awkward smile, then I'll counter, 30 spirit stones. Sold. Junior brother, take these 2 cultivation techniques. Hey, senior brother, I said 30 spirit stones. That's right, just 30 spirit stones. Junior brother, you're an old customer. Senior brother has to give you a discount, hehe. Feng Ziyi showed a meaningful smile, as if he had just gained 30 spirit stones for nothing. Xun Yong looked at this and was speechless for a moment. It seemed his price was still too high, but it was useless to regret it now. Then, his eyes flickered slightly, and he said, Senior brother, why do I feel like I'm still at a loss? I see these 2 broken stones, senior brother, you have no use for them either. How about you just give them to me? That way, junior brother will feel a little comforted. Feng Ziyi looked over, his brow slightly furrowed. The main reason was that he didn't know what these 2 shiny stones were for. At that time, he had found a storage pouch next to a pile of minced meat. At first, he thought there might be some treasure in the storage pouch, but after checking, he was quite speechless. There wasn't even a single spirit stone inside, only a few damaged magical artifacts, some purple-covered books, and these 2 stones. Of course, there were also some spiritual materials that he didn't understand. Feng Ziyi had tried many methods and finally found that these stones had no other use besides being somewhat hard. He had put these stones out unintentionally this time and hadn't really paid them any mind. Now, junior brother Wang in front of him was considered an old customer, and Feng Ziyi didn't want to offend him too badly. Since that was the case, he might as well do him a favor. Junior brother, these 2 stones are useless. If you want them, just take them as a gift. Feng Ziyi waved his hand and tossed the 2 stones to Xun Yong. After receiving them, Xun Yong didn't even check them, directly throwing them into his storage pouch. Then, he took out 30 spirit stones, exchanging the spirit stones for 2 purple-covered books. The lightning control methods in these 2 purple-covered books were somewhat helpful for making the demon subduing pearl, which was why he decided to buy them. Junior brother, what else do you need? If you see anything else you like, this time senior brother will definitely give you the biggest discount. Hearing this, Xun Yong waved his hands repeatedly, nothing more. Next time I need something, junior brother will definitely think of you first, senior brother. After speaking, a moment later, Xun Yong seemed to remember something and asked, oh, right, there's one more thing junior brother wants to ask. Oh, junior brother, feel free to ask. As long as I know, I will tell you everything without holding back. Feng Ziyi was also a little surprised. Could it be that this junior brother was going into seclusion again? Was he going to ask about some ordinary trivial matters again? Xun Yong no longer hesitated and asked, this great battle in Fallen Demon Valley, I imagine some rare items should appear. But I walked around the market and although I saw some uncommon items, I found that no truly rare and precious items appeared. Why is that? After Feng Ziyi listened, a hint of difficulty flashed across his face, but a moment later, a strange glint appeared in his eyes, and then he spoke. Junior brother, you don't know. Although the sect market seems to be a free exchange, it is actually still controlled by the sect. How could those precious items be displayed so casually? Xun Yong also heard the implied meaning. It seemed that the sect still had a certain degree of control over the market. If any truly rare items appeared, the sect would probably send people to find a reason and take them away immediately. Within this demon sect, there was no such thing as Dao morality. Plundering and seizing by force were already ingrained in their bones. Therefore, this led to no rare items appearing in the sect market. Feng Ziyi also saw through Xun Yong's thoughts, then deliberately lowered his voice and said, if junior brother truly wants to buy rare items, you can go to Fengbu Mountain outside the sect. There's a lawless black market there, and from time to time, some rare treasures will appear. After speaking, Feng Ziyi began to explain. It turned out that Fengbu Mountain was located at the edge of the Blood Yin sect's territory, not too far from the Corpse Demon sect and the Righteous Path School, Yu Xiao sect. And this place, with sparse population and harsh environment, had always been abandoned by the Blood Yin sect, and there were no strongholds around. But in recent decades, because Fengbu Mountain was rarely trodden upon, it gradually became a place for dark transactions. Gradually, as many people traded there, a small-scale black market appeared. However, as the black market lacked order and rare items constantly appeared, its reputation began to spread far and wide. This also led to some illicit items frequently appearing in the black market. For example, a treasure bestowed by a core formation old ancestor to his great-grandson who would dare to easily sell such an item. But in the black market, it was different. Since it was a lawless zone and no questions were asked about the origin, it became a good place for fencing stolen goods. Over time, the black market's reputation grew larger and larger, and it began to attract many loose cultivators to settle there. At the same time, in the black market, one could also see Blood Yin sect disciples and Corpse Demon sect disciples. There were even figures of Righteous Path School Yu Xiao sect disciples frequently entering and exiting, truly a mixed bag of dragons and fish. Of course, as the black market scale continuously expanded, it gradually attracted the attention of the Blood Yin sect's higher UPS. The Blood Yin sect would send disciples to be stationed in the black market, ostensibly to maintain order, but in reality, to gain some benefits and get a share of the pie. However, because the black market had already taken shape, the Blood Yin sect subsequently had not much control over it. But it was precisely the Blood Yin sect's involvement that made the black market no longer worry about being destroyed by vengeful individuals, and thus it has existed to this day. After Feng Ziyi finished speaking, he intentionally added a reminder. Oh, right, junior brother must also be careful. That place is very dangerous. There are many rogue cultivators, and killing people for their treasures is commonplace. Since the black market had no order, it naturally attracted the attention of some rogue cultivators who wanted to kill people for their treasures. Rogue cultivators would often wander within the black market, looking for prey. After Xun Yong listened, his expression changed slightly, but he still asked, "May I ask, senior brother, what else do I need to pay attention to when going to that black market?" Feng Ziyi seemed to know that Xun Yong would ask this. It seemed this junior brother still wanted to go to the black market. This time, he did not offer any more reminders, but instead said, "If junior brother really wants to go, you need to prepare an item to conceal your face. This way, when you enter the market, others won't be able to know your identity, and the danger will be greatly reduced. I have this concealing item for sale here, senior brother. I wonder if junior brother needs it. This item has the effect of isolating spiritual sense." After Feng Ziyi finished speaking, he took out a black, ferocious ghost head mask from his storage pouch. Xun Yong's curiosity flashed, and when he used his spiritual sense to probe the mask, he actually found that he couldn't detect anything inside. "Senior brother, I want this mask. How many spirit stones is it?" "Not expensive, just 20 spirit stones." This time, Feng Ziyi did not overcharge, but offered a very fair price. Xun Yong didn't want to say more, directly taking out the spirit stones and throwing them over. After receiving the ghost head mask and examining it, feeling that there were no issues, he found an excuse and left Feng Ziyi's stall. However, Feng Ziyi, watching Xun Yong leave, inexplicably curled his lips, revealing a thought-provoking expression. Xun Yong did not leave the market but continued to browse other stalls. He had already made up his mind to visit the black market. Not only did he need to inquire about the spiritual materials for the demon subduing pearl, but he also needed to figure out the true purpose of those Howen flowers. Of course, he also needed to prepare more spirit stones. Right now, he could sell his unused magical artifacts and exchange them for some spirit stones. But he did not intend to sell them to Feng Ziyi, mainly because after knowing that this person's strength was far from simple, he still felt a sense of caution deep down. 2 hours later, Xun Yong sold all 11 magical artifacts, exchanging them for over 1,700 spirit stones. At the same time, he also sold some useless medicinal pills, exchanging them for 500 spirit stones. Adding the 2,000 spirit stones he already had, he now had over 4,300 spirit stones. And this time, he planned to go to the black market to see if he could purchase one of the 3 spiritual materials, such as the lily-eye grass. These spirit stones were still not enough. In the following days, Xun Yong sold some of his stored blood essence qi, gathering enough to reach 5,000 spirit stones before stopping. 10 days later, Xun Yong got ready, then went to Lianxian Hall, taking the opportunity to accept a simple sect mission to go out, and hastily left the sect, heading towards Fengbu Mountain. Due to the long journey, he chose to take a flying boat that traveled between strongholds. Another 10 days passed in a flash. Xun Yong finally arrived in a place filled with swirling dust. This place truly lived up to its reputation as a desolate and uninhabited area. It seemed the main reason was the extreme drought and lack of water sources. Mortals simply could not survive here. At this moment, Xun Yong held the scrying treasure in his hand and fiddled with it a couple of times. As a black mist shot back, the scrying treasure displayed an odd number, and only then did he feel relieved. The journey so far had not been entirely peaceful. About 10 li away from Fengbu Mountain, he encountered 3 rogue cultivators. These 3 were ambushed on the path he was bound to take, and from their posture, they looked ready to launch a sneak attack at any moment. However, with the help of the scrying treasure, Xun Yong discovered these 3 cultivators first and eliminated them with a preemptive strike while they were still formulating their sneak attack plan. These 3 died unjustly, they didn't even see what Xun Yong looked like before they were killed in a single blow. Xun Yong also began to value the scrying treasure even more, having found it so useful on his first attempt. No wonder when he demanded it from Bloodbone, he hesitated and procrastinated for a long time before reluctantly taking it out. This treasure, when scrying by direction, can scry a distance of 20 li, if scrying in all directions, it can scry 4,000 meters. However, each scrying consumes a significant amount of magical power. Even though Xun Yong's magical power far exceeded that of his peers, he still took several qi restoration medicinal pills midway to recover his depleted magical power. Of course, this scrying treasure can also perform a double bead scrying simultaneously, but the cost is one's cultivation. Once activated, this treasure will absorb the user's cultivation, causing the user to directly drop a realm. For example, if Xun Yong, a disciple of the 8th level of qi refining, uses the double bead scrying once, he will drop to qi refining stage 7. He could use it a maximum of 3 times before he could no longer use it. Xun Yong could only quickly abandon the idea of using the double bead scrying, the price was too great. Unless it was a life or death situation, using the double bead scrying was tantamount to seeking death. It was precisely because of the existence of this treasure that he safely reached within 5 li of Fengbu Mountain. He had originally thought that reaching this point would be the beginning of danger. However, surprisingly, the surroundings were utterly calm. There was no murderous intent or rogue cultivators lurking at all. This surprised Xun Yong. He didn't understand what was going on. Logically, those rogue cultivators ambushing cultivators coming to the outpost should be the best choice. After all, these cultivators coming to the outpost were certainly carrying precious treasures or spirit stones to buy items. Ambushing one would result in a huge gain. However, the opposite was true at the moment. Unable to figure out why, Xun Yong could only continue on his way. After only a few dozen breaths, he saw a building situated in the midst of a vast desert. It occupied an area of 700 to 800 mu. Being in the midst of the vast yellow sand, it was like a lonely boat in the desert, standing tall in front of him. Seeing this, Xun Yong understood that this should be the black market. Subsequently, he no longer wanted to hesitate and flew forward, arriving before a structure that resembled a city gate. Rather than a city gate, it was actually two black, hard wooden boards blocking the path forward. But strangely, these two inconspicuous wooden boards prevented the surrounding sand and dust from approaching even a single step. Seeing this, Xun Yong also flashed some surprise. It seemed that either a formation had been set up in front, or these two wooden boards were spirit objects that could automatically disperse the surrounding sand and dust. Stop, stranger. At this moment, two people walked out from a man-wide gap between the two wooden boards, one after the other. Both of them were wearing red robes. Xun Yong was all too familiar with these red robes, they were the uniform of the Blood Yin sect's disciples. These two should be Blood Yin sect disciples. One of them coldly scrutinized Xun Yong and, without any unnecessary words, directly stated, entering the black market requires a payment of 10 spirit stones. What, 10 spirit stones? This toll was truly exorbitant. How could 10 spirit stones not be considered robbery? At the time, when Xun Yong heard that the Blood Yin sect was stationed at the black market, he thought they only collected spirit stones from merchants. He didn't expect them to demand a toll from him as well. If hundreds of people came here every day, wouldn't that be thousands of spirit stones? You must be a first-timer, right? You don't actually think this 5 li radius is truly peaceful. This is all the result of our protection, and this fee is not expensive at all. The other person, seeing Xun Yong's expression, showed a look of disdain but still offered an explanation. Upon hearing this, Xun Yong suddenly realized. So, this was why there were no rogue cultivators around. If that were truly the case, this fee would indeed make him feel a little more balanced. Then, after paying the spirit stones, Xun Yong followed the man-wide passage and entered inside. The moment he entered, he put on a black robe and took out the ghost head mask, immediately placing it on his face. Only then did he walk through a long corridor and arrive at a somewhat unusual street permeated with black qi. And this black qi had the effect of isolating aura and cultivation. Those who came here, regardless of their cultivation level or whether they had a particular scent, would be covered by this black qi, not revealing a trace. This consideration was very thorough, as those who came here were unwilling for anyone to know their identity and strength. On both sides of the street were people wearing loose black robes that enveloped their entire bodies, and masks of various colors. Although there weren't as many people as in the Blood Yin sex market, people came and went in 2s and 3s, and a rough estimate showed several hundred people. In front of these stall holders were the items they intended to sell. Looking further down the street, one could vaguely see many shops, which might belong to the black market's permanent merchants. Xun Yong was not in a hurry to go straight ahead. He decided to first understand whether the items on the stalls here differed from those in the sex market. Soon, he followed the flow of people and began to browse through the various stalls. This time, he looked very slowly. Xun Yong did this, naturally, for fear of missing some inconspicuous but actually very useful treasures. An incense stick's time quickly passed. Xun Yong had looked at no fewer than 30 stalls, yet, just like in the Blood Yin sect, although the items were dazzling and included many high-grade magical artifacts that were usually rare and expensive, he had not seen how in flower or lily-eye grass, these kinds of spirit objects. It was truly strange. Even if these spirit objects were rare, in this mixed black market, surely some should appear, however few. Moreover, Xun Yong felt that the Haoan flower shouldn't be considered a rare spirit medicine. After all, the Blood Yin sect was even cultivating them in batches at the outpost. At most, it could only be considered a rare item. How could he not even see a single stock of this spirit medicine? Xun Yong vaguely believed that it wasn't that the black market didn't have it, but that he hadn't found the right direction, or perhaps it was hidden within the black market, and he hadn't discovered it yet. It seems I'll have to inquire more about it later. Afterward, Xun Yong would subtly try to extract information from the stall owners, but these people were exceptionally tight-lipped and very clever with their words, always turning the tables on him. It was as if he wasn't the one inquiring, but they were the ones asking him for details on the matter. This made Xun Yong quickly stop his attempts to inquire. Another hour passed. Xun Yong found the items at these stalls too ordinary to pique his interest. He couldn't help but shake his head and sigh. He was about to head to the shops further in to see if he could find anything new when, at that moment, a dark figure stood before him. "Is your excellency inquiring about something?" The person's voice was very low, and they deliberately spoke with a strained throat, making their voice high-pitched and strange, so it was impossible to tell if they were male or female. How did fellow Daoist know? Xun Yong mimicked them, replying in an extremely hoarse voice. "Heh, I've been observing your excellency for an hour now. Your excellency examines items very carefully, and although your excellency asks about prices, you also occasionally inquire about something else. I knew then that your excellency must be interested in the object you're inquiring about. I surmise your excellency is searching for a particular item." The person described Xun Yong's every move. It must be said, this person's observation was truly meticulous. Xun Yong was indeed as the person described. But this person telling him this was certainly not the only reason, they must have some other objective. What exactly does fellow Daoist mean? You might as well state it plainly. Heh, I like your excellency's straightforwardness. I'm also too lazy to beat around the bush. To be honest, I am an intelligence merchant in this black market. Not to boast, but as long as your excellency can afford the price, I know a thing or two about any kind of intelligence. The person spoke proudly, not hiding their identity from Xun Yong, directly stating who they were and even boasting about their capabilities. Xun Yong quickly understood that perhaps because the black market lacked order, many issues were not dealt with openly. This gave rise to merchants who relied on selling intelligence. These individuals frequented the black market year-round to gather various pieces of information. Xun Yong let out a soft "oh," clearly interested. Aimlessly searching would certainly not yield much. And this person, with such keen eyesight, must have been active in the black market for many years and likely had their own methods for gathering intelligence. If it's truly as fellow deist says, then it would be very useful to me. Heh, this isn't the place to talk. Your Excellency, follow me. Seeing that things were progressing, the person spoke softly, then lifted their leg and started leading the way. However, after only a few steps, they noticed that Xun Yong hadn't followed. Then, the person immediately understood that Xun Yong didn't trust them, and couldn't help but chuckle softly. Your Excellency can rest assured, I won't lead you to a secluded place. That wouldn't benefit me. It's just to go to a quiet place where our conversation will be safer. If your Excellency still doesn't trust me, you can choose the location yourself. Xun Yong heard this. After a moment of contemplation, he waved his hand and said, no need, fellow deist can lead the way. But I must warn fellow deist, if I detect any ulterior motives from fellow deist, I will act immediately. Upon hearing Xun Yong's words, the person's eyes flickered with an unusual light, then they slowly spoke, I understand the need to guard against others. If that's truly the case, then fellow deist can act as you see fit. Alright, lead the way. The person deliberately walked through the street, heading towards a dark area to the east, and soon arrived at a quiet spot, where they stopped. Alright, no one will disturb us here. But before that, allow me to take precautions, as information leaks can be fatal in my line of work. As he finished speaking, the person waved a hand and threw out a blackbird-like spirit beast, which flew and circled around them. This blackbird likely possessed some kind of detection ability, able to tell if anyone was lurking in the shadows nearby. Seeing that the blackbird issued no warning, the person then spoke, let's be clear first, my prices are fixed, 50 spirit stones per question. 50 spirit stones, it was indeed quite expensive. But Xun Yong only pondered for a moment, then said, understood, but if fellow deist cannot answer my question, then what? As long as it's a question within this black market, if I cannot answer it, I will refund 10 times the spirit stones. The person was very confident and spoke without any hesitation. Good, here are 50 spirit stones. Xun Yong then took out 50 spirit stones from his storage pouch and threw them over, then he asked. I want to know if lily eye grass, purple lightning flower, and golden lightning bamboo have appeared in this black market. Seeing that Xun Yong was asking about rare spirit items containing lightning, the person's eyes flickered, and he began to ponder, taking a long time to respond. But while seemingly pondering, the person was actually calculating something in their mind. What, you don't know, do you? Xun Yong saw that 10 breaths had passed and the other party still hadn't responded, his heart grew cold, and he spoke chillingly. Humph, there's nothing that I, Fujuanzi, don't know. The person was startled and a little angry upon hearing this. He disliked it most when others questioned his intelligence capabilities, so he let out a cold snort. But then, he stopped his calculations and said, of these 3 spirit items, the golden lightning bamboo only appeared once, half of it, 20 years ago. It hasn't appeared since, so you can give up on that idea. As for the purple lightning flower, I've heard there's one in the Lingxiao Merchant Alliance, but it's treated as a treasure and won't be easily brought out. If your excellency has the ability, you can try. Finally, the lily eye grass, though very rare, once its location is found, it always appears in patches, with at least 10 stalks. And as it happens, there are currently 3 stalks of this grass in the black market. However, this item will only appear at the Feng Gu auction house, to be bid on through auction. After listening, Xun Yong had some admiration for this person's knowledge. The fact that the other party could accurately state the time and place of appearance. It showed that this person's intelligence work was exceptionally well done. Upon hearing that the lily eye grass would appear in the black market, a hint of joy appeared on his face, but he didn't let the joy cloud his judgment. He then said, Feng Gu auction house? Is that true? The person saw that Xun Yong still had doubts. Since he had taken the money, he needed to explain clearly, so he continued. Absolutely true. The Feng Gu auction house is located in Black Reef Underground City. You can go there at Haishi, 9 to 11 p.m., in the evening. As long as your excellency has 1,000 spirit stones in hand, you can enter the auction house. Then many thanks, fellow deist, for the information. I will consider whether or not to go. Xun Yong feigned contemplation, then a wicked glint flashed in his eyes, and he chuckled wickedly, fellow deist's little trick was already seen through by me. If fellow deist has no other tricks, then you can die. What? The person was startled upon hearing this, and then tried to quickly activate the treasure in his hand, but it was too late. He only felt an itch in his throat, and his head rolled off. Xun Yong did not hesitate, and upon arriving next to this person, he immediately performed the blood essence technique. After refining it, he burned the corpse to ashes with a single flame. He knew the little tricks this person was trying to pull. Just as Xun Yong asked the question, he noticed something unusual about this person, and then saw the black bird circling, subtly undergoing some changes. Xun Yong secretly took out his divination treasure and began to deduce. When he found that the abacus beads were an even number, he knew this person had ill intentions, and after careful observation, he discovered the clue. This person seemed to be explaining earnestly, but in reality, he was stalling for time, secretly performing some secret spell to contact someone hiding somewhere. From this, it seemed that this person, disguised as an intelligence merchant, was actually a rogue cultivator mingling in the black market. Upon learning that Xun Yong was inquiring about rare spiritual artifacts like luli grass, he knew he had encountered a fat sheep. If Xun Yong did not deal with this person at this moment, he would very likely face great trouble. As for this person's accomplices, Xun Yong also did not plan to let them go. Then, he performed some unknown spell, and his body instantly became illusory. Not long after, another gentle breeze swept by, and then two black-robed men appeared, but these two were somewhat bewildered when they saw the surroundings were empty. What's going on? Didn't third brother send a message saying he encountered a fat sheep, a disciple of the 8th level of Qi refining, and that we should make a huge profit? Where is he? That's strange. However, before the two of them could start searching the surroundings, they each felt a black light flash. The two of them were instantly startled, but found that they could no longer make a sound. Then they saw their heads fly high, and then they lost consciousness. Humph. Xun Yong snorted coldly and performed the blood essence technique, refining the bodies of these two people, and similarly burning them clean with a single fire. He also did not know how his cultivation was accidentally exposed. After all, there was black qi around, and others could not detect his cultivation. It seems that he will have to be more careful in the future. This black qi does not seem to be without means to break through. Once his cultivation is exposed again, he will attract more trouble. But this time was not without gain. The Feng Gu auction house that this person mentioned earlier should not be fake. After all, this person was already preparing to kill him, so there was no need to deceive him with something non-existent. Xun Yong planned to visit this Feng Gu auction house. After scattering the ashes of the three people, leaving no traces. Only then did he hang the 3 storage pouches at his waist, and he transformed into an afterimage, swiftly disappearing without a trace. Night quickly fell. At Haishi, Xun Yong appeared on time outside Black Reef City. There was a green pool here, surrounded by some reefs, and beside a large reef, there was a 3-jong sand cave. This place was far from the street and very remote. Xun Yong only learned about this place after inquiring. Currently, it was the beginning of the Feng Gu auction house, and many people had already arrived at this place and began to gradually enter the sand cave. Xun Yong also followed suit and headed towards the sand cave. Soon, it was his turn. Standing in front of the sand cave were 2 black-robed men with ox head masks, one of whom spoke. Your Excellency, since you have come here, you should also know the rules. Please display your financial resources to be eligible to enter. In this black market, regardless of identity or cultivation, as long as spirit stones are in place, one is a distinguished guest. And this auction was for advanced items, so naturally, it would not allow some penniless people to enter and make up the numbers. Xun Yong also imitated the people before him, took out a black bag, and threw it to one of the ox-headed men. That person checked it and nodded. Inside were indeed 1,000 spirit stones, which was the minimum standard for admission. This person did not look down on Xun Yong, but respectfully handed back the storage pouch and made a gesture of invitation to Xun Yong. After all, who among those who came here would take out all their wealth? That would only put them at a disadvantage in the subsequent auctions. Xun Yong did not hesitate any longer and walked into the sand cave. The moment he entered, it suddenly opened up inside. And the host organizing the auction, to prevent anyone from disrupting the auction order, had many separate small immortal caves within this sand cave, each separated from the others. Looking from afar, these small immortal caves were densely packed like a beehive. Under the guidance of a tall female cultivator with a purple rabbit mask, Xun Yong arrived at immortal cave number 78. The interior was very simple, with only a tea table and a few stools, and on the tea table, there was spiritual tea emitting a fragrant aroma. Looking forward, there was a large platform below, which should be the place where the auction items were displayed. There was still some time before the auction. Xun Yong, having nothing to do, began to scan the surroundings with his spiritual sense. But he was surprised to find that his spiritual sense could not penetrate the seemingly simple sand wall. This made him think that there must be some means to isolate spiritual sense within this sand wall. This was good, at least during the auction, others would not be able to use their spiritual sense to probe him. After tasting the spiritual tea, time quickly passed. After an incense stick's time, there was movement on the platform below. A black-clad, white-bearded old man with a benevolent face slowly walked to the center of the platform. The old man had an arrogant expression and did not conceal his face. He then said, I presume you are all familiar with the name Luo Qingzi. Today, this old man will preside over this auction. After Luo Qingzi finished speaking, she coldly swept her gaze across the various small immortal caves in front, then spoke again, the Feng Gu auction has been held more than once or twice. I will skip the extensive introductions. I believe you are all impatient, so the auction begins now. This time, there are a total of 31 auction items, including 5 rare items, and 1 grand finale treasure. As soon as she finished speaking, Luo Qingzi waved her hand, and a female cultivator with a purple rabbit mask pushed out an exquisite box. Luo Qingzi directly opened the box and found a delicate cattail fan emitting a faint green light lying inside. All right, The first item is a medium-grade magical artifact, the Profound Wind Fan. This treasure is one of the 8 profound fans and has the power to control wind. The starting bid is 300 spirit stones, and each bid must not be less than 50 spirit stones. The appearance of this first item caused a stir. Although it was only a medium-grade magical artifact, this treasure was used by Fairy Xian Hua, a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator of the Xianjing sect. In those years, it caused a bloody storm. Although this was only a medium-grade magical artifact, seemingly weak, this treasure was a set, with a total of 8 fans, divided into metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, thunder, and darkness. Once all 8 were gathered, they possessed the power of a high-grade spiritual artifact. However, due to the battle in Fallen Demon Valley, Fairy Xianhua was affected by a powerful spell from a blood yin sect Nascent soul ancestral master and instantly perished on the spot. Since then, the 8 profound fans used by Fairy Xianhua gradually began to appear. A few days ago, a profound fire fan appeared, and today, another profound wind fan has appeared. It seems that before long, all 8 of the 8 profound fans will gradually come into existence. It just depends on who can gather all 8 of them. 300 spirit stones. As soon as the first person spoke, the atmosphere was instantly ignited. I'll offer 350 spirit stones. 400 spirit stones. Xun Yong listened to the continuously increasing bids, but he made no move. This single 8 profound fan was merely a medium-grade magical artifact, and its power was probably not that great. Spending so many spirit stones just to see if one could collect all 8 profound fans, what else could that be but a sickness of the mind? Even if they were collected, such spiritual artifacts would surely be objects of contention. Perhaps some insidious rogue would appear from nowhere and directly seize the treasure. Wouldn't that be making a wedding dress for someone else, while also losing one's own life? This business was not worth it at all. Xun Yong had no desire to get involved, he would rather see what other items would be auctioned next. Soon, as the voices died down, the price of the 8 profound fan was set at 950 spirit stones, and it was purchased by the owner of Immortal Cave number 63. Next, the following item was brought out. This time, it was 3 bottles of medicinal pills, named Clear Heart Pills. As the name suggests, they had the effect of clearing the mind and calming the spirit. For these demonic path cultivators, due to the excessive evil chi in their cultivation techniques, it was easy for heart demons to arise. Taking this pill could suppress them somewhat. Xun Yong bid on it, but when the price rose to 400 spirit stones, he felt the item was not worth it and gave up. Strangely, it was still bought by the person from number 63. The subsequent 5 items were either unusual magical artifacts or very rare spirit medicines, but there were very few bids for them. Among them, Xun Yong even saw the appearance of Howen flower, but the starting bid for 5 of these flowers was only 200 spirit stones. He couldn't help but feel a little surprised. Why was the price so low? Moreover, even at this reserve price, not many people seemed to be raising their bids. In fact, Xun Yong did not know that the blood yin sect's cultivation strongholds for Howen flower were not limited to Fengluo Mountain, there were no less than 20 other locations. And from these places, quite a few Howen flowers had flowed out. When they appeared more frequently, the price naturally got a discount. Of course, Xun Yong was not without gains. Listening to Luo King's introduction, this flower was the main ingredient for making washmarrow pill. And he had some understanding of washmarrow pill from the black market. It turned out that when one's cultivation reached 10 levels of chi refining perfection, to break through to the foundation establishment stage, one only needed to wash the meridians and refine the marrow. Washing the meridians and refining the marrow, as the name suggests, is to cleanse the impurities within the physical body, making the physical body more suitable for an immortal. In ancient times, when heaven and earth first opened, spiritual chi was extremely abundant, thus nurturing countless spiritual objects. At that time, cultivators could easily find a spirit medicine to make washmarrow pill, and then wash their meridians and refine their marrow to break through to the foundation establishment stage. But as time passed, spiritual veins were continuously exploited, and heaven and earth spiritual chi became increasingly thin, making it difficult for spiritual objects to be nurtured in heaven and earth. At this time, breakthrough to the foundation establishment stage also became increasingly difficult. Although that was the case, for the sake of development, sects began to cultivate substitutes, which led to the blood yin sect's cultivation of Howen flower. Other sects also cultivated different substitute spirit medicines. However, the effects of this substitute washmarrow pill were actually exceptionally poor. Moreover, even with such poor medicinal efficacy, it was said that there were good and bad ones. For example, the washmarrow pill made from Howen flower could only be considered medium grade. Once one started taking this kind of washmarrow pill, only the first 5 pills would have extremely obvious effects, but subsequent doses would have progressively worse effects, or even no effect at all. Perhaps some individual with excellent spiritual root talent, whose body naturally had few impurities, only took less than 5 pills and broke through to the foundation establishment stage in just a few short years. There have been examples of this. But there were also those who took more than 20 pills, or even more, and still had impurities in their bodies. Such people could only find new washmarrow pills to continue cleansing their physical body. Alternatively, they could cultivate for 20 or 50 or 60 years, slowly refining all the impurities in their physical body with their internal spiritual chi, and naturally break through to the foundation establishment stage. However, this process was extremely arduous and often affected the cultivator's state of mind. If one's state of mind developed problems during this period, they might be forever unable to reach the foundation establishment stage. And currently, the wash marrow pill made from Howen flower, presumably some people had already taken it. Those for whom it was not effective would naturally not bid again. And when Xun Yong learned that Howen flower was the main ingredient for wash marrow pill, he also felt an inexplicable joy for a while. But then he thought, this kind of wash marrow pill was already very ineffective, and his spiritual root was only medium grade, so perhaps it wouldn't have much effect. However, he had over 100 plants in his possession, so he should be able to make over 100 wash marrow pills. Xun Yong now gradually understood why Fu Wenfei was willing to take the risk to collect more Howen flower at that time. Perhaps by continuously taking numerous wash marrow pills and cultivating diligently for another 20 or 30 years, there was still a chance to break through to the foundation establishment stage. This amount of time, perhaps for Fu Wenfei, was nothing. But for Xun Yong, he couldn't afford to wait. After all, he had cultivated the blood refinement scripture, and although it was currently suppressed by his left arm, problems were bound to arise as time passed. Unless he could break through the 100 meridian body refinement technique to the first level, he truly didn't have much time. Thinking this, Xun Yong's joy vanished completely. Alas, let's take it one step at a time. Thinking this, Xun Yong felt much better. Afterwards, he would go and buy the wash marrow pill formula. At that time, it would all depend on how much effect the wash marrow pill could actually exert. During the time Xun Yong was pondering, the auction had already displayed 9 items. When it came to the 10th item, the atmosphere around seemed to have changed slightly. At this point, it was no longer the purple-robed female cultivator who presented the item. Instead, Luo Qingzi personally took out a long box from her sleeve. This box was extremely black, and one could faintly see a deep luster on its surface. As the box was opened, countless slender bolts of lightning suddenly burst out, striking wildly within a 5-foot radius with crackling sounds. This is luli grass. There are 3 stalks in total. Our merchant alliance expended great effort to obtain it from the land of thunder. The reserve price is 500 spirit stones, and each bid must not be less than 50 spirit stones. Xun Yong's eyes narrowed involuntarily as he stared intently at these 3 stalks of luli grass. After observing for a long time, he slowly confirmed that the lightning power within these 3 luli grass was extremely active, indicating they had probably been harvested recently. However, the reserve price of 500 spirit stones was undeniably high. But only some righteous path cultivators could use this grass, they all used it to cultivate their own lightning control methods. 500 spirit stones. A somewhat familiar voice sounded. Xun Yong recognized it, it was indeed the person from Immortal Cave number 63. Why does this person bid on everything? Is he overflowing with money, or is this luli grass truly useful to him? I bid 550 spirit stones. 600 spirit stones. 700 spirit stones. 750 spirit stones. 2 more voices rang out, both quite unfamiliar. It seemed they were bidding for the first time, and these 2 gradually began to raise their prices. As time passed, the price of spirit stones quickly reached 1,300. At this point, one of the bidders, realizing the price was a bit high, stopped raising it. 1,300, once. 1,300, twice. Xun Yong heard Luo Qing's account to this point and was about to raise his bid, hoping to secure the luli grass in one go. However, before his words could leave his mouth, the person from number 63 surprisingly spoke first. I bid 1,500 spirit stones. As soon as these words were uttered, the entire venue fell silent. This price already far exceeded the value of these 3 luli grass stalks. Seeing the unusual silence around him, the person from number 63 felt confident of victory and leisurely took a sip of his spiritual tea. But before the spiritual tea could even reach his stomach, he was interrupted by a hoarse voice. 1,550 spirit stones. Pfft. Number 63 spat out a mouthful of spiritual tea, feeling a bit annoyed. This person chose to raise the price at this particular moment, not earlier or later, clearly trying to go against him. 1,600 spirit stones. This voice carried a hint of anger and a clear warning. Xun Yong scoffed coldly in his heart, 1,700 spirit stones. 1,800 spirit stones. 1,900 spirit stones. Humph, 2,000 spirit stones. If your excellency can still bid higher, then this spiritual item is yours. The warning in this voice was almost blatant. But Xun Yong remained unfazed. He had come specifically for the luli grass, so how could he give up easily? 2,050 spirit stones. When he uttered this price, truly no one else raised the bid. 2,050 spirit stones, once. 2,050 spirit stones, twice. Sold. Number 78 successfully acquired 3 stalks of luli grass. As Luo Qingzi's words fell, the transaction was completed. Only the person from number 63 had a completely darkened face at this moment. He had never been manipulated like this before. He wondered if this person had the ability to take the luli grass out of this black market. At this moment, he was fiddling with something in his hand, and a dark glow flickered in his palm. Xun Yong was naturally unaware of this. At this time, 3 people entered his immortal cave. The leader wore a bullhead mask, and there were 2 female cultivators wearing purple rabbit masks. The 2 purple rabbit-masked female cultivators carefully held the black box and respectfully stood before Xun Yong. Fellow deist, this is the luli grass you successfully bid for. Thank you. Here are the spirit stones. Your excellency can count them. The person with the bullhead mask took the storage pouch and began to inspect it. In just a moment, he nodded, clearly indicating that the number of spirit stones was correct. Afterward, he instructed the 2 purple rabbit-masked female cultivators to put down the box, and the 3 of them respectfully exited the immortal cave where Xun Yong was located. Xun Yong proceeded to open the box. After confirming that 3 stalks of lily-eye grass were indeed inside, he nodded in satisfaction and carefully placed them into his storage pouch. The auction was only 1/3 complete, and he intended to observe more. After all, the main attraction had not yet appeared. Even if Xun Yong didn't bid, he could still gain experience. Time slowly passed. The auction items quickly reached the 22nd item. During this time, the person from number 63 surprisingly made 7 bids, successfully acquiring 7 treasures. Xun Yong's curiosity about this person deepened. Below, the purple rabbit-masked female cultivator brought out the next item. This time, it was a box with a turtle pattern. Awakens chuckled and opened the box, revealing a black shield inside. The shield was not very large, approximately 5 feet in both length and width. This treasure, named Wangui Shield, is made from the hard shell of a second-tier Yao beast, the Wangui. Its defensive power can withstand attacks from high-grade magical artifacts. Hehe, this magical artifact also has profound iron essence crystal added to it. As long as enough magical power is injected, it can also activate a Wangui defensive barrier. Please observe, everyone. As he finished speaking, Awakens picked up the shield and began to inject magical power. When all the magical power was injected, a dark black light shield immediately emerged from the shield. This dark black light shield was quite solid, and the moment it appeared, it enveloped Awakens' entire body. Xun Yong was somewhat surprised by this. He initially thought this shield was too small, and even if it could resist high-grade magical artifact cultivation techniques, its effectiveness would be limited if it could only defend the front of the body. But he didn't expect that it could also activate a Wangui defensive barrier, which made this magical artifact truly have some merit. Alright, I believe everyone has understood. I will not demonstrate further. The starting bid is 500 spirit stones, and each increment must not be less than 50 spirit stones. Awakens stroked his beard, then put away the Wangui shield, placing it back into the box before announcing the bidding price. Perhaps it was Awakens' demonstration that made everyone notice some unique aspects of this shield. People gradually started to bid. After 100 breaths, Xun Yong acquired this treasure for 1,100 spirit stones. He happened to be lacking a defensive magical artifact, and with this magical artifact, he believed his self-preservation ability would increase somewhat. The next 3 auction items were not particularly outstanding, with transaction prices generally ranging between 500 and 800 spirit stones. At this point, the crucial part of the auction arrived. The remaining 5 auction items were rare treasures, with the last one being the grand finale. Some people who had not yet made a move were probably waiting for this moment. However, as a flame feather, bathed in flames, made its appearance, the atmosphere was instantly ignited. This flame feather was a powerful spiritual feather left behind by a 5th-tier Yao beast, the flame bird. A 5th-tier Yao beast possesses the strength of a core formation early stage, and even just a flame feather is not something a chi refinement stage cultivator like Xun Yong could aspire to. From this, it seemed that these last 5 auction items were intentionally put up for auction, targeting foundation establishment stage seniors. Even number 63 dared not make a sound at this moment. Xun Yong had already acquired the items he desired, so there was no need for him to stay and watch. He then stood up and quietly exited the immortal cave, heading towards the auction's exit. Just like Xun Yong, many others also began to quietly leave the auction house one after another. However, Xun Yong did not know that someone else had also followed him out. After leaving the Feng Gu auction house, Xun Yong dared not linger and immediately flew towards the black market street. Afterward, he spent another stick of incense browsing the black market, purchasing some other materials needed for the demon subduing pearl. Having gathered all the materials, he did not wish to stay in the black market any longer. There were many rogue cultivators here, and if he were targeted again, it would be a losing proposition. Immediately, Xun Yong left the black market overnight, returning by the same route. However, barely 5 breaths after he left, another dark figure also escaped the black market, subtly emanating killing intent. The treasure in his hand still flickered with a dark light. Haha, it's merely a disciple of the 8th level of Qi refining cultivator. It seems there's no need to report to Qingli Shishu, martial uncle, I alone should be enough to handle him. Kid, you brought this upon yourself. How dare you contend for a treasure of my Xianjing sect? You are truly seeking death. It turned out that this person was named Dongxiu, an intersect disciple of the Xianjing sect, with the cultivation at the perfection of the 10 levels of Qi refining. This time, he was ordered by senior martial uncle Haoqing of the sect to come to the black market to retrieve the relics of several junior martial uncles and senior martial uncles who died in the fallen demon valley. Accompanying him were Qingli Shishu, martial uncle, whose cultivation was at the early stage of foundation establishment, and another junior brother at the Qi refining stage 9th level. Dongxiu had originally thought that the one competing with him for the relics would be a formidable cultivator, so he dared not get too close along the way, lest he be discovered, only daring to follow from a distance. If he found that it was someone he truly couldn't handle, he would naturally report to Qingli Shishu, martial uncle, first and let him deal with it. But now, upon discovering that this person was merely a disciple of the 8th level of Qi refining cultivator, he immediately beamed with joy. This was a ready-made achievement. As long as he could kill this person and retrieve the lily-eye grass, Qingli Shishu, martial uncle, would surely praise him greatly, and perhaps even through the junior martial uncle's words, his achievement could be conveyed to senior marshal uncle Hao Qing. At that time, he might even become a personal disciple, and if he could then cultivate in Fengling Mountain, his future would be limitless. Oh, this person is controlling a ghost sale. I didn't expect him to be a ghost deo demonic cultivator. Dong Xiu had originally thought that this person bought Luli grass because he was a righteous path lightning cultivator, but he never expected him to be a ghost deo cultivator. This was also good, as it would prevent him from damaging his righteous path image. Evil demonic deo, prepare your neck, I'm coming. After a light laugh, Dong Xiu's killing intent surged, and he directly unleashed a wind bead, driving it to pursue at extreme speed. Meanwhile, in the distance, over 50 li away. At this moment, on a certain tall mountain peak, 3 figures were lurking in a hidden spot. Brother Lai, we've been waiting here for 2 days, and this broken magical artifact hasn't even given a reaction. Could we have been tricked by that old man Feng? One of them said impatiently. Not necessarily. We've dealt with old man Feng many times, and there has never been incorrect information. This time, there should be no problem either. Brother Lai is right. Junior brother Rao is too impatient. Perhaps that kid used some treasure and entered the black market early. He should be coming out soon. Let's be patient. As soon as this person leaves the black market, the magical artifact will naturally react. The 3 of them conversed, one after another. It turned out that they were demon disciples specializing in killing and plundering, and they had come to this place after purchasing information from Feng Ziyi. They were ambushing a disciple of the 8th level of Qi refining cultivator, who had quite a few spirit stones and, it was said, even went to the Fengbu Mountain black market to purchase a rare item. This made the 3 brothers very happy. They had made thorough preparations for this ambush. Moreover, 2 of them were at the Qi refining stage 9th level, and one was at the disciple of the 8th level of Qi refining. With the 3 of them working together, they even had a chance to kill a cultivator at the 10 levels of Qi refining. Brother Lai, look. The magical artifact is reacting. One of them excitedly pointed to a circular magical artifact in his hand, shouting in surprise. The other 2, hearing this, quickly looked over and, upon seeing faint electrical flashes on the circular magical artifact, also showed joy on their faces. This indicated that the person should not be far from them. Junior brother Rao, junior brother Feng, prepare yourselves. The person surnamed Lai immediately began to arrange tactics. Brother Lai, something's wrong. This person seems to have changed direction. At this moment, the electrical flashes on the circular magical artifact slowly began to deviate towards the southwest. This person doesn't seem to be coming our way. Quick, let's change our position. We just need to ambush him on his inevitable path. As soon as the person surnamed Lai finished speaking, the 3 of them flew up and quickly fled towards the southwest. The view shifts to the rear, 20 li away. At this moment, Xun Yong, holding a divination treasure, was constantly manipulating it. But after a moment, his expression turned ugly. Not long after leaving the black market, he used the divination treasure to discover that he was being followed. He had planned to find a suitable place to ambush this person. However, unexpectedly, after Xun Yong flew out of the Fengbu mountain area, he discovered that there were still rogue cultivators ambushing him 30 li ahead. He had originally thought that less trouble was better than more, intending to bypass this group of rogue cultivators first and then find a secluded place. However, things did not go as planned. Not long after he changed direction, he discovered that the group of rogue cultivators had also changed direction. What was going on? Xun Yong thought this might be a coincidence and changed direction once more. The persistent rogue cultivators also began to change direction. He gradually realized that this group of rogue cultivators must have been targeting him, and there was no coincidence to speak of. When exactly did he expose his whereabouts? Gradually, Xun Yong thought of his conversation with Feng Ziyi. Could it be this person's doing? This possibility was very high. Thinking of this, he suddenly took out the ghost head mask, then summoned the blood slave, had him put on the mask, and sent him off in another direction. Not long after, Xun Yong discovered that the group of people indeed followed the blood slave's direction. Humph, he snorted coldly. It was indeed the mask's problem. It seemed that this mask had been tampered with by Feng Ziyi long ago. Xun Yong's anger surged. He never expected to be played by a small old man. But a moment later, he revealed a wicked smile. Then, Xun Yong no longer changed direction, but instead flew off behind the blood slave. Since there was an ambush ahead and pursuers behind. Then, let them fight among themselves. Then, Xun Yong recalled the blood slave, and his speed immediately increased greatly. But when he reached a rocky area less than 1,000 meters from the ambushing rogue cultivators, he immediately landed. Upon arriving here, he took out 5 drops of soul liquid and directly threw them into the ghost sail. After the ghost general devoured the soul liquid, its aura was significantly more substantial than before. At this time, Xun Yong cast the netherworld method, and his whole body was immediately bathed in soul power. At the same time, he patted his storage pouch, took out several concealment talismans, and began to use them. In just a moment, his body became indistinct, like ripples in water, making him difficult to see clearly, and then he hid himself in the pile of rocks. After doing all this, Xun Yong still felt it wasn't safe enough, so he continued to operate the divination magical artifact in his hand, allowing it to release that black qi. This black qi has the effect of temporarily interfering with spiritual sense and detection magical artifacts. 10 breaths later, a black shadow flew over in a hurry. It was Dong Xiu, who was in pursuit. When Dong Xiu arrived here, he immediately stopped. The detection magical artifact in his hand was still flickering. Then, in a certain rock pile, he seemed to see a ghost mask, and immediately, with his magical power gathered in his palm, he grabbed the ghost mask. After a quick glance, he muttered to himself, "That's right, that kid is nearby, no mistake." Dong Xiu had already used his detection magical artifact to discover at least 2 people in ambush thousands of meters away, and like Xun Yong, he didn't want to stir up trouble. He originally thought that this ambushing cultivator had nothing to do with Xun Yong, but as Xun Yong's flight path continued, he increasingly found something amiss. Upon reaching this place, he finally began to vaguely feel that his pursuit seemed to have been discovered by Xun Yong at some point. After all, Xun Yong just happened to disappear here, and ahead there was only a group of ambushing cultivators, with no signs of a fight around. That could only mean that Xun Yong was with this group of ambushing cultivators, and now they seemed to have completed their rendezvous and were ambushing him ahead? Humph, truly ignorant of death. Dong Xiu snorted coldly. As the distance closed, he also used his detection magical artifact to discover the people in ambush. To be precise, there were 3 people, 2 at the Qi refining stage 9th level and 1 at the disciple of the 8th level of Qi refining. And all 3 of them had a sinister Qi about them, so it was clear they were all cultivators of the demonic path. There was no mistake, he believed that the kid who had flown away earlier must be hiding among these 3. Humph, a mere 3 stinking fish and rotten shrimp dare to ambush me. I'll let you taste the power of the Xianjing Orthodox Sex Wind Element spell. Next, Dong Xiu conjured a cyan long banner. Under the continuous movement of his hand seals, a fierce wind seemed to howl faintly from the banner. In just a moment, countless small whirlwind storms were generated above the cyan banner. Although these whirlwinds were only as thick as an arm, they carried a strong wind element spell fluctuation, and their aura was quite astonishing. Even Xun Yong, who was hiding in the dark, was secretly surprised when he saw the scene. This person really wasn't boasting, this Xianjing wind element spell truly had some extraordinary qualities. Meanwhile, on the other side, Brother Lai, that person inexplicably stopped in the chaotic stone forest a few hundred meters ahead. Should we follow him now? Don't rush, be patient. This person will come forward on his own. Exactly. As the saying goes, haste makes waste. Junior Brother Rao, you must change this bad habit when you go back. Alright, everyone, stop making noise, lest that kid notice. Following the last reminder from the person named Lai, the 3 of them also quieted down. Hey, perk up, this person is coming. At this moment, at one person's reminder. Indeed, a black shadow flew over. Now's the time, attack. Junior Brother Rao, who had been waiting for a long time, could no longer contain his impatience. The moment the voice sounded, he had already flown up. The spell he was holding in his hand transformed into a sky full of blood arrows, which shot directly towards the black shadow. At the same time, the person named Lai also had a great black light rise from his hand. He didn't know what magical artifact he was holding, but with a wave, it transformed into countless sharp thorns, which whistled and followed the blood arrows, flying towards the black shadow. And the last person, surnamed Feng, was not idle either. As he released the hand seals in his hand, 3 red lights flickered lightly, and in the next moment, they transformed into 3 blood-colored scythes, slashing across the black shadow from 3 directions. Their 3 attacks were extremely sudden, catching people off guard, and at the same time, they sealed off the black shadow from all directions. Even a fly caught within would be riddled with holes. This was also their tried and true move. With this move, they had killed many cultivators. Even someone at the 10 levels of Qi refining would be flayed alive. Moreover, the person who came was only a kid at the disciple of the 8th level of Qi refining. This move had long exceeded the scope of what this kid could resist. But who made this kid a rich man? They didn't dare to be careless. One breath later, after all the spells had concluded. At this moment, a black shadow, riddled like a beehive and broken into 3 pieces, lay motionless below, softly. The 3 of them thought the black shadow was already beyond dead. Junior Brother Rao was the first to let out a triumphant laugh, withdrawing his magical power and preparing to rush to seize the treasure. After all, he was the weakest of the 3, and if he wasn't active at this time, the spirit stones he could share would be significantly reduced. However, unbeknownst to them, a sudden change occurred. A puff of dust lightly swirled, and in an instant, it transformed into countless wind blades, which shot out fiercely in all directions. Ah! Junior Brother Rao was struck by countless wind blades before he could react. He originally thought he was just grazed by a few gentle breezes and that there wasn't much of a problem, but suddenly he found his arm had been severed into several pieces and fallen to the ground. Immediately after, his legs, and even his torso, were dismembered, and in his terror, he turned into countless fragments that crashed to the ground. Junior Brother Rao. The person named Lai was filled with disbelief at this moment, but he quickly discovered a long cyan banner appearing in the sky above, and beside this banner, a figure was bathed in the strong wind. This person's magical power was profound. He was not at all at the disciple of the 8th level of Qi refining, but definitely a cultivator at the 10 levels of Qi refining perfection. And he wasn't just any ordinary Qi refining perfection cultivator. And the black shadow on the ground, which looked like a beehive, now upon closer inspection, was just a black robe and countless fallen leaves. Clearly, their attacks had all been completely fooled by the opponent's advanced wind element body replacement spell. This person's true body had always been hidden within the strong wind, and he had not suffered any harm at all. The first reaction of the person named Lai was that he had been tricked by Feng Ziyi. This was not a fat sheep at all, but clearly a death warrant. He was about to flee for his life, but a moment later, his heart sank. Based on his many years of experience living on the edge, he quickly realized that it seemed too late to escape now. With this person's wind attribute divine ability, they were definitely trapped. Only by fighting for their lives was there a glimmer of hope. Moreover, he was very well prepared this time and not without any chance. And the person surnamed Feng was also a bit bewildered. He didn't know why such a powerful character suddenly appeared. After some deliberation, his eyes were already flickering, as if he could escape at any moment with the slightest disturbance. However, when he saw Brother Feng next to him, his face was full of solemnity, and he even showed a desperate stance. He knew that today was destined to be an unforgettable day. At this moment, Dong Xiu, bathed in the strong wines, was toying with a storage pouch in his hand, which belonged to the fragmented corpse below. The reason he hadn't made a move in the past 2 breaths was that he was examining this storage pouch, wanting to see if it contained what he was looking for. However, after a thorough investigation, he found that the items inside were disorganized and there was nothing particularly valuable. This immediately caused a hint of doubt to arise in Dong Xiu's heart. He couldn't help but start to suspect that the person he was chasing before was not the one who just died. As soon as this thought appeared, the trace of doubt in his heart deepened. But when he saw the other two, his doubts lessened, simply because these two knew how sharp his wind element spell was. An ordinary person, knowing they were no match, would have long since fled for their lives. Yet, at this moment, these two showed no fear, judging by their expressions, they seemed to be ready to fight to the death. It seemed the lily eye grass must be on one of these two, otherwise, why would they fight to the death? Dong Xiu suddenly found it somewhat interesting, and a grin spread across his lips as killing intent surged within him. I underestimated you, it seems. I didn't expect you to witness my deist magic of wind and still not show any fear. Not bad, not bad. Let's see how many rounds you can last. He particularly enjoyed seeing cultivators display a desperate fighting spirit, and then destroying their last shred of belief, which would reveal a profound sense of despair. The thought alone excited him immensely. The next moment, Dong Xiu waved both hands, and the Qing Feng flag suddenly swayed, causing countless vortices to appear out of thin air. These vortices gradually began to expand, merging into the smaller tornadoes beside the green flag, which then grew stronger. A suction force lifted the surrounding sand and stones, and the roaring wind intensified. Upon seeing this, the person named Lai felt his eyebrows twitch wildly up and down, and a sense of crisis welled up from the bottom of his heart, causing his entire body's vital qi and blood to accelerate its surge. He knew that if he were hit by this spell, there would be nothing left of his bones. Subsequently, he steeled his heart and cautiously took out a round box, inside which lay a round pill. This round pill was a third-grade Yao Beast inner core, an inner core from a Yao Beast with Foundation Establishment middle stage cultivation. This was the last relic left by his family, an item he would not easily use unless absolutely necessary. The person named Lai had always carried this treasure with him precisely to guard against a life or death crisis one day. With this treasure, perhaps he could turn the tide once. However, because this inner core was taken by his grandfather, even with the protection of the box, it had been stored for too long, causing half of its spiritual power to dissipate. But even so, this was the lifelong essence of a Yao Beast. Once activated by a secret method and made to explode, its power would force even a Foundation Establishment stage cultivator to retreat 3 paces. However, due to the inner core's explosion being different from other spells, even if activated, it still required waiting for the spiritual power within the inner core to become violent before it could completely explode. And this spiritual power becoming violent could take 3 breaths of time. If Dong Xiu were to discover it, in just these 3 breaths, others would have already escaped thousands of meters away. Of course, he couldn't hold the inner core and wait for the spiritual power to become violent before throwing it, as that would cause him to be affected by the explosion of the inner core. He wanted to live, not to perish with his opponent. After much deliberation, the person named Lai suddenly had a plan. Junior brother Feng, quickly bring out your life-saving method, or else both of us will be buried here. Upon hearing this, the person named Feng turned his head and glanced at the palm of the person named Lai. When he saw that inner core, his heart also trembled. They had known each other for many years, so how could he not know each other's methods? This inner core was definitely regarded as a treasure by brother Lai. Since it was being used this time, he had to stall for some time. As long as this treasure was successfully activated, then the two of them might indeed have a sliver of hope for survival. Then, the person named Feng's expression became solemn, and a black iron scythe appeared in his hand. He then spat out a large mouthful of vital blood. As the black iron scythe was stained with vital blood, in just a moment, it began to tremble. After comfortably absorbing the vital blood, it directly transformed into a blood-colored scythe, emitting an eerie glow. When Dong Xiu, in mid-air, saw this bloody, demonic light, he remained unconcerned, merely finding it an eyesore. These cultivators just liked to create such disgusting, blood-glowing trinkets, which in his mind were all flashy but impractical things. Ha ha ha, cultivators, remember this. The spell that will destroy you is called Vast Expanse 3 Winds, First Form, Gale Technique. When you reincarnate in the future, engrave it in your soul sea. Dong Xiu's Qing Feng flag moved vigorously, and as the smaller tornadoes gradually took shape, he couldn't help but laugh proudly. This spell was a high-level wind element spell of the profound clear deist magic that he cultivated. He rarely used it under normal circumstances, only when exterminating cultivators would he cast this spell. He wanted those self-righteous cultivators to experience what despair was. At the same time, he wanted them to taste what it was like to die in despair. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several gales, carrying sand and stones, roared forth. Unexpectedly, these tornadoes were not cumbersome, instead, like other wind element spells, they shot out in the blink of an eye, moving extremely fast. At this moment, the person named Feng suddenly flew up, continuously swinging the blood-colored scythe in his hand. More than a dozen blood-colored shadows swiftly cut through the air. Upon colliding with the tornadoes, they actually tore a bloody opening in them. However, although the blood-colored shadows were sharp, they lacked staying power. As more tornadoes roared in, they were engulfed within the sea of wind. Dong Zia watched this and couldn't help but coldly smile. To think that this would be enough to break his powerful spell was truly a fool's dream. Die! He lightly shouted, then waved the Qing Feng flag again. The tornadoes with the bloody openings immediately closed up. With another mighty gust of wind, they once again blew forth. Seeing that the spell was useless, a hint of crimson appeared in the eyes of the person named Feng. He suddenly plunged the blood-colored scythe in his hand into his own body. In an instant, the blood chi from the blood-colored scythe seemed to find an outlet, and at an extremely fast speed, it all entered the body of the person named Feng. The scythe also turned back into its black iron appearance. Roar! At this moment, a roar sounded. The next moment, the person named Feng's body began to swell from within, like an inflating balloon, suddenly transforming into a height of over 10 feet, and his arms also became exceptionally thick. Once fully formed, he transformed into a blood-colored giant ape. Those who knew this spell would be extremely surprised. This was actually a secret technique that allowed a blood demon to possess one, and this blood-colored giant ape was precisely the blood demon. Transformed into a blood demon, he was not only thick-skinned but also incredibly strong. Subsequently, the blood demon's two blood-colored hands continuously bombarded the tornadoes, and the resounding thumping sounds echoed all around. Each hammer strike produced a force that actually dispersed a significant portion of the incoming whirlwind spell. Seeing this, the person named Lai behind seemed to have succeeded in his scheme. A sinister glint flashed in his eyes, and he chuckled softly. Ha ha ha, junior brother Feng, you still used that move. However, you won't last long like this. Since that's the case, let me, your elder brother, help you one last time. You've made your final contribution, and I will always remember you. As soon as his voice fell, the person named Lai took out a mysterious red pill, then with a flash, he arrived behind the blood demon. He then violently struck the red pill onto its navel, and then stuffed the inner core in his hand into the blood demon's fingernail. The blood demon, still conscious, looked down, and a surge of grief and indignation filled its heart, a feeling of being toyed with rising to its core. But as the red pill entered its body, its form gradually began to change again, swelling once more. However, this time it was clearly different from the last, giving a feeling of a body growing without a soul. Once fully formed, the consciousness of the person named Feng would completely vanish. However, just as the blood demon was fully forming, the person named Feng, relying on his last shred of consciousness, fiercely threw a punch backward. He vowed to kill that despicable villain. At such close range, the person named Lai was struck by the blood demon's punch. Although the person named Lai was prepared, he was still instantly sent flying like an arrow, then crashed onto the ground. After this strike, the blood demon completely lost consciousness, and its body swelled to 3 jong tall, with a pair of blood-red fists each a jong thick. Roar, roar! The blood demon no longer acted timidly as before, instead, while swinging its fists, it also charged forward like a wild ox. Seeing this, Dong Zia found it increasingly interesting. This person actually abandoned his consciousness and directly transformed into the blood demon's physical body. If this were in the mortal world, it would be an existence capable of slaughtering a city. But here, it was nothing more than that. Did he think that with this brute force, he truly couldn't be dealt with? Dong Zia's Qing Feng flag made a swirling motion this time. Immediately, the dozen or so small whirlwinds suddenly merged, transforming into one massive giant wind. Then, with a single sweep, it enveloped the blood demon within the eye of the wind, and crackling sounds exploded within the giant wind. It was unclear whether it was the sound of bones breaking or the chaotic noise of countless sand and stones striking the blood demon's body. Ha ha ha, is that all? It's nothing special. He had thought this blood demon would be much stronger, but he didn't expect it to be injured so quickly under his wind spell. However, Dong Zia didn't feel complacent for long before he suddenly realized something was wrong, for he felt a small light flickering incessantly on the blood demon's body. In just 2 breaths, the light grew even deeper. Not good. Dong Zia exclaimed, then slapped his storage pouch, and a treasure appeared in his hand. He then shattered the treasure with a palm strike. The next moment, the flickering light stopped, and with a loud bang, the surrounding area within 30 jong was enveloped by a dazzling light. Dong Zia was no exception, he was also affected by a powerful magical force and completely vanished. After a full 5 breaths, the dazzling light slowly began to dissipate. At this time, outside the 30 jong radius, in a pit, a figure carefully crawled out. When he showed his head and saw a 30 jong wide pit not far away, and the empty surroundings, he couldn't help but beam with joy. Ha 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 ha, what Xianjing wind spell! It was still blasted into dust by my Yao beast inner core. In the end, I still won. When you reincarnate in your next life, you must engrave this into your soul. See. The person named Lai laughed wildly and even repeated Dong Zia's previous boastful words, turning them back on him. Is that so? However, from somewhere, a voice filled with increasing anger and a hint of hoarseness rang out. Hearing the sound, the person named Lai's expression changed. Then he felt an itch all over his body, and in just a moment, several blood arrows spurted out from him. His eyes widened, his heart filled with confusion. He had clearly been hit by the inner core's attack, so how did the other party survive? But this thought only existed for a fleeting moment. His body disintegrated like spider silk, turning into a pile of minced meat that fell into the pit. Not far away, within a wind barrier, a disheveled figure emerged. Dong Xiu, not being in the central area of the inner core's explosion, and then using a very precious treasure as a price, managed to escape. However, he was still affected by the power of the inner core's explosion at the very end, losing an arm. This enraged Dong Xiu. He was actually forced to such a state by 2 stinking fish and rotten shrimp, it was truly hateful. Then, he used his magical power to grab his storage pouch. After taking it out, he circulated his magical power, and countless wind blades sliced through the air, striking the corpse in the pit. After a while, seeing a pile of dust, he felt somewhat relieved. The next moment, Dong Xiu finally arrived belatedly beside the blood demon's corpse, which had already swollen like a balloon. However, it had to be said that after experiencing his wind spell and the inner core's explosion, this blood demon could still remain intact, which was truly rare. He had originally thought that this person's storage pouch would also have turned to ashes, but little did he know, the storage pouch was coincidentally squeezed into the blood demon's massive physical body. It was a blessing in disguise. Dong Xiu slowly walked to the side of the corpse, then circulated his magical power, preparing to draw out the storage pouch. However, just as his magical power landed on the body, a loud bang erupted. The blood demon's corpse actually exploded at that moment. Countless bloody stenches, mixed with black pus and fragmented bones, violently splattered outwards. Dong Xiu had not anticipated this scene and had no time to defend himself. He was instantly drenched by the black pus, feeling a chill to the bone. This sour sensation was simply indescribable. Ha 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 ha. Dong Xiu suddenly laughed out of extreme anger. Being attacked by a corpse, he was probably the first person in the history of the immortal realm to experience such a thing. Enduring the foul smell on his body, he still managed to retrieve the storage pouch. However, the moment he got the storage pouch, he seemed to hear a very faint sound of wind in his ear. Immediately after, Dong Xiu's spell incantation moved, and his body instantly flipped, narrowly dodging the attack of a slender needle. Humph! He then let out a cold snort. Waving the Qing Feng flag in his hand, countless small sharp whines flew through the air, shooting outwards in all directions. And a figure, seeing that he couldn't dodge, shot out. Your Excellency should never have launched a sneak attack with a wind magical artifact. Since someone has discovered you, you can die now. When Dong Xiu saw this figure, he immediately recognized him. It was indeed the person who had escaped from the black market. He hadn't expected this person to have never left, using some unknown method to hide for so long. This instantly made his scalp tingle. This person absolutely could not be allowed to remain. He immediately prepared to unleash his most powerful means to kill this person with one strike. However, just as his hand moved, he heard a voice in his ear. Explode. Explode what? Explode. Dong Xiu was confused, not knowing what the other party meant. However, the next moment, his body exploded like a ball. This is a blood path deist magic. You are actually a blood yin sect disciple. It's too late to realize that now, isn't it? Xun Yong coldly snorted, then moved his body, arriving in front of the person. A black light flashed, and he cut off the other party's head. He quickly moved his hand seals, casting the blood essence technique. Soon, Dong Xiu turned into a dried corpse, which Xun Yong then incinerated into ashes with a fire. Only then did Xun Yong relax, picking up the 4 storage pouches and a Qing Feng flag from the ground. It turned out that the moment before he sensed the inner core was about to explode, he had flown away once, shooting the blood poison into the blood demon's mouth, and then directly used deist magic to strike the storage pouch into the blood demon's body. After that, as the blood poison continuously spread within the blood demon's body, its body swelled up like a ball. And when Dong Xiu approached, preparing to remove the storage pouch from the blood demon's body, Xun Yong cast the blood explosion art, causing the body to explode from within. The toxins directly splattered all over Dong Xiu's face. Since Dong Xiu had lost an arm, the toxins naturally flowed into his body. The reason Xun Yong still used the wind needle magical artifact to sneak attack was to make the person circulate a large amount of magical power, allowing the blood poison to spread faster. Indeed, when the blood explosion art sounded, the other party was completely bewildered. He. After a few sharp laughs, Xun Yong used a fire rain talisman to turn all traces of the area into ashes. He was just about to put the Qing Feng flag into his storage pouch, when suddenly, a green shadow emerged from the flag. Xun Yong detected it first, his heart startled, and he quickly used the 5 Sun Soul pouch to transform into Chen Hu's appearance. Fellow deist, listen to me. It's not a big deal that you killed my Xianjing sect disciple, after all, in the cultivation world, the strong are respected. But do not take away my Xianjing sect's relics, otherwise, we will fight to the death. The green shadow had by then transformed into a graceful, beautiful, and enchanting female cultivator with clear brows. Her voice was gentle and pleasant, but contained a hint of threat. What if I don't leave it? Xun Yong didn't even consider it, answering directly with a cold remark. Humph, if you truly dare to do so, I am King Li, an elder of the Xianjing sect, and I will hunt you down to the ends of the earth. The other party reported her name without hesitation, looking as if she would never give up. Then come. I'm not afraid. I might as well tell you, I am an inner sect disciple of the corpse demon sect, named Chen Hu. You are welcome to come find me. Humph, very good. Truly ignorant of the immensity of heaven and earth. On King Glee's beautiful eyes, there was indeed anger. She hadn't expected a mere chi refinement stage person to be so arrogant, even mimicking her in reporting a name. It truly infuriated her. She then angrily waved her hand, and the green shadow instantly dissipated. Xun Yong unceremoniously put away the Qingfeng flag. The moment he killed Dong Xiu, he had already formed an enmity. The other party's words about letting him go if he left the relics were just a pretense. Once they met, they would still happily kill him. He was determined to take the treasure, that wouldn't change. Xun Yong dared not linger there. He took out the ghost sail and transformed into a green streak, flying away rapidly. Of course, relying solely on the ghost sail underworld method, he couldn't guarantee that he could escape the pursuit of a Foundation establishment stage cultivator at the moment. Then, he began to form an unfamiliar hand seal. After a while, the hand seal finally took shape, and he suddenly spat out a large mouthful of vital blood. The next moment, he waved his hand, catching the vital blood in his palm, and then struck the hand seal onto the vital blood. A ball of blood chi floated out, enveloping his entire body. With the enhancement of this blood chi, his flying speed doubled. This was precisely the deist magic that Fu Wenfei had used that day, named blood escape technique. Xun Yong had deliberately kept it after obtaining it from his storage pouch. However, under normal circumstances, Xun Yong dared not easily use this deist magic. The main reason was that this deist magic came with a price. It was a deist magic that burned vital blood to greatly increase movement speed for a short period. This was also why Xun Yong had more vital blood than ordinary people. If an ordinary blood path cultivator used it, they would probably exhaust their vital blood and die within 15 minutes. That being said, even with the vital blood in his body, he could only sustain it for half an hour. Beyond that time, his life would be in danger. Xun Yong's current movement speed even surpassed that of a high-grade flying magical artifact by a factor of 2. How terrifying was this escape speed? He didn't need to use the blood escape technique for long. As long as he maintained this speed for 2/4 of an hour, he could escape several hundred, or even 1,000, miles away. Even if King Glee truly pursued him, he would have long since vanished. Xun Yong's vigilance was not unfounded. After he left, only about 20 breaths passed. A green figure, with urgent speed, tore through the sky. It turned out that while King Glee was using that wisp of soul body to converse with Xun Yong, she had already flown out of the black market and was rushing towards the incident site. She had originally intended to stall for time with words, or to make the other party wisely hand over the relics, but she found that the other party was determined and gave her no face at all, which instantly infuriated her. She rushed along the way, filled with endless anger and the resolve to kill this person, no longer caring about the consumption of magical power, and sped along. But upon arriving at the incident site, King Glee was dumbfounded. This person had acted so cleanly and precisely, leaving no trace whatsoever. She didn't even have the chance to use a secret tracking deist magic, and even the medium-grade detection treasure in her hand couldn't find any trace of this person. Did this person just disappear into thin air? Or, had the other party already flown 80 or 90 miles away within 20 breaths? As this thought emerged, King Glee's delicate face instantly flushed red with anger. This brat, like a Foundation establishment stage cultivator, was as cunning as a loach and had managed to escape just like that. Truly hateful. In her rage, King Glee slammed her palm onto the rocks below. A earth-shattering sound shattered countless rocks. Corpse demon sect, Chen Hu, right? You brat, prepare your neck for this fairy. I'll let you know the consequences of offending my Xianjing sect. The veins on King Glee's hands slightly bulged, and she gritted her teeth, saying fiercely. But she knew that this silent loss was inevitable. Dong Xiu had brought nearly 10,000 spirit stones, so this time the loss was truly heavy. She could only blame Dong Xiu for being too eager for quick success and not informing her, an elder, beforehand. What was originally a simple task had been made so infuriating. King Glee's path to Foundation establishment had been smooth sailing. She had never encountered a situation where she was so mocked by a junior. She absolutely could not swallow this anger. But seeing that the matter had come to this, she could only leave disgruntled. King Glee slowly turned around and flew away. 9 days later, a flying boat sped into the Blood Yin sect, then steadily landed on a platform. Xun Yong stepped off the flying boat and quickly returned to his immortal cave. These past few days, he dared not stop for a moment, either taking a flying boat from an outpost or flying on his own, and now he had finally returned to the sect. Upon entering his immortal cave, his heart also settled down. The main reason was that he felt that the Xianjing sect Foundation establishment stage elder King Glee would definitely not give up so easily and would likely pursue him. And he currently had no means to deal with a Foundation establishment stage cultivator. If the other party used some secret spell to chase him, he would be in danger. Regarding such life-threatening matters, Xun Yong dared not be careless. Only by truly returning to the sect could his heart finally settle. And this trip outside could truly be described as fruitful. Xun Yong pulled 7 storage pouches from his waist, setting Dong Xiu's storage pouch aside to examine last. He dumped out the contents of the other 6 storage pouches. There were some spirit stones, medicinal pills, spirit medicine, and magical artifacts. After a quick inventory, there were a total of 1,000 spirit stones, over 30 bottles of various medicinal pills, several hundred miscellaneous spirit medicine, 7 low-grade magical artifacts, and some cheap talismans and other items. Xun Yong was quite satisfied. After all, These 6 storage pouches belonged to rogue cultivators, and to have so much harvest was truly a bit unexpected for him. He threw some useless medicinal pills and spirit medicine into the 5-clawed dragon cauldron, waiting for them to slowly refine into spirit liquid. At the same time, Xun Yong was not idle. He then picked up Dong Xia's storage pouch and began to investigate it. After only a moment of investigation, his face immediately lit up with joy. The items inside were truly numerous. Moreover, most of them were not ordinary items. He no longer hesitated and directly dumped out the storage pouch, and the contents instantly poured out. 3 breaths later, the immortal cave transformed into a dazzling array. Roughly counted, there were over 4,000 spirit stones alone. There were actually over 10 magical artifacts, over 100 bottles of various medicinal pills, many precious spirit medicine, and many books and talismans. Most importantly, Xun Yong also discovered 2 greenish-blue round pearls, whose wind attribute power was extremely obvious and quite extraordinary. Among the magical artifacts, there were actually 4 differently colored palm fans. Without needing to think, they were precisely Fairy Xun Hua's 8 profound fans. Judging by their colors, these 4 were the wind, fire, earth, and water profound fans. He didn't expect Dong Xiu to have gathered 4, it seemed that only 4 profound fans were still in the outside world. Xun Yong was quite surprised by this. Perhaps he, a demonic path cultivator, would be the first to gather the 8 profound fans. It's just that even if he gathered the 8 profound fans, as a demonic path cultivator, he wouldn't be able to utilize them. Thinking of this, he felt a wave of helplessness, but if he could truly gather them, it would still be very good. At least the 8 profound fans were high-grade spiritual artifacts, and even if he couldn't use them, he could sell them for a good price. It seemed that in the future, if he encountered these fans again, he would have to strive for them. As for whether to sell or keep them later, that could be decided then. Of the remaining magical artifacts, there were 3 high-grade magical artifacts, 5 medium-grade magical artifacts, and 8 low-grade magical artifacts. However, these magical artifacts were all colorful, and they should all carry a certain elemental power. For example, that Qing Feng flag was a wind attribute medium-grade magical artifact. And each of the 8 profound fans corresponded to a certain elemental power. No wonder the people of Xianjing sect insisted on recovering their lost items. It's just that among these dozens of magical artifacts, Xun Yong could use very few, but it wasn't that he couldn't use any of them. For example, there was a wind attribute medium-grade magical artifact, the Feng Yu blade, which could be used without cultivating wind-type spells. Once this magical artifact was swung, it would automatically generate a gust of swift wind power, striking out at an extremely fast speed. This was much more powerful than the black short blade magical artifact he possessed. In the future, it could be used to kill enemies with quick, decisive strikes. Xun Yong decided to use this treasure to kill enemies from now on. As for the other magical artifacts, besides the 4 profound fans and the Feng Yu blade, their utility was not very great, so he just needed to find an opportunity to sell them off. As for medicinal pills, he only kept the clear heart pill, high-grade chi restoration pill, and high-grade golden sore pill. The rest were thrown into the 5-clawed dragon cauldron. Of the spirit medicine, he kept a few that he didn't quite recognize but seemed extraordinary. The rest were also thrown into the 5-clawed dragon cauldron. After clearing out the miscellaneous items, not much was left on the ground. Only a few greenish-blue books and 2 greenish-blue round pearls. He quickly flipped through the books and found a record of a treasure called the Gathering Wind Pearl. After only a moment of looking, Xun Yong realized more and more that what was recorded in the book was exactly the same as the 2 greenish-blue round pearls in front of him. He picked up a green pearl and examined it for a while, slowly confirming that this green pearl was indeed a Gathering Wind Pearl. This immediately made Xun Yong happy. This pearl was a one-time treasure made by compressing wind power. This treasure had no offensive power, but as long as it was shattered, it could form a wall of storm around the body. This wind wall could even withstand a full-strength blow from a foundation establishment stage cultivator. This was a rare defensive treasure. Xun Yong's joy grew deeper and deeper as he played with the green pearl, unable to put it down. After a good while, he finally slowly lost interest. But just as he was about to put away the green pearl, he suddenly realized that this green pearl seemed to have some similarities with the demon-subduing pearl. This thought quickly led him to some enlightenment. Perhaps both the Gathering Wind Pearl and the demon-subduing pearl had intricate connections with the Xianjing sect, or perhaps they were even created by the Xianjing sect. Through his continuous interactions with Xianjing sect disciples, he gradually understood that the cultivation techniques cultivated by the Xianjing sect were probably nothing more than the 8 types: metal, wood, water, fire, earth, plus wind, lightning, and darkness. For example, on Fengluo Mountain that day, Ying Tianlong cultivated a lightning attribute cultivation technique, and his vast lightning power was astonishing. And Dong Xiu, without a doubt, cultivated a wind attribute cultivation technique, and his wind attribute power was equally sharp. Thinking this way, perhaps each cultivation technique of the Xianjing sect was not as top tier as those of other sects, but they all had their merits. Moreover, it was highly possible that these 8 cultivation techniques all had a legacy within the Xianjing sect. Xun Yong knew that he would have to pay more attention in the future, as if there were other treasures like the demon-subduing pearl, it would truly be very troublesome. Once he faced such strong Xianjing sect disciples again, he would have to strike ruthlessly, leaving the opponent no chance to react. Having pondered this, he then put away the Gathering Wind Pearl. Next, he took out a black box from his storage pouch. Inside was the lily-eye grass he had painstakingly obtained during this trip outside. With these 3 lily-eye grass, Xun Yong had the materials to create 4 demon-subduing pearls. However, whether he could create 4 demon-subduing pearls would depend on his technique. If any mistakes occurred during the process, it was very likely to fail. Xun Yong decided that from now on, he would remain in his immortal cave to study the law of thunder and gradually prepare to attempt making demon-subduing pearls. He calmed his mind, then took out the law of thunder and began to study them. Time flew by, and 7 months passed in a flash. On this day, with a crackle from within the immortal cave, a flash of lightning flickered and entered a spherical pearl, slowly settling into tranquility. From all around, a somewhat weary voice finally sounded. This was truly not easy, it's finally made. Xun Yong held 2 ink-black spherical pearls, within which tiny bolts of lightning still flickered, as he wiped the sweat from his forehead. Within these 7 months, after failing twice consecutively, he had finally succeeded in making 2 demon-subduing pearls. With these 2 demon-subduing pearls, even if a foundation establishment stage cultivator attacked him, he would have some confidence to deal with it. Xun Yong was in high spirits at this moment, but the continuous research into Lei Fa had left him extremely exhausted, so he collapsed onto his stone bed and immediately fell into a deep sleep. The next day, early morning, he awoke from his sleep. This was the first time since he had embarked on the path of cultivation that he had slept like a mortal. At this moment, he felt refreshed all over, and his spirit was exceptionally good. Xun Yong prepared to go to the market to sell some of his items. Of course, since he had completed the urgent mission, he would not need to accept sect missions for the next 2 years. After more than 7 months of going out and cultivating in seclusion, he really needed to inquire whether anything had happened in the sect. Leaving his immortal cave, he found a hidden spot, transformed into Wang Ping's appearance, and then sped towards the market. Upon entering the market, he found that it was not as lively as last time. It seemed that the major battle had faded, and everything was slowly returning to peace. Xun Yong searched around, preparing to look for Feng Ziyi's figure. Previously, due to concerns that the thunder power on the lulii grass might dissipate, he had rushed to make the demon-subduing pearls first, and had not had time to go to the market to find this person. However, Xun Yong was very vindictive. Since this old man had played such a trick on him before, if he truly saw him this time, he might demand an explanation. At the same time, he would also set up an ambush and launch a surprise attack on this person's inevitable path, delivering a fatal blow. But unfortunately, after searching around, he did not see this person. It seemed that this old man must have become suspicious after realizing that the 3 people with the surname Lai had not returned for a long time, and perhaps he dared not appear at the market stall for a short period. As the saying goes, one can hide for a while, but can one hide forever? Xun Yong's playful spirits surged. He decided that from now on, he would come to the market every day to look, certain that he would be able to stake out this person. The desire to kill this person had already been planted in his heart. Therefore, he would definitely kill this person. Afterward, he did not forget the purpose of his trip. He began to wander among the various stalls, gradually selling some useless low-grade magical artifacts to exchange for spirit stones. At the same time, he also gradually saw the washmarrow pill formula. However, Xun Yong showed no surprise. In fact, he had seen this type of pill formula before, but at the time, he did not know its purpose, so he had not pursued it further. But now, he happened to need this pill formula, so he could first go and inquire why this pill formula was everywhere. Throughout the market, at least 10 stalls were selling washmarrow pill formulas, but the recipes varied, with most of the main ingredients changed, while the auxiliary ingredients were largely the same. After an hour of inquiry, Xun Yong gradually began to understand. It turned out that these washmarrow pill formulas on the market all originated from an ancient washmarrow pill formula. It was only 10,000 years ago that a powerful cultivator, upon discovering that the number of spiritual objects that could be born between heaven and earth had become few and far between, used other spirit medicines as substitutes. This is why many washmarrow pill formulas with different main ingredients but largely similar auxiliary ingredients gradually began to appear. And the washmarrow pills produced by these formulas were actually all quite similar, with extremely poor medicinal effects. The reason why there were so many washmarrow pill formulas with different main ingredients stemmed from the different physiques of cultivators. In fact, the distribution of spiritual roots within each cultivator's body varied, leading to differences in physique, and thus significant differences in the distribution of impurities within the physical body. For example, a cold-natured washmarrow pill made from Hoan flower primarily unblocks acupoints such as Kuki, Hagu, Chigzi, and Zuzan Li, while simultaneously washing out impurities from these acupoints. Although it also had effects on other areas, they were not as obvious. Some cultivators happen to have impurities primarily accumulated in these locations, so taking a washmarrow pill made from Hoan flower would have extremely obvious effects. Perhaps with less than 3 pills, all impurities could be expelled, and they might even be able to break through to the foundation establishment stage within a few years. However, this possibility was relatively small. More often, impurities were distributed throughout various parts of the body. For such individuals, taking washmarrow pills had very poor effects, expelling only a small portion of impurities, and sometimes even failing to expel any. Of course, if one had a sufficient supply of washmarrow pills, by continuously taking this pill and then constantly refining impurities with spiritual power, there might still be a chance to break through to the foundation establishment stage after 40 or 50 years. But such a long time was not something everyone could afford to wait. This was the reason for the emergence of different washmarrow pills. After all, if one type of washmarrow pill was not suitable, there was still room for replacement. High-level cultivators had speculated that as long as one consumed 10 different types of washmarrow pills, one would eventually find a washmarrow pill suitable for oneself. Although this speculation was proven true, it was a very useless statement, because no cultivator could collect 10 types of washmarrow pills. This was simply because the main ingredient of each washmarrow pill required a unique environment to grow. The 7 major cultivation schools in the current Chu kingdom had only cultivated 7 different types of main ingredients, and each type was tied to a sect. For one person to obtain all 7 types simultaneously was extremely difficult, let alone 10 types, which would only be possible by leaving Chu kingdom and going to the outer seas or other countries, something a Qi refinement stage cultivator would not have the ability to do. And for formal disciples of the blood yin sect like Xun Yong, it was more common to become an intersect disciple, and then only by excelling in the triannual intersect disciple trial could they obtain a few washmarrow pills as a reward. If it hadn't been for the sudden change in the sect this time, Xun Yong probably wouldn't have even come into contact with a spiritual object like the Haoan flower. Even the Fengbu Mountain black market wouldn't have Haoan flowers, and even if he had enough spirit stones, it would be difficult to find a few plants. After thinking about it, Xun Yong felt somewhat fortunate. He also gradually understood that the washmarrow pill formula was merely a commonly circulated item and was actually not valuable. What was valuable should be the main ingredient in each pill formula. And within the market, this type of pill formula generally cost between 50 and 80 spirit stones. Xun Yong found a pill formula whose main ingredient was Haoan flower, and he spent 60 spirit stones to buy one. Afterward, he carefully observed it for a while. There were 7 or 8 types of auxiliary spirit medicine on it, but they were all extremely common spirit medicine. Even he still had some in his hand. This was also because the 5-clawed dragon cauldron took time to refine spirit medicine, otherwise it would have long been refined into spirit liquid. Subsequently, Xun Yong wandered around the market again, bought a few other missing auxiliary spirit medicine, and then hurriedly left the market. Upon returning to his immortal cave, he took out the pill formula and studied it again. Soon, he discovered that this pill formula's preparation method was the same as the pill formula he had obtained from Xian Yin before. Neither required refining with a pill furnace, they only needed to crush the main and auxiliary spirit medicine, mix them according to a certain proportion, and finally roll them into pill shapes. Of course, this did not mean that the washmarrow pill could not be refined with a pill furnace. It was just that the medicinal pill refined with a pill furnace and the pills directly mixed and rolled had very little difference in their medicinal efficacy. This was because the pill formula had been passed down from ancient times, and in ancient times, due to the remarkable efficacy of heavenly and earthly spiritual objects, there was no need for deliberate refining. And refining medicinal pill according to this pill formula was not very suitable to begin with, and furthermore, the finished product's efficacy was not very good, so gradually no one tried to refine it with a pill furnace anymore. Xun Yong also felt it saved a lot of trouble. After all, if he really had to refine it with a pill furnace, he would need to go to the pill refining room to study alchemy for a period of time, which would indeed be too time-consuming. For a period of time afterward, after he had made the washmarrow pill, he began to sit in meditation and cultivate. After all, taking the washmarrow pill had the most significant effect when one's cultivation was at the perfection of the 10 levels of qi refining. Xun Yong planned to first raise his cultivation to the perfection of the 10 levels of qi refining in the coming period, and then see if he could take the washmarrow pill to break through to the foundation establishment stage in one go. However, he did not hold much hope, he could only try it first. A year and a half passed quickly. During this period, in addition to cultivate, Xun Yong occasionally went out to purchase some living corpses to refine soul liquid. At the same time, he also frequently went to the market to purchase some low-year medicinal herbs to refine spirit liquid to assist his cultivate. And within a year, with sufficient spirit liquid and the assistance of the 5 Sun Soul Pouch, Xun Yong's cultivation also reached the qi refining stage 9th level. Upon reaching this point, he found that his cultivation growth had slowed down. This was related to the increasing spiritual power required as his cultivation increased. And the spiritual power needed to reach the perfection of the 10 levels of qi refining was actually twice that of the qi refining stage 9th level. At his current cultivate speed, it would probably take 2 to 3 years to reach the perfection of the 10 levels of qi refining. Xun Yong was not anxious, he knew that cultivate could not be rushed, and more importantly, it required tempering and precipitation. Otherwise, one might suffer a backlash from the cultivation technique, leading to an invasion by a heart demon. This was a major taboo for demonic cultivator. On this day, Xun Yong finished his cultivate, and after calculating the time, 2 years had passed, and it was time to accept sect missions again. He planned to prepare, and a few days later, go to accept an outside mission to exchange for some cultivate time. But before that, he planned to go to the market to buy some low-grade anti-tracking talisman and some high-grade concealment talisman. These two were what he currently lacked the most. Not long after, Xun Yong appeared in the market again with Wang Ping's face. This time, he had just wandered among the stalls for a moment, purchasing some high-grade talisman, when he unintentionally saw a familiar face. This person was none other than that old man, Feng Ziyi. For over a year, Xun Yong had constantly paid attention to Feng Ziyi's movements, but the other party was truly patient, not appearing even once in a year. He had even thought that this person had met with an accident and died. But his sudden appearance today still surprised him a little. But very quickly, Xun Yong's expression turned cold, and he walked straight over. In front of the stall, the old man's eyes were constantly restless, looking around nervously, but when he saw Xun Yong approaching, his old face immediately fell. What he feared most had come to pass. When he learned that the 3 brothers surnamed Lai had not returned for a long time, he knew that something major had happened and speculated that the 3 might have died. And the only one who could have caused their deaths was the one named Wang Ping. After all, this information was provided by him. Senior brother Feng, why do you not even greet me, Wang, when you see me? Xun Yong's cold voice exploded in Feng Ziyi's ears. Feng Ziyi's expression tightened, knowing that this person had ill intentions, and his eyes darted around as he awkwardly chuckled. How could that be? Nothing of the sort. My mind was unsettled just now, and I truly didn't notice junior brother. It was truly a lack of proper greeting. Upon hearing this, Xun Yong smirked coldly in his heart. He also had no intention of beating around the bush with him and said directly. Senior brother Feng, you don't know, junior brother encountered great danger when he went to the black market last time. It took the utmost effort to barely escape and return. That was a pursuit by 3 rogue cultivator, and one of them even had a magical artifact in his hand. No matter where junior brother fled, I couldn't escape. Finally, I had to kill that person to finally escape. But wouldn't you say it's a coincidence? This magical artifact is actually similar to the mask you sold me. At the end of his sentence, Xun Yong stopped, his eyes flashing with a cold light. Feng Ziyi was also greatly startled upon hearing this. He knew that his trick had been seen through by Xun Yong, and the other party telling him this naturally carried a deeper meaning. He was also a clever person. After pondering for a while, he understood most of it and quickly cupped his hands, saying, Junior brother, say no more. This time, it was senior brother who was blinded by greed and was confused. Junior brother, rest assured, senior brother will definitely give you an explanation. After Feng Ziyi finished speaking, he struck himself with a palm, his strike exceptionally ruthless. With this palm, he instantly aged 10 years, and his aura also became chaotic. At the same time, he quickly touched his storage pouch, took out an 8-clawed fist magical artifact, and handed it over, saying, this item is a medium-grade magical artifact called 8-hook claws. It is also the best item senior brother can offer. Junior brother, take it, consider it my explanation. As he finished speaking, without further ado, Feng Ziyi directly handed the magical artifact to Xun Yong. Looking at his eyes, he was completely terrified. How could Feng Ziyi not understand that the other party's previous words about a narrow escape were pure fabrication? In reality, the 3 brothers surnamed Lai might have died at this person's hands before they even had time to pursue. Those were 2 cultivator at the Qi refining stage 9th level and 1 disciple of the 8th level of Qi refining. He had clearly seen the 3 of them working together to kill a cultivator at the 10 levels of Qi refining. Such formidable 3 people actually died at the hands of one person. Moreover, when Xun Yong appeared today, Feng Ziyi clearly felt a Qi refining stage 9th level magical power fluctuation on his body, a fluctuation even much greater than his own, who was also at the 9th level. The other party's strength could probably kill him with ease. How could this not alarm him? At this moment, to save his life, he could only try to appease this person first, as he had not participated in the ambush, but was merely a provider of information. Xun Yong chuckled softly, intentionally dropping his cold expression, then put away the medium-grade magical artifact, and then looked him up and down deeply again. After a moment, he asked with a slight hint of confusion, all right, let's not talk about this for now. Oh, senior brother, you haven't appeared in the market for a year, how did you manage to come this time? This was also a point of confusion for Xun Yong. The other party had endured for a year, why not endure for a few more years and then come to the market, which would be much safer? Why did he suddenly appear this time? Feng Ziyi sighed upon hearing this. At this moment, he could only truthfully tell this person the purpose of his visit to the market. If he angered the other party, it would be a big problem. Next, Feng Ziyi began to recount. It turned out that this matter was somewhat related to Xun Yong. Although this old man was almost 70, his heart for the Dao had not diminished in the slightest. He still planned to attempt a breakthrough to the foundation establishment stage in his lifetime. However, due to his poor aptitude, his cultivation had always stagnated. He originally thought he could only waste 100 years, and when his lifespan was up, he would turn into a pile of yellow earth. But a few years ago, with the appearance of a fairy named Hua Ying, he regained his confidence. This fairy brought many kinds of spiritual water, and this kind of spiritual water was different from other spiritual water, it could actually increase his cultivation. This was also why his cultivation could reach the Qi refining stage 9th level. It was just that good times didn't last long. That fairy had not appeared for more than 2 years now, which made him anxious. And he was not far from the 10 levels of Qi refining, he only needed more of that spiritual water, and a breakthrough would be a matter of time. But with the sudden of spiritual water, he immediately returned to his previous state, and his cultivation began to stagnate again. Feng Ziyi had not been idle during this year. He constantly inquired about the fairy's whereabouts within the sect, but there had been no news until now, which gradually made him give up on this idea. He began to plan his next step. That was to go to a place called the Yin Extreme Secret Realm. It only opens once every 50 years, and the next time will be in 3 years. This is an extremely dangerous place, known as a place of bloody slaughter. Less than 3 out of 10 people who enter it return alive. But danger and opportunity coexist, there are many heaven and earth treasures inside. Obtaining even one plant can significantly improve one's cultivation. Feng Ziyi planned to enter it to fight for his last glimmer of hope. If he failed and died there, it would be his fate. And his purpose for setting up this stall was to exchange the items in his hand for spirit stones to buy a treasure from an old friend. In the next 3 years, he would go into seclusion to refine this treasure, preparing for entry into the secret realm, and would not come out easily. But today, by chance, he met Xun Yong. After listening, Xun Yong sneered inwardly. His encounter with the old man today was no coincidence, but the result of long-term staking out. But he was also quite surprised, Not expecting this old man to have such ambition to venture into that dangerous secret realm, it was truly rare. It was just that he had never heard of this Yin extreme secret realm. But it would only open in 3 years, so it was normal that no information had been released yet. Of course, while Xun Yong admired the old man's ambition, his intention to kill this person had not changed in the slightest. He had directly stated his purpose earlier, mainly to make this person fearful, and at the same time to make him think there was still a glimmer of hope, making the other party believe that as long as he gave an explanation, the matter could pass. When Feng Ziyi struck himself with a palm, Xun Yong had already secretly released a drop of poisonous blood. The reason he talked to the other party for so long was mainly to wait for the poisonous blood to spread further. Now, seeing that the time was ripe, Xun Yong then chatted with the old man about other things, intentionally skipping over the previous matter, and then found an excuse to bid farewell and leave. He didn't want to publicly kill this person within the market. That would only make people think it was an act of murder and seizing treasures, which would unnecessarily attract others' attention. After all, if a common item were placed in front of someone, they wouldn't even glance at it. But if someone publicly attacked and killed someone to seize a treasure, the nature would be different. Others would subconsciously assume that the killer might have taken a rare treasure. This would directly attract the attention of those with ulterior motives. If Xun Yong did this, he would certainly face interception from others. Xun Yong would not do such a foolish thing. When no one was paying attention, he quietly came to the market exit. The moment he left the market, he activated the blood explosion art. The next moment, Feng Ziyi's body instantly exploded like a ball. His eyes widened, his face full of shock, but after a breath, as his body completely exploded, the curtain fell. The people around, upon discovering this scene, were afraid of being contaminated by the poisonous blood and were too busy dodging to meddle in other people's affairs. Only a few people kept scanning the surroundings, but they didn't find any suspicious person, nor did they find anyone taking away a treasure. This made a hint of confusion flash in the eyes of these people. And Xun Yong, seeing the body explode, was satisfied that Feng Ziyi was as dead as he could be, and quietly left the market. However, after he left, less than 2 breaths passed. Originally, a few greedy individuals looked at the treasures left at Feng Ziyi's stall, and ill intentions arose in their hearts, preparing to snatch them. Suddenly, a mouth opened in a blood ball on the ground, and a thin, dwarfish person crawled out of the blood ball, revealing an aged face. This face was 80% similar to Feng Ziyi's. The moment this person appeared, his eyes were exceptionally sharp, and there was also a flash of blood light in his hand. This made those few greedy individuals immediately put away their ill intentions and dared not approach easily. After all, they also didn't expect that someone who had been hit by the blood explosion art and whose body had exploded could still perform this trick of golden cicada shedding its skin to escape death. This person was definitely not an ordinary individual. The gazes that had gathered also began to gradually fade. And the dwarfish man, seeing that the situation was calm, put away the treasure in his hand, then stared intently at the market exit. Only when he saw that it was empty did he secretly breathe a sigh of relief. But this person was also bold, he had no intention of leaving, but instead, with a flick of his hand, the poisonous blood on the ground dissipated without a trace. Then, as if nothing had happened, he began selling items again. Xun Yong had no idea that the person he killed could play such a trick of golden cicada shedding its skin. If he had known, he would definitely have come to kill him again. After he left the market, he went to the corpse cave and purchased 30 living corpses, and then returned to his immortal cave. He began to make preparations. 5 days later, he went to the Lian Xian Hall, accepted a sect mission to go out, and then hurriedly left the sect with the token. He went to perform the mission to exchange for cultivation time. Time flew by, and 3 years passed in the blink of an eye. During this period, Xun Yong would undertake an external mission every now and then, and the time he gained from these missions was all dedicated to cultivation. His cultivation had also reached 10 levels of qi refining perfection half a year ago. And seeing his cultivation reach major achievement, he gradually began to consume washmarrow pills. But very quickly, Xun Yong discovered that he was not some chosen one. When he took the first washmarrow pill, the effect was still acceptable, but by the second, third, and even fifth pill, the effect clearly began to decline drastically. He felt that at most only 1/3 of the impurities in his body had been expelled. At this rate, continuing to take washmarrow pills might take 20 years, or even longer, for him to possibly have a slim chance of breaking through to the foundation establishment stage. This discovery left him despondent for a long time. Xun Yong knew that even if he could wait that long, given the rate at which his blood refinement scripture increased his vital essence, problems might arise in no more than 10 years. He currently only had 2 methods. One was to find the Fuyin grass, the spirit medicine required for the first level of the 100 meridian body refinement technique, to completely cultivate the meridians in his left arm to major achievement. The second was to find other washmarrow pills to cleanse the impurities in his body and break through to the foundation establishment stage faster. However, no trace of Fuyin grass was found in either the sect market or the Fengbu Mountain black market. He had also intentionally inquired, but the results were always the same. Even those who had been involved in the black market for many years had never heard of it. Clearly, the path of Fuyin grass was unfeasible. But the second option, finding other main ingredients for washmarrow pills, would require venturing deep into other sects to explore, and the danger was simply too great. After much thought, Xun Yong couldn't help but recall the Yin extreme secret realm mentioned by Feng Ziyi. This secret realm contains many heaven and earth treasures, and perhaps even top-grade washmarrow pill spirit medicine nurtured by heaven and earth. Once he took a washmarrow pill made from this kind of spirit medicine, why worry about not being able to break through to the foundation establishment stage in one fell swoop? However, according to Feng Ziyi's description of this secret realm, less than 3 out of 10 people who entered it managed to come out alive. He also didn't know if what he said was true, but just hearing about such a death rate was quite frightening. Now, the 3-year period had also arrived. Xun Yong planned to go to Yin Xian Hall to inquire whether the secret realm had been announced and to ask for more details. Without further ado, he quickly left his immortal cave. It wasn't long before he entered Yin Xian Hall. As soon as he stepped into the hall, Xun Yong felt the atmosphere around him was somewhat oppressive, and he knew that a new mission must have been released. He quickly went to the mission stone wall and began to look. After searching around, he indeed saw the 4 large characters for Yin Extreme Secret Realm. What Feng Ziyi said was true, this secret realm really existed. Taking advantage of the crowd gathered around, Xun Yong casually asked others about this secret realm. An hour quickly passed. During this time, he also inquired with a managing disciple, gradually getting a 7 or 8 out of 10 understanding of the origin of the Yin Extreme Secret Realm. This secret realm actually began to exist in its preliminary form during ancient times. But at that time, it wasn't a secret realm, it could only be considered a spatial rift. It is said that 2 ancient powerful beings, while fighting each other, simultaneously used powerful spells, causing space itself to shatter. This left behind a spatial rift. At that time, some curious individuals also ventured into this rift to investigate, but they only found countless spatial hurricanes and countless black meteorites falling. Gradually, it became a forbidden land. It wasn't until more than 5,000 years ago, one day, that a earth-shattering sound came from this spatial rift. Subsequently, people gradually discovered that this spatial rift had, at some unknown time, connected to another plane. People gradually went in to investigate and only then discovered that what it connected to was merely the ruins of a cultivation school on another plane. It was just that this school ruin seemed to have been abandoned during a great war and was forcibly detached from that plane, thus drifting in the star sea for an unknown period of time before being sucked in by the spatial rift. And when those who entered the ruins discovered that not only was the spiritual chi abundant inside, but there were also countless heaven and earth treasures, and cultivation technique legacies left behind in the school ruins, along with many magical artifacts. Immediately, the entire cultivation world of Chu Kingdom was shaken, attracting countless high-level cultivators who scrambled to enter and seek treasures. The first group of people who entered all returned with great gains. But as time went on and the treasures inside gradually began to decrease, the darker side of human nature began to manifest. This led to fighting and seizing treasures within the ruins becoming common occurrences, and for a time, a bloody storm continuously played out within it. However, due to the extremely abundant spiritual chi in the ruins space, new spiritual artifacts would be born again within a few years. This led to some cultivators being unwilling to leave, directly cultivating inside, while others, in order to seize the first-hand spiritual artifacts, also remained within this ruined space. Over the years, so many people staying and cultivating within it led to the spiritual chi being continuously plundered, and for a time, the spiritual chi began to become imbalanced, and cracks gradually appeared in the space. Slowly, as the spiritual artifacts born within the ruins also began to decrease year by year. Only then did it attract the attention of others, and in order to allow this ruined space to continue for a long time, several powerful individuals established a rule. It could only be entered once every 20 years to seek treasures. This rule, once implemented, was indeed very effective. However, as time went on and the ruined space was continuously opened, the cracks inside grew larger and larger, and the spiritual chi became thinner year by year. This led to the basic disappearance of rare spiritual artifacts, and even the legacy of the ruins gradually became severed. It no longer held any attraction for high-level cultivators. 1,000 years ago, it was gradually renamed the Yin Extreme Secret Realm, signifying that the once flourishing secret realm had come to an end. And from being opened once every 20 years, it changed to once every 50 years, and only chi refinement stage cultivators were allowed to enter. This is why the Yin Extreme Secret Realm has continued to this day. Although rare spiritual artifacts will no longer appear within this secret realm, failing to attract the attention of high-level cultivators, the spirit medicine born within it is still extremely valuable to chi refinement stage cultivators. Of course, there are also some magical artifacts, spiritual artifacts, and magic treasure fragments scattered inside. These are undoubtedly relics left behind by those who entered the secret realm in the past and died within it. And the reason why there is a bloody storm within the secret realm, with less than 3 out of 10 coming out alive, is not due to crises within the secret realm itself, but rather from the fighting and killing between cultivators who entered it for treasure. The Yin Extreme Secret Realm has 2 entrances, one is at the border of the 3 major demonic sects, jointly controlled by them. The other is within the territory of the Righteous Path School, 10,000 Sword Sect, jointly controlled by the 4 major Righteous Path Schools. Whenever the 50-year period arrives, both the Righteous and Demonic Dao will begin to organize their forces to jointly enter the Yin Extreme Secret Realm to explore for treasures. This leads to extremely fierce competition between the Righteous and Demonic sides for spirit medicine, with bloody storms and rivers of blood, which are not groundless rumors. Without certain strength, entering it to snatch treasures would only result in death. When Xun Yong understood this, he couldn't help but secretly click his tongue. He knew that once he entered, he would not only have to guard against sneak attacks from other demonic sect disciples but also against schemes from Righteous Path disciples. Inside, it was truly a place full of crises and traps at every step, he couldn't afford to be careless for a moment. And the opening of the secret realm was 3 months later. Since Xun Yong had decided to risk venturing into the secret realm, he needed to make thorough preparations. After leaving Yin Xian Hall, he went to the market again. He bought some books from various righteous and demonic sects and then rushed back to his immortal cave to begin studying them. After all, the spells used by each sect were different, so he had to study them carefully so that if he encountered them, he would have a way to deal with them. Xun Yong didn't want to be suddenly ambushed and killed by some treacherous person in the secret realm with a spell he was unfamiliar with. That would be too frustrating. Making more preparations now was always better than being unprepared. At the same time, he also bought some books on combat techniques and studied them together. Time flew by, and 3 months passed in a flash. On this day, at the foot of the main peak of the Blood Yin sect, on a large platform, 150 people were standing upright at this moment. These people were precisely those who had signed up to participate in the Yin Extreme secret realm. Xun Yong was also among them. He stood in the second to last row, and while waiting, he kept scanning the others. Similarly, many people, like Xun Yong, were scanning their surroundings. Without exception, these people all wanted to see if there were any familiar faces or powerful individuals. This way, after entering the secret realm, they could find a helper, which would greatly increase their chances of surviving and leaving the secret realm. However, at this moment, Xun Yong suddenly felt a cold, sharp gaze constantly sweeping over him, which instantly startled him. Then, he followed the gaze and looked over, and the one emitting this gaze was a thin, pointed-faced man. The moment he saw this person, an inexplicable feeling arose in Xun Yong's heart. Wasn't this person the one who was behind him when he took an emergency mission at Lianxian Hall? He had even swapped places with this person, which caused him to be resented by this person. The other party seemed to call himself Yi Yanping, a rather strange name. At that time, Xun Yong thought that this person, having gone to the battlefield, would not be able to return alive, so he didn't take the other party's threats to heart. But now, looking at this person's sinister expression, things might not be so simple. It seemed he had been thoroughly resented by this person. It seemed that once he entered the secret realm and encountered this person, there would definitely be a battle. Xun Yong secretly snorted. With his current strength, why would he fear this person? Since this person was so eager to die, he would definitely fulfill this person's wish after entering the secret realm. And when Yi Yanping saw that Xun Yong was not afraid of his gaze at all, he instantly felt extremely frustrated. He thought that if Xun Yong hadn't swapped places, he wouldn't have had to go to the battlefield, and he wouldn't have lost a life-saving treasure. This made his resentment towards Xun Yong grow even deeper, and his eyes, like knife glints, provocatively swept over Xun Yong. Seeing this, Xun Yong was too lazy to bother with a mere clown. Once he entered the secret realm, he would definitely make this person die a tragic death. Then, he shifted his gaze to another place. Seeing that his provocation failed, Yi Yanping gave a sinister smile and could only grudgingly withdraw his gaze. At this moment, Xun Yong shifted his gaze and saw another person who looked somewhat familiar. This person resembled a dwarf, less than 1 meter tall, but his face was very old, around 70 years old. However, this person's face bore a 7 or 8/10 resemblance to Feng Ziyi. Xun Yong thought he had seen wrong, but after injecting his qi into his eyes, he gradually confirmed that he had not seen wrong. Could this person be Feng Ziyi? He also began to murmur, as he had personally seen Feng Ziyi's body explode in the market that day, dead beyond dead. How could there be a similar person now? It seemed there must be a problem here. However, when Xun Yong was staring at this person, he didn't notice that this person was also subtly looking around. He was also looking for familiar faces, especially a young man named Wang Ping, but after scanning around and not seeing this person, the tension in his heart finally eased. However, before he could relax for long, he noticed another gaze that seemed to linger on him for a long time. This startled Feng Ziyi. He quickly and subtly followed the gaze and saw a rather unfamiliar young man. There was a hint of confusion in this person's eyes, which puzzled Feng Ziyi. He didn't know this person, so what did the other party's gaze mean? But very quickly, he seemed to have thought of something, and his heart couldn't help but skip a beat, secretly exclaiming, "This isn't right." He always felt that this person's eyes were somewhat similar to Wang Ping's. What he worried about came true. This made his forehead break out in a thin sweat, and his heart became tense again. In just a moment, Feng Ziyi thought that he had already been killed once by the other party, so why was he still haunting him? Did the other party not want to let him go and give him a chance to pursue the Dao of immortality? As soon as he thought of this, a hint of ruthlessness emerged in his heart, and even his expression became somewhat sinister, with a ruthless countermeasure forming in his mind. Xun Yong naturally didn't know the other party's thoughts. After a moment of confusion and some internal speculation, he withdrew his gaze. The next incense stick of time was spent in waiting. At this moment, 2 long rainbows swiftly sped from the horizon and instantly landed at the very front of the platform. Silence. As a majestic voice sounded from the front, those below who were still whispering and looking around also focused their gaze forward. When the 2 long rainbows landed, everyone was instantly enveloped by a powerful aura. Greetings, Blood Evening Old Ancestor. The person who arrived was actually a nascent soul ancestor, known as the bloodthirsty demonic man, Blood Evening. His path to core formation could be described as that of a blood-devouring maniac. Anyone he targeted would inevitably become a blood-colored dried corpse, gradually earning him the title of bloodthirsty demonic man. But for the past 50 years, he had been in secluded cultivation. It was said that his demonic technique had reached major achievement, and even a blood chi always surrounded his body, refusing to dissipate. This mere blood chi, and the pressure it formed, made these chi refinement stage disciples tremble with fear. Xun Yong also didn't expect that the one leading them to the secret realm entrance for the secret realm opening would be a nascent soul ancestor. It seemed the sect attached great importance to the secret realm. This was understandable, after all, the spirit medicine these disciples obtained in the secret realm had to be handed over by 2/3. For the sect, this was a considerable income. The person standing respectfully to the side with Blood Evening was someone Xun Yong recognized. It was none other than Elder Gu, who had appeared when he first joined the sect. This person, named Gu Jingfeng, had a foundation establishment middle stage cultivation and cultivated the blood path cultivation technique, blood refinement scripture. Although Gu Jingfeng stood respectfully to one side, his gaze constantly shifted, scanning the area below. In contrast, old ancestor Blood Evening never once looked directly at Xun Yong and the others below, and naturally, he bothered to say nothing. With a sudden wave of his hand, a bloody silhouette flashed, and in a moment, a colossal flying ship abruptly emerged. The ship's bow was carved with a dragon head, lifelike and exuding an aura of dominance, while the hull was stained with an eerie blood-red color. Just 2 more glances would make one feel as if they were being sucked into it. This flying ship of mine is made from the blood of 1,000 corpses, it's not something you little brats can look at. Quickly circulate your cultivation technique and calm your minds, lest you be contaminated by the chi of the blood corpses. Old ancestor Blood Evening noticed the abnormality and then spoke to remind them. As his ancient and hoarse voice spread around, Xun Yong only felt a rumbling in his ears, but precisely because of this, his mind was suddenly jolted awake. It turned out that the feeling of his consciousness being sucked into the bloody hull just now was real. If his consciousness were to be sucked in, he feared there would be no day of waking up again, causing him to break out in a cold sweat. As expected of a bloodthirsty demonic cultivator, this flying ship alone possessed such a bizarre divine ability. But Xun Yong also felt a hint of pleasant surprise. After this incident, he suddenly discovered that his Dao heart had become even firmer, and his desire for a higher cultivation had deepened considerably. This could be considered a blessing in disguise. Old ancestor Blood Evening had only infused a trace of the Dao into his voice, yet he found that among this group of disciples, a few had gained some enlightenment. Very good, it surprised him quite a bit. That being said, whether they could make it out once inside the secret realm remained to be seen. The time has come, board the ship quickly. After old ancestor Blood Evening spoke coldly, he was the first to wave his sleeve, transforming into an incomparably slender blood shadow that vanished onto the flying ship. Xun Yong and the others dared not delay, each casting their flight spells and beginning to ascend onto the flying ship. They were well aware of the demonic sect's temperament. If anyone was too slow and something unexpected happened, they would have nowhere to cry. Swish, swish, swish. Rushing to be first, 150 people boarded the flying ship in less than 3 breaths. At this moment, Gu Jingfeng, looking at the boarding disciples, seemed to have found the person he was looking for, and his eyes clearly showed something different. First, a hint of surprise flashed, followed by several more expressions of approval. This was because, not long ago, he had accidentally encountered old devil Fulong once, and heard Fulong praise him for taking on a good disciple. This also surprised him. After all, Gu Jingfeng only had a few disciples, and in his heart, they were all useless. When had he ever had a good disciple? But after some inquiry, he learned it was a person named Xun Yong. At first, he couldn't recall, but when he pondered the name carefully, a figure suddenly appeared in his mind. Wasn't it the Qi Refinement Stage 6th layer disciple who appeared 5 or 6 years ago when Wu Fei brought him into the sect? At that time, he had only bestowed a storage pouch containing the 100 Meridian Body Refinement technique because this person's soul body was good, and he also cultivated the blood refinement scripture, and was a void tempering disciple. In fact, he would bestow the 100 Meridian Body Refinement technique whenever he encountered a suitable disciple who cultivated the blood refinement scripture. This was like casting a wide net. Eventually, small fish would enter the net. However, these people, due to their low cultivation, could not contribute to his grand plan, so he never paid much attention to them. He probably hadn't even met a large portion of them many times, and some he might not even remember. Now, the appearance of someone like Xun Yong filled him with immense joy. At the same time, he also sensed the aura of the 100 Meridian Body Refinement technique on Xun Yong, which was definitely 5 ruptures and reconstructions. As long as this child could advance his cultivation further, his plan could proceed smoothly. After so many years of waiting, he finally saw a glimmer of hope. And Gu Jingfeng's purpose in coming here this time also had a certain objective. At the same time, he did not want this promising talent to die in the secret realm in such a muddled way, so he prepared to secretly employ some methods. Subsequently, Gu Jingfeng pondered for a moment, then quickly flew up. A few breaths later, with a wave of old ancestor Blood Evening's hand, the flying ship, like an arrow piercing the clouds, instantly broke through the air and sped away. This time, because the flying ship was extremely fast, no after-images could be seen behind it, so there was a protective shield over the hull. Xun Yong and the other Qi Refinement Stage disciples could sit safely and steadily in various parts of the flying ship without worrying about being torn apart by the strong winds. He also did not want to attract attention, so he found a corner, sat down cross-legged in meditation, and began to calm his mind. However, some people had the opposite idea to him. In the middle of the ship, a person was currently sitting coldly. This person was thin, with purplish-black skin all over, and even his eyes were dark and lifeless, as if he had crawled out of a pile of corpses. This person's name was Wang Qinglu, and his background was not small. It was said that in the last sect competition, this person had achieved a top 8 ranking, a true prodigy. He was even accepted as an inner disciple by Senior Marshal Uncle Hao Shuat, a foundation establishment late-stage cultivator of the sect, and was taught the advanced blood path demonic technique, blood curse art. Once this blood curse art was mastered, the spells cast were unpredictable and bizarre. It was a type of witch goo blood curse art. Anyone afflicted by this art would die a miserable death within 3 to 10 breaths. Although this art required certain conditions to be activated, due to its unpredictable nature, some people would often unknowingly fall victim to it. But one thing was certain, it was safest to quickly distance oneself when encountering this person. Of course, despite how powerful this art seemed, those who cultivated such a malicious art would also be affected by it. Wang Qingluo's purplish-black skin was due to his vitality being plundered by this art, which caused him to appear withered and as if he had crawled out of a pile of corpses. Within 5 feet around this person, no one dared to approach easily. This was because, besides the dense, sinister qi on his body, there was also an enormous stench of long-rotted corpses. This stench went straight to the heavenly spirit, and even cultivators could not endure it. At this moment, Wang Qingluo's face was ashen, and a murderous intent rose in his heart. He strongly disliked others looking at him with strange eyes because of the smell emanating from his body. These people, in his heart, all deserved to die. Once they entered the secret realm, he would let these people taste the agony of a fate worse than death. In fact, his reason for coming to the secret realm was not merely to seize treasures, but more to enjoy the pleasure of tormenting others. In the distance, Xun Yong also glanced at Wang Qingluo. He had heard of this person before, as there were often rumors circulating within the market. However, he was quite wary of the blood curse art that this person cultivated. Once they entered the secret realm, he would naturally keep his distance from this person and would not easily provoke him unless absolutely necessary. Aside from Wang Qingluo, there were 2 other individuals on the flying ship who stood out. Both of them were surrounded by several people. One of them was a beautiful female cultivator named Ao Qing, dressed revealingly, with charming eyes and an alluring aura. Her cultivation was at the 10 levels of qi refining, and she was a disciple of senior martial uncle Xu Long, cultivating the blood charm art. Those surrounding her were all male cultivators, and it seemed most of them were under the influence of her blood charm art. This woman kept giggling and saying something like, "Within the secret realm, I still hope all you senior brothers will help this little one." Those who were utterly infatuated kept nodding in agreement. Xun Yong was momentarily speechless. "Just with you trash, you're not even as strong as this woman alone, yet you still dream of protecting others." The other person was a handsome male cultivator. However, this person had no trace of sinister qi about him, instead, he exuded a certain scholarly elegance. If this weren't a demonic sect, he would truly appear as a kind and benevolent senior brother. This person was named Luo Liang. At only 17 years old, he had already become a named disciple of old ancestor Fan Shuet. In the sect, he was like a personal disciple, holding an extremely noble status. With such a status, there was no spirit medicine he couldn't acquire, so it was unclear why he would participate in this secret realm expedition. Xun Yong hadn't expected that this secret realm expedition would even include a prodigy. He didn't know if it was a good or bad thing. But there was no use in overthinking. In the time that followed, he no longer surveyed his surroundings but closed his eyes and waited. Time flew by, half a day passed in the blink of an eye. The sound of the flying ship breaking through the air began to slow down. Xun Yong found himself in a dark valley, where a chilling ghost qi permeated, along with dark corpse fiend energy, and even dense blood fiend energy. The convergence of these 3 energies made the place exceptionally eerie. However, before the flying ship could land, a sharp and eerie voice echoed from below. "Is that blood evening old monster who has arrived?" As this voice spread, on the flying ship, Xun Yong felt his head sink, as if he had been struck, and a stinging pain shot straight to his spiritual consciousness. "He, you old monster are still the same, always trying to intimidate us, but the juniors of this sect cannot endure your demonic sound. Break for me." Blood evening old ancestor spoke calmly, then a flash of blood light appeared in his hand. In just a moment, a surge of blood qi rushed outwards, instantly shattering the demonic sound. Then the flying ship landed on a platform below. On the left side of the platform, an old man stood in mid-air. This person's title was Shi Tian, a core formation old ancestor of the corpse demon sect. He possessed a heavenly illusory demonic corpse, hence his title, Shi Tian. Below Shi Tian, 150 disciples were also standing. These people were likely the corpse demon sect disciples participating in this secret realm. "Ha ha ha, 50 years no see, your old monster's bloodthirsty demonic technique has become even more formidable." In this exchange, my corpse demon sound was utterly defeated on the spot. Shi Tian let out a hearty laugh, but spoke with a cold tone. "Humph, I am also very wary of your heavenly illusory demonic corpse. Back then, my blood-drinking strike couldn't harm that corpse in the slightest." Hearing the barbed words, blood evening old ancestor couldn't help but retort in kind. Upon hearing this, Shi Tian's heart was as cold as frost. If it weren't for that demon's strike back then, his heavenly illusory demonic corpse would probably have advanced further. This demon mentioning it now was clearly an intentional attempt to reopen old wounds, which instantly angered Shi Tian. But soon, a plan formed in his mind. "Alright, let's not dwell on the past. Now that the Yin Extreme Secret Realm is opening, both our sects have sent 150 people, and our strengths are comparable. How about a Fu Mo chess game? I imagine you, old monster, wouldn't refuse, right?" As he finished speaking, Shi Tian reached into his sleeve and pulled out a black and white chessboard. This chessboard was a treasure brought out from within the Yin Extreme Secret Realm back then. It was also the treasure of a certain master from the immortal sect ruins within the Secret Realm. This treasure could generate a chess game. Once the chess game was initiated, it would activate this treasure, leading to a win or loss, and corresponding consequences. What is there for me to be afraid of? Speak, the rules and the stakes. Blood Evening Old Ancestor first frowned, but then he quickly glanced at the disciples who had come this time. His brows soon relaxed, and he said coldly. The rules are that the victory will be decided by the combined total of the people from our two sects who survive and the spirit medicine they bring out. Heh, as for the stakes, I heard you, old monster, recently refined a blood sale. Let's use this treasure as the stake. Of course, to show fairness, I am willing to offer the blood drinking stone. How about it? Upon hearing this, Blood Evening Old Ancestor felt a slight anger in his heart. This old monster really dared to make such a demand. He had spent nearly 40 years refining this blood sale. Now that this blood sale had just been completed, this old monster was already eyeing it. What a shrewd calculation. However, when Blood Evening heard that the other party was willing to offer the blood drinking stone, a hint of fervor appeared in his eyes. This stone was a gem that could elevate a magic treasure to the next level. If he could obtain this blood drinking stone, he could truly elevate the blood sale into the ranks of top-tier magic treasures. This immense temptation made him waver for a moment. After pondering for a full 10 breaths, Blood Evening finally made up his mind. All right, I'll agree to your old monster's terms. Let's start the Fu Mo chess game. Ha 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 ha, I knew you would agree. Shi Tian laughed loudly, a hint of malevolence flashing in his eyes, but he quickly slammed his palm onto the chessboard. Before long, the chessboard emitted a burst of starlight, and a chess game shimmering with starlight appeared before them. Shi Tian then waved his hand, and a drop of his essence blood disappeared into the chess game. After doing this, he made a gesture of invitation. Blood Evening Old Ancestor said nothing more, also waving his hand, and a drop of his essence blood likewise disappeared into the chess game. As the essence blood of both entered, the chessboard shot up into the sky. The 150 people below, including Xun Yong, only felt a white star point emerge on their bodies, which then flew into the chess game. And the disciples on the corpse demon sect's side also each had a black star point emerge on their bodies, flying into the chess game above. As the chess game officially began, the star points on the chessboard disappeared into the sky, gradually indicating that only when a winner was decided would this chess game be lifted. And one breath after the Fu Mo chess game began, another rushing sound came from the distance, streaking across the sky, accompanied by a pleasant female voice. What kind of tricks are you two old monsters up to again? This fairy smelled something amiss from a distance. Are you plotting something, or are you trying to scheme against my 10,000 ghost sect? The next moment, a flying ship descended, revealing a female fairy dressed in luxurious black robes. Behind the fairy, there were also 150 people, all of whom were enveloped in wisps of black ghost chi. Without a doubt, these were the 150 disciples of the 10,000 ghost sect participating in the secret realm this time. Fairy Feng Hun, you worry too much. The two of us merely played a game of Fu Mo chess game. We had no designs on your school or you, fairy. When Shi Tian saw that the person who arrived was Fairy Feng Hun, a hint of apprehension clearly flashed in his eyes. He and Old Ancestor Blood Evening might have grievances, but he wouldn't dare to joke with this long-famous ghost Dao fairy. Indeed, just as Shi Tian said. Even Old Ancestor Blood Evening showed a hint of surprise, then began to explain. Fairy Feng Hun looked at the sky with suspicion, then put away her stern expression. This time, the 10,000 ghost sect sent her to prevent these two old monsters from playing tricks. After all, the last time the secret realm opened, her 10,000 ghost sect suffered a considerable hidden loss. This time, they had to get even no matter what. I hope it is as you say. If this fairy discovers anything amiss later, I will certainly show you the power of my 10,000 ghost sect. Fairy Feng Hun coldly snorted, not giving them any face at all. Although Shi Tian and Old Ancestor Blood Evening both had anger in their hearts, they couldn't express it in front of this fairy, which was truly frustrating. In truth, they hadn't expected that the 10,000 ghost sect would send such a formidable person this time. But the Fu Mo chess game was already set, and they each had their own plans. Afterwards, they would have to employ some tricks, and even if they offended this fairy, their sect would back them up. Alright, time is almost up. Let's not fall behind those hypocrites of the righteous path. Let's activate the formation quickly. As this voice sounded, Shi Tian and Old Ancestor Blood Evening flashed, each returning to their respective school members, and each took out a treasure. Then, with the injection of magical power, 3 rays of different light fell separately onto a certain formation on the stone wall in front. As the brilliant light burst forth, that formation emitted a sizzling sound. Before long, a pitch-black, bottomless cave entrance appeared. Upon seeing this, Old Ancestor Blood Evening put away the treasure in his hand, then coldly glanced at Gu Jingfeng. Gu Jingfeng was also a shrewd person, how could he not understand the Old Ancestor's meaning? In fact, when he was ordered by Old Ancestor Blood Evening to come here, he was still somewhat puzzled as to why the Old Ancestor would choose him alone. But the moment he saw the Fu Mo chess game open, he suddenly understood. He couldn't help but feel extremely impressed by the Old Ancestor's foresight and was shocked by his far-reaching strategy. Since he had come this time to assist the Old Ancestor, then he had to show some capability so that the Old Ancestor would look at him with respect. Next, he flew down. He arrived directly in front of Xun Yong and the others, then with a wave of his hand, numerous tokens scattered like celestial maidens strewing flowers, each flying to the front of every disciple. This token was made by our sect for the secret realm. When you enter it, you can use the token to sense the location of our sect's disciples. At the same time, there is also a simplified map of the secret realm inside the token. You only need to inject your magical power to view it. The secret realm will be open for 3 months. When the secret realm ends, this token can also guide you out of the secret realm. Remember to keep it safe, do not lose it. Gu Jingfeng, seeing that the tokens had all been distributed, explained in a deep voice. However, as he explained, the hand hidden in his sleeve inexplicably pinched a hand seal, seemingly activating something. Xun Yong and the others did not know that among them, 3 people's eyes suddenly flashed with a red light, which then immediately disappeared. Having done all this, Gu Jingfeng smiled coldly at the corner of his mouth, then flew to Old Ancestor Blood Evening and respectfully bowed. Old Ancestor Blood Evening stroked his beard, a hint of approval flashing in his eyes. A moment later, a bloody light appeared in Old Ancestor Blood Evening's hand, and he waved it towards Xun Yong and the 150 people. This is a light from a formation. When you enter it, you will be randomly assigned positions by the formation inside. Take care of yourselves. Alright. Hurry and enter the secret realm. As Old Ancestor Blood Evening's words fell, figures rushed to fly into the pitch-black secret realm. Xun Yong also dared not delay, driving his flying talisman, transforming into a meteor, and disappearing into the secret realm. The moment he entered, the bloody light on his body scattered, instantly blurring his vision. He didn't know how long passed, but when he felt his feet touch the ground, he found himself in a gloomy valley. Xun Yong touched his hand, took out the Feng Yu blade, then released his spiritual sense, and began to cautiously scan his surroundings. After a while, seeing that the surroundings were quiet, he finally relaxed. Then, with a flip of his hand, he took out a token and began to inject his magical power. Before long, a light image appeared in front of him, and a damaged map emerged. Xun Yong examined the map for a while and quickly discovered that he was in the deepest part of the secret realm, a place with many large mountains. And 10 miles in front of him, the map showed several ruined palaces. He didn't know what part of the immortal sect ruins these palaces were. He didn't expect that the random teleportation of the formation would send him to a relatively distant location from where heavenly and earthly spiritual objects could be born. However, what was certain was that those hypocrites of the righteous path could not appear in his area. This goes back to the fact that in those years, both the demonic path and the righteous path wanted to occupy the secret realm, but under the mediation of a powerful cultivator, the secret realm was divided into 3 parts. Among them, the 3 areas on the left side belonged to the 3 sects of the demonic path, and a set of formations was jointly arranged by the 3 sects. The 3 areas on the right side belonged to the 4 sects of the righteous path, and a set of formations was also arranged by the 4 sects of the righteous path. And the 2 central areas were the battlegrounds for the 2 sects. And their demonic path disciples, after being transmitted by the formation, could naturally only be transmitted to the left area, making it impossible to encounter righteous path disciples. However, demonic sect disciples are inherently cunning, so a certain degree of precaution must still be taken. Xun Yong then affixed a concealment talisman to his body, making himself appear indistinct, and then took out a divine speed talisman. He planned to first go to the nearest ruined palace to investigate whether there were any treasures left inside. Of course, within this secret realm, he dared not use a flying talisman, as that would only put him in danger more quickly. He could only run at extreme speed on the ground to travel. Without further ado, Xun Yong activated the divine speed talisman and transformed into an afterimage, running forward. During this time, he naturally did not forget to take out his divination treasure to calculate potential dangers that might suddenly appear on the road ahead. Time passed, and hundreds of breaths vanished in the blink of an eye. Just then, Xun Yong suddenly stopped, seemingly having discovered something amiss. He quickly hid in a dark place. Then, he took out a ghost sail and enveloped himself in a green glow. Rustle, rustle, rustle sounds continuously came from ahead. Not long after, a red-robed figure was seen flying away in a sorry state, with an 8-foot-tall, 2-horned green snake behind him. Just by looking at the glowing green color of the snake, one could initially guess that it might contain a malicious toxin. The red-robed figure's leg was completely black, and even the white bones were visible, which was undoubtedly the result of being contaminated by the toxin. However, after changing direction, this person fled directly towards where Xun Yong was hiding. Xun Yong, observing from the shadows, had a cold expression. This person was a Blood Yin sect disciple, and naturally had a token that could sense his location. This person's cultivation was at the Qi refining stage 9th level, and the green snake pursuing him was a 1st level Yao beast, whose strength should also be around the Qi refining stage 9th level, yet it was unknown why he was being chased so frantically by a Yao beast. Which senior brother is there? Please come out and help this junior brother. This snake has the divine ability of illusory traces, and this junior brother cannot deal with it. If senior brother can come out and help, this junior brother will certainly repay you handsomely. Although this person's words were tactful, his escape speed did not decrease at all, and he rushed straight towards Xun Yong. This was clearly forcing Xun Yong to show himself and save him, not a negotiation at all. Xun Yong's anger flared, but soon he seemed to notice something was amiss. Under the divination of his divination treasure, he actually discovered there was another person in the shadows. This was truly becoming interesting. And this person, who was forcing him to show himself, had a token, so no matter how he hid, it would be useless. Since that was the case, Xun Yong no longer hid and flew out instantly, sharply glancing at the green snake, while subtly using his peripheral vision to look at a certain dark place. Senior brother, you've finally shown yourself. Please quickly help this junior brother. What I said before is absolutely true, I will certainly repay you handsomely. When the red-robed figure saw Xun Yong appear, a look of joy surfaced on his face, followed by an anxious expression, urging Xun Yong to quickly take action and hold back the green snake behind him. This junior brother, don't rush. Since I have already appeared, I naturally won't stand idly by, that would not benefit me either. But first, let me clearly see the weakness of this Yao beast before I make a move, it's not too late. Seeing Xun Yong speak like this, the person immediately felt relieved, and a somewhat awkward smile appeared at the corner of his mouth as he said, that's natural, junior brother also understands what's important. As soon as his voice fell, the red-robed person's flying speed slowed down, clearly fearing that Xun Yong would misunderstand, and then he took out a blood-colored great saber from his hand and began to attack while fleeing. It was clearly a performance to buy Xun Yong some time. Xun Yong's eyes narrowed, and he quickly had a countermeasure in mind. When the red-robed person was less than 100 meters away, he instantly flew down, and his Feng Yu blade glowed with a green light. Junior brother, stand still. This magical artifact of mine is extraordinarily sharp. Don't worry, as long as you stand still, it absolutely won't hurt you. Xun Yong's words immediately drifted into the red-robed person's ears. This person's expression clearly changed. What did he mean, stand still? Was he telling himself to be cannon fodder? This person's thoughts raced for a moment, but he inherently did not trust others, not understanding would be foolish. Immediately, a yellow light burst from his hand, and he fled forward at an extremely fast speed. Seeing this scene, a wicked smile flashed across Xun Yong's lips. If this person truly didn't move, he would have been a bit tricky for a moment, but human nature, after all, is selfish, who would entrust their life and death to others. Then, the Feng Yu blade whistled in a gust of wind, and suddenly slashed across. A spray of fresh blood splattered. The red-robed person's eyes widened in a daze, then he touched the bloody mark on his neck, his eyes bulging, but his head strangely did not fall off, he simply collapsed to the ground. However, the moment this person fell to the ground, the blood on his body instantly turned pitch black, and then greenish-black spots emerged all over his body, and a deathly corpse aura rose. In a moment, this person transformed into a corpse puppet and directly charged towards Xun Yong. Xun Yong saw this and was not surprised at all. The moment this person appeared, he discovered a thick aura of corpse evil within his body. Undoubtedly, this person had long been invaded by corpse poison. And the one who used this method should be the corpse demon sect disciple hiding in the shadows. This corpse demon sect person originally intended to activate the corpse poison within the red-robed person's body while Xun Yong was fighting the green snake, and then, with a lightning-fast sneak attack, unexpectedly kill Xun Yong. But as the red-robed person died, the corpse poison within him could no longer be hidden. Seeing his plan fall through, he could no longer hold back and stopped pretending. He directly activated the corpse poison, intending to confront Xun Yong head-on. Then, the two-horned green snake also emitted a cloud of black qi, perhaps like the red-robed person, emitting a thick black qi. The two, one in front and one behind, attacked Xun Yong. And since Xun Yong had already seen through the trick, he naturally wouldn't just have this much attack power, killing intent flared in his eyes. Since your excellency is unwilling to show yourself, then never show yourself again. Go to hell. His voice carried a strong magical power fluctuation, spreading directly in all directions. The corpse demon sect person in the shadows heard this and his expression clearly changed. He didn't understand what the other party meant by this for a moment. Had his whereabouts been discovered? This caused him momentary panic. However, he did not know that Xun Yong uttered these words precisely to instill a hint of panic in this person's heart. Just then, a black shadow took the opportunity to appear behind this person, and with a black light, it slashed across. A head, carrying a hint of panic and an expression of disbelief, rolled out. The one who took this person's life was naturally the blood slave Xun Yong had released earlier. And the snake and the corpse, having lost their master's control, both crashed to the ground. Then, Xun Yong swiftly dashed and landed beside the corpse demon sect person's corpse, directly extracting this person's soul and carefully putting it away. Next, he took the storage pouch, then performed the blood essence technique, refining it into a dried corpse, and a single flame turned it into ashes. As for the snake and the corpse, he felt they should not be destroyed, even if they were not needed later, they could be thrown out to block an attack. After all, the corpse puppet of a corpse demon sect disciple still had very good defensive capabilities. Xun Yong had previously verified that the corpse puppet could withstand a blow from his medium-grade magical artifact, the Feng Yu blade, without its head being severed, which was enough to show that its defense was quite high. He collected the corpse puppet and pondered for a moment. The red-robed person from the Blood Yin sect probably had bad luck, encountering the corpse demon sect person as soon as he landed, and after being ambushed, he was also infected with a malicious corpse poison. With the spread of this corpse poison, this person had actually become a living corpse, and after that, this person should have been forced to compromise and be controlled under duress. But if this red-robed person had ended his own life earlier, he might still have had a chance for reincarnation, but now, with his soul absorbed by the corpse, there was no longer any chance. And Xun Yong was not sighing, but rather grumbling a bit because he failed to collect this person's soul, feeling somewhat displeased. Xun Yong then pulled off his storage pouch from his waist and began searching inside. Before long, he took out a paint-black token. After a quick glance, he channeled his magical power and struck the token, but after 3 breaths, he found that the token showed no reaction at all. Xun Yong saw this and showed no surprise, instead, it was exactly as he had guessed. This secret realm token issued by the corpse demon sect should only be usable by corpse demon sect disciples. Since he had long suspected this would be the case, the reason he still tested it was mainly to verify one thing. This matter, naturally, was to deduce in reverse whether the secret realm token issued by the Blood Yin sect could be used if it fell into the hands of a disciple from another sect. Since the Corpse Demon sect had already taken precautions against this, the Blood Yin sect would naturally also have considered it, which relieved him quite a bit. If only disciples of the same sect could use the secret realm token to detect his location, it wouldn't have much impact. After all, Xun Yong could also sense it in advance with the token, as long as he deliberately avoided some ill-intentioned disciples from the same sect. Of course, the three demonic sects had all considered this when issuing these secret realm tokens. Firstly, even if disciples of the same sect did not support each other, it could prevent infighting among disciples. After all, with this token, the positions of disciples from the same sect were transparent, and risks could be avoided in advance. Secondly, when competing for treasures with cultivators from other schools, they might be able to cooperate briefly to prevent the treasures from being snatched by cultivators from other sects. And now, a lot of time had been wasted, it was time to leave. Xun Yong channeled his magical power, destroyed the Corpse Demon sect's secret realm token in his hand, and then propelled himself forward at extreme speed using a divine speed talisman. However, 30 breaths after he left. In a dark place, a gentle breeze swept through, and the next moment, a faint black-robed man appeared. As the faint shadow slowly materialized, a black-robed man emerged. He was a grey-faced, thick-browed young man, and a faint trace of ghost chi emanated from him. This person should be a disciple of the 10,000 Ghosts sect. But the moment he appeared, he waved his hand, and a black ghostly chi floated out from his body, quickly forming a ghost face. Young man, you are very good. It was an extremely correct decision to hold back and not launch a sneak attack earlier. From within the appearing ghost face, an ancient and eerie voice sounded. The thick-browed young man's expression immediately became serious upon hearing this. He had really wanted to sneak attack Xun Yong just now, but for some unknown reason, he always felt a sense of panic in his heart, which made him hesitate. Senior, according to your estimation, if I had attacked just now, what would have been my chances of winning? The thick-browed young man was still unwilling to give up and couldn't help but ask. And that ghost face smiled sinisterly. In my opinion, you would only have a 30% chance of winning, and there's a 50% chance you would have been killed by that person in one strike. This. Although the thick-browed young man didn't hold much hope, hearing this still shocked him greatly. With his methods, he would only have such a low 30% chance of winning. Hehe, young man, don't be surprised. You only saw that person kill the Corpse Demon sect disciple with one strike just now, but you didn't see that when he struck fiercely, he had already thought through and come up with a perfect countermeasure in a short amount of time, which shows that this person is very experienced in combat. Of course, you don't need to be too discouraged. The ghost face did not overly discourage this junior, but merely stated the seriousness of the matter. After all, he was entrusted by this junior's master to assist him in acquiring treasures. Naturally, he didn't want to undermine his confidence at this time, as that could very likely lead to failure in acquiring the treasure, resulting in all efforts being in vain. What senior said is very true. I have always lived deep within the ghost school, and my combat experience is still too lacking. I will definitely train more in the future. Good, having this awareness is far better than others. The ghost face nodded and said in a deep voice, then changed the subject and said, when that person fought just now, he seemed to use our Ghost Deo magical artifact, the Netherworld method. This person should have a ghost sail in his hand. The thick-browed young man was a little surprised. Since Senior mentioned it, it was clear he had some intention. He quickly said, does Senior want to obtain this ghost sail? That's right. This sail appears dilapidated, but according to my investigation, if it were fully repaired, it might have the power of a low-grade spiritual artifact, and the ghost general within this sail also seems very unusual. Hearing this, the thick-browed young man also became interested. This Senior's soul power had always been unstable, and for some reason, the ghost sail in his hand could not accommodate Senior's soul power. If he could really seize that ghost sail, perhaps he could place Senior's soul power within it, and then he might even be able to cast some spells with Senior's soul power. This brought a hint of joy to the thick-browed young man, and he then said, Senior, don't worry, this junior will definitely get this sail for you later. Don't speak too soon. You are not this person's opponent. Later, you can only outsmart him, you cannot act rashly. If you really cannot find an opportunity, there is no need to act rashly for this. Yes, this junior will keep Senior's teachings in mind. The thick-browed young man cupped his hands and spoke respectfully, but soon, he seemed to think of something and spoke again. Senior, when that person left just now, he seemed to have propelled something. Could he have detected my hiding place? You can rest assured. Although this person has a very rare treasure for divination, with my netherworld method, it's absolutely impossible for him to discover your location. Then I am relieved. A lot of time has been wasted now, I must hurry to the palace ahead to avoid any unforeseen changes. As soon as his voice fell, the thick-browed young man waved his hand, and the ghost face in front of him disappeared into his sleeve. He then transformed into an afterimage and sped off, closely following Xun Yong. Ahead, Xun Yong had been rushing along at full speed. Just then, he seemed to hear a slight disturbance from the sky, and a look of surprise appeared on his face. He then flickered and hid in a dark place. At this moment, not only was his body flickering in and out of sight, but a layer of green light also enveloped him, making him foolproof. 2 breaths later, a dark flying boat cut through the sky and approached. He didn't expect that someone would so brazenly use a flying magical artifact within the secret realm, openly speeding through the sky. This person was either very confident in his own strength or was arrogant and conceited. Xun Yong, in the shadows, now released his spiritual sense and swept it over the flying boat. Soon, he discovered that a man and a woman were sitting on the flying boat. The man was dressed in a loose black robe, his face was grayish dark purple, and he had a handsome appearance, but there was a black mole above his lip, and as his mouth spread into a grin, his smile was unusually demonic. As for the woman beside him, Xun Yong was very familiar with her, it was Aoqing, with whom he had a brief encounter on the sex flying ship. At this moment, her attire was still revealing, with her curves highlighted, exuding charm and allure, but for some unknown reason, her aura was very weak, a world apart from before. And judging by his aura, he was only a disciple of the 8th level of Qi refining. It was unclear whether this female had deliberately hidden her cultivation, or if some unforeseen circumstances had occurred after she entered the secret realm. However, this female showed no signs of unstable aura or injuries. As for why she was currently with a 10,000 Ghosts sect disciple, that remained unknown. He, oh my, how annoying. From the flying boat came a series of soft giggles, a laughter so enchanting it made one's heart flutter. At this moment, the handsome youth's hands were repeatedly caressing a patch of snow-white skin, a wicked smile playing on his lips. Of course, while Aoqing giggled, her hands were not idle either, teasing the handsome youth until his breathing quickened. Upon seeing this, Xun Yong couldn't help but think of the blood charm art. What would the 10,000 Ghost sect disciple do if he later discovered that the delicate little lady beside him was, in fact, a tiger with a gaping maw? Of course, these two were so brazen, not only piloting a flying boat but also acting as if no one else existed, they were definitely up to no good. They were likely plotting something in secret. Xun Yong would not fall for it easily. He watched coldly as the two left before revealing himself and continuing on his way. However, he soon used his divination magical artifact to calculate that the destination of Aoqing and the handsome youth's flying boat was the same as his, the palace ahead. Xun Yong began to ponder. He thought that these two would never go to a place without treasures, so there might be some heaven and earth treasure within the palace ahead. And with their ostentatious display, the number of people heading to the palace should be quite large. Xun Yong decided to try to fish in troubled waters. Upon this thought, his speed increased. He had to reach there quickly and find a suitable position for an ambush. 15 minutes later, Xun Yong arrived a few hundred meters away from a white stone pillar palace. Looking closer, it was less a palace and more a collection of broken walls and dilapidated eaves, with only a few hundred-meter stone pillars vaguely visible, standing there to tell later comers of its former glory. Perhaps when the immortal sect was not abandoned, one could imagine the palace here as being extremely majestic and grand. But over thousands of years, as people continuously stepped foot here, it was gradually destroyed in battles, which was truly a pity. Upon arriving, Xun Yong did not venture further but left the main entrance of the palace and hid among some rubble in the southwest direction. He then injected spiritual energy into his eyes and looked towards 1,000 meters away. Upon closer inspection, he indeed discovered something. 1,000 meters away, on a ruin partially buried in the soil, 3 grey-black 7-leaved flowers grew. Around these flowers, a hazy grey mist circulated, adding a ghostly and ethereal feel to them. With just one glance, Xun Yong could tell that these flowers were extraordinary. Moreover, these 3 black flowers grew on the ruins, definitely spiritual objects conceived under the influence of the surrounding environment. His eyes immediately lit up, and a hint of greed flashed in his heart. However, Xun Yong quickly came to his senses. Such spiritual objects growing in the ruins, yet untouched, definitely indicated a problem. At the same time, he had not seen Aoqing and the handsome ghost cultivator since arriving, which meant there must be some hidden reason. He wondered where these two might be hiding. And Aoqing seemed to be at least 1,000 meters away from him. Due to the distance, the secret realm token also showed no reaction. Moreover, it was quite strange that even the divination magical artifact was blocked by the hazy grey mist floating within the palace when calculating, temporarily losing its effect. While surprised, Xun Yong was not deterred and released his spiritual sense, only to find that even his spiritual sense was blocked by the hazy grey mist. Repeated obstructions made him hesitant to advance rashly. After all, being unable to investigate the situation inside and the enemy's position was an extremely terrifying thing. If these two had set up a trap ahead, wouldn't his rash intrusion be walking right into it? But waiting here like this was also not an option. After all, if other people came later, his current position was not too concealed and likely carried the risk of exposure. As long as he entered the palace area and was within the hazy grey mist, he wouldn't have to worry about being discovered by detection magical artifacts. Upon this thought, Xun Yong touched his corpse storing bag and released the blood slave. He then handed the divination magical artifact to the blood slave. Afterward, he had the blood slave fly 1,000 meters back to a very hidden, essential path. This way, if anyone came from behind, he would be able to detect them immediately through the blood slave's communication. At the same time, Xun Yong summoned the red-robed man corpse puppet. Although he couldn't command this corpse puppet at will, controlling it to move slowly with his magical power was not a problem. He took out the secret realm token left by the red-robed man and placed it on the corpse puppet, also attaching a stealth talisman. Then, with a surge of magical power, he made the corpse puppet crawl on the ground and slowly move forward. If there truly was a trap ahead, this corpse puppet would trigger it. Xun Yong settled among the rubble, quietly watching where the corpse puppet was heading. 50 breaths later, the corpse puppet reached a distance of 500 meters. This was also the maximum distance he could control the corpse puppet with his magical power. Here, the corpse puppet was not attacked. At the same time, the secret realm token on the corpse puppet showed no reaction, which could only mean that Aoqing was not nearby. Xun Yong observed for a while longer, and seeing no abnormalities, he used the netherworld method to quickly reach the corpse puppet's location and hid in a crack in the rubble. A few breaths later, the surroundings were calm. He confirmed that his location was safe and let out a sigh of relief. Since he was in a relatively high area of rubble, he had a somewhat commanding view. Then, Xun Yong gathered his spiritual energy in his eyes and began to carefully survey the area around the black flower spiritual object ahead. He planned to check carefully whether there were any enemies ambushing around the black flower spiritual object, setting a trap. After a while, Xun Yong retracted his gaze, a strange expression on his face, because he found no figures around the spiritual object. Instead, he saw a strange cave appear a few hundred meters away from the spiritual object, in another collapsed palace area. This cave was not large, only about 8 feet high, but due to being obscured by the hazy grey mist, it appeared intermittently. Xun Yong had to look for a long time before he could discover it. Where did this cave lead, or what secrets did it hold? While full of doubts, he decided to pay more attention to it later. Because at this moment, information came from the blood slave, someone was rapidly approaching this way. Not long after, in front of the abandoned palace, a black-robed man appeared. This person was also very cautious and did not enter rashly, immediately observing the inside of the palace. Upon seeing 3 black soul flowers 1,000 meters away, his eyes immediately lit up with greed. He wasn't as calm as Xun Yong, he quickly flew into the palace, heading straight for the black soul flowers. He recognized these black soul flowers, knowing them to be black soul flowers, which were invaluable to ghost cultivators. These black soul flowers could not only allow ghost generals to advance but also nourish the soul body, enhance ghost spirit comprehension, and increase the soul body's strength. He couldn't resist such a great temptation. He decided that after acquiring the 3 black soul flowers, he would immediately find a hiding place and remain there until the secret realm ended. However, when the black-robed man was less than 200 meters from the black soul flowers, he suddenly stopped, a thought finally flashing through his mind. He realized he had made a serious mistake. Hadn't he come here by following his senior brother's flying boat? His initial goal was merely to pick up spirit medicine that his senior brother didn't care for or might have overlooked. But where was his senior brother now? How could his senior brother suddenly disappear? This made him tense up, and he immediately realized the seriousness of the situation. Someone was definitely using the black soul flowers as bait to commit murder and seize treasures, and he couldn't help but quickly reach for his storage pouch. But as the black-robed man's hand touched his storage pouch, a strange look flashed across his face. He only then realized that his secret realm token had reacted. He then used the token's sensing ability and discovered that 2 Ghost Dao senior brothers from the same sect were hiding in a nearby corner. This relieved the black-robed man, and he quickly said, 2 senior brothers, this junior brother was momentarily blinded by greed and accidentally stumbled into this place, but I truly had no intention of seizing the spirit medicine. However, since this junior brother rashly intruded, as an apology, I am willing to obey your commands from now on. The black-robed man was full of sincerity at this moment. He had already spoken to this extent, so the 2 senior brothers in the shadows shouldn't act rashly, right? After all, seizing treasures from disciples of other sects within the secret realm was one thing, but at this time, fellow disciples should help each other. Infighting was extremely unwise. The 2 hiding in the shadows hesitated upon hearing this, and one of them chuckled and said, Junior brother, rest assured, we are all disciples of the 10,000 Ghost sect, so we naturally won't fight among ourselves, but all around Junior brother are restrictions and spells we've set up. Once triggered, even we would be helpless. Please, Junior brother, stand still and don't move, wait for the 2 of us to come out and clear the restrictions and spells for you. The black-robed man's heart filled with joy upon hearing this. He knew that fellow disciples wouldn't kill each other, but were there really restrictions and spells all around? Why did it feel so empty? However, due to the presence of the hazy mist, his detection methods were useless, and he couldn't discern the situation clearly. But the 2 senior brothers in the shadows didn't attack immediately. Instead, they spoke up to warn him, so it seemed there truly were restrictions and spells all around. To show his sincerity, the black-robed man truly stood still. One breath later, as a dark shadow flashed out from the darkness, a faint ghost chi also emerged with it. Rib. A sound rang out. The sharp knives in the hands of the 2 ghost generals simultaneously slashed across. You're truly despicable. The black-robed man's face was filled with disbelief, but blood immediately splattered from his neck, and in the next moment, a head rolled to the ground with a thud. Immediately after, a smug chuckle sounded, and in a short while, a ghost spirit enveloped the black-robed man's corpse. Crunch, crunch. Horrifying chewing sounds echoed all around. As the ghost spirit devoured the corpse, a panicked green shadow actually floated out from its mouth. However, before the green shadow could escape, it was enveloped by the hazy mist all around and soon disappeared within it. Junior brother, this should be the 4th person, and according to senior brother Gong, we still need 5 or 6 more. We must work hard, for as long as we gather them all, senior brother has promised to bestow those 3 black soul flowers upon us. Hehe, it's not far off. I've truly been coveting these black soul flowers for a long time. Senior brother Kong, can I choose the largest one later? That's no problem, but it's too early to talk about dividing the black soul flowers. We must first diligently complete the task. Indeed. As the sounds of their conversation faded, silence once again returned to the surroundings. Xun Yong, observing from the shadows, had a strange look on his face. Although the two's conversation wasn't loud, Xun Yong, who had been constantly monitoring the situation, heard it clearly. He hadn't expected these two to actually be playing a fishing and killing game, but from their words, it seemed they weren't doing it for treasure. But why were they killing people? Listening to them, it seemed they still needed to kill 5 or 6 more people. Xun Yong quickly connected this to how the ghost general seemed to have deliberately released the black-robed man's soul after eating his corpse. And that soul was then enveloped by the hazy mist and disappeared without a trace. This was very strange. Could they be using souls to cultivate this hazy mist? Someone else is coming. Xun Yong was about to ponder further when he noticed that someone else seemed to be approaching, and he immediately reined in his thoughts. This time, quite a few people arrived. 3 people came at once. And the blood slave's feedback indicated that all 3 were using a similar escape spell, so they should be from the same sect. Hehe, there's a good show to watch. There were only 2 Ghost Dao disciples ambushing, but now 3 people had arrived, 2 against 3, the situation might not be so easy to control. Of course, this was just the beginning, because the handsome ghost cultivator had arrived so ostentatiously on his flying boat earlier, his goal might have been to attract people, but he probably hadn't anticipated the consequences of doing so. It was likely that more people would arrive one after another later. Xun Yong also wanted to see what was inside the cave obscured by the hazy mist. He would definitely sneak in to take a look once he had the chance. He was very enthusiastic about seizing treasures. Dozens of breaths later, 3 figures appeared before the abandoned palace. These 3 were all dressed in dark grey tight-fitting long robes, 2 men and 1 woman. The woman had a rugged appearance and fierce eyes, while of the 2 men, one had thick lips and the other had a square face. Sister Tong, look over there, it seems there are 3 spirit medicine plants. One of them quickly spotted the 3 black soul flowers. Oh, these must be black soul flowers, spirit medicine that can greatly benefit the soul body. Sister Tong's eyes gleamed. After all, spirit medicine that could help the soul body was extremely rare in the immortal realm. Moreover, these 3 black soul flowers were naturally born from heaven and earth, making them even rarer and more precious. Hey, junior brother, don't let spirit medicine cloud your judgment. Such spirit medicine growing so openly before your eyes, don't you feel something is strange? Besides, look at the ground. Upon hearing her senior sister's words, the other 2 immediately sobered up. Then, looking at the ground, they discovered a very faint footprint. The footprint happened to land on a wild blade of grass, otherwise, it might not have been discovered. It seems someone has already been here, but they didn't take these 3 spiritual items. There must be a trick to it. Sister Tong, what should we do? Although there was some worry in his words, there was no intention of giving up the 3 spiritual items. Sister Tong fell into deep thought upon hearing this. If she were to give up these 3 black soul flowers because of danger, she would find it very difficult to do so. But after a while, her plump face showed some trembling, and soon the 3 of them began to discuss. Before long, they already had a countermeasure. The 3 of them split into 2 rows, with the thick-lipped male cultivator walking in front, and the other 2 walking behind him. Moments later, they arrived within 200 meters of the spiritual items. At this moment, a gust of cold wind suddenly swept past. 2 ghost generals flashed out from the shadows, their ghost chi surging menacingly. Their ghost swords slashed out long black streaks, suddenly striking downwards. At the same time, 2 black figures soared, and 2 ghost artifacts in their hands simultaneously emitted grey light. 2 huge ghost claws actually rose up and lunged at the 3. The 2 attacks appeared almost simultaneously, and they had the advantage of surprise, also blocking any escape routes. Clang, boom. 2 loud noises rang out. And Sister Tong and the other 2 actually transformed into afterimages, suddenly disappearing. Above their previous position, a corpse puppet appeared, shimmering with silver light, emitting thick corpse chi, and possessing a pair of wings. This corpse puppet was actually a silver-winged flying corpse. However, the silver-winged flying corpse's pair of wings showed significant signs of damage. It seemed to be a damaged corpse. But even so, this corpse had the strength of the perfection of the 10 levels of chi refining, and the strength of its corpse body could even withstand a full-force attack from an early-stage foundation establishment cultivator. The spells cast by the 2 ghost cultivators landed on the silver-winged flying corpse, only producing a few crisp sounds and leaving 2 faint shallow marks, causing no significant damage at all. Not good, let's go. One of the ghost cultivators, realizing the unfavorable situation, quickly prepared to flee, but it was already too late. 2 black figures suddenly appeared not far away, striking down fiercely at this ghost cultivator. Boom. With a loud crash, this ghost cultivator was directly smashed into the ruins, his body twisted and deformed. Junior brother. The other person, seeing his junior brother's tragic state, couldn't help but feel grief and indignation, but he didn't dare to be slow. He quickly pinched a hand seal, as if something was crushed by him. At the same time, a layer of dark ghost chi emerged around him, completely enveloping him. This is a ghost-devouring shield. It can't be broken in a short time. Don't waste your magical power attacking this person. Don't just stand there, quickly go and retrieve the black soul flower. Once we have it, we'll retreat immediately. Sister Tong saw the dark ghost shield and immediately understood that it was a ghost Dao ghost-devouring shield. She quickly spoke to remind them, then looked at the 3 black soul flowers, knowing this was an excellent opportunity. Xun Yong, who was observing the battlefield from the shadows, saw the 2 ghost cultivators defeated so easily. He didn't want to just watch as the black soul flower was taken by these 3 corpse demon sect disciples, so he prepared to act in secret. Suddenly, he felt a rapid whooshing sound coming from within the cave. This sound didn't last long before a black figure shot out. This black figure was none other than that handsome ghost cultivator. The moment this person emerged, an expression of anger was almost written on his face. He coldly waved his hand, and a black light shot out rapidly. The 2 corpse demon sect members who were about to seize the black soul flower immediately realized something was wrong and quickly summoned a corpse puppet, placing it in front of them. However, the black light, like rain, fell on the corpse puppet and transformed into countless ghost chi, wildly wreaking havoc on the corpse puppet's body. Before long, the corpse puppet was pierced through by the ghost chi, and the remaining attacks fell upon the 2 corpse demon sect disciples. These 2 were also decisive, one sacrificed an arm, and the other sacrificed a leg, barely managing to escape. Wang Xiyujing, how dare you? Upon seeing this, Sister Tong waved her hand, and the silver-winged flying corpse rushed over, blocking the remaining attacks. At the same time, she let out a low, cold roar, her eyes filled with rage. Humph, so it's you, you ugly woman, ruining my good deed. Wang Xiyujing snorted coldly through his nose, looking disdainfully at Sister Tong. You. Sister Tong was so angry that she stomped her feet. She hated it most when others talked about her appearance. If she hadn't cultivated the demonic technique of the corpse, how would she have become like this? This was a sore point in her heart. At this moment, she vowed to kill this person and avenge today's humiliation. The next moment, a ball of black chi appeared in her hand, which she flung towards the silver-winged flying corpse. The black chi landed on the flying corpse, and its aura immediately received a boost. Then, the silver-winged flying corpse stomped its feet and soared into the air, charging directly at Wang Xiyujing. This was not all. Sister Tong then touched her corpse storage bag and released another black blood iron corpse. This corpse appeared as if it had crawled out of a blood pool, covered in a putrid, bloody mess. As this corpse roared towards the sky, it leaped up fiercely, raised its fists, and smashed them heavily into the ground beneath Wang Xiyujing. Boom! With a loud crash, countless bloody viscous liquids splattered in all directions. Sister Tong's mouth curved upwards, and she let out a chilling, cold laugh. This black blood iron corpse had been nurtured by her in the corpse blood pool for several years, and its entire body had long been infected by the blood of corpse poison. As long as one got some of this bloody viscous liquid on them, they would at least lose a layer of skin, if not die. Wang Xiyujing was startled to see the 2 attacks coming at him simultaneously. He hadn't expected that because of a single sentence from him, this woman would actually go for the kill. If he wanted to block them, he would have to expend some magical power. Thinking of his subsequent plan, he could only furrow his brow, and with a fierce wave of his hand, a dark ghost sail was grasped in his palm. As the ghost sail was fiercely waved, a surge of ghost chi rose from the sail. In an instant, a ghost shadow wearing a grey ghost robe emerged from the sail. This ghost shadow held a staff and exuded a ghost spirit chi. It was actually a rarely seen ghost spirit mage. The next moment, the ghost spirit mage fiercely waved his staff, and a ball of extremely cold chi rose out of thin air, exploding below with a bing-dong sound. As the icy ghost chi surged, the bloody viscous liquid ejected by the black blood iron corpse below, upon contact with the cold chi, all turned into grey ice crystals and fell down one after another. However, the silver-winged flying corpse was not afraid of this icy ghost chi and still crashed forward. But Wang Xiyujing was already prepared. He was seen holding a small ghost shadow in his hand, and with a fierce squeeze, the ghost shadow dispersed, instantly transforming into a tall ghost general with a ferocious and distorted face. It clenched its ghost claws into fists and fiercely punched out with both fists. As soon as this strike was unleashed, it was like 2 dark clouds colliding, resulting in a thunderous explosion. Even the silver-winged flying corpse, struck by this attack, was sent flying and slammed heavily onto the ground. A bowl-sized indentation, a shocking sight, appeared on the silver-winged flying corpse's gleaming body. Sister Tong felt a pang of heartache at this sight, but after glancing around, she discovered that the other 2 disciples had already broken the ghost cultivator Kong's ghost shield. They were currently employing thunderous methods to attack him, and it wouldn't be long before ghost cultivator Kong was killed. By then, with the help of her 2 fellow disciples, as long as they retrieved the black soul flower, she didn't want to continue entangling with Wang Xiyujing. After all, her strength was on par with his, and it was truly difficult to determine a winner quickly. She also feared further unforeseen changes, so retrieving the treasure and withdrawing was the wise choice. However, at this moment, Sister Tong had to buy time for her 2 fellow disciples. With a flick of her Daoist magic, the black blood iron corpse and the silver-winged flying corpse once again rose and charged towards Wang Xiyujing. Wang Xiyujing also saw through the ugly woman's intentions, but facing 2 corpse puppets, he was temporarily overwhelmed. In desperation, he suddenly crushed a token. Not long after, a sound came from within the cave, and a graceful figure shot out. It was none other than Ao Qing. After escaping, Ao Qing scanned the battlefield and quickly understood the situation. Then, she cast an unknown Daoist magic, and a blood mist began to spread out from her as its center. The 2 disciples of the corpse demon sect, having focused all their attention on killing ghost cultivator Kong, were instantly enveloped by the blood mist. In just a moment their eyes and ears turned red, and even their expressions became dazed. Then, they both felt as if something was being drained from their bodies, and the Daoist magic in their hands became difficult to form. Ghost cultivator Kong felt a sudden sense of relief. He flew out from the encirclement of the 2, consumed 2 chi recovery pills, and his scattered aura began to stabilize. Sister Tong's face changed at this sight, but she quickly thought of a blood path deist magic, and her expression immediately tightened. She coldly shouted, "You demoness of the Blood Yin sect, how dare you!" Within her shout was a strong fluctuation of spiritual power. This was the corpse roar art of the corpse demon sect, which could temporarily disrupt an opponent's mind, thereby interrupting their forming deist magic. In the next instant, the woman no longer attacked Wang Xiyujing, but instead directed her two corpse puppets to attack Aoqing, seeking to kill her quickly. But how could Wang Xiyujing let the woman have her way? With a wave of his ghost sail, the ghost spirit mage flew forward, and with a shake of his staff, countless icy cold chi shot out, instantly transforming into grey ice crystals. They fell like raindrops, directly covering an area of 5 zhang around them. Sister Tong gritted her teeth and could only forcefully recall the silver-winged flying corpse, instructing it to smash the falling grey crystals. With only one black blood iron corpse, it posed no great threat to Aoqing. Xun Yong, observing from the shadows, also felt it was a great pity. If they continued to drag this on, none of them would likely benefit in the end, the ultimate winner would only be Aoqing. Because Aoqing had intentionally hidden her strength from the start. As soon as Sister Tong and Wang Xiyujing's battle concluded, Aoqing would likely reveal her true colors. However, after such a long battle, no one had died yet, which made Xun Yong a bit anxious. After all, he had been curious about the secrets within the cave for a long time. But Xun Yong didn't have to wait long. A message came from the blood slave, reporting that another group of people was heading their way. Xun Yong's heart swelled with joy, he knew that the moment was about to arrive. Behind them, 3,000 meters away. At this moment, 4 figures were flying hurriedly. They were all dressed in red robes, and surprisingly, they were all disciples of the Blood Yin sect. Among them was a junior brother named Pu, who, it was said, had previously seen senior sister Aoqing riding on a ghost Dao disciple's flying boat, heading in this direction. He couldn't help but guess that senior sister Aoqing must have encountered danger and was very likely being held captive by that ghost Dao disciple. These 4 were all little admirers under senior sister Aoqing's spell, so how could they ignore this matter? Such an opportunity was rare to come by. If they could rescue senior sister Aoqing, then they would surely have a place in her heart. Perhaps, they might even win senior sister's favor and spend a romantic night together. They wouldn't even dare to dream of such a wonderful thing, but perhaps it could come true today. The more they thought about it, the more excited the 4 became. Junior brother Pu, how much further is the journey? What if we arrive late and senior sister Aoqing falls into the hands of villains? We would regret it endlessly. The leader of the group, Feng Kong, spoke with some urgency. He was the most powerful among the 4, possessing the perfection strength of the 10 levels of qi refining. Senior brother Feng, don't worry, it's not far now. When senior sister Aoqing was on that ghost cultivator's flying boat, I released a blood spirit rabbit to follow them. According to the information transmitted by the blood spirit rabbit, senior sister is definitely within that palace 3,000 meters away. The person named Pu quickly performed a deist magic, and soon accurately stated the distance and location. Good. If we can rescue senior sister this time, I will certainly speak highly of you to her. Thank you, senior brother. The person named Pu's eyes lit up with joy. If he could indeed receive a few good words, he might even be able to touch senior sister's fair little hand, and perhaps even have the chance to embrace her slender waist. Just thinking about it made him extremely excited. The remaining 2 also showed lecherous expressions. Soon after, the 4 of them arrived at the abandoned palace in a rush. But as soon as they arrived, they immediately saw senior sister Aoqing. However, they quickly witnessed an infuriating scene. They saw an ugly woman actually controlling a disgusting iron corpse, constantly lunging at the alluring senior sister Aoqing. This made their blood boil. Feng Kong didn't even think and flew directly forward, shouting angrily, "Ugly woman, how dare you harm my senior sister Aoqing? Die!" The next moment, a blood-colored talisman scroll unfolded, and countless blood chi surged out, revealing a large, blood-red mouth that bit towards Sister Tong. This was surprisingly a blood deist magic, capable of summoning blood beasts to fight enemies. And within that blood-colored talisman scroll, various blood beasts were sealed. What the hell is this? Sister Tong was slightly startled at this sight. Although she had dealt with many Blood Yin sect disciples before, she was still surprised by this bizarre deist magic. The appearing blood-red mouth had a formidable aura. She didn't dare to be negligent and quickly waved her hand, and a black chi-emitting chain appeared in her hand. Then, a sudden palm strike was unleashed, and the chain contracted. With a burst of black light, it transformed into a sharp spike and shot out with a whoosh. In the next instant, the originally imposing bloody maw was directly pierced through by the chain. A mere bluff, completely useless. Sister Tong finally realized that while the bloody maw looked imposing, it was actually all bark and no bite. She had almost been fooled by it. However, this delay caused a pause in her finger incantation for controlling the black blood iron corpse, leading to her attack not following up, which gave Aoqing a chance to catch her breath. At this moment, 3 other people, along with Feng Kong, quickly arrived before senior sister Aoqing, surrounding her. Senior sister Aoqing, rest assured, with the 4 of us here, no one can harm a single hair on you. Feng Kong said confidently, then unceremoniously pinched a finger incantation, and from a scroll, a blood-colored demonic wolf flew out, its fierce aura also making people tremble with fear. The 4 of you have come at just the right time. This little girl was just bullied, that ugly woman is so vicious, she actually attacked me with a disgusting corpse puppet, almost hurting my little face. Please, the four of you, uphold justice for me. These shy words instantly made the eyes of Feng Kong and the other three glaze over, but soon, anger surged in their hearts. Senior sister, rest assured, this ugly woman will be handed over to us. However, before they could finish speaking, a chain shot out, directly piercing through the chest of one of the four. That person's eyes widened, and in unwillingness, he fell into a pool of blood, but as he died, whether intentionally or unintentionally, he touched Ao Qing's slender hand. It truly was better to die under a beautiful woman's skirt and be a romantic ghost even in death. Humph, overestimating yourselves. How dare you, four little miscellaneous fish, boast like this. Sister Tong not only controlled two iron corpses to resist Wang Xiyujing's attack but also had time to eliminate one person. From this, it seemed that the strength of Feng Kong and the other three was indeed not very good. But the dazed look in the eyes of these four, with their lust clearly showing. Only Xun Yong, who was in the shadows, understood that this should be the result of Ao Qing planting a blood charm art, and this art was probably planted back in the Blood Yin sect, existing for a considerable amount of time. And when Feng Kong saw one person die, there was no change in his eyes. Instead, he leaped up, his fingers moving continuously, and 3 more blood wolves appeared. A total of 4 blood wolves immediately lunged at Sister Tong. Sister Tong, be careful. The other 2 disciples of the corpse demon sect, who were originally affected by the blood mist, also woke up at this moment, but seeing the 4 fierce blood wolves lunging at Sister Tong, they flew over without hesitation. With their respective hand seals, 2 iron corpses appeared, and then they became entangled with the blood wolves, evenly matched for a time. It seemed that the blood beasts summoned by Feng Kong using the scroll were truly just for show. Their aura was stronger than the last, but their actual strength seemed very weak. But no matter what, with the addition of Feng Kong and the others, the situation immediately changed, and the 3 people from the corpse demon sect quickly fell into a disadvantage. If this situation continued, Wang Xiyujing's side would definitely be the winner. But at this moment, Wang Xiyujing's eyes flickered, and instead, he counted the number of people on the battlefield, feeling a surge of joy in his heart. Being a winner or not was useless to him, what he wanted was to open the secret realm and enter it to search for treasures. A sinister look flashed across Wang Xiyujing's face, and then he subtly touched his waist, taking out a dark small box. This box contained a ghost devil, which he had meticulously cultivated for several years using refined ghosts to form this ghost spirit demonic creature. Once released, it could trigger a demonic soul explosion. It was precisely because of this item that he had been so ostentatious before. He. Wang Xiyujing let out a cold smile in his heart, then secretly began to cast a spell, and after a short while, the spell had already taken shape. Suddenly, he slammed his palm down, directly throwing the box onto the most densely populated area of the battlefield. Open for me. In an instant, the black box suddenly opened, and an extremely dense ghost chi emanated from it. This ghost chi alone instantly dyed the surroundings pitch black. Strangely, among these ghost chi, only a small ghost shadow floated out. The moment this shadow appeared, black light burst from its belly. Sister Tong was the first to realize something was wrong. She had heard of the art of cultivating ghost devils, and what was before her was probably a ghost devil. She quickly used her strongest defensive technique. Even Xun Yong, in the shadows, took out his Wangui shield and prepared for defense, but he was still some distance from the battlefield, so even if it affected him, the power would not be too strong. Boom, rumble a loud noise. In a short moment, countless hurricanes formed by ghost chi surged outwards, with an extremely powerful aura. The loud noise lasted for 5 breaths before it finally spread to the distance. After the explosion, Wang Xiyujing, looking at a pitch-black crater in mid-air, laughed triumphantly. However, his laughter did not last long before it abruptly stopped. Because in the pit, a figure stood at this moment. This person emitted a charred aura, appearing quite disheveled. But it was vaguely visible that it was Sister Tong. And this woman, not knowing what method she used, actually survived this explosion, but it could be seen that the black blood iron corpse had disappeared. And before her, there was only a dim silver corpse. This silver-winged flying corpse no longer had its previous aura, and its chi was chaotic. Besides this woman, the surroundings were empty, there were no other figures to be seen. The 2 disciples of the corpse demon sect, Feng Kong and his 2 companions, and even ghost cultivator Kong of the 10,000 ghost sect, and Ao Qing, had all vanished. The hazy mist around was also much denser than before. Clearly, many people had met the fate of having their bones turned to dust. Wang Xiyujing, seeing this, was overjoyed. He had no intention of continuing to entangle with Sister Tong, anyway, it wouldn't be long before wandering souls would run rampant. No matter how strong this woman was, she would only end up being devoured by wandering souls. Wang Xiyujing did not want to stay here, and he didn't even bother to retrieve the black soul flower, preparing to turn and fly into the cave. However, a sudden change occurred. Unbeknownst to him, the moment he turned around, a blood-colored figure appeared in front of him, and with a sharp claw strike. With a few sound, a head was twisted off. Ao Qing's eyes were bloodshot, and her mouth was stained with a bloodthirsty look, no longer having her previous shy appearance. Holding Wang Xiyujing's head in one hand, she grabbed the remnant soul from within the skull with the other. With a slurp sound, she sucked the remnant soul into her mouth. Immediately after, she slapped her jade hand, and the head instantly turned into a blood mist. Giggle, giggle, giggle. A series of sinister laughs echoed around. In the next instant, Ao Qing's blood shadow dispersed, and she disappeared into the cave. However, the moment this woman disappeared, 3 after-images suddenly shot out. The common target of these 3 after-images was the black soul flower. Xun Yong was the first to arrive, and with a wave of his hand, he took the largest black soul flower. Just as he was about to take one, 2 figures suddenly appeared at the same moment. These 2 people had clear targets, each taking a black soul flower. One of them was Feng Kong. At this moment, Feng Kong's eyes were sharp, completely unlike his previous demeanor, and his aura was extraordinarily astonishing. It seemed he had been deliberately putting on an act before. He was truly a treacherous person. The other person was actually a ghost Dao disciple, but Xun Yong found him extremely unfamiliar. This person had not appeared on the battlefield at all. Xun Yong was greatly surprised. It seemed this person, like him, had probably been hiding in some corner all along. What surprised Xun Yong the most was that this person could also move silently and even evade his perception. However, the moment this ghost cultivator snatched the black soul flower, a fierce glint appeared in his eyes as he looked at Xun Yong. In an instant, he unleashed a ghost spirit bone claw, fiercely striking towards Xun Yong's chest. Xun Yong's anger flared. He didn't understand what this person's intention was. He wasn't the only one snatching the spirit item, Feng Kong was also nearby, so why did this person only attack him? Moreover, his attack was extremely vicious, almost intending to take his life instantly. Fortunately, Xun Yong was prepared. With his Wanggui shield, a dark black cover rose up. The ghost spirit bone claw landed on the dark black cover, only producing a sound, followed by Xun Yong's figure being forced back by a hidden force. This strike was solidly defended by the Wanggui shield. Of course, the dark black cover's rebounding hidden force also pushed back the ghost cultivator with thick eyebrows several meters. The 2 of them thus created some distance. When Feng Kong saw that the attack had not affected him, after a brief thought, he still did not want to get involved in the 2's conflict. Originally, he thought the 3 black soul flowers would surely be his, but he didn't expect 2 people to suddenly appear, and they appeared like ghosts. From beginning to end, he hadn't detected anyone hiding nearby. While surprised, he also secretly confirmed that these 2 must be powerful and treacherous individuals. It would be extremely unwise to provoke them now. Feng Kong decided it was better to obtain the treasure first. He couldn't let that demoness Ao Qing get ahead of him, otherwise, wouldn't his previous hidden strength be wasted? With that thought, he transformed into a meteor and disappeared into the cave. As for Xun Yong, who was on the side, his heart immediately filled with rage, and his gaze towards the ghost cultivator with thick eyebrows revealed intense killing intent. Then, a light flashed in his hand, and in an instant, a large shower of fire rained down on the ghost cultivator with thick eyebrows' head. When the ghost cultivator with thick eyebrows saw that it was just an ordinary fire rain talisman, a hint of surprise flashed across his face. To think of harming him with such a talisman was a fool's dream. He had originally planned to use a simple defensive method to resist the falling fire rain, and then unleash an offensive move to deal with Xun Yong. Suddenly, his ears twitched strangely. In an instant, his expression changed. With a flip of his hand, he took out a grey cloak and abruptly draped it over himself. As black chi emerged from the grey cloak, it began to expand, tightly enveloping him. And when the fire rain fell on the cloak, it was all neutralized by a layer of black chi on it, both turning into a wisp of green smoke and disappearing. Seeing this, Xun Yong frowned. Only he knew that countless blood rains were hidden and dripping within the fire rain. This blood rain was naturally a treasure for trapping enemies, a divine ability released by the dark gold yellow rope. As long as the blood rain touched the opponent, this rope could be unleashed to quickly trap the enemy. But he had clearly seen the ghost cultivator with thick eyebrows preparing to use an ordinary defensive method, so why did the opponent suddenly take out a defensive treasure comparable to a medium-grade magical artifact? It was truly very strange. But how could Xun Yong only prepare such limited means? In the next breath, another sharp gust of wind shot out at an extremely fast speed. After dodging the fire rain, the cloak around the ghost cultivator with thick eyebrows loosened, returning to its original state. Clearly, the defensive power released by this defensive treasure could not be sustained indefinitely. But the moment the ghost cultivator with thick eyebrows revealed his figure, he already had a solemn expression, extremely wary of every fluctuation around him. Then, upon detecting a faint sound of fierce wind, he dared not neglect it in the slightest. He quickly formed a hand seal, and the ghost spirit bone claw behind him clenched into a fist, striking forward fiercely. Clang! A crisp sound rang out. The ghost spirit bone claw instantly knocked away a fierce wind, and within this fierce wind was a very thin silver needle. The ghost cultivator with thick eyebrows' lips curled into a cold sneer. He had been on guard from the beginning, and upon seeing a slender needle, he immediately knew that the person in front of him must be accustomed to such treacherous sneak attack moves. With his current vigilance, he wouldn't fall for such a trick. However, before the ghost cultivator with thick eyebrows could rejoice at having broken Xun Yong's move, he suddenly felt his heart sink, and even the senior's anxious warning rang in his ears. Only then did the ghost cultivator with thick eyebrows realize that he seemed to have fallen into the opponent's scheme again. He quickly slapped his storage pouch and took out a ball of ghost chi, directly swallowing it. In a short moment, countless ghost chi suddenly erupted around his body, and as the ghost chi gathered, it formed a dark ghost spirit. And the moment this ghost spirit appeared, 3 black dots shot from different directions, suddenly colliding in front of the ghost cultivator with thick eyebrows. The black dots immediately burst open, transforming into tiny specks of light that scattered in all directions. From within, an odor also wafted out, a very strange odor, not only containing a peculiar floral fragrance but also the putrid smell of corpse-devouring poison. This was a mixture of odd flower powder and corpse-devouring poison, to which Xun Yong had also added several highly potent insect venoms, making it the most potent poison Xun Yong possessed. This poison, as long as the opponent smelled even a trace, could invade their bloodstream, directly causing them to lose the ability to move. This was many times more potent than the poison blood injected into the body using the blood arrow technique. It was also one of Xun Yong's major killing moves at the moment. However, the ghost cultivator with thick eyebrows had a solemn expression. He quickly waved his hand, and the black shadow around him instantly exploded. Under the explosion, a surge of ghost spirit chi suddenly spread outwards. Under the impact of this chi, both the odor and the specks of light from the exploded black dots were all blown away. Seeing this, Xun Yong's eyes showed disbelief. This strike was extremely sudden, and it was a poison blood attack. Even if the opponent knew to defend, he would only unleash a defensive magical artifact. How could this person seem to know his methods, actually using ghost spirit chi to completely blow away his poison? Xun Yong had never expected such a method to defend against his poison blood attack, which not only surprised him but also added a few more layers of strangeness to his heart. Chapter 106, The Ruins of the Immortal Slaying Palace. Xun Yong couldn't help but let out a cold snort internally, then suddenly made a hand seal. The next moment, a dark shadow emerged in front of the ghost cultivator with thick eyebrows. A dark light flashed in the shadow's hand, then it swept across. Clang! A collision sound rang out. Unexpectedly, the blood slave's surprise attack was blocked by the ghost spirit bone claw behind the ghost cultivator with thick eyebrows. Then, the ghost spirit bone claw clenched its fist, counter-attacking, and actually sent the blood slave flying. However, the ghost cultivator with thick eyebrows did not show any complacency from defending against Xun Yong's attack. Instead, his brows were tightly furrowed, and the fierce look in his eyes had long vanished, replaced by more astonishment. In these short few exchanges, he felt as if he had walked through hell. If not for the senior's reminder, he would have probably lost his soul to the heavens long ago. This also made the ghost cultivator with thick eyebrows deeply realize that the 30% chance of victory the senior mentioned at the time must have referred to the odds after he brought out that killing weapon. Otherwise, if they continued to fight like this, he would sooner or later die in a daze. No, I cannot engage in too many more exchanges with this person. As the ghost cultivator with thick eyebrows pondered this, he dared not linger. He immediately formed a hand seal and escaped into the cave. He had to quickly open that secret place to avoid further complications. When Xun Yong saw this person suddenly escape, he was somewhat puzzled. Clearly, the opponent had broken all his attacks, so shouldn't he have pressed the advantage? Why did this person escape first instead? But he only thought for a moment, then glanced at the cave, recalled the blood slave, and quickly flew away. He didn't want the treasures to be taken by others, he had to hurry and get a share. In an instant, Xun Yong disappeared into the cave. As Xun Yong and the other two escaped one after another, only Sister Tong remained in this place. Her expression was uncertain at this moment, but she let out a helpless sigh. Because she had already been severely injured in the previous explosion, the chi in her body was already in disarray. Upon seeing Xun Yong and the two others suddenly appear and snatch the black soul flower, she could only watch from the sidelines, not daring to contend for it. After all, these three were all sinister individuals. Feng Kong goes without saying, as he was able to hide his strength from the beginning. As for the other two, it was unknown when they had been hiding nearby, and even she hadn't detected them. This was enough to show that these three had quite formidable strength. In her current state, any one of them could probably kill her. At this moment, how could she dare to step forward? Sister Tong even felt a hint of relief at this moment, as these three only had eyes for the treasures and clearly had no intention of bothering her. Otherwise, she probably wouldn't have been able to leave this place alive. Right now, she needed to quickly recover some of her magical power and leave this troubled place as soon as possible. As she touched her storage pouch and took several chi recovery pills, she began to circulate her cultivation method to quickly restore her chaotic spiritual energy. However, unbeknownst to her, a strange change was about to occur. At this moment, sounds actually came from within the dark cave. Before long, dozens of ghost shadows rushed out, jostling each other. Chuckle, chuckle, chuckle. Countless terrifying ghost laughs spread in all directions. Sister Tong's face was filled with terror at this sight, and even a hint of despair appeared in her eyes. Only then did she recall a description in a book. This abandoned palace was actually the Immortal Cultivation Sex Immortal Slaying Hall. As the name suggested, this hall was specifically for punishing immortals. Things like pulling out tendons and bones, soul refining, and soul snatching probably occurred frequently back then. This also led to countless wailing souls and vengeful spirits wandering within this hall. At this moment, because the greyish mist contained a relatively strong soul chi, it attracted these wailing souls and vengeful spirits all at once. They all began to greedily absorb the mist, jostling each other. But among them, a few vengeful spirits turned their gaze towards Sister Tong, immediately opening their large mouths to reveal their sharp, chilling teeth, and drifted towards her. My life is over. Seeing this, Sister Tong uttered her last lament. Then, she was engulfed by the vengeful spirits. Sounds of crunch, crunch continuously echoed all around. When the vengeful spirits had eaten their fill and left, only a dim silver corpse and 2 storage pouches remained in the large pit. It's true that the physical body of this silver-winged flying corpse was so strong that even the vengeful spirits couldn't do anything to it. But without its master, this corpse became a dead object, lying in the pit. All around, only the sound of absorbing the mist remained. On the other side, inside the cave, Xun Yong's figure appeared on a stone wall. Just after entering the cave, he sensed something was amiss and immediately used the ghost sail underworld method and a concealment talisman. A moment later, a group of wailing souls and vengeful spirits drifted over. Fortunately, this group of vengeful spirits seemed to be attracted by something and did not linger, simply floating past Xun Yong. Otherwise, if he had stayed there for a long time, Xun Yong would surely have been discovered. After wiping a cold sweat, he quickly moved forward. However, due to the interference from this group of vengeful spirits, he found that the ghost cultivator with thick eyebrows who had been flying ahead had already disappeared. Xun Yong was somewhat annoyed at this, as he wasn't very familiar with this cave. Without someone to lead the way, he was like a headless fly. He sighed lightly, thinking it seemed he could only take it one step at a time. As he pondered this, he prepared his defenses and then quickly flew away. Before long, Xun Yong arrived in front of a strange place. Upon reaching here, he felt a strong soul fluctuation. At the same time, the front was covered by a layer of strange mist, making it impossible to see the path ahead. How truly bizarre! He muttered softly and began to investigate. After a while, Xun Yong stood on the left side of the mist. Through his divining treasure, he found no danger within it. It was just that the mist not only had strong soul fluctuations but also contained a power of wailing souls. As the name implied, this place should be a gathering ground for wailing souls. Xun Yong pondered for a long time, then thought of Aoqing and the other two, who should have also passed through here. If there was truly anything strange about this place, there should be traces of how they broke through it. He had investigated for so long now without any findings. Therefore, it seemed that as long as he maintained his defenses, he could pass through this place smoothly. Thinking this, Xun Yong took out his Wanggui shield and simultaneously activated some defensive talismans, then cautiously walked in. The moment he entered, he felt his vision blur. Xun Yong only felt that the white light ahead was exceptionally dazzling. After a while, he gradually began to adapt. However, when he looked ahead, his expression suddenly changed. He saw a vengeful spirit, baring its fangs and brandishing its claws, pouncing towards him. In a moment of crisis, Xun Yong circulated his magical power without hesitation. The Wanggui shield in his hand glowed, and a grey light shield completely enveloped him. Just as he finished these preparations, a strange thing happened. The vengeful spirit pounced, but not only did it fail to attack the grey light shield, it actually passed through it as if through thin air. Afterward, the fierce ghosts bared their fangs and brandished their claws, yet they were like illusory images, completely unable to attack Xun Yong. Watching this scene, Xun Yong slowly came to an understanding. It seemed these ghost shadows were illusions, naturally unable to attack him. Then he swept his gaze afar, seeing countless fierce ghosts, identical to the one before him, drifting everywhere around. Each fierce ghost had different facial expressions and emitted a strong, malevolent chi. Xun Yong realized he had arrived in a land of illusionary souls. More accurately, it should be the land of illusionary souls of residual souls. Due to large numbers of wailing souls and fierce ghosts wandering here year after year, this land of illusionary souls gradually formed under their influence. Of course, to form a land of illusionary souls, it would require the wailing souls and fierce ghosts to occupy this place for at least 1,000 years. And in this current land of illusionary souls, the residual soul illusions that were born were actually phantoms formed by the aggregation of the fierce soul's chi. Xun Yong also found that during the time he had been inside, he hadn't been disturbed by the wailing soul's chi, indicating that this place should only be a low-level land of illusionary souls. As long as he could break the illusion and find the exit, he should be able to leave this place successfully. However, due to the influence of the illusion, all routes here had shifted, and if he were to search according to his original thoughts, he might not find the exit for 10 days, half a month, or even longer. Xun Yong naturally couldn't wait. After all, those wailing souls and fierce ghosts were only attracted by the greyish mist outside the cave, and there was no telling when they would return. By then, it would be too late for him to leave. Xun Yong also didn't dare to stop. After knowing that the surrounding fierce ghosts were all illusions, he put away his defensive spells and no longer worried about the fierce ghosts' attacks and roars that occasionally lunged at him, beginning to seriously explore. What he didn't know was that in a certain corner of this land of illusionary souls, another figure was also walking within it. This person was precisely that ghost cultivator with thick eyebrows. Not long after, the ghost cultivator with thick eyebrows seemed to have found something. He joyfully arrived at a hidden corner, took out a black treasure from his hand, and in a moment, activated it. After just one breath, he gripped the treasure with both hands and suddenly struck out with a palm. With a crisp tearing sound, the surrounding white light gradually dimmed. Immediately after, it scattered like the wind, slowly revealing a strange stone door inside. Seeing this door, the ghost cultivator with thick eyebrows was overjoyed. Without hesitation, he took out a token and inserted it into the crack on the left side of the stone door. Clack! The stone door quickly opened from the left. The ghost cultivator with thick eyebrows glanced inside the stone door, at a dark, deep passage, and nodded deeply. This was the secret passage he was looking for. Then, he waved his hand, and the scattered white light once again floated back, completely covering the stone door again. The ghost cultivator with thick eyebrows then stepped in, entering the dark passage, but he glanced at the stone door, a hint of surprise in his eyes. He knew that once this stone door was opened, it couldn't be closed from the inside, but thinking that this place was extremely hidden, it shouldn't be discovered by anyone. Then, he no longer hesitated and flew into the passage. However, from his sleeve, an aged voice sounded. Junior, you were too reckless earlier, you shouldn't have fought with that person, I'm afraid he won't let it go easily. Hearing this, the ghost cultivator with thick eyebrows couldn't help but sigh. Senior, Junior also couldn't hold back for a moment. I wanted to test this person's strength, and at the same time, I wanted to retrieve that ghost sail for Senior, which is why I rashly attacked and got myself into trouble. The ghost shadow in the sleeve also sighed. He knew that at that time, if it were him, he would also have made a move or two, but this time's action resulted in a huge loss. Because the ghost shadow in the sleeve had continuously used the netherworld method to help the ghost cultivator with thick eyebrows overcome 2 crises, which led to excessive soul body depletion, it would probably be unable to use spells many more times afterward. Junior, when I came, I already said I could help you a maximum of 3 times, now 2 have been used, and I can only help you 1 more time at most, after that, you'll have to rely on yourself. Upon hearing this, the ghost cultivator with thick eyebrows expression became solemn. If he truly lacked Senior's help afterward, he would probably have to act timidly, which made him quite uncomfortable, but he also knew that this was the price of his earlier recklessness. But then, he couldn't help but compose himself, because this place was extremely hidden. It was discovered by his master when he explored it back then, and ordinary people probably wouldn't be able to find it at all. After all, there was another exit in the land of illusionary souls, which led to the true secret realm of the broken immortal palace. Inside, influenced by Yin soul power, some heaven and earth treasures should have been born over the past 50 years. At the same time, there were also many corpses of high-level cultivators who had entered and died inside back then, along with many essences, all of which were quite rare treasures. That person should go to this place, along with the other 2 who entered, to contend for those treasures. Even if this person became the final winner, he should still be somewhat injured. By then, if he encountered this person again, it would be hard to say who would win. Thinking this, the ghost cultivator with thick eyebrows felt a little more at ease. Then he slowly spoke, Senior, just do your best. If I truly encounter danger, it's Junior's fate, and Junior will cast a spell to let Senior's ghost escape. Upon hearing this, the ghost in the sleeve clearly showed some change in its aura, asking in surprise, very good, with your words, I am relieved. When you encounter danger, I will definitely help you with all my might one last time. Back then, this ghost was captured by his master and was often forced into service. If he could truly escape alone and break free from his restraints, it would be a great thing. He had waited 100 years for this matter. Thank you, Senior. After speaking, the ghost cultivator with thick eyebrows arrived at the end of the dark passage, in front of a deep mountain cave, and then slowly walked in. On the other side, Xun Yong's face was solemn. He had searched several times, but each time he found himself returning to the starting point after not going far. He also didn't know where the problem lay. Standing in the center of the illusion, he continuously observed his surroundings. After a while, Xun Yong realized he had made a serious mistake. He had always thought that the fierce ghosts in this land of illusionary souls were just illusions, so he hadn't avoided them. Instead, he had searched for the exit in places where fierce ghosts gathered, which made it impossible for him to discover the problem. At this moment, Xun Yong continuously observed the wandering routes of the fierce ghosts and slowly discovered that each fierce ghost had its own direction in its wandering place. Moreover, these seemed to have connecting points. As long as he could figure out the direction of these positions, then he would be able to find the exit. This was not his guess, but because the wailing soul's chi of the land of illusionary souls would spread towards the deeper parts. And since the fierce ghosts were formed by the wailing soul's chi, they would also spread outwards and wander in a regular pattern. Of course, the only place where it could spread at the moment was definitely the exit in the deeper parts. Xun Yong was overjoyed when he discovered this point. He then began to observe the wandering directions of each fierce ghost, searching for a possible exit. After a full quarter of an hour, he truly did figure out a certain pattern. Xun Yong once again came to the very front of the land of illusionary souls and began to slowly move, following the wandering directions of the fierce ghosts. After constantly turning this way and that, this time he finally did not return to the starting point. He arrived at a hidden corner, which seemed to have nothing special about it, largely similar to other places. However, after a period of observation, Xun Yong gradually discovered that wisps of white light were flowing away and disappearing, seemingly vanishing somewhere in this corner. This discovery made Xun Yong quickly step forward and begin to grope around in this corner. After a short while, when he touched a certain spot, his hand actually passed through it. He was startled at first, but quickly realized that this should be the hidden exit. Subsequently, Xun Yong strode forward and walked in. Indeed, he passed through the land of illusionary souls and arrived inside a dim passage. This passage was very long, and he did not know where it led. Xun Yong stood in place, looking around a few times. He gradually became certain that this should be the secret chamber. But he was not in a hurry to go forward. Instead, he planned to set up some measures within this passage. After all, further ahead might be a battlefield for seizing treasures. Ao Qing, Feng Kong and the ghost cultivator with thick eyebrows might be inside the secret chamber at the end. Once he entered, he would definitely be drawn into the vortex of treasure snatching. At this time, taking precautions early was very necessary. 100 breaths later, Xun Yong put away his spell, gripped his ghost sail, and flew away at extreme speed. Soon, he arrived before a cave. Upon reaching this place, Xun Yong gently fiddled with his divination treasure, and after a brief glance, he quietly sneaked in. This cave was several hundred square meters, and there were quite a few intricate stone caves. But Xun Yong did not search the surrounding stone caves. Instead, he flew straight towards a certain stone cave. Soon, he arrived before a cave glowing with green light. Looking inside, what met his eyes was a small herb garden on the left, containing more than 10 seven-leaf grasses glowing with a verdant luster. On the small leaves of these seven-leaf grasses, there were also a few drops of hazy liquid, emitting a strong soul power fluctuation. On the other side was a corpse glowing with green light. This corpse had an eerie aura that captivated the soul. And below the corpse stood a grey-robed person, who was precisely the ghost cultivator with thick eyebrows who had disappeared earlier. He was fiddling with a strange, pitch-black wooden stick, constantly moving it up and down over the corpse. But just then, the hand with which he was waving the wooden stick clearly paused, only because his peripheral vision seemed to have caught something, and his concentration clearly began to waver. And the place his peripheral vision was looking at was precisely where Xun Yong was. Xun Yong also noticed that this person had discovered him, and there was no point in hiding anymore, so he directly shot out. When he realized there was only this ghost cultivator with thick eyebrows, his original concern suddenly lessened, and at the same time, he had always held a grudge against this person for ambushing him earlier. At this moment, why would Xun Yong say anything more? He directly made a thunderous strike. He flipped his hand and took out a green talisman. As the light on it brightened, a mist rose from the talisman. This was a mist concealment talisman, which could generate a patch of mist. Hiding within it could temporarily prevent the opponent from perceiving one's direction. Earlier, when Xun Yong fought this person, he was too passive. He believed that this person could evade the moves he used because he had a certain treasure. This also made him immediately use the mist concealment talisman. Although this talisman could not truly escape the perception of detection magical artifacts. However, as long as he used his moves within it, he only needed to make it so that the opponent could not sense him immediately. The ghost cultivator with thick eyebrows saw this and quickly put away his wooden stick. The moment he saw Xun Yong, he knew things were bad. Truly, enemies meet on a narrow road. He had come to such a hidden place, yet this person still found a way to chase him. It truly was fate. But he was not without a chance of winning. As long as he could unleash that ultimate killer move, this person would also be instantly killed on the spot. At the moment, what he needed to do was find an opportunity. The ghost cultivator with thick eyebrows unhesitatingly sacrificed his strongest treasure. In an instant, a ghost spirit skeleton appeared out of thin air behind him. Compared to the previous ghost spirit bone claw, this was more than just a little stronger. As the ghost spirit skeleton clasped its fists, countless black chi erupted from its body. In a short moment, countless ghost chi were held in the skeleton's palm, and as it fiercely struck forward, countless bone spurs also shot out from the skeleton's body. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Countless bone spurs mixed with ghost chi shot fiercely towards the mist in front. The ghost cultivator with thick eyebrows smiled coldly. His attack was all-encompassing. Even if he didn't know what move the opponent was using within the mist, by striking first, he had already seized the initiative. He thought that even if this strike couldn't injure this person, it should at least make them flustered for a moment. As the bone spurs continuously shot out, it lasted for a full 3 breaths. It actually injured this person. Through something in his hand, the ghost cultivator with thick eyebrows sensed, to his surprise, that his attack had inexplicably hit the opponent. This made him overjoyed for a moment. He quickly moved his hand seal, and the 2 bone claws of the ghost spirit skeleton behind him transformed into a pair of fists, which then fiercely hammered towards a certain spot in the mist. Boom, boom. 2 explosions sounded. Even the mist was dispersed by this strike. The next moment, a corpse fell from mid-air. The ghost cultivator with thick eyebrows was delighted. No wonder this person had just died like that, but why did he feel a little uneasy? It was precisely the vigilance he maintained in his heart that prevented him from rashly stepping forward. Instead, with a wave of his hand, a wisp of ghost spirit chi floated out, blowing away the mist where the corpse had fallen. However, what was revealed was a heavily damaged corpse puppet. That's right, it was a corpse demon sect corpse puppet. The ghost cultivator with thick eyebrows was greatly alarmed upon seeing this, knowing that he had fallen into a trap again. He quickly slapped his storage pouch, preparing to take out a defensive treasure to quickly defend himself. Suddenly, above his location, countless fiery rain suddenly fell. The ghost cultivator with thick eyebrows' expression tightened as he saw this. He realized that the opponent was using the same move as last time, a move he had not taken seriously back then, but his senior had reminded him with a spell at that time. At this moment, he dared not be negligent. Then, he suddenly took out that cloak and draped it over himself. This time, he instantly channeled all his magical power, and this magical artifact instantly enlarged, completely covering his body. After doing all this, he finally felt much more at ease. As the fiery rain fell, black chi also emerged from the cloak, and the 2 simultaneously cancelled each other out, turning into green smoke and dissipating. After 2 breaths, the ghost cultivator with thick eyebrows retreated, and the cloak's duration ran out, instantly returning to its original state. However, as soon as he stood firm, countless blood rains suddenly poured down on his head. At the same time, several whooshing sounds shot in from all directions, and he also felt a chill down his back. A glance from the corner of his eye revealed a black shadow emerging. He instantly knew he was in trouble. The fiery rain earlier was definitely a feint to trick him into using the cloak magical artifact. At this moment, the ghost cultivator with thick eyebrows had no way to retreat, and by now, it was too late to think about defense. This was a certain death situation. He was unwilling, he still had a trump card he hadn't used. To die like this would be too frustrating. Senior, save me. If you save me this one time, I will immediately release your restraints and return your freedom. The ghost cultivator with thick eyebrows urgently transmitted his voice to his sleeve. The ghost face on the sleeve quickly confirmed, then shot out, appearing in front of the ghost cultivator with thick eyebrows. The next moment, a sinister ghost smile appeared on the black ghost face of this ghost spirit, and he chuckled. But only the ghost cultivator with thick eyebrows could discern the hidden meaning in this sound. This was a wicked Dao art, signing a secret spell with him. Once this attack was over, even if he went back on his word, it would be useless, and the ghost face on the sleeve would forcibly terminate the contract. While the secret spell was being signed, the blood rain above the ghost cultivator with thick eyebrows head had already fallen, followed by 3 drops of poisonous blood that shot over, instantly colliding. The blood rain and poisonous blood had already submerged the ghost cultivator with thick eyebrows. However, a bizarre scene unfolded. The ghost cultivator with thick eyebrows, who was clearly about to be struck by the spell, suddenly vanished, and when he reappeared, he was already in front of Xun Yong. This person's eyes were red, his face full of killing intent, and at the same time, a dense aura of ghost spirit chi emanated from his body. This chi was so strong that it was startling. Die! The ghost cultivator with thick eyebrows roared almost, as he had signed a secret spell with that ghost face senior for this attack, only then obtaining it. No matter what, he had to kill this person to vent the hatred in his heart. Countless ghost spirit chi gathered on the ghost spirit skeleton behind him. At this moment, the skeleton glowed with black light, and a black death scythe was conjured out of thin air on its bone claws, striking out fiercely. This death scythe was his ultimate weapon. It was the soul-reaping blade, the strongest attack formed by the ghost spirit demonic treasure his master gave him when he departed. Even an early stage of foundation establishment strong cultivator would perish from this attack. However, because this attack has a short range and requires surprise, it is difficult to hit an opponent if they are prepared in advance. Nevertheless, he used the ghost face senior's netherworld transfer spell, instantly appearing in front of this person. No matter how cunning this person was, he couldn't escape in such a short time. However, before this attack could land, an unexpected event occurred. Among the blood rain that had originally fallen in the distance, one drop, under the impact of poisonous blood, instantly changed its trajectory, suddenly shooting towards the ghost cultivator with thick eyebrows and landing on him. In a short instant, a golden glowing yellow rope appeared, suddenly binding the ghost cultivator with thick eyebrows tightly. Upon being struck, the ghost cultivator with thick eyebrows felt his internal magical power noticeably stagnate. It was this momentary failure of magical power to keep up that led to all his previous efforts being wasted, and the ghost spirit skeleton behind him appeared illusory. Because the ghost spirit skeleton could not strike out for a long time, the suddenness of this attack instantly turned into nothing. He could only watch helplessly as Xun Yong fled, powerless. Xun Yong, who had landed to the side, also had a bad expression, and even the chi within his body had weakened considerably. Of course, this was not due to being injured by the ghost cultivator with thick eyebrows, but rather the price Xun Yong paid for using his divination treasure, the twin divination beads, to divine earlier in the mist. After thinking about this person's strange actions, his cultivation had dropped from 10 levels of chi refining to the 9th level, and at the same time, the strength of his soul body also decreased by 1 level. It was precisely because of this that he divined in advance where the ghost cultivator with thick eyebrows would appear, which played a crucial role in allowing him to plan his attack methods in advance. This is why one drop in the blood rain suddenly changed its direction and accurately landed on the ghost cultivator with thick eyebrows. It also allowed Xun Yong to instantly turn the tide of the battle, changing from passive to active. And at this moment, the ghost cultivator with thick eyebrows only then realized that the golden yellow rope on his body was getting tighter and tighter, and he was completely unable to break free. At this, the ghost cultivator with thick eyebrows completely panicked. He had lived deep within the ghost gate for many years, where had he encountered such a situation? Normally, he was his master's most beloved personal disciple, and he harbored more or less arrogance in his heart. At this moment, the ghost cultivator with thick eyebrows thought of begging for mercy. Although this move was shameful in his heart, as long as he could survive, he could even hand over all his treasures and all the secrets he knew. He couldn't help but humble his arrogance and said, "Your Excellency, wait. As long as you spare my life, I can offer all my treasures, and all the secrets I know." Xun Yong, who had landed to the side, heard this, a cold smile played on his lips, and he looked at the green glowing corpse in the distance with interest. But in a moment, his eyes filled with killing intent, and the next instant, a black shadow emerged in front of the ghost cultivator with thick eyebrows, striking down fiercely. The ghost cultivator with thick eyebrows only felt an itch in his throat, and countless fears flooded his mind, but it didn't last long. As his head separated from his body, everything was settled. Until his death, he never expected that the other party didn't care about his pleas or the so-called secrets he mentioned, but only wanted his life. Next, Xun Yong's figure flickered, arriving at a certain spot in the cave. He suddenly circulated his magical power, and with a large hand, he firmly gripped a ghost face that was preparing to escape. "Your Excellency, if you spare my life, I am willing to pledge allegiance to you. I am the soul of a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator who died here 300 years ago. I am knowledgeable and will certainly be of great use to your Excellency." "Oh, right. I am extremely familiar with this Yin extreme secret realm and know many secrets that I can provide to your Excellency for acquiring treasures." The ghost face quickly revealed its identity completely, fearing that Xun Yong would find it useless and casually destroy it. But as soon as he finished speaking, seeing no change in Xun Yong's expression, he couldn't help but feel a sinking feeling and quickly spoke again, "Your Excellency must be worried that I will play tricks. In that case, I am willing to sign a ghost soul contract with your Excellency." This ghost soul contract was a malicious contract specifically targeting ghost creatures. But Xun Yong heard this, and a sinister smile appeared on his face. Then, he suddenly circulated his magical power and slapped down at the ghost face. At the same time, Xun Yong also summoned the ghost general from within the ghost sail and directly threw the remaining ghost soul body into the ghost general's mouth. As the ghost general's sharp teeth churned, the ghost face was completely annihilated in its mouth, turning into nourishment absorbed by the ghost general. Xun Yong finally felt at ease when he saw this. He had no intention of cooperating with an old ghost cultivator with thick eyebrows in the late stage of foundation establishment, nor would he sign any contracts. After all, the cunning of such an old ghost was beyond Xun Yong's ability to compare. Perhaps in the future, if this ghost exploited some technique to find a loophole, he might not even know how he died. Only by eliminating him could Xun Yong truly feel at ease. As for the so-called secret he mentioned, although he was very interested, he decided against it when he thought of his own life. The next moment, Xun Yong's body turned into an afterimage, arriving at the location of the ghost cultivator with thick eyebrows. After taking his storage pouch, he directly performed the blood essence technique. Then, he used fire to turn the remaining corpse into ashes. After doing all this, he looked around. Subsequently, he came to the medicinal field and, after scanning the more than 10 7-leaf spirit medicine plants, a smile appeared on his lips. This herb was somewhat similar to the black soul flower, both having strong soul power fluctuations, and should both be spiritual items beneficial to the soul. Although Xun Yong had soul liquid to replenish his soul body, it only targeted the soul body. While his soul body was unusually robust, his soul itself had never changed. However, this type of spiritual item that could replenish the soul might allow his soul to undergo a transformation. Even if it was just a small change, by then, combined with the soul liquid, it would result in a qualitative change. Earlier, when Xun Yong saw the black soul flower spiritual item outside, he secretly guessed that there might be similar spiritual items inside this cave, and now it was indeed as he expected. Without further ado, Xun Yong quickly began to pick them. It took him a full few dozen breaths to pick all the more than 10 7-leaf grasses. Wiping a bead of sweat, Xun Yong looked at the corpse emanating a blue glow, a thoughtful expression on his face. Just now, he had considered temporarily sparing the ghost cultivator with thick eyebrows life to inquire about this blue glowing corpse. But then he thought, if he really did that, he would have completely fallen into the other party's trap. Because this person, in order to survive, would definitely fabricate some baseless things to highlight his usefulness. And Xun Yong would not only be misled by this person but also potentially fall into a trap because of it, as this corpse was exceptionally strange. He wouldn't even find it strange if it suddenly came back to life. This was also the reason he dealt with the ghost cultivator with thick eyebrows so decisively. However, if he didn't investigate the secret of this corpse, Xun Yong felt a slight regret in his heart. But time was limited. He only planned to check the storage pouch of the ghost cultivator with thick eyebrows. If he didn't find a way to resolve the corpse's mystery, he wouldn't delve too deeply and would simply leave the corpse in the cave. Immediately after, Xun Yong began to examine the storage pouch. After a while, he slowly took out a wooden rod from it. This treasure seemed to be used for soul summoning. The other item was a tattered, peculiar beast hide. On it, a strange technique was recorded, seemingly the soul summoning technique, which could be driven by the soul summoning rod. And in the damaged part of the peculiar beast hide, it was faintly visible that there was an introduction to some treasure, but it was precisely here that it had been torn off, making it impossible to truly identify what the treasure was. However, Xun Yong slowly analyzed from the remaining characters and felt that it seemed to describe a soul sail. As for what kind of soul sail, it was unknown, but since this beast hide contained the soul summoning technique, Xun Yong could only initially assume it was a treasure like a soul summoning banner. This treasure seemed very powerful. But what did it have to do with this corpse? Xun Yong pondered over and over but couldn't understand the connection, yet if he didn't try, he felt a bit unwilling. After a while, he made up his mind. He sat cross-legged and began to comprehend the soul summoning technique. This technique was not some profound method, on the contrary, it seemed exceptionally simple. After a careful examination, he slowly discovered that the characters on this beast hide seemed to have been altered by someone. After this alteration, it was unknown whether this technique was simplified, but it was easy to comprehend. Without much effort, Xun Yong memorized the several key hand seals within it. But when it came to actually performing the soul summoning technique on the corpse, Xun Yong still felt a bit hesitant. For safety's sake, he planned to use a blood slave to perform the soul summoning technique. This way, if danger arose, he could quickly retreat. At most, he would lose a blood slave, and he could figure out how to get another one when he returned to the sect. Thinking of this, Xun Yong took out a bottle of spirit liquid and instructed the blood slave to consume it. The blood slave's body slowly began to show spirit power fluctuations. The next moment, under his command, the blood slave picked up the soul summoning rod and began to perform the soul summoning technique on the blue glowing corpse. From this moment on, only the sound of hand seals turning remained in the cave. As the soul summoning rod's incantations gradually took shape, the blue glow on the corpse became brighter and brighter, slowly becoming dazzling. After 10 breaths, as the blood slave's last hand seal fell, the dazzling blue glow actually began to flicker erratically. Xun Yong was startled by this, as he had witnessed too many such techniques, most of them would explode after the flickering stopped. He couldn't be sure if the corpse would explode, so he quickly fled out of the cave, only feeling at ease after reaching a considerable distance. Suddenly, at this moment, as the corpse's flickering light in the cave stopped, a slit abruptly opened on the corpse's belly, and the blue glow immediately poured out from within the opening. But the imagined explosion did not occur. The blue glow, after illuminating the cave for 3 breaths, gradually began to recede. Before the blood slave, a banner radiating an eerie blue glow quietly floated in midair. Xun Yong, sensing this scene through the blood slave, a hint of suspicion flashed in his eyes, but he still returned to the cave in a hurry. Seeing no abnormalities, he quickly approached the blue glowing banner and examined it carefully. In just a moment, he discovered that there was a very strong soul power aura on this blue glowing banner. This aura was almost tangible, startling him. Could this be the soul summoning banner recorded on the peculiar beast hide? Xun Yong quickly exerted force and grabbed the banner. The moment he held it, he clearly felt soul power passing through his palm, beginning to nourish his soul body, which had been damaged from using the divination treasure. After 3 breaths, he was surprised to find that the strength of his soul body had recovered. He immediately felt as if he had found a treasure. This further confirmed that this banner was indeed the soul summoning banner, and it was also a treasure that could restore the soul body. This instantly filled him with joy. However, as this banner restored his soul body, the blue glow on it dimmed considerably. It seems this soul sail also needs to consume its soul power to repair his damaged soul body. Xun Yong frowned slightly. How to restore the soul power within the soul sail? This was a tricky problem. He planned to slowly explore it in the future. However, he needed to know the method of control now. Fortunately, the soul summoning technique recorded on the strange beast hide contained some methods for controlling the soul sail. He studied it in the cave for a while, memorizing the hand seals and control methods, and then tried to control it for a bit before slowly putting the soul summoning banner into his storage pouch. Afterward, he looked at the corpse in front of him and found that after the soul sail flew out, the corpse instantly turned into a pile of bones. From this, it seemed someone had implanted the soul sail within the corpse and used some secret realm to nourish this treasure with the corpse. Now that the soul sail had been removed, the corpse naturally became useless. Then, Xun Yong circulated his spell, and a fireball turned the bones into ashes. He then inspected the cave, and seeing no more treasures, he flew away. Soon after, he arrived at the land of illusionary souls again. Then, he quickly followed his previous route, exited the area, and returned to the gloomy cave. Xun Yong scanned his surroundings, seeing that it was quiet, and then breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed those wailing souls and fierce ghosts had not returned yet. Without delay, he planned to leave first. Taking out the ghost sail and using the netherworld method, he flew towards the exit at an extremely fast speed. However, while flying, Xun Yong did not forget to set up some small spells to prevent others from tracking him. However, when he was less than 10 meters from the exit, a disturbance suddenly came from the cave entrance. Xun Yong quickly stopped, hid to one side, took out a stealth talisman, and stuck it on himself. The next moment, a fierce ghost drilled in, followed by dozens of wailing souls and fierce ghosts pouring into the cave. This made Xun Yong's face darken. What a coincidence. Give him one more breath, and he would have flown out, but precisely at this moment, these wailing souls and fierce ghosts returned. He only hoped these ghost creatures were full and would quickly go back to rest, not lingering too long in front of him. He then held his breath and calmly watched the entering ghost creatures. He did not know if Xun Yong's defensive measures had deceived these ghost creatures, or if these ghost creatures were full. As the first one walked past him, the rest also flashed past one after another. However, when the last hideous female ghost came beside him, she inexplicably stopped. This ghost stretched her mouth, and facing where Xun Yong was hiding, she began to inhale deeply, showing a look of intoxication. When Xun Yong saw the female ghost's expression, a look of astonishment flashed across his face. How could this female ghost look 8 parts similar to Sister Tong? Could this ghost be Sister Tong? As this thought surfaced, Xun Yong was greatly surprised. But it was not impossible. After all, these wailing souls and fierce ghosts here did not seem to be from the immortal sect ruins of yesteryear. This was because if they were truly from thousands of years ago, the strength of these ghost creatures would probably have reached an unimaginable level. And currently, the highest strength of these ghost creatures was only at the 10 levels of chi refining, so it was clearly impossible for them to be from ancient times. Then, there was only one possibility: as the Yin Extreme Secret Realm continuously opened, the cultivators who died within this ruined palace evolved into ghost creatures. Moreover, during this period, they should have been repeatedly killed by people using spells. Xun Yong guessed that the grey misty chi previously devoured by those ghost creatures was likely only the absorption of their soul power. As for the souls devoured by the mist, they should have transformed into ghost creatures. He did not know what the source of this grey misty chi was and why it kept giving birth to these ghost creatures. Of course, this was not the time for Xun Yong to think about this, because the female ghost in front of him had stopped for a full 5 breaths, continuously inhaling deeply, and he did not know what she was doing. He dared not act rashly, because as the female ghost stopped, the ghost creatures in front also stopped, and began to inhale deeply. Time slowly passed. Xun Yong became increasingly aware that something was wrong. Looking at the female ghost's expression, he had a strange feeling. He always felt that this ghost seemed to have a remnant of consciousness. Because the female ghost did not behave like other ghost creatures, who only relied on instinctive consciousness, inhaling with constant wide-open mouths. When this female ghost inhaled, it had a regular rhythm, and she could also make other ghost creatures perform the same actions with her. Xun Yong realized there was a problem, and waiting any longer would be greatly disadvantageous. He quickly waved his hand and cast several fire rain talismans. Then, he controlled the Wangui shield and flew away. However, As soon as he showed his head, the female ghost in front of him let out a shrill scream, which contained a hint of resentment. As this sound rang out, the surrounding ghost creatures all rushed towards Xun Yong. These ghost creatures actually allowed the fire rain to fall on them without any intention of dodging. Just one scream made these ghost creatures go mad. Xun Yong also never expected the attack to come so quickly, and even his flying spell could not escape being surrounded by ghost creatures. Although he controlled the Wanggui shield, with so many ghost creatures clinging to it and tearing at it, the protective barrier instantly became precarious. Fortunately, after one breath, he rushed out of the cave and then threw a twin-horned green snake corpse puppet to one side. The ghost creatures clinging to the shield, whose intelligence was not high, were instantly attracted by the green snake corpse puppet. More than half of them abandoned Xun Yong and pounced on the larger green snake corpse puppet, beginning to tear at it. Xun Yong took advantage of this, shook the Wanggui shield, repelled the remaining ghost creatures, and immediately shot out, moving 500 meters away. But upon reaching here, he stopped, his eyes fixed on the female ghost, a deep cold glint flashing within them. He would not let go of this female ghost who had developed sentience. If this ghost were taken by a 10,000 ghost sect disciple, it would definitely be a hidden danger. After all, this female ghost seemed to have an extremely strong resentment before she died, and this resentment seemed to be connected to him. As for what connection, Xun Yong could not figure it out for a while. But no matter what, he absolutely could not ignore it. He then flipped his hand and took out the soul summoning banner. Currently, Xun Yong planned to take a risk and see if he could take this female ghost into the soul summoning banner. Then, he circulated his magical power and struck the soul sail. In just a moment, the soul sail began to spin rapidly. Xun Yong took a step and came above the female ghost, then offered the soul summoning banner to this ghost. However, the female ghost's murky black eyes looked up and seemed to sense danger, letting out a scream. The ghost creatures still gnawing on the twin-horned green snake corpse puppet all looked up at the sky. The next moment, they all pounced towards the soul summoning banner, bearing their sharp fangs and claws, intending to tear the banner to shreds. Just then, a strange scene appeared. The ghost creatures pouncing on the soul sail were all entangled by a green light, and as the banner surface moved, they all disappeared into the banner, vanishing without a trace.